Chapter 304, The Collapse of a Celestial Realm Fragment. Sun Lei's calculations were very good. He had waited this long to finally show the power of this fan. The goal was to use Wang Lin as bait so that when the celestial beast feeds were chasing Wang Lin, he could escape. Otherwise, even if he had obtained the treasure, he would still be hunted by the celestial beast feeds. After all, once he gets his hands the treasure, the feeds will go crazy and the chase will be much more intense than the last 2 times. He had already thought about it. Once he gets the treasure, he would throw the skeleton at Wang Lin. He believed that the feeds would go for Wang Lin, who would be closer rather than him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been on guard against Sun Lei this entire time. So how could he let Sun Lei succeed? Although this black ice was indeed strange, he already had the carving of the old man in his hand. The moment the black ice sealed the area, the time domain from the wood carving was released. Going forward is part of time, going backwards is part of time, and stopping is also part of time. This is what makes the time domain so powerful, the manipulation of time as one wills it. Wang Lin had cultivated in the heaven-defying bead for a long time and had a very good grasp on manipulating time. This was also why he was able to make the carving with the passing of time domain in it. A mysterious light spread out from the carving and met the black ice, sealing the area. Although the black ice was strong, he was not resisting it and was only trying to loosen it, so it wasn't too difficult. Borrowing a sliver of power from the time domain, Wang Lin wasn't stopped by the black ice like Sun Lei thought he would be. The moment Sun Lei shouted those words, Wang Lin walked out. And he moved at a speed even a bit faster than Sun Lei's, passing by the celestial beast feeds and appearing at the entrance of the cave. Fellow cultivator Sun Lei, you still haven't given me the purification wood. So how could you just rush in? Sun Lei was startled, and his face became very ugly. However, he was a decisive person. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and threw out the purification wood. Wang Lin caught it and walked into the cave. Sun Lei cursed in his heart, but he knew that time was short, as half the time they had already passed, so he quickly charged in. After he entered, he saw Wang Lin pick up the piece of metal from the skeleton's chest, and without a word went to grab the celestial sword. But as soon as his hand touched the celestial sword, he let out a miserable groan as holes appeared on his hand. Wang Lin didn't even look at him and charged out of the cave. He took out the restriction flag, which emitted many dragons made of black fog. They surrounded Wang Lin, and then he charged directly upward and through the walls. Sun Lei's eyes turned red as he let out an unwilling roar and reached for the sword again. This time, he withstood the pain and finally grabbed hold of the celestial sword. However, just then, he suddenly let out a painful scream as his hand was pierced many times. Some of the energy from the sword pierced his hand and hit his chest, causing the silver armor he was wearing to melt. Sun Lei quickly withdrew his hand and gave up on the sword. He let out an angry roar as he charged out. He calculated that 8 breaths of time had passed, and if he were to leave now, he could still make it. If he delayed any longer, it would become dangerous. But nothing in the world could be perfectly calculated. The black celestial beast feed suddenly broke free of the black ice, let out a sharp roar, and charged towards Sun Lei. Sun Lei's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His teacher had said that the treasure would freeze an area for 10 breaths of time. It should have been 10 breaths of time. How could it be less? He didn't know that because the black celestial beast feed absorbed the ball of lightning from the thunder toad, it gained a bit of the heaven's power, so the 10 breaths of time was lowered by 1 breath. Wang Lin's time domain caused the black ice to slow down a bit, which caused it to shorten by another breath of time. Sun Lei was shocked. There was no time to dodge. He could feel death closing in on him, and as he watched Wang Lin leave, a powerful sense of frustration filled him. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he slapped his forehead, and a black bead flew out of it. He revealed a never-before-seen heartbreaking expression. This black bead was formed through his hundreds of years of cultivating and finally took solid form when he reached the soul formation stage. According to his sect's cultivation method, this black bead was the key to forming a second origin soul. Once he loses this bead, his cultivation level will drop drastically from the mid-stage of soul formation down to the nascent soul stage. Sun Lei closed his eyes and said, "Explode." The black bead suddenly released a black light and exploded. A ring of black light spread out. The black beast feed suddenly compressed into a ball to block this blow. But the celestial beast feeds behind it that had just broken out of the black ice wall disappeared without a struggle. Even the surrounding caves disappeared without a trace. The power of this bead exploding reached the limit of what this fragment could hold, and it began to collapse. Countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky, and they became larger and larger. On the ground, The lava exploded and shot into the air. The sky and the earth shook violently, and the light of death appeared in the sky. Shortly after, large areas of sky and ground disappeared as if they were being devoured. The moment Sun Lei made the black bead explode, his body disappeared without a trace. As for Wang Lin, while he was escaping, he suddenly felt the destructive force from below, and the mysterious power that was preventing teleportation suddenly collapsed. He was shocked and was about to use teleportation before suddenly forcing himself to stop. He could feel the surrounding ground shaking and creating waves of rumbling sounds. The celestial realm fragment is collapsing. Wang Lin was glad he hadn't teleported, or else he might have teleported into a spatial rift. Wang Lin secretly cursed. He surrounded himself with the restriction flag and charged out like lightning. Without the mysterious power there, his speed returned to normal. But the collapse of the ground was even faster. Wang Lin suddenly noticed with his divine sense that the only thing within 1,000 feet was a dark void. This dark void was like a large mouth that kept devouring everything. He was suddenly shocked. The collapse of this fragment continued, and in the blink of an eye it was 500 feet away. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air as he quickly flew upwards. The devouring continued. 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. Wang Lin's face was pale. He was still far away from getting above ground. The speed of the devouring was too fast. It was clear he wouldn't make it out in time. He revealed a ruthless expression in his eyes as he took out a small piece of crystal from his bag. This was the condensed celestial spiritual energy. The devouring came even close, 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet. Wang Lin saw that at 30 feet away there seemed to be a mouth that had already opened. He swallowed the crystal, and for the first time ever felt pain in his soul. This was a pain from having too much celestial spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like his origin soul could collapse at any moment. But amidst this pain, a sliver of power was born. This power made him feel like he could hold up the world. The surrounding void got closer and closer, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Wang Lin's body suddenly charged upward like a meteor. The moment the void arrived next to Wang Lin, his speed increased by countless times, and he charged out from the ground. The moment he charged out from the ground, most of the ground of this fragment had already collapsed into the void. Below him was a space with only a few pillars that seemed to be holding up the sky, but even those were shrinking and slowly disappearing. The sky was filled with spatial rifts. But Wang Lin couldn't feel any of those as he was in this crazed state and charging out at a speed faster than a meteor's. There were many spatial rifts in the sky, but there are even more pieces of void forming when the spatial rifts linked together. Wang Lin's flight was like that of a struggling phoenix's flying up into the sky, but the spatial rifts suddenly connected before him, forming a large area of the void. Wang Lin suddenly charged inside. He was suddenly surrounded by darkness, and waves of cold air entered his body. Under the simulation of the cold air, Wang Lin's mind suddenly became clear. Without a word, he controlled his body to back up. After struggling for a while, he charged out from a rift that hadn't closed yet. Using this moment of clarity, he dodged all the spatial rifts. The moment the fragment completely collapsed, he charged out and disappeared high in the sky. He flew higher and higher until he saw the giant swirl above him. This was where he had entered the celestial realm before. Under the swirl was a platform, and on the platform were some people staring dumbfoundedly at him. His body disappeared and reappeared on the platform. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Using the last bit of his power, he pointed at his brow, and countless wandering souls came out of his forehead. Wang Lin gathered tens of thousands wandering souls on his trip to the foreign battleground. Now that all of them had been released, they formed a black tornado around Wang Lin. This caused the expressions of everyone on the platform to change, and they immediately backed up. Wang Lin fell to the ground. He struggled to sit in a lotus position before eating 7 or 8 bottles of pills and began to cultivate. Chapter 305, Wandering Souls Show Their Might. Tens of thousands of wandering souls howled as they swirled around Wang Lin. Their cold eyes would occasionally look at the people standing on the platform. These wandering souls were true wandering souls from the foreign battleground. He had spent a lot of effort to get past the law of the world to bring them out. In truth, he had collected over 100,000 wandering souls in the years he had spent inside the foreign battleground, but he was only able to bring out these 10,000. The difference between wandering souls and devils is that no matter what cultivation level the enemy is, they will jump at them even if it means they themselves could be refined. Wang Lin hadn't tested if he could kill a soul formation cultivator using all 10,000 wandering souls. After all, unless it was absolutely necessary, He didn't want to waste these wandering souls that he had spent so much effort on. But Wang Lin remembered that ancient emperor was killed by the endless onslaught of countless wandering souls. Among those wandering souls, one was different from all the others. Although it looked the same, there was a sliver of intelligence in its eyes. It was the devil Su Ligua. He felt very proud at the moment as he thought that Master really did still care about him. The third, fourth, and fifth devils were all dead, but he was here, surrounded by all these seniors, so he felt he would be pretty safe from now on. The whirlpool of wandering souls was very big. The people on the platform were all staring at it. One of them paid extra close attention. His eyes lit up, and on his forehead the symbol of an axe faded in and out. This person was the member of the giant demon clan that came from Suzaku as well. He was able to identify Wang Lin in an instant and silently pondered. One of the people on this platform was a middle-aged man who was wearing a gray coat. His eyes were dark, his nose was slightly slanted, and he looked very gloomy. He looked at where Wang Lin was and took a step toward him. The member of the giant demon clan looked at this person, but he didn't speak. He instead revealed a mocking expression. In his view, this person's cultivation level wasn't even at the soul formation stage, only late-stage nascent soul. Trying to take the life of a soul formation cultivator's life with this cultivation level was like hitting a rock with an egg. The gray-robed man carefully moved forward and got closer to the wandering souls. He began to chant, and a ball of black fire formed in his hand. The moment the black flame appeared, a wave of heat spread out. He looked at Wang Lin with greed in his eyes and threw the black flame at him. Just at this moment, the wandering souls swirling around Wang Lin suddenly stopped and stared at the gray-robed man, causing him to step back. But suddenly, the wandering souls let out a sharp scream and spread out. 1/3 of the wandering souls jumped at the black fire, and the remaining 2/3 jumped at the gray-robed man. This scene was very shocking. The gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed as he took out a flying sword. He pointed with his finger, and the flying sword flew at the wandering souls. However, these wandering souls weren't devils, so they had a certain resistance to spells. The sword was only able to slow down the few in front, while the rest quickly arrived before the gray-robed man and jumped on him. About 7 or 8 wandering souls had already entered the gray-robed man's body, causing his expression to suddenly change. He quickly bit his tongue and spat out some blood, which quickly became flames. The flame immediately surrounded him as he sat down to try and force the wandering souls out of his body. Outside of the flame that was surrounding him, a large amount of wandering souls had surrounded the flame and jumped at it. The flame was slowly weakening. It seemed like it was ready to go out. As for the fireball he had thrown out, it was being jumped on by wandering souls and being weakened. Although a few wandering souls died in the end, the fireball disappeared when it was 30 feet away from Wang Lin. The remaining wandering souls didn't attack, but surrounded Wang Lin and coldly stared at the people on the platform. The gray-robed man secretly cursed and regretted that he had acted, even though he knew that the people who came here were all well prepared and could be considered the elites of their respective cultivation planets. But he never could have thought that these creatures released by his heavily wounded opponent could be this scary. If the enemy's cultivation was at full power, then he would have died here today. Seeing that the flame around him was about to go out, and that there were still many of these mysterious creatures, the gray-robed man clenched his teeth and waved his hand. A small cauldron then appeared in front of his head. His eyes revealed an unwilling look as he was about to use it to return to his cultivation planet. However, just as he was prepared to open the small cauldron, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and reached out. The small cauldron quickly left his hand and flew into Wang Lin's hand. The gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed. His face was pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he squeezed his hand like he was going to burst a bubble, and the already fading fire around the gray-robed man completely disappeared. The moment the fire disappeared, the gray-robed man let out a hysterical scream and immediately teleported toward the swirl. In his eyes, the only way for him to live was to enter the celestial realm. But it was already too late. The wandering soul's speed was even faster than his. The moment he appeared, countless wandering souls had already arrived and entered his body. His body trembled as he fell onto the platform with a miserable scream, and his body twitched for a while before dying. The flesh on his body slowly disappeared as he became a skeleton. One could see the wandering souls happily moving in and out of his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Under his command, the surrounding wandering souls returned to him and disappeared into his brow. At this moment, the man from the giant demon clan let out a laugh. He took a few steps forward and said, "Fellow cultivator, What happened to cause you to end up in such a state that even a nascent soul cultivator dares to become greedy towards you? Wang Lin looked at the person and calmly said, "A celestial realm fragment collapsed." The man from the giant demon clan was startled. He looked at Wang Lin with a look of amazement and said, "Fellow cultivator, not just anyone can escape the collapse of a celestial realm fragment. I really admire you. I am Qian of the giant demon clan. What is your name?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "It was only by luck. My name is Ceng Niu." Thinking of the collapse of the fragment, he couldn't help but feel scared. If he hadn't recklessly devoured the celestial jade, he would already be dead. Ceng Niu. Qian pondered for a bit before his eyes suddenly became serious and asked, "Is fellow cultivator a member of the Ceng family that is part of the rank 5 cultivation country of Heaven Soul in the southern part of Suzaku?" Wang Lin was startled and silently shook his head. Qian thought for a very long time. The only high-ranking cultivation country with a family named Ceng was the Heaven Soul country. Although he didn't admit it, Qian didn't believe that Ceng Niu had obtained his cultivation on his own. He believed that Ceng Niu was a core disciple trained by one of the rank 5 cultivation countries. Otherwise, if it were someone from a rank 4 cultivation country, there was no way for him to not know. It has to be said that the giant demon clan was a rank 4 cultivation country, so they were very well aware of the geniuses of the other rank 4 cultivation countries. After thinking about this, his attitude toward Wang Lin changed a lot, but of course, with his cultivation level, he wouldn't show it. Qian hesitated for a bit and slowly asked, "Brother Ceng, may I come closer to talk?" Wang Lin calmly looked at this person and nodded. Qian quickly walked forward and arrived at the edge of the platform Wang Lin was standing on. He casually waved his hand and formed a light screen. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he secretly put up his guard. Qian sincerely said, "Brother Ceng, since we are both from Suzaku, I hope you can help me." Wang Lin smiled. "Oh, if Brother Qian has any problems you can tell me." Qian clenched his teeth, took out a jade, threw it at Wang Lin. He then said, "Once fellow cultivator sees this, you will understand." Wang Lin caught the jade and scanned it with divine sense. Even Wang Lin himself couldn't help but lose control of his emotions a bit. This jade contained an image recorded by divine sense. This was a scene of a very beautiful place. It was filled with flowers, green grass, and clear water. The most eye-catching thing was a pool of water. Floating on the pool was a jade coffin. There were 3 celestial swords sticking out of the jade coffin. The sword looked very similar to the one in the black skeleton's hand. The other thing that caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink was that if he wasn't wrong, the entire jade coffin was made of celestial jade. Meanwhile, there were several plants floating on top of the pool. They clearly weren't ordinary plants. Wang Lin pondered a bit before handing the jade back to Qian. He remained silent. Qian looked at Wang Lin and whispered, "Brother Ceng, this place was found by one of the geniuses of my giant demon clan many years ago when he came in here. He accidentally found this place, but it is guarded by celestial beasts and powerful restrictions, and because he wasn't powerful enough, he secretly recorded this and returned." Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "It has been many years. It has probably been found by someone." Qian smiled. "Not possible, Brother Ceng. I promise you that this place has not been found. Sorry, but I can't say the reason right now." Chapter 306, Location of the Cave. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then said, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult for the 2 of us to enter this place." Qian smiled and said, "It will be very difficult for just the 2 of us to enter, but I have asked another person. If the 3 of us go, I'm pretty confident that we will get there." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He said, "I can't answer you right away. Let me think for a few days." Qian nodded. "Naturally. How about this? If Brother Ceng agrees, then meet me here in 1 month, but if you don't arrive by then, I won't wait for you." With that, he took out another piece of jade and passed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin received the jade and noticed that it was the same as the one from the Deluo sect. It was used to teleport around the celestial realm. However, unlike the one from the Deluo sect, there was only one fragment that was lit up. When you enter the vortex, activate this jade, and it will bring you to the right fragment. Brother Ceng, I'll wait for you there. With that, Qian clasped his hands and walked into the vortex. Wang Lin put the jade away and then sat down cross-legged. He took out the restriction flag and surrounded himself with it. His origin soul flew out and revealed a painful expression. A rice grain-sized celestial jade was forced out of his origin soul. After this jade was forced out of his origin soul weakened and looked like it was ready to collapse at any time as it slowly returned to his body. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a tired expression. He looked at the celestial jade before putting it back into his bag of holding. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't even absorb celestial spiritual energy, much less celestial jade. Only late-stage soul formation cultivators could try to absorb it in an attempt to break through to the soul transformation stage. It can be said that there are so few soul transformation cultivators because there aren't many people that can enter the celestial realm to get enough celestial spiritual energy. In certain sects, ones with tens of thousands of years of history, they have a stock of celestial jades saved up, but only the elite and elders of these sects are able to use them. The lack of soul transformation cultivators is the reason why there are even fewer ascendant cultivators. If someone tries to absorb celestial spiritual energy before they reach the late stage of soul formation, it is no longer a treasure, but a poison. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. His origin soul was heavily damaged, but luckily, he had wandering souls. After devouring some, he was able to recover a bit. He slapped his bag of holding, and a piece of white jade appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that the so-called celestial jade was pretty similar to a spirit stone. However, spirit stones released spiritual energy, while celestial jades released celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin knew that when cultivating after the soul transformation stage, aside from increasing one's own understanding of their Tao, the spiritual energy from the world was no longer viable to cultivate with. The more of this, the better. Wang Lin knew how valuable the celestial spiritual energy was. If this piece of jade were to be placed in Suzaku, it would cause a bloodbath. Even Suzaku would come out to take it. After taking one look, Wang Lin put the jade away. Although his origin soul had taken some damage on this trip, the treasures he had obtained made it completely worth it. Wang Lin took a deep breath before taking out another object. This was the piece of metal from the chest of the skeleton. Sun Lei said that this piece of metal was a defensive type of celestial treasure, but when Wang Lin grabbed hold of it, he knew that this object was not a celestial treasure at all. He was too busy to take a closer look back then, but now he spread out his divine sense and examined it closely. The moment his divine sense entered the piece of metal, his mind suddenly became dizzy as information entered his head. After a long time, Wang Lin revealed a look of amazement, and his eyes lit up. If the information stored in this piece of metal was true, then this piece of metal was the most valuable out of those three items. This piece of metal was like a piece of jade. It contained the method for refining a god-slaying chariot. According to the description of the piece of metal, that skeleton was once known as Heavenly Treasure Celestial. After he entered the celestial realm, he spent all of his time on refining treasures without caring about cultivation at all. In truth, the reason he even reached this stage to be able to come to the celestial realm was so that he could live longer in order to finish his lifelong dream of creating the most powerful treasure in existence. Unfortunately, this dream ended with the destruction of the celestial realm, and the Godslayer chariot never reached the stage he wanted it to and was sealed inside his cave. Before the celestial realm was destroyed, he had gone out to find some materials to continue working on the god-slaying chariot, but sadly, he died before making it back. He didn't want his life's work to go to waste, so before he died, he left the information in this piece of metal for the future generations to see. Inside the piece of metal, this person left a lot of information about the god-slaying chariot he never finished, including detailed production methods. He also left the location of his cave and urged whoever found it to go find the chariot and continue his research if possible. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The production method of this chariot was very complicated. A lot of the materials required had already gone extinct, so it was impossible to produce another one. However, according to the description, Wang Lin could tell that there were some of these god-slaying chariots in his cave, making Wang Lin very excited. After pondering a little, he stood up, put away the restriction flag, and walked toward the vortex. The people on the platform saw Wang Lin and backed away. Most of these people were at the nascent soul stage, so they didn't go into the vortex. They could only hope to steal from someone who was injured after leaving the celestial realm. Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he jumped into the vortex. Inside the vortex, Wang Lin's body continued to sink. During this time, Wang Lin kept his eyes open. According to the piece of metal, the cave was in the western side of the celestial realm. However, the current celestial realm was now in fragments, so whether or not the cave still existed or if it had already been found by someone was not certain. Wang Lin's body continued to descend until he landed on a fragment in the eastern side. He looked around before quickly flying up and returning to the platform again. Then he once again entered the vortex. He did this many times before finally landing on a fragment on the western side. According to Heaven Treasure Celestial's description, his cave was inside a tiger-shaped mountain. Wang Lin looked around but didn't see any tiger-shaped mountains. He pondered for a bit. Although finding it would be hard, he didn't give up and kept looking around. During this time, he met 2 other cultivators, but they just looked at each other before passing by. Many days later, Wang Lin still hadn't found anything, so he returned to the platform and entered the vortex again. The people on the platform had seen Wang Lin return and enter the vortex many times, but none of them knew what Wang Lin was doing, nor did they dare to ask. On this day, Wang Lin landed again and found that he was on the eastern side of the celestial realm. He let out a sigh. If this were to continue, how many years would it take before he could search all of the fragments on the western side? This heavenly treasure Celestial's cave was simply too hard to find. Just as he was about to fly up again, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of spells from the distance. He then saw 2 figures quickly coming toward his direction. The person in front had black clouds around him, while the person behind him was a young man wearing a white robe with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, the person in front noticed Wang Lin. He quickly changed directions and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, save me." That white-robed cultivator's face became gloomy as he put away the fan and moved his hand. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared and reached for the person in front. That person's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he couldn't dodge it and was caught. However, his body suddenly turned into countless small insects, and he escaped the hand. That person appeared 100 feet before Wang Lin. Upon closer inspection, Wang Lin recognized this person as the young man with eyes filled with bloodlust from Suzaku. At this moment, his face was gloomy. After he appeared, he didn't keep running but turned around to look at the white-clothed young man that was chasing after him. The white-robed young man looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, this has nothing to do with you. Please leave," he said. The young man quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, this person tried to steal my celestial jade. If you help me, we can split it." The white-robed young man's eyes narrowed as he said, "What nonsense. It was you who stole from me." Wang Lin frowned. He wasn't willing to get involved in this mess. Without a word, he backed up and flew away. The young man's expression suddenly changed as he chased after Wang Lin and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, consider that we are from the same planet, and help me this once." Wang Lin's expression darkened as he turned around and shouted, "Scram! Don't try to drag me into this matter between you 2. If you continue to follow me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The young man revealed an evil expression as he took out a celestial jade and threw it at Wang Lin before running away. "Since you aren't willing to help, then I might as well bring the trouble to you. I don't want this celestial jade anymore." The white-robed young man's eyes lit up as he shifted his gaze from the escaping young man to Wang Lin and quickly flew over to him. Wang Lin didn't even look at the celestial jade. He waved his right hand and sent the jade to the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man was startled and then clasped his hands. "Many thanks. I'm Kuei Shui Sect Sima Yun. You are Ceng Niu." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he flew away. He decided to search this place and then try the vortex a few more times. If he still couldn't find it, then he could only give up. The white-robed young man shouted, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, I have already searched here for a few days, and there is no more celestial spiritual energy left. I don't know if you have any transfer array locations of other fragments, but we can exchange them." Wang Lin stopped moving, turned around, and looked at the white-robed young man. This young man was at the early stage of soul formation, but the technique he displayed earlier was very powerful. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before slapping his bag of holding and taking out the jade from the Delu sect. He put some spiritual energy inside it, and a map of the celestial realm appeared. Although most of it was dark, around 30 fragments were lit up. The white-robed young man carefully looked at the map before taking out a jade himself. He sent spiritual power into it, and a similar map with more than 20 lit-up fragments appeared. Wang Lin took one look at it, and became excited because the white-robed young man had 5 fragments that were on the western side. The white-robed young man said, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, my map has 21 locations, and 8 of them overlap with yours. How about we do a trade after you wipe off a few?" Without a word, Wang Lin took out a blank jade and made a copy. Then he wiped off a few locations to match the amount the white-robed young man had before looking at him. The white-robed young man was also holding an empty jade and making a copy. Once he finished, both threw their jades at each other. "Fellow cultivator Ceng, if you have the chance to come to my shattered silver planet, then I'll certainly welcome you." Wang Lin nodded. "Okay, I will be leaving. Since that little bastard dared to steal my stuff, I'm not going to let him get away." After the white-robed young man finished speaking, he disappeared from that spot. Wang Lin pondered a bit before opening the jade he had just received and pointed at one of the fragments on the western side. Suddenly, a formation appeared and Wang Lin disappeared into it. On the western side of the celestial realm, There was a fragment with a tiger-shaped mountain, but at this moment, the mountain was split in half. Wang Lin floated in the air as he calmly looked at this mountain. He finally found this tiger-shaped mountain on the third fragment that he had tried from the white-robed young man's transfer arrays. Although it was not exactly the same as described in the metal, the general appearance was there. Wang Lin's body moved, and he flew toward the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Lin found the Heavenly Treasure Celestial's cave. After seeing at the cave, Wang Lin's face darkened. The walls of the cave had already been broken. There were also marks of techniques landing on the cave. Clearly, it had been destroyed many years ago. Wang Lin slowly flew into the cave. The cave wasn't very large, and it looked completely empty. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. He had spent so much time looking for this cave, but was still a step too late. But just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 307, God-Slaying Chariot. This cave had 9 rooms, and all of them were empty. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were locked onto the largest room as he wore a thoughtful expression. Inside the piece of metal, it was clearly stated how to open the doors to these rooms, and that there were a total of 10 rooms. The location of the God-Slaying Chariot was the 10th room. There are only 9 stone rooms. Where's the 10th? Wang Lin frowned. He had already spread out his divine sense and found nothing else. Wang Lin took a few steps forward and touched the wall. The wall felt cold, but there was nothing unusual about it. He pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding. The piece of metal appeared in his hand. The moment the metal appeared, it suddenly released a bright light and began to heat up. Wang Lin suddenly felt excited. He backed up and threw the piece of metal into the air. Suddenly, the metal started becoming brighter and brighter until it began to melt. However, there was no liquid dripping down. Instead, it turned into a cloud of smoke. Inside this mushroom-shaped smoke, a figure slowly formed. This person was very handsome. His hair moved, but there was no wind. There was a very majestic feel about him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a few steps back and looked onward with a cold gaze. After the figure appeared, his hand formed a seal, creating a golden light that covered the entire cave. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard as the entire cave began to sink. The ground under Wang Lin's feet shook, but he remained calm as he carefully observed his surroundings. After a long time, the shaking stopped. On one of the walls, a glowing, purple door appeared. The figure formed strange seals and pointed at the purple door before disappearing. Even the piece of metal had completely disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and turned to stare at the purple door. Including this door, there were now a total of 10 rooms in this cave. Wang Lin secretly thought, that figure must have been the Heavenly Treasure Celestial. He really is a master of refining treasures. Even if people find this cave, very few would be able to find the room with the real treasure inside. His eyes lit up as he walked up to the purple door. After pondering for a bit, he quickly formed the seals shown by the figure and pressed on the door. The door immediately moved and slowly opened up. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and his eyes immediately lit up. This 10th room wasn't very large. Aside from scattered tools on the side, the most eye-catching things were the 3 monstrous objects in the center. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were monstrous objects, because these objects seemed to be covered in something that resembled beast skin, and poking out of them were ferocious thorns with a thorn the size of a person in the center. This was only the upper parts of the objects. The bottoms were like very large war chariots used by mortals with 4 large wheels. These chariots were about 10 feet wide. With the 3 of them in the center, they took up almost all of the space in the room. When Wang Lin walked into the room, 3 beast souls appeared above their respective chariots. The beasts looked even more ferocious than their chariots and immediately began to roar at Wang Lin. These souls contained the power to cause one's soul to tremble. Their roars were also filled with penetrating powers, causing the entire cave to shake. One of the beasts had a triangular head and the body of an ox. It looked very vicious with a tail behind it. There was some resemblance of eyes, a nose, and a mouth on the tail. It wouldn't be wrong to say it had 2 heads. After seeing this beast, Wang Lin immediately searched through 2C's memories, but he was unable to find anything. However, there were many types of beasts in the universe, so it was not unusual to encounter beasts 2C didn't know of. The 3 beast souls looked very similar. The only difference between them was their size. The one in the center looked very large while the 2 on the sides looked smaller. After the 3 beast souls appeared, their red eyes locked onto Wang Lin with an unfriendly gaze. They roared as they charged forward and tried to eat Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he took a step back. But the moment the 3 beast souls jumped forward, countless chains as thick as arms appeared on them. These chains even went through the beast's souls and began to glow when they came within 3 feet of Wang Lin. The three beast souls suddenly let out painful roars as their bodies were forcibly dragged back by the chains and were locked onto the chariots. Only the larger beast soul in the center had managed to charge out another few feet forward before being painfully dragged back. But the three beast souls were very unwilling to give up and began to struggle. The cave began to tremble as if it could collapse at any time. Wang Lin calmed himself. Although he didn't know the names of these beast souls, he had learned how to control them from the piece of metal. He also knew that each of these chariots contained a beast soul and that the chains prevented them from going more than 3 feet from the chariot. Looking at the three beast souls struggling, Wang Lin quickly formed seals according to information from the piece of metal. As he finished each seal, they quickly turned into black rings. After the three beast souls saw the rings, they began to struggle even more. Gradually, Wang Lin's movements became even faster and more rings appeared. Soon, more than 100 rings filled the room. When he pointed, all of them flew toward one of the chariots. Seal. All of the rings fell down like rain and wrapped around the chariot. The beast soul on the chariot let out a roar and revealed a frustrated expression. The rings wrapped around the beast one at a time. Then the chariot floated into the air. As it floated up, the size of the chariot changed. It slowly shrank until it was only the size of his palm and landed in his hand. Wang Lin took a look at it before placing it in his bag of holding. If he wanted to use these chariots, then he must be able to subdue the beast souls. However, he was currently not powerful enough to do that, so he could only use the method on the piece of metal and put the beast souls in a sleeping state. In truth, the Heavenly Treasure Celestial would never have thought that a soul formation cultivator would get their hands on the god-slaying chariots. He believed that one had to be at least at the soul transformation stage to barely control them. After putting away the chariot, he turned to the one on the left and used the same method to seal the beast soul that was on it. Finally, there was only one chariot left. This one had the smallest beast soul, but it was still not something Wang Lin could control right now. After this beast soul saw its two friends sealed away, he continued to roar. If it was the Heavenly Treasure Celestial from back then, he would still obey, but before this tiny cultivator that he could kill with one slap if he was at his full power, his pride refused to let himself yield. Wang Lin stared at this beast. He struggled on deciding if he should risk it or not. If he wins, then he could temporarily control this beast, but if he loses, he will be in danger. After pondering a little, he touched the beast trap on his hand. According to logic, this beast trap should work, but this beast's soul must have been a celestial beast when it was alive. One problem was whether or not this beast trap would even work. The other was that even if it did work, would he be able to withstand the amount of spiritual energy that would be absorbed? He pondered a bit before giving up on the idea of taking the risk and sealed this chariot too. Too bad I don't know how much power these god-slaying chariots really have, but seeing how confident that Heavenly Treasure Celestial is, I believe they won't be too bad. Also, the beast souls sealed in these chariots are very powerful, so their power shouldn't disappoint me. Sadly, I'm too weak to use them right now. Wang Lin let out a sigh before moving his gaze to the treasure refining materials on the side. He quickly put everything inside his bag of holding and then carefully examined them. After that, he walked to the purple door and used the same method as before to raise the cave and walked out. Wang Lin thought, these god-slaying chariots are really amazing. They don't require any spirit stones to activate and solely use the power of the beast soul trapped inside to activate. As a result, it can save a lot of spirit stones, but if these chariots required spirit stones to active then, they would probably require celestial jades. I just don't know if there is any effect on the beast soul when activating the chariot. Under normal circumstance, there is no endless energy source in the world. The beast soul is likely to be damaged after a certain amount of uses and could even disappear completely after many uses. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Treasure Celestial didn't leave any information on that matter. Wang Lin looked at the sky and went into deep thought. I believe that the Heavenly Treasure Celestial didn't have enough time before his death to leave all of the information inside the metal, so he only left the important things. This means that I have to personally do some research to understand more about these god-slaying chariots. Wang Lin thought for a while longer before touching his bag of holding and letting out a faint smile. The harvest for this trip to the celestial realm has been very good, but the danger has also been great. If anything had gone wrong during the collapse of that fragment, I would most likely be dead right now. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. That phrase is indeed true. Therefore, I will have to carefully consider Qianhou's invitation. Wang Lin floated in the air as he carefully thought about it. Chapter 308, Loving a Dead Woman. Many techniques were flying through the air on a fragment in the southern part of the celestial realm. There were currently 3 people fighting over a celestial jade. 10,000 kilometers away from the 3 of them, a middle-aged man stood in a grassy field while drinking wine from a gourd. He shook his head and said, "Tianhou, don't worry. I'll find you more celestial jades so that your body will remain the same for 1,000 years." This middle-aged man was from Suzaku, like Wang Lin. He walked on the plain while drinking. After a long time, he stopped, looking down on the ground. His face was filled with old memories as he said, "Tianhou, do you still remember this place? Back then, this was where I met you, but now there is no one left." He let out a sigh as his right foot gently tapped the ground. In an instant, his body disappeared. He quickly descended into the ground until he arrived at a very large cave. Inside the cave was a tower that was surrounded by green gas. The middle-aged man took one step and walked through the green gas and into the tower. This tower had 3 layers. The inside was very simple and looked very similar to someone's home, but there was a certain sense of elegance. As this person entered the tower, his gaze became soft. He walked through the room and touched all of the furniture before sitting down and muttering, "Tianhou, this was where I met you." His eyes revealed a deep sense of love as he gently took out a pagoda from his bag of holding. He rubbed the pagoda and it emitted a white light. After the white light disappeared, the body of a woman in white appeared in his arms. He let out a smile and said, "Look, Tianhou, we are home." This woman was very beautiful. She had an aura about her that made her seem fairy-like. Her skin was white, but there was also a hint of red. If someone were told that she was still alive, they would believe it. For some reason, the moment she appeared, she seemed to fit right into the surroundings. It was as if this place belonged to her. The middle-aged man gently touched the dead woman's face. The affection in his eyes deepened as he muttered, "When I first laid my eyes on you, I knew you were going to be my wife. I can't be wrong. Tianhou, do you like this name? This is the name I picked for you." He muttered as he gently kissed the woman's forehead, revealing a fulfilled look. "For you, I gave up the right to become the sect head. For you, I betrayed my teacher. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Who cares if they say I'm crazy? I'm not crazy." After caressing the woman's face for a long time, he stood up. "Tianhou, let us go upstairs. There is a dresser for you upstairs. How about you let your husband put makeup on for you?" The man carried the woman upstairs. At the side of the dresser, the man placed the woman down. As he picked up an eyebrow pencil, his eyes swelled up with emotions. He muttered, "Tianhou, are you happy?" "I am very happy." "Why are you not talking? Please talk. Are you not happy? Please speak. Please speak now. Why won't you speak?" The middle-aged man's voice became louder and louder. He threw the pencil aside as he shook the woman, and his voice became louder and louder. After a long time, the man suddenly became shocked. He quickly hugged the woman and muttered, "I'm sorry, Tianhou. Please don't blame me. I know I was wrong. I'll never yell at you again. No one can take you away from me. No one. If anyone dares to, I'll kill them. Kill, kill, kill." He took a deep breath, then kissed the woman's face a few times before smiling. "Tianhou, look. This tower was originally going to collapse, but I was able to maintain its condition because this is your home. Our home. You must be tired. Rest a bit." The middle-aged man carried the woman to the bed. He sat on the side of the bed and looked at the woman with a gentle gaze. "Tianhou, when I first saw you, you were laying there like this. Nothing has changed since then. Tianhou, do you still remember? When I first came to the celestial realm, I came to find celestial spiritual energy, but I found you here. When I first saw you, I knew you were my wife, so I stayed here with you for a very long time." As he spoke, his hand reached out to the woman's hand. As he rubbed her hand, he said, "You are so perfect, perfect. You are mine. No one can steal you from me. Tianhou, tell me, you love me too, right? Compared to celestial spiritual energy, you are the real treasure." The middle-aged man smiled as he lied down beside the woman and muttered, "Okay, Tianhou, let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, your husband will go find more celestial jades for you. Sleep. Don't be scared. I am here." Wang Lin flew in the air with a determined look on his face. The 1-month time limit was almost up, and he had made up his mind to go to the place Qian mentioned. Ignoring the 3 celestial swords, just that large coffin made of celestial jade was enough temptation. He believed that with a large amount of celestial jades, his push for the soul transformation stage will be a lot easier. Reaching the soul transformation stage had very different meaning for Wang Lin. Once he reaches the soul transformation stage, Situ Nan will be able to awaken. However, Wang Lin was only at early stage of soul formation and was very far from the late stage. It was unknown when he will reach the late stage, but he wasn't anxious at all. He knew that he couldn't be anxious for cultivation. Everything that will come will come. In addition to all of that, Some of the celestial herbs were also very tempting for Wang Lin. If he were to bring those back to Ling Muwan, she would be able to make some top-quality pills. This would allow her cultivation level to increase even more. Unless a pill had a very powerful effect, Wang Lin wouldn't casually take it. After all, at his stage, it was mainly about his own comprehension. Pills weren't as important, but pills made from herbs from the celestial realm would be very different. After he made a decision, his body kept rising into the sky toward the vortex. He only needed to use the jade when entering the vortex to go to the meeting place. At this moment, at a fragment in the central part of the celestial realm, stood Qian. Before him was a transfer array. Qian's eyes were calm. He had waited here for 7 days. During those 7 days, there were some rascals that came by, but they had all been killed by him. He was waiting for 2 people. Qian was 70% confident that they would be able to return with great rewards if those 2 came. He believed that those 2 would be tempted after seeing the jade coffin. After all, this temptation was something hard for anyone to resist. As a result, Qian wasn't in a hurry. Those 2 people were chosen by him after careful selection. Not only was the first person very famous, but they also had connections with his giant demon clan. As for the second person, Ceng Niu, Qian wasn't able to see through him. Although he was only at the early stage of soul formation, Qian still felt a sense of danger from him. After thinking for a long time, he decided to invite Ceng Niu. After all, the stronger they were, the higher chance they had to succeed. As for whether or not the other 2 would try to kill him for the treasures, Qian believed that he would able to make it out safely with his power. Time slowly passed. On this day, the formation before him suddenly lit up and slowly brightened up the area. This dazzling light had no effect on Qian. He calmly turned to the formation and secretly thought. They came, but he didn't know which one it was. Once the light from the formation reached a certain degree, it suddenly dimmed. Shortly after, an exquisite figure appeared. This woman looked very beautiful, but the coldness on her face was very daunting. Cold air enveloped the area, and snow even began to fall around her. This scene looked very shocking. Qian's eyes lit up, and he thought, "It's her." He let out a laugh and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, I have waited for you for a long time." This woman was Shui Yu's genius, Red Butterfly. She coldly looked at Qian as she walked out of the formation, and said, "If what you said is false, I won't let this end so easily." Qian revealed a confident look and smiled. "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly can relax. Since you came, I can tell you. This jade was personally made by my giant demon clan's ancestor, Shizu. He should have no reason to lie." Shizu, Red Butterfly's face relaxed a bit. This Shizu was a senior of her master, and they had some connection. After all, there were only 2 clans on Suzaku that weren't native to the planet, the giant demon clan and Shuiyu. Naturally, the 2 clans kept in touch with each other. It could be said that the giant demon clan was Shuiyu's ally. Since it was personally recorded by Shizu himself, then I'll believe you and go with you on this trip. I don't want any treasures other than that celestial jade coffin. It must be mine. Red Butterfly's voice was very determined. Qian frowned and secretly thought that this Red Butterfly was too overbearing. Although he was interested in the celestial jade coffin as well, those 3 celestial swords were the things he had to get. If it was just 2 of them, it would be fine, but then there wouldn't be anything left for Ceng Niu if the loot were split between the 2 of them. Qian pondered for a bit before slowly saying, "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, this matter is not so easily decided. After all, besides the 2 of us, there is one more that will join us." Red Butterfly calmly asked, "Oh? Who is it?" Chapter 309 Fight. Qian said, "Ceng Niu. Just like you and I, he also comes from planet Suzaku." From planet Suzuka? Red Butterfly was startled as she recalled the other 4. Just at this moment, the formation before the 2 suddenly lit up. When the formation reached its peak brightness, a figure appeared. "It's him." Red Butterfly's eyes lit up. Without a word, her hand moved like lightning, and she sent a white handprint toward the formation. Bang bang bang. The handprint shot through the air like lightning. The figure that came out from the formation was Wang Lin. The moment he came out, he felt danger, so he quickly stomped the ground to shatter the formation and surrounded himself with a cloud of green smoke as he backed up. He waved his right hand, and the beast trap flew out. With a roar, a ball of lightning appeared and shot toward the handprint. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the restriction flag appeared in his grasp. Restriction gas filled the area 10 meters around Wang Lin as his eyes locked onto Red Butterfly. "Go!" Under Wang Lin's order, the restriction gas turned into dragons that fearlessly charged forward with their ferocious mouths open. Red Butterfly's face became even colder as she tapped the ground with her foot and flew backwards. At the same time, She waved her right hand, and an ice sculpture appeared. This sculpture looked the same as the half-human half-snake sculpture from before, only this one's eyes were closed. The moment the ice sculpture appeared, a blue light shot out from the closed eyes. Bang! The powerful impact caused by the collision of the handprint and the ball of lighting created a wave of air half a person tall that pushed outwards. The blue light hit the ball of lightning, creating a series of crackling sounds as ice appeared on the ball of lightning. The ice began to spread at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, a frozen ball of lightning appeared in the air. The outside was blue and the inside was dark purple with lightning moving through it. It looked very beautiful. The blue light didn't stop and continued to move forward. The Thunder Toad let out a miserable groan as it attempted to spit out a second ball of lightning, but it was touched by the blue light and frozen in place before it could. Its stomach was bloated, but the ball of lightning was trapped inside. Even the ferocious dragons formed by the restriction gas were stopped by the blue light and showed signs of being frozen. This time, Red Butterfly had used one of her most powerful treasures. Her goal was to kill Wang Lin in one strike. When Wang Lin saw that his attack was stopped, he immediately backed up again and pointed at his brow. One by one, wandering souls came out and surrounded Wang Lin as they howled. Wang Lin jumped into the air. At this moment, he looked like a demon god descending. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Devour! With one word, the wandering souls became vicious and fearlessly charged toward Red Butterfly. The blue light didn't have much effect on the wandering souls. After all, wandering souls were already dead, and they possessed some natural resistance to spells. Tianhou finally reacted. He frowned and shouted, "Stop!" Red Butterfly's expression changed. She sneered as she quickly backed up. The wandering souls surged forward like a tidal wave, chasing closely behind her. Wang Lin unleashed his killing intent as he waved his restriction flag, and a dozen more dragons were formed. They fused into one large lance and stabbed toward Red Butterfly. This lance was like a phantom as it moved like lightning behind the wandering souls. Red Butterfly backed up again. Her hand rubbed the ice sculpture, causing it to suddenly grow to the size of a person before her. She let out a roar, and the eyes of the sculpture opened as if it were alive. The sculpture then shot out rays of blue light. Under this blue light, the wandering souls all let out miserable screams. Some of the wandering souls disappeared completely. The fearless wandering souls felt a sense of fear and didn't dare to move forward. However, the lance formed by the restriction gas broke through the blue light and charged forward. Wang Lin's body moved and charged forward. He followed closely behind the lance and shouted, "Red Butterfly, your parents didn't have anyone to send them off. You are unfilial." When the wandering souls saw that Wang Lin had personally charged forward, they didn't dare to not follow. They flew behind Wang Lin like the tails of a black peacock, adding to his presence. For one selfish desire, you killed the Force Sect Alliance. You are heartless. The black lance broke through the waves of blue light like an unstoppable force, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Cracks even appeared in the space around them. The spreading of the cracks ripped the surrounding mountains to pieces. You tried to kill me without any reason. That is unjust. The frozen restriction gas broke free from the ice and joined the lance, making it even more powerful. At the same time, under Wang Lin's control, more and more restriction gas came out of the restriction flag to join the lance as it broke through the blue light, causing its color to become even darker and more fierce. Your teacher is still alive, yet you sold yourself to Suzaku. You are unfaithful. This lance was the most powerful attack the restriction flag could use after reaching the first stage of completion. It used all of its restrictions. Wang Lin descended from the sky with wandering souls surrounding him. This scene made it look like the sky was collapsing. The ground began to crack thanks to the expanding cracks in space. This gave the lance power from the earth. The combined power of the sky collapsing and ground cracking would even seriously injure a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. You are unfilial, unjust, and unfaithful. What kind of Tao are you cultivating? Your Tao heart isn't stable. I want to see how your cultivation level will rise in the future. Even Tianhou's body involuntarily took a few steps back, and his eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Ceng Niu to have such a terrifying move. The unity of a person and their magic treasure. Tianhou was shocked. His eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed his urge to fight. This person must be a genius of the Ceng family. If it were me, unless I used the treasure the family gave me, it would be difficult to escape this calamity. However, this Red Butterfly is at the late stage of soul formation. This Ceng Niu really is something. He knows that he must destroy Red Butterfly's Tao heart first. This Ceng Niu is indeed not simple. Red Butterfly was too young after all. Compared to an old monster like Wang Lin, who has lived for over 400 years and has seen through human nature, her mental strength was still much lower than Wang Lin's. Wang Lin's words each landed on Red Butterfly's heart. A flash of anger appeared on her face as she continued to back away. Wang Lin continued to move forward while Red Butterfly kept backing up. Wang Lin knew that Red Butterfly's battle experience wasn't as good as his, so he took this chance to continue chasing and not give her any breaks. Killing intent filled Red Butterfly's eyes. As the genius of Shui Yu, from the moment she was born, she had never had such a disgraceful moment. In the past, as long as she used the ice sculpture, even late-stage soul formation cultivators at her level would run away in panic. Also, even Suzaku paid a lot of attention to her, so it was hard for her to not have some pride. Wang Lin's lance caused her to feel shock. This lance wasn't all that powerful, but there was a mysterious energy within it. This energy almost felt like a sliver of divine retribution lightning. But she was still a late-stage soul formation cultivator. At this moment, her eyes lit up and her hand formed seals. She suddenly pointed at her brow and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A ray of red light suddenly appeared in the blood. The moment the red light appeared, it turned into a beautiful rose. The moment the flower appeared, the ice sculpture melted into a pool of water and moved below the rose. It was as if it had become nutrients for the rose, making it even more beautiful. The lance charged forth and collided with the rose. One of the rose petals fell off, and at the same time, Wang Lin's expression changed because the lance collapsed. Red Butterfly's face burned a shade of unnatural red for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Even this powerful of a move wasn't able to kill this woman. Late-stage soul formation cultivators were indeed powerful. As his body backed up, the ruthless domain surrounded his body. Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin, who was backing up. She gnashed her teeth and said, "You are the first person to force me to use my life treasure. You can now die in peace." As she said that, she reached out with her hand and plucked one flower petal. Qian let out a roar as he flew into the air. "Stop! Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly and brother Ceng, both of you were invited here by me. If you both continue, then don't blame me for ruthless." Wang Lin took a deep breath as he focused all his attention on resisting the invasion of the ruthless domain and coldly said, "Fellow cultivator Qian, I'm not the one that started all this." Red Butterfly's face was cold as she looked at Qian and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Stand down." Qian's expression changed. He stared at Red Butterfly and let out a loud laugh. "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, what if I want to get involved?" Red Butterfly remained silent as she threw out the flower petal, and it slowly flew toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled and cracks appeared in the sky. The power of this flower petal had clearly reached the limit of this celestial realm fragment. Qian shouted, "Red Butterfly." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he hit his bag of holding, and immediately another restriction flag appeared. The restriction flag left his hand and flew into the air. Divine retribution. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lin really didn't want to attract divine retribution lightning. With this, the fragment will collapse for sure, and Wang Lin didn't know if he would be lucky enough to escape it this time. The restriction flag flew into the sky and turned into a cloud of black fog that surrounded everything within 10 kilometers. Chapter 310, Overlapping Fragments. Suddenly, thunderous roars filled their surroundings. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he moved his hands and completed a restriction in his hand. He only needed to throw it into the air to complete the restriction flag, thus causing divine retribution lightning to descend. Red Butterfly's expression changed. She looked at the restriction in Wang Lin's hand, and then at the black object in the sky. She felt a powerful sense of danger, something she had never felt before. She had a feeling that if she allowed him to place that restriction, there would be disaster today. At this moment, Qian's face became pale as he looked up at the black object while floating in the sky. He secretly sighed and thought, that Ceng Niu still didn't use his full power. It seems like that black object is his real life-saving treasure. Qian shouted, "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, both of you are my guests. If you insist on continuing to attack, then that means you're hostile towards me. I will naturally stand with brother Ceng and fight back. Also, if I live to make it back, I'll definitely report this to Shizu." With that, an illusion appeared behind Qian. The illusion was that of a 100 feet tall giant that stared at Red Butterfly with cold, green eyes. Red Butterfly couldn't help but become indecisive. She secretly thought that Ceng Niu's technique was not simple. The illusion behind Qian had already solidified. If she were to continue to fight, then this fragment would surely collapse. She hesitated for a bit before pointing to the air and commanding the flower petal to stop. Okay, Qihu. For you, I won't kill this person today, but that jade coffin must be mine. Qihu frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin began to laugh loudly. Red butterfly, do you really think I can't kill you? Wang Lin let out a faint smile as he raised the restriction in his hand high up in the air and said, I only need to send out this technique in my hand, and this fragment will collapse. Do you believe me, Red Butterfly? Red Butterfly's face immediately became ugly. Qihu clasped his hands and said, Brother Ceng, I'll make the decision. Everything we obtain this time will be equally split between us. How is that? Good. I'll leave it to Brother Qihu then. Wang Lin faintly smiled. In truth, he would like to not use the divine retribution lightning if possible. He only had one of these, and, considering the structure of this fragment, it would be hard for even him to escape. In conclusion, it would be bad for him too. In addition, Wang Lin believed that the best opportunity to kill this woman would be back on Suzaku without all the limitations. Qihu turned around and said to Red Butterfly, Red Butterfly, please put away your treasure. Red Butterfly let out a light snort before waving her right hand, causing the flower as well as the petal to disappear. Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin and said, Ceng Niu, do you dare to battle me once we return to Suzaku? Wang Lin laughed and said, I'm willing to accompany you. Wang Lin crushed the restriction in his hand, and the black fog turned back into a flag that flew back into his bag of holding. As for the Thunder Toad, it was also put away. However, it was heavily injured and looked very weak, making the killing intent in Wang Lin's heart increase. Red Butterfly looked deeply at Wang Lin. She couldn't help but admit that this person had the ability to fight against her. Qihu secretly relaxed a bit and bitterly smiled in his heart. If he knew that these two had history, then no matter what, he wouldn't have called both of them. Red Butterfly was normal, but Ceng Niu could battle a late-stage soul formation cultivator while only at the early stage of soul formation. He was not simple. This type of person will definitely shine in Suzaku, and might even be taken as a disciple of Suzaku. Qihu took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Okay, Red Butterfly and Brother Ceng Niu, please follow me. The location in the jade is still far away from here. After he finished speaking, he turned and flew away. Red Butterfly didn't even look at Wang Lin as she turned into a red cloud and caught up to Qihu. She clearly wasn't willing to follow and stay behind. Wang Lin revealed a mocking expression as he followed behind them. Wang Lin secretly thought, in the end, her mind and heart are too unstable. Although reaching the late stage of soul formation in 100 years is indeed a miracle, there are still many problems. Her heart is too weak. It is just flying. What's the difference between being in front or behind? If I fight her with my current cultivation level, unless I use the restriction flag to trigger the divine retribution lightning, there is no chance of me winning. My life and death domain has a hard time affecting an almost completed ruthless domain. However, if I were to reach the mid-stage of soul formation, with the control I would have of my domain, I would be able to affect her. At that point, even without triggering the divine retribution lightning, I would have a 70% chance of defeating her. Wang Lin's life and death domain was derived from the heaven's reincarnation cycle, but he was only at the early stage of soul formation, so he couldn't fully display its power. After all, he had only just started comprehending the heavens. But once he reaches the mid-stage of soul formation, his domain will reach another level, allowing him to compete with the ruthless domain. Wang Lin secretly thought, I wonder if she has reached a stage where she doesn't need to rely on techniques. Well, given her Dao heart, it is likely she hasn't. It seems I'm one step ahead of her in that department. After reaching the soul formation stage, Wang Lin had an increasing feeling that aside from some very mysterious techniques, almost all other techniques were useless. A soul formation cultivator could easily control the power of the heavens with a wave of their hand, so the most important thing was to understand how to use their domain. The life and death domain was very unpredictable. It focused on the word change. However, even just the word change was not easy to understand. After all, Wang Lin had only just started trying to comprehend it. When he gains the ability to condense all of his life and death domain into one technique, it can be considered mastered. With life and death in each hand to replace the reincarnation cycle of the heavens. As they flew, Wang Lin carefully recalled his battle with Red Butterfly. The three of them weren't normal people, so they all moved fast. Not long after, they arrived at the other end of the fragment under Qihu's guidance. There was a large mountain here. This mountain was shaped like a dragon with its head in the clouds. The clouds made the dragon's head look unreal. This was a rare, immortal cultivation ground. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the mountain as he slowly said, Brother Qihu, Why hasn't anyone else found the location shown in the jade? Please explain it to us. Qian smiled and said, to tell you the truth, Brother Ceng, the reason I'm confident that no one has found the place is because it is not somewhere that can be accessed through the vortex. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of interest. Red Butterfly's eyes focused on Qian. Qian laughed. The fragment where the image in the jade shows is a very rare, overlapping fragment. Wang Lin's expression slightly changed as he immediately understood. When the celestial realm shattered, the fragments scattered randomly, so there was a chance of some fragments overlapping, making them very hard to discover. Even when arriving randomly from the vortex, they would only arrive on the fragment on top. No one would expect there to be another fragment underneath it. According to this logic, it was pretty safe to assume that no one else had found it yet. Qian laughed. Also, even the first layer isn't some place that can be easily accessed. Due to the harsh weather conditions there, it is impossible to build a transfer formation. Even if someone arrives there by chance, they can't stay for long. Red Butterfly sneered. How did Lord Shizu find it back then? Qian's eyes lit up and he said, Red Butterfly, this involves family secrets, so I can't say. Wang Lin looked at the dragon-shaped mountain and remained silent. Qian's body moved and flew toward the mountain. Soon, the three of them arrived at the top of the mountain. Standing on the dragon's head, Qian spread out his divine sense and said, 1 month ago, I came here to check and found that this transfer formation was still intact. Using this transfer formation, we can arrive at the fragment closest to our destination. With that, he stepped into an empty spot. The spot suddenly lit up, and Qian's body disappeared. Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes lit up, and then without a word, she walked into the formation. After Red Butterfly's figure disappeared, Wang Lin calmly walked into the formation. Among the many fragments of the celestial realm, in the southern edge, there was a fragment that was filled with raging cold currents, and ice covered the ground. When Wang Lin walked out of the formation in the sky, he frowned. However, looking at Red Butterfly, she revealed a look of comfort. This environment clearly not only didn't harm her, it felt very good for her. Qian seriously said, Fellow Cultivator Red Butterfly, this is the path to the first layer of the fragment that is 300,000 kilometers to the east. This is a land of ice, and we need your abilities to block out the cold. Once we pass this land of ice, it will be the void. I have a star compass to ensure that the three of us don't get lost. Brother Ceng, those soul-like things you control are very useful in the void, so please don't hold back. Once we are past the void, we will have reached the first fragment. After all, there's no transfer array there, so this is the only way to ensure that the three of us get there. Listening to this, Wang Lin finally understood that Qian had invited him for his wandering souls. It seemed there was an obstacle that could easily be passed with wandering souls. Red Butterfly's body flew into the air and quickly moved eastward. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared into the distance. However, after flying several kilometers, Wang Lin looked back at the direction they came from and revealed a look of doubt. Even for the three of them, a 300,000-kilometer journey would take a while. On this day, the three of them arrived at 300,000 kilometers from the starting point. At this eastern edge of the fragment, the earth seemed to have been torn. Past the earth was the endless void. Chapter 311, Star Compass. Floating in the void 100 feet from where the ground ended, there was an immense, blue glacier that was only connected to the ground by some ice pillars. This glacier was connected to the ground, but was also floating in the void above the ground. Wang Lin frowned. After looking around, he said, Brother Qian, is there anything special about the first layer of the fragment? Are there any celestial spiritual energy gathering points there? Qian was startled. The damage to that fragment is extensive, so there is no celestial spiritual energy remaining, and my ancestor Shizu didn't mention if there was anything special about it, just that it is dangerous there. When the mist got really dense, the middle-aged man would occasionally spit out a mouthful of the liquor he was drinking. There would be a sizzling sound, like when hot oil comes into contact with ice, and the mist would quickly dissipate. Ting air, your body is 10,000 times colder than this mist. Your body is still better. When I hold you, I feel reassured. After a few days, the blue mist faded. In these few days, Red Butterfly had to use a total of 3 ice sculptures. Near the end, the mist got even denser. There was even a layer of purple mist that instantly shattered the ice sculpture. Red Butterfly had to call out her life treasure, that beautiful rose, to be able to withstand it. The spiritual energy in her body was exhausted, and her face was pale. Her eyes would shift toward Wang Lin with a guarded look. Wang Lin was shocked. He thought that if he was by himself, there would be no way for him to get this far, especially when he saw that purple mist. After merely being touched by the residual mist, He could feel half of his body chill to the bone. Even an ordinary late-stage soul formation cultivator would have a hard time getting through here. Only someone like Red Butterfly, who had an ice-based cultivation method, could safely pass through here. Qian must have considered this before asking Red Butterfly to join. Time slowly passed, and they finally go to the other side of the blue mist. When they arrived at the edge of the glacier, Red Butterfly coldly said, "I have done my job. From here on out, I won't act anymore." Qian let out a laugh as he clasped his hands with sincerity. "Red Butterfly, you can count on us. Over the last few days, you used up a lot of spiritual energy, so you should get some rest." With that, he intentionally or unintentionally looked at Wang Lin and positioned himself between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly. Wang Lin faintly smiled. If Qian wasn't here, he would have tried attacking Red Butterfly. However, Qian's action meant that if he were to act, Qian would stop him. In addition, Wang Lin didn't believe that she would be weakened to such a state. It was obvious that she was purposely showing this to try to bait Wang Lin into attacking. Also, if her spiritual energy was all used up, then she would definitely have pills that could instantly recover it all. With Wang Lin's experience, how could he fall for such a childish trap? Qian slapped his bag of holding, and a green light flew out. The green light immediately turned into a giant compass that floated in the void before them. Red Butterfly's beautiful eyes stared at the compass as she said, with a cold voice, "The giant demon clan's treasure, the star compass?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the compass. There were many complicated esoteric patterns on it. By just looking at it, Wang Lin felt his divine sense being sucked in, causing him to quickly withdraw it. In Ancient God 2C's memories, there was a description of the star compass and its production method. Only many of the materials were already extinct. Qian laughed. "If this was a real star compass, then I wouldn't even be able to control it. This one is only a forgery, so there are a lot of differences from the real one." Red Butterfly looked at the compass and silently nodded. "Red Butterfly, please go to the west side of the compass. The compass has a defensive barrier there, so you can rest and recover. I promise that nothing will bother you during this trip through the void." As Qian spoke, he turned to Wang Lin and smiled. Red Butterfly didn't say a word as she jumped onto the compass and sat down on the western end. Soon after she sat down, a green light screen surrounded her. "Brother Ceng, I need you to control the eastern end and use those souls of yours to scout the surroundings. If you encounter any abnormalities, tell me so I can avoid them. You must never spread out your divine sense in the void, because doing so will bring about disaster. This is something my ancestor Shizu told me." After Qian finished speaking, he landed at the center of the compass and sat down in the lotus position. Wang Lin pondered a bit before flying to the eastern position and sat down. Wang Lin looked at the northern and southern ends before saying, "Brother Qian, this compass requires 5 people to operate optimally." "That is correct. If we could get 2 more people, then there would be no trouble during this trip, but there aren't enough treasures to split between 5 people." Qian laughed before taking a deep breath. His hand formed seals, which he placed on the compass. Then he shouted, "Brother Ceng, if this compass breaks in the void, the 3 of us will have no chance of surviving. I hope Brother Ceng won't hold back. I must focus all of my attention on controlling the compass, so I won't be able to help. It will all depend on Brother Ceng." Wang Lin nodded. The restriction flag suddenly appeared and surrounded him in black fog. If Qian or Red Butterfly were to attack him when he was dealing with things, then the restriction flag could protect him for a moment, giving him time to fight back. This kind of precaution was needed no matter what. Qian's eyes lit up. He didn't feel offended. It was more that this was natural. After all, if it was him, he would do the same. He closed his eyes and activated his spiritual energy. The compass suddenly disappeared. They had already moved thousands of meters. This wasn't teleportation. They were moving at an extremely fast speed. The moment Qian activated the star compass, a mysterious force surrounded the top of the compass. Under the effect of the mysterious force, Wang Lin could feel that his divine sense had merged with the compass. Not only his, but Qian's and Red Butterfly's divine senses were here as well. The 3 people's divine senses were all within this mysterious force. Qian's divine sense sent out a message saying, "Red Butterfly, Brother Ceng, don't be surprised. This is normal operation for the star compass. When the star compass is in use, we can't speak. We can only communicate through our divine senses. Brother Ceng, this is the star map. Once you have memorized it, send out the souls. Once you find abnormalities, please tell me." A map covered in countless dots appeared inside the mysterious force and was detected by Wang Lin immediately. He took one look before pointing at his brow. Suddenly, 1/3 of the wandering souls came out and spread to the surroundings. "This star compass is really amazing. It's a must-have treasure if I wish to travel among the stars. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will go find one. It is just sad that I lack the materials to make one even though I have the production method. Otherwise, it would be best to refine one myself. Wang Lin was very interested in the star compass. The speed of this compass was beyond belief. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared without a trace. There were thousands of wandering souls around the compass. They were like fish in water when they floated in the void. They slowly spread out to check the surroundings. Chapter 312, Looking for Trouble. Wang Lin didn't spread out his divine sense. He didn't need to because he had a connection with these wandering souls. Not long after, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. Wang Lin quickly sent out a message saying, "There is something abnormal 10 kilometers ahead." 10 kilometers ahead of them was a strange, octopus-like creature slowly swaying about with countless tentacles swaying with its body. One of the wandering souls got close. It was touched by a tentacle and immediately disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and sent out a vision of this along with the message. Without a word, Qian immediately changed the direction of the compass to move around it. As they passed by, one of the tentacles swept by the side of the compass. Bang! The compass started to shake violently and began to spin as they were flung north. Wang Lin could only feel a powerful force enter his body. He felt like his organs were hit by tens of thousands kilograms of force. Blood rushed to his mouth, but he was able to swallow it back down. The compass was still spinning, and in the blink of an eye flew far into the distance. Qian's face was red. Blood came out from the corners of his lips, and his eyes were bloodshot. He let out a roar, and after a long time finally stabilized the compass. His entire body looked like it was ready to collapse. His breathing was rough as he took out pills from his bag of holding and swallowed them. Red Butterfly also looked very disheveled. Her eyes revealed a rare look of shock. After an unknown amount of time, Qian took a deep breath and sent out a message saying, "Thank you, Brother Ceng, for the early warning. The three of us would have died here today if it wasn't for you." Red Butterfly asked, "What kind of beast was that?" "I don't know what it is either, but something that can live inside the void of the celestial realm is not something we can handle. It only brushed past us, and that was enough to almost kill us." Terrifying. Qian still had fear lingering in his voice. Wang Lin slowly said, "This beast is called Su." Qian was surprised. "Brother Ceng knows this beast?" Wang Lin said, "This Su is considered a minor destructive beast. It is born from devouring the earth and lives by feeding off Yin energy. Even during ancient times, the ancient cultivators would need many people to defeat it. There was a description of that creature in ancient god Tu Si's memory. That creature had 3 treasures. The first were the tentacles, which were top-quality treasure refining materials. The second was its brain, which could increase one's lifespan. The third was its core, which could give one the strength to lift 10,000 kilograms. The ancient god clan members liked the core the best. After all, their cultivation was all focused on the body. Wang Lin didn't share this information. Qian said, "Brother Ceng is really knowledgeable. I'm impressed." Red Butterfly snorted and said, with a cold voice, "Who knows if it is true or false? Don't make up a random name." Wang Lin calmly said, "Ignorant." "You." Red Butterfly's eyes lit up. Qian felt a headache. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin said, "This creature normally has its tentacles withdrawn and only has it spread out like that when it is looking for food. Brother Qian, quickly fly north. When the creature hunts, it spreads out a red aura. It is not something we can resist." Qian was startled. If they were to continue going north, they would be completely lost. He couldn't help but hesitate. In truth, he also had doubts about what Wang Lin said, but he wasn't going to point it out like Red Butterfly did. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He stood up and jumped off the compass. The restriction flag surrounded his body as he quickly flew north. "Brother Ceng." Qian was shocked. Red Butterfly coldly said, "It's fine that he left. I don't believe he recognized that creature." Qian frowned. Survival was more important, so he clenched his teeth and spread out his divine sense south. Shortly after, his expression changed as he saw a wave of red aura spreading toward them. Qian was shocked. He steered the compass and flew north. Red Butterfly was also shocked. After spreading out her divine sense, her face became very ugly. After Wang Lin left the compass, he charged north. Although he didn't know the exact power of the red aura, it left a deep impression in ancient god Tu Si's memory. That was why he didn't hesitate to leave the compass and flew away by himself. Qian's face was gloomy as he steered the compass. He was flying quickly to the north, but that red aura was very dangerous and it caught up to them in almost an instant. Crackle. The moment a corner of the compass was touched by the red aura, it disappeared as if it was devoured. The compass shook greatly. Qian coughed out a mouthful of blood, and even Red Butterfly's face became abnormally red. Qian shouted, "Red Butterfly act. I must focus all of my attention on controlling the compass, so I can't use any spells to resist." He regretted not listening to Ceng Niu's words. How else would they be in this crisis with the compass speed? Without a word, Red Butterfly pointed at her brow, and the rose appeared again. She quickly plucked 2 flower petals and flicked them at the red aura. Bang bang. 2 earth-shattering explosions occurred, which pushed the red wave apart. Red Butterfly felt sweetness in her throat as she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Using the power of the explosion, Qian steered the compass out of the red aura, but they were not out of danger yet. An opening was created in the red aura by the rose petal, but now that opening was like a big mouth moving to devour the compass. Bang! The opening closed and the compass shook violently, then more cracks appeared on it. Qian felt like he was about to lose all the strength in his body, and Red Butterfly's face was pale. Bang! The aura attempted to devour the compass again. This time, it was only a hair away. Red Butterfly clenched her teeth. She plucked a stamen from the flower and flicked it toward the red aura. Bang bang bang. The intense explosion could even be heard by Wang Lin in the distance. He let out a cold smile and flew even faster. The mouth created by the aura was finally blown open again, and the compass was able to break free from the red aura. The moment the compass escaped, it moved to the north like a shooting star. Red Butterfly's face was very ugly. The rose petals could be replenished, but there were only 3 stamens, and it was very difficult to recover them. As Wang Lin flew, he suddenly stopped and looked behind him. After a while, he could see the compass coming in closer. Qian saw Wang Lin floating there and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. At this moment, Wang Lin's usefulness increased indefinitely and far surpassed Red Butterfly's. He took a deep breath. The compass stopped by Wang Lin, and he said, "Brother Ceng, come in, and then we can talk." Wang Lin didn't hesitate and quickly sat down on the eastern end of the compass. This compass was now missing a corner. Only the east, west, and north corners remained. Qian felt awkward as he said, "Brother Ceng, I know I was wrong before. Is there anything else the beast will do after the red aura? How can we choose our direction after this?" Red Butterfly's face was ugly. She didn't say a word. Wang Lin calmly said, "Since we managed to escape the red aura, there shouldn't be any issues for now. Brother Qian should follow the map and try to get back on track." Qian bitterly nodded. He secretly thought that they needed to hurry. With the compass in this condition, it wouldn't last long. A few days later, Qian found a location on the map, and the compass quickly followed the map toward their destination. Along the way, Red Butterfly didn't say a word and let Wang Lin lead the way. Qian also no longer questioned Wang Lin and listened to whatever Wang Lin told him. There were many creatures living inside the void. Along the way, Wang Lin's world expanded a lot. He saw a lot of strange creatures from 2C's memory. Under Wang Lin's directions, the compass passed safely with only some scares, but no real danger. They inched closer and closer to their destination. Traveling in the void took a very long time, and those strange creatures weren't everywhere. At this moment, it had been more than 10 days since they last encountered danger. Wang Lin sat in a lotus position on the eastern end of the compass and would occasionally talk with Qian about Tao. Both felt like they had gained a lot of knowledge. Qian smiled. "My giant demon clan isn't native to Suzaku. My ancestors moved there thousands of years ago, so it is natural that our techniques are different than yours on some level." Wang Lin nodded to himself. Time quickly passed by. At this moment, Wang Lin was cultivating while keep a tab on the wandering souls until he suddenly opened his eyes. Through the wandering souls, he could see an object several meters wide floating in the distance. This floating object looked like a large rock with flashes of purple. Wang Lin's heart trembled. Golden purple stone. In 2C's memory, there was one necessary material for making a star compass, and that was the golden purple stone. If it was before he saw the star compass, he wouldn't be tempted. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stood up and said, "Brother Qian, please wait a moment. I saw a treasure refining material. Let me go get it first, then we can leave." With that, he didn't even wait for Qian to reply and flew toward the golden purple stone. Wang Lin secretly thought, "When I was comprehending the heavens to reach the soul formation stage, I met a senior named Tianhou. That person said that if I could leave Suzaku, I can go find him at planet Tianhou, and he would take me as his honorary disciple for 100 years. His cultivation is godlike, so I must take this opportunity. I must get my hands on a star compass." His speed was very quick, so he arrived before the golden purple stone after a while. He looked at the large stone, took a deep breath, and put it inside his bag of holding before returning. After returning to the compass, Qian asked what kind of material it was, but Wang Lin dodged the question with a smile. One more month passed. Wang Lin kept searching the surroundings, but was unable to find more materials. On this day, the compass suddenly began to shake violently as cracks spread throughout its surface. At the same time, a powerful force appeared and threw the three of them off the compass. The damage to the compass is too much. It can no longer continue to fly. The three of us will have to rely on our own flying abilities. Luckily, we aren't far from our destination. At full speed, we should arrive in 3 days. Qian let out a bitter smile as he waved his hand, and the compass was put away. 3 days passed by quickly. Wang Lin saw land in the distance. This land was the first layer of the Celestial Realm Fragment. Chapter 313, Female Corpse is Better. There was nothing growing on the ground, and there were countless bottomless holes. Spatial rifts, which would sometimes fuse and disappear without a trace, filled the sky. One could occasionally see collapsed buildings on the ground. After Qian arrived, his eyes lit up, and he said, "This is the place. Shizu once described the first layer to me." Then he lowered his head and silently calculated. His divine sense spread out as if he was searching for something. Wang Lin frowned as he looked around and suddenly said, "Since that location is at another layer, which layer is it, Brother Qian?" Red Butterfly hadn't talked in many days. She let out a snort and said, "Unless question. Of course it's the second layer. It is already very unlikely for fragments to overlap once in the celestial realm." Wang Lin's eyes became focused as he coldly said, "Ignorant." Being called ignorant again caused Red Butterfly's eyes to be filled with killing intent as she stared at Wang Lin. Qian bitterly smiled as he quickly raised his head and said, "Brother Ceng, it is indeed the second layer, but my ancestor Shizu once speculated that there might be a third layer below." Red Butterfly was startled. Her eyes wavered, and she remained silent. Wang Lin's expression didn't change. He still felt like something was wrong. Since a while ago, he felt like someone was following them. This had nothing to do with his cultivation but a sense for danger he had developed from his years of killing. "I found it. Follow me." After a long time, Qian moved and flew forward. Soon, the three of them stopped somewhere in the northeast. "This is the place. Shizu once left a plumflower mark here, and the method to find the mark." Qian's face was filled with joy as he landed near a pit. Wang Lin lowered his head. The surrounding pits did indeed form the shape of a plumflower. Qian jumped into the pit. Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin before following in. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and couldn't detect the bottom of this pit. After pondering for a bit, he jumped in. Shortly after the three of them entered the pit, the middle-aged man with the gourd appeared near the pit. He took a drink, flipped his hand, and the pagoda appeared again. The woman in white's body flew out and was held by him. He looked at corpse, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Tianhou, those juniors seem to have come for nothing. That jade coffin has already been used by me to make the pagoda. Unfortunately, that jade coffin was almost sucked dry by you in only a few thousand years. Tianhou, rest assured, I'll go find more celestial jade for you. The third layer should have more celestial jade." With that, he kicked the woman's forehead and then suddenly frowned. He waved his hand, and the woman's corpse and the pagoda disappeared as he looked at the sky. He saw the cracks in the sky connect together and a person walk out. This person had a head full of white hair, and his face was filled with wrinkles. He charged out of the cracks with incredible speed. "Why did I even come to this damned place? I have checked almost every single fragment, and still haven't found the body of a celestial." He sighed as he descended to the ground and saw the middle-aged man. Hello. The middle-aged man frowned. Out of all the people that came from Suzaku, this old man was the only one he dreaded. This old man had the same cultivation level as him. Both were at the mid-stage of soul transformation. But even with how long he had lived, he didn't know this person. There weren't many soul transformation cultivators on Suzuka, so he felt like he should have known every single soul transformation cultivator on Suzuka. He looked at the old man, and without a word jumped into the pit. "Well, ignoring me? How rude." The old man rubbed his nose. He looked at the pit the middle-aged man had jumped into, and was about to leave when his nose suddenly moved because he smelled something. The scent of death. Yes. This is the scent of death. I would never mistaken the scent of a celestial. It should be a female corpse. Haha. A female corpse is even better. The old man's eyes lit up. He looked around and suddenly locked his eyes onto the pit the middle-aged man had gone into before charging in. The old man wore a happy expression and thought, "Now I can complete the sect master's task and leave this dogshit Suzaku." Sect head is also strange. Our corpse sect has all kind of bodies, so why does he want the body of a celestial? I wonder what customer from what planet has such a unique taste. Wang Lin's group of three made their way down the pit, at a very fast pace. They had been descending for an unknown amount of time with no end in sight, but a resisting force that was pushing up became stronger and stronger. This is the place. Once we descend, we will arrive at the location recorded on the jade, but it is sealed by restrictions. However, with the three of us, we should be able to open it within 10 days. Qihu's voice was filled with joy. The more the three descended, the stronger the resisting force became. After the force reached a certain point, their speed began to slow down. After a long time, the resistance became even stronger. Wang Lin took a deep breath as covered his body with spiritual energy to act against it. He secretly calculated that they had already descended tens of thousands of meters with no end in sight. When he spread out his divine sense downwards, there was a mysterious force that prevented him from seeing more than 1,000 meters down. Wang Lin took a glance at Red Butterfly. The woman's body was releasing a blue light, and there was no emotion on her face. As for Qihu, the axe mark on his forehead was rapidly flashing. Every time it flashed, the force around him decreased by a bit. It was very mysterious. Time slowly passed. After an unknown of time, Qihu, who was in front, shouted in joy, "We are here." Wang Lin slapped his of holding, and the restriction flag came out. Resisting the force with the flag, he charged forward, and the three of them exited the cave at the same time. The moment they charged out, a burst of bright light blighted Wang Lin. He quickly surrounded himself with the restriction flag, blocking out the slight, and observed the surroundings with his divine sense. His expression suddenly became very strange. This place was not very large, only about 1,000 feet wide. At the center of this place, there was indeed a pool of water. However, there was no jade coffin on top of the pool of water, so there was no need to talk about the three celestial swords on top of the jade coffin. As for the spirit herbs, there wasn't even a trace of them. Aside from having no treasures, it was exactly the same as the location shown in the jade. Qihu stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him, his mind completely blank. He had spent all this effort. Even the compass had been trashed to arrive here, but he never would have thought. Red Butterfly sneered. She said, with a trace of anger, "Qihu, this is the place you were talking about? This is the place I wasted a flower stamen to enter? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I will not let this go." Wang Lin looked around with a strange expression and couldn't help but bitterly smile. He was not as angry as Red Butterfly. After all, he lost nothing on this trip, and had even found the purple golden stone. Considering this, he profited. Thinking about this, he moved forward and began to carefully search the area. Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with anger. She also began to search, hoping to find some treasure. Qihu stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him and muttered to himself, "How could this be? Impossible. Could it be that someone else found this place after Shizu arrived and took all the treasure? Yes, it has to be." He bitterly shook his head. He turned to Wang Lin and Red Butterfly, clasped his hands, and said, "The two of you. This time it was me being reckless. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Red Butterfly was about to lose control as she stared at Qihu and said, word for word, "Just saying you were reckless could recover my wasted flower stamen? Qihu, I think you already knew that this place was like this, and on the way purposely borrowed my power. You must have another objective. If you don't clearly explain it, then don't blame me for not caring about our clan's relationship." Wang Lin calmly searched everywhere, but found nothing. In the end, his eyes landed on the pool of water. Upon closer inspection, the pool was very deep, and he wasn't able to see the bottom. After Qihu heard Red Butterfly's words, his expression immediately became ugly, but he held his temper and said, with a heavy tone, "Red Butterfly, once we return to Suzaku, I'll give you a proper explanation. However, you saying that I have another objective is completely false. I am the young master of the giant demon clan. Although I can't match you, I'm a man of my word." Red Butterfly sneered and was about to speak, but Wang Lin suddenly said, "Qihu, you said before that this place had a third layer?" Qihu was startled. His eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother Ceng Niu is correct. My ancestor Shizu once said that there might be a third layer." Red Butterfly coldly mocked him. "Shizu? Your Shizu also said that there were treasures on this layer." Qihu sullenly looked at Red Butterfly. After a long time, he took a deep breath, walked toward Wang Lin, and looked at the pool of water. Wang Lin slowly said, "If there is a third layer, this should be the entrance to it." Red Butterfly slightly snorted. She gently moved herself next to the pool of water and looked into it. Just at this moment, someone floated down from the tunnel above. He took one step and in a blur arrived in the air on top of the pool of water before them. A powerful force surrounded them. Qihu's face immediately turned white, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then his body was thrown backwards. As for Red Butterfly, She let out charming groan as she quickly backed up with shock in her eyes. Wang Lin had already been on guard as he had always felt like someone was following them. The moment the other person appeared, he quickly backed up. Although he was still affected by the pressure, he wasn't injured. Only his face became red, and he was pushed back several meters. Eh. The person looked at Wang Lin and took a large gulp from his gourd. Tianhou shouted, "Five Elements Sect, Zhou." The middle-aged man let out a smile and asked, "Little guy from the giant demon clan, you know me?" After Red Butterfly heard the name, Zhou, her expression suddenly changed as she hid her look of disgust. Tianhou quickly and respectfully said, "Junior Giant Demon Clans, Tianhou greets Senior." Junior knows Senior's name since youth. He was born as the young master of the Giant Demon Clan, so he had been focused on by the family since early childhood. He had seen portraits of all soul transformation cultivators and above. The moment he saw the red gourd, he was able to recognize who it was. This Zhou had a very weird hobby. After this hobby had been confirmed, Tianhou remembered him very well. Chapter 314, Possession. The middle-aged man let out a faint smile. His gaze swept past Red Butterfly and landed on Wang Lin. This little guy was very quick to react. "It seems you had already noticed me on the way here." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he respectfully said, "Junior only had a feeling but wasn't sure." The moment Tianhou and Red Butterfly heard those words, their expressions became weird. The middle-aged man said, "The jade coffin here was already taken by me. The three of you should leave." Tianhou bitterly smiled and quickly nodded. Red Butterfly's eyes lit up as she looked at the pool of water but remained silent. The middle-aged man revealed a faint smile and said, "There is a third layer. If you guys aren't afraid of death, you can try it. The entrance is this pool of water." Just at this moment, sonic booms could be heard from the tunnel leading to the surface as a figure came down. Haha, so crowded. The figure stopped in the air. It was the white-haired old man. The middle-aged man's expression became gloomy as he stared at the old man and asked, "Sir, what is your intention in following me?" The old man laughed. "I don't have any intentions. I'm just a bit interested in the third layer." "What? Are you not going to let me in?" The middle-aged man let out a cold snort. He pondered a bit before taking a step down. Bang! The pool of water exploded as the water moved aside, revealing the tunnel below. The middle-aged man quickly entered the tunnel. The old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. Red Butterfly clenched her teeth. Her losses were great this time, and she was very unwilling to leave without gaining something. Even if it was a forbidden place, she must at least try. With that in mind, she rushed into the tunnel. Tianhou looked toward Wang Lin and bitterly smiled. "Brother Ceng, do you intend to go in, or will you leave?" Wang Lin remained calm. He didn't respond, but asked, "Brother Tianhou, who is Zhou?" Tianhou's expression became weird. He hesitated for a bit, but didn't speak. Instead, he sent a voice transmission saying, "Brother Ceng, that person is one of the few soul transformation old monsters in Suzaku. His cultivation level is very high. However, he has a nickname, Corpse Lover." Wang Lin was startled. "Corpse Lover?" Tianhou quickly said, "Don't say it out loud. If he hears you, you will die for sure." He clasped his hands and said, "Brother Ceng, I'm going down to see. How about we go together?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. The two of them quickly flew toward the tunnel under the pool of water one after the other. The tunnel under the pool wasn't very deep, and because of the two of them were moving fast, they quickly passed through it. When they exited the tunnel, they entered a world of crystals. This place was covered in white crystals. These crystals released powerful celestial spiritual energy, which was floating everywhere. In the distance, Red Butterfly was collecting celestial spiritual energy with a gourd. Tianhou also revealed look of joy as he quickly took out a green cloth bag. He shook the bag and large amounts of celestial spiritual energy entered it. At the same time, he landed near a chunk of crystal and hit it. Sounds of metal colliding could be heard, but the crystal didn't move at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took out the cleansing wood to absorb the surrounding celestial spiritual energy. The three of them didn't say a word as they focused all their attention on absorbing celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin's cleansing wood wasn't as good as the other two's treasures, so his speed was a lot slower. But before long, a loud boom echoed in the distance, and Zhou Yi's voice reached them. "Old guy, don't push me too far. There is a lot of celestial spiritual energy around here, yet instead of collecting it, you are following me. You have the scent of death on you, so of course I need to follow you." As the two spoke, two rays of light quickly flew toward the three of them, and in the blink of an eye arrived before them. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and grabbed behind him. A giant swirl suddenly appeared behind him, followed by a powerful suctioning force. The surrounding crystals began to crackle as countless cracks appeared on them. Pa pa pa. A large amount of crystals broke off and flew into the swirl. The old man's expression suddenly changed as he quickly moved his hands. A giant coffin suddenly appeared behind him. The coffin was reddish-purple, and only by standing on the coffin was the old man able to resist the suctioning force. The moment the two of them began to use their techniques, the surrounding celestial spiritual energy became chaotic. The old man stared at the swirl and laughed loudly. Imperial Spirit Law? Haha, so you are Zhou. That corpse lover Zhou. I was wondering why you had such a powerful scent of death on you. Then he slapped the coffin, and the coffin released a sound like nails scratching the coffin's lid. This sound was very ear-piercing. It was as if it contained infinite power. At the same time, black smoke came out of the coffin, forming a large hand. The hand was completely dark as he reached toward the swirl. Bang! With a loud bang, the third layer began to shake violently. The ground began to shatter and countless crystals turned to dust. Spatial rifts opened up in the air like big mouths. Large amounts of celestial spiritual energy disappeared into the spatial rifts. In the blink of an eye, there was no more celestial spiritual energy left. Zhou said, with a gloomy expression, "Corpse sect. You must be the corpse sect's head elder. If the two of us were to fight, this fragment would collapse. If it was just a single fragment collapsing, then the two of us could escape thanks to our cultivation. However, I'll tell you this. There are a total of 6 fragments overlapping each other here. If one of them collapses, then all of them will collapse. At that point, even someone who has reached the ascendant stage wouldn't be able to escape." The old man's expression changed. His eyes lit up as he disappeared from the coffin. When he reappeared, he was behind Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly suddenly turned her head. The old man smiled at her. His smile was filled with darkness. "Little girl, I'm going to borrow your body for a bit." Suddenly, several lines of black smoke came out of his body and drilled into her body like little snakes. For the first time, Red Butterfly began to panic. She knew that struggling was useless, so she quickly raised her right hand, revealing a jade bracelet. Her voice was sharp as she shouted, "Senior, do you know this object?" The old man's eyes became serious. The symbol of the core disciples of Suzaku, the open peace bracelet. The small snakes had already drilled into her orifices and her face had turned slightly greenish-black as she struggled to say, "This bracelet is linked to my soul. If I were to die, it would explode. The celestial fragment would collapse as well, so you wouldn't be able to escape either. Even if you were able to escape, you would have no place left to live on Suzaku. This bracelet represents the status of a Suzaku core disciple. They will be able to find you through special means. At that point, you will be hunted by Suzaku." The old man frowned. He snorted and said, "Little girl, relax. I won't kill you." With that, he raised his head toward Zhou and said, "Zhou, I'm going to borrow this girl's body to fight you. That way, we won't have any attacks that will surpass what this fragment can withstand. You should go choose someone as well." Zhou's expression was gloomy as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" The old man sneered, "You have the corpse of a celestial on you. My nose can't be wrong. I want that corpse. Even dragons can have sensitive scales. If someone touches it, it will anger the dragon." For Zhou, his sensitive scale was that female corpse. "Tianhou, someone else is here to steal you. Everyone that wants to steal you must die. Die, die." Zhou's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the old man. Then he pointed at Tianhou and said, "You, come here." Tianhou's expression immediately became ugly. He hesitated for a bit, but didn't dare to resist. So he let out a sigh and flew toward Zhou. A rainbow appeared due to an unknown technique from Zhou that landed on Tianhou's forehead, causing him to begin to resist. Zhou calmly said, "Become my avatar once. Not only will you not die, but you will be able to experience my domain." Tianhou hesitated for a bit before he gave up on resisting. His eyes glowed brighter and brighter as his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. "Haha, among these 3 little fellows, I chose the one with a natural, 5-element body. You chose the ancient giant demon clan. The only one left is a useless normal person. Scram." The old man laughed as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He shot the old man a cold look before turning around to leave. He didn't want to get involved with this mess. Since he was told to leave, he would just leave. Red Butterfly revealed a poisonous look as she suddenly said, "Say, Senior, kill him. If you kill him, I'll give up on resisting and fully support you. But you must promise my safety." The old man was surprised. He raised his head as his eyes lit up and looked like he was about to reach out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he took out the broken restriction flag and sneered. "Red Butterfly, if you wish for this place to collapse, You can try. Restriction flag. The old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the small flag in Wang Lin's hand and took a deep breath. It is only short one restriction from reaching a full 99 set. This person is not lying. Once it reaches a full 99 set, it will attract divine retribution lightning, but it will attract celestial retribution lighting here, which is even more powerful. Once that appears, no one here will survive, including him. The old man revealed a trace of dread in his face as he quickly withdrew his hand. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he stopped by the entrance to the tunnel, looking at the four of them from a distance. Since I'm already here, then I'm in no rush to leave. Why not see how soul transformation cultivators fight? Chapter 315, Stealing Corpse. Qianhou's eyes became brighter and brighter until he finally let out a roar and stood up. Cracking sounds came from his whole body as it grew. He was now a 30-foot-tall giant. Many blue veins were popping out on his body, making the current him look like a demon god. Behind him was an illusionary figure. The figure gradually became solid, revealing itself to be Zhou Yi. As for Zhou Yi's original body, it was sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed. Looking at Red Butterfly, her face was already covered by a blackish-purple color, and her face could no longer be seen bar her red eyes. The ribbon on her hair broke and her hair flowed in the air without any wind. Traces of the scent of death spread out from her body and spread out into the surroundings. An illusionary figure stood behind her as well. This figure was not of the old man, but of a handsome youth. However, upon closer inspection, this youth had the same facial features as the old man. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by black fog. As for his original body, it was sitting in the lotus position on top the coffin with its eyes closed. Although the young man was surrounded by black fog, one could still see weird patterns on his body. This pattern was shaped like a one-horned monster. It looked very fierce. Qianhou let out a roar as his body suddenly began to move. His large body was unexpectedly quick as it charged forward like lightning. He joined his hands to form one fist, and a giant swirl appeared, followed by powerful suctioning force. The handsome young man behind Red Butterfly quickly moved his hands, and Red Butterfly's hands followed. Death aura quickly gathered before her, forming a long bow. The moment Qianhou came roaring at her, the ghostly light in her eyes suddenly shone brightly as she pulled back the long bow string. Bang! The moment she let it go, a ray of death aura formed into an arrow and slammed into Qianhou. Bang! The earth shook, but it didn't collapse. It was clear that Red Butterfly and Qianhou's attacks were still only at late-stage soul formation level. But the law of the heavens contained in these attacks were far beyond what soul formation cultivator could display. Qianhou's body backed up dozens of feet as he coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The illusionary image behind him immediately frowned and formed a seal. Qianhou moved along with him as he began a mysterious chant. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Then a mysterious aura came out from some of the spatial rifts and gathered before Qianhou. In the blink of an eye, a giant sphere formed before him. The sphere released a powerful pressure. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he watched the scene before him. The method of urging the heavens' power to move was clearly more powerful and more intricate than borrowing the heavens' power. The handsome young man's eyes lit up. The illusionary figure turned into smoke and completely entered Red Butterfly. She let out some unwilling and painful groans as her body began to tremble. But soon, four different colored spirit bodies appeared before her. From Red Butterfly's body came a man's voice saying, why is it missing an earth spirit? The moment Wang Lin saw the four spirit bodies, his eyes lit up and he began to ponder. After the four spirit bodies suddenly appeared before Red Butterfly, Qianhou suddenly let out a roar and he revealed a painful expression as the axe on his forehead flickered rapidly. It flickered faster and faster until it left his body and landed on the sphere before him. Suddenly, the sphere shook and began to move in a strange way until it took the shape of a heaven-splitting axe. Every single pore on Qianhou's body spewed out blood, making him look like a person made of blood as he charged toward Red Butterfly. The illusion behind Qianhou slowly said, my domain is craze. Because I have gone crazy for love, I have reached the epitome of madness. This craze can shake the heavens and earth. Qianhou, I'm going to use your body to display my domain that hasn't been shown in over 1,000 years. Even if you die, you can die in peace. There was currently a strange domain appearing around Qianhou's body. The look of pain was no longer on his face. Instead, there was a crazed expression that would shock anyone. His eyes were filled with determination. He no longer looked at Red Butterfly, but at the axe in his hand, and the determination only deepened. This craze didn't have to be for a person. It could be for an object. For Qianhou, it was his axe. His Tao heart at this point was also this axe. As long as the axe didn't shatter, his will to fight wouldn't be extinguished. This determination turned into a powerful fighting aura. At this point, Tianhou stood there like a giant ready to split the sky. The crazed domain contains persistence, an obsessive kind of persistence. Zhou Yi's domain is indeed strange. Although Tianhou is only at the soul formation stage, this fighting aura created by this persistent obsession feels like it could slay celestials. Wang Lin revealed a shock expression as he understood the true meaning of the crazed domain. The ghostly light in Red Butterfly's eyes shined even brighter as she pointed at her brow, causing her rose to appear, but her rose was no longer red, it was now black. Without any hesitation, she plucked the remaining 2 stamens and the remaining petals. Then she threw them at the 4 spirit elements, creating a powerful swirl. At the same time, a cloud of green smoke flew out of Red Butterfly's brow. The moment the smoke appeared, it turned into the handsome young man, and in one smooth motion, he entered the swirl. The swirl immediately stopped moving, and after a series of rumbling sounds fused with the handsome young man. There were some strange movements as the swirl turned into an evil-looking creature. The creature let out a grin and roared. Red Butterfly's body quivered. After the handsome young man left, the black smoke disappeared from her body. She took a few steps back. Her face was terrifyingly pale as she regained consciousness. As Tianhou arrived, he swung his axe down like a meteor. The creature raised one of its claws to match it. Bang! The axe was deflected and countless black flower petals fell from the creature's claw. Tianhou's eyes became vicious as he swung down again. Bang! The creature's claw shattered, revealing 2 stamens. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 attacks from the axe, the flower stamens were all destroyed, but the axe was also shattered by the attack of the creature's horn and turned into sparkling dust. However, the creature also dissipated and turned into nothing. At this moment, the old man sitting on top of the coffin coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His body slumped over and looked like there was no more energy left inside. Tianhou stared dumbfoundedly at his empty right hand. His faith came from this heaven-splitting axe, his battle intent was born from this axe, and his Tao heart was the axe itself. The axe collapsed, so the crazed domain that Zhou Yi had infused into Qi, who also dissipated. Tianhou's eyes became clear, but he immediately let out miserable groans. Pain. His body felt extreme pain. Tianhou fell to the ground head first. His face was completely pale, without a trace of blood. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him and sucked in a breath of cold air. What is my Tao heart? Both Red Butterfly and Tianhou regained their consciousness. Zhou Yi's illusion also returned to his body and slowly descended, but just at this moment, a black claw suddenly appeared in the air and grabbed toward him. This claw was very close to Zhou Yi's body. The expression on his origin soul's face immediately changed, and it let out a roar as he rushed toward his body. He managed to enter his body as the claw came and moved slightly to the side, but he was still hit by the claw. Zhou Yi's abdomen was hit by the claw, which opened up a large wound, from which blood spewed out. This claw's target wasn't Zhou Yi's body, but his bag of holding. Zhou Yi's body had only been grazed by the claw, but as for the bag of holding, it was completely torn apart. Countless objects flew out of the bag, including the pagoda, which was grabbed by the claw before it quickly retreated. No! Zhou Yi's eyes were bloodshot. He ignored the wound on his abdomen and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Anyone that heard this shout would feel sadness. He didn't hesitate at all to give up on his body. His origin soul flew out and chased after the pagoda. Ting I won't allow anyone to steal you from me. I won't allow it. Without his origin soul controlling it, his body fell and blood poured out of it as his face turned purple. His body plummeted to the ground. For Ting Zhou Yi was even willing to let his body be destroyed. Thousands of years' companionship, their daily talks, and their times together year after year. All of these scenes flashed before Zhou Yi's eyes, and he went insane. Ting was his sensitive scale. The origin soul followed like lightning. But just at this moment, the old man on top of the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped off and appeared before Zhou Yi, then started laughing. Zhou Yi, you are indeed powerful. If you were given 1,000 more years, you might even enter the ascended stage. But you didn't know that this old man was the corpse sect's head elder and that I have 3 souls. You only killed one of my souls, so how could I be dead? As he laughed, the claw behind him turned into a young man. The overall features of the young man looked like the old man, and in his hand was the pagoda. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him and took a deep breath. His gaze suddenly turned to the weakened red butterfly. Zhou Yi's eyes revealed a crazed look as he stared at the old man like a beast ready to devour. Return Ting to me. Ting Haha, Zhou Yi, you even gave a corpse a name. This is the corpse of a celestial. I'm afraid that when she was born, you were still in the reincarnation cycle. The old man laughed out loud. The young man behind him also laughed as he hit the pagoda. An array of white light shot out. The female corpse appeared. Chapter 316, Ceng Niu, you dare to kill me. A white dress whiter than snow. A strand of hair like a curtain. A sliver of fragrance that enchants the heart. The moment the female corpse appeared, even the corpse sect's head elder couldn't help but take another look. His mocking words no longer came out. What remained was only shock. Red Butterfly was beautiful, but compared to this female corpse, she was far from a match. Wang Lin only caught a glance from a distance, and his heart couldn't help but quiver. The corpse seemed to have a powerful attraction that made him have thoughts of stealing it. But his mind was very firm, so the moment that thought appeared, it was squashed by him. However, he was covered in cold sweat. How dangerous! He took a deep breath. Then, as he looked around, he saw that she who was no longer cultivating but walking dumbfoundedly toward the female corpse. However, after walking a few meters, he began to struggle as he regained his senses, revealing a terrified expression. Even Red Butterfly revealed a look of confusion, but she was female after all, so her eyes quickly cleared up. Wang Lin's eyes trembled as he locked on to Red Butterfly. The old man from the corpse sect withdrew his gaze. This girl must have been an important character in the celestial realm when she was alive. Even I was mesmerized by her. Ting air. Zhou Yi revealed an obsessed expression as he charged forward. The old man let out a snort as his hand formed seals. He then hit himself on the chest and spewed out a cloud of purple gas. This purple gas turned into chains that surrounded Zhou Yi like a heavenly prison. Zhou Yi, I'm using the corpse sect treasure, which is made for sealing origin souls, to take this girl's corpse. There is no way for you to escape. The old man's body backed up, and the young man who looked like the old man tossed the female corpse into the air. The corpse was caught by the old man. Then the young man turned into smoke and entered the old man's forehead. The old man kept backing up and in the blink of an eye arrived next to the coffin. He quickly flew up toward the sky. Zhou Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, "No!" Bang! Bang! He rammed into the chains with all his power. The chains would flash a purple light every time he rammed into it, but his origin soul would tremble. However, he kept doing it like he didn't feel it at all. He rammed into the chains like a crazed beast who had lost his lover. Bang! Bang! As he rammed into the chain, the surroundings began to show signs of collapse, and the ground began to crack. Zhou Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and he revealed a terrifying gaze, a gaze filled with hatred. There was a hint of obsession, and for this obsession, he went crazy. For this obsession, he went insane. Give Ting air to me. You really are a madman. Zhou Yi, if you return to your body now, you can still save it. If you don't have a body, then you will die in the celestial realm. The old man from the corpse sect saw Zhou Yi's eyes and couldn't help but feel his heart tremble as he flew even faster toward the tunnel above. Seeing that the old man was about to enter the tunnel and leave, Zhou Yi's eyes looked like they were bleeding. He had already forgotten everything in his heart. In this world, the only thing that remained was the corpse that was moving farther and farther away from him. His Ting air. Scenes of the times he had spent with Ting air entered his heart. Having lost Ting air, although his origin no longer had a heart, he could feel it in pain. The pain came from his soul, his origin soul. This pain was too powerful, too powerful. No! Ting air. Zhou Yi's body suddenly began to burn. It then shattered into countless shiny specks that charged out from the chain. Burning your origin soul? You madman. The old man's face changed. Burning one's origin soul meant death. Zhou Yi was willing to die for a corpse. When a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator burns his origin soul, he gains power extremely close to a late-stage soul transformation cultivators. The moment his origin soul got back together, he quickly charged forward. Like a man made of fire, he caught up to the old man who was next to the tunnel in almost an instant. Give Ting air back to me. Each of his words were filled with emotion. Zhou Yi didn't use any techniques. He simply slammed toward the old man with his origin soul. But this made it even more terrifying. If it was a technique, there would be a way to break it. However, colliding head-on with the almost solid origin soul of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator could only be called terrifying for the old man. Kaka! Kaka! A large number of spatial rifts appeared in the sky and the ground collapsed. The fragment began to collapse. Qian let out a bitter expression. Without a word, he jumped toward the entrance. Red Butterfly followed closely behind him. The old man's face changed greatly. At this moment, he pointed at his brow, and the third soul came out. The young man appeared before him to block Zhou Yi. However, the moment the third soul appeared, It collided with Zhou Yi's body and was destroyed. Give Ting Air back to me. The fire on Zhou Yi burned even stronger. The craze in his eyes intensified. He looked like a fierce beast. Madman. The corpse-sex old man felt his skull go numb as he threw the female corpse down. He wasn't willing to lose his life here for a female corpse. Zhou Yi grabbed the female corpse. His eyes were filled with emotion as he let out a satisfying smile. Ting Air, no one can take you away, no one. The collapse of the surroundings became even greater as the number of spatial rifts in the sky increased. Wang Lin had been locked on to Red Butterfly for a long time. At this moment, his eyes lit up. Now is the time. Wang Lin's body charged toward Red Butterfly like lightning. Qian saw this scene and opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Escaping with his life was more important at the moment. Wang Lin was very quick. In almost an instant, he was only 300 feet from Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly's face changed greatly. Although her cultivation had recovered a bit, she had lost too many magic treasures. There were hidden injuries on her body, and she could no longer maintain the power of a late-stage soul formation cultivator. It could be said that this was the lowest point she had ever been in her life. She couldn't do anything but shout, Ceng Niu, if you kill me, Suzaku won't forgive you. Haha. Red Butterfly, a genius like you shouldn't be threatening me like that. Wang Lin laughed as he slapped his bag of holding, causing the restriction flag to come out. He shook the flag and restriction gas came out. It coiled around Wang Lin like vicious dragons. Condense. After Wang Lin shouted, all of the restriction gas gathered together to form the lance in Wang Lin's hand as he walked toward Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly, didn't you want to fight me again? The current Wang Lin looked like an angel as he lunged with his lance. Rip. A large spatial rift was opened up by the power of the lance. Whoosh. Wang Lin jumped over the 300 feet distance with the restriction lance aimed at Red Butterfly's head. Ceng Niu, you are crazy. This place is collapsing. If you don't escape now, you will never make it out of here. Red Butterfly's expression changed greatly. She quickly took out a white flying sword to block the attack. She couldn't dodge and she couldn't teleport, so she had to block. Behind her was a spatial rift. Beside her was a spatial rift. She was surrounded by spatial rifts. If she were to get caught inside without a star compass or the courage to burn her origin soul, then the only path left for her would be death. Bang! The white flying sword shattered, and the pieces scattered in all directions, mostly disappearing into the spatial rifts. Wang Lin's lance also shrunk quite a bit, but it was now even more fierce. My life and death are none of your concern. It won't be too late to leave after I kill you. Wang Lin laughed, but his body trembled as Red Butterfly's ruthless domain suddenly arrived. This domain was very powerful. Wang Lin couldn't stop it, but he could resist it for a few breaths. As long as he kills her within those few breaths, the domain will collapse. Wang Lin had to kill Red Butterfly. This girl had tried to kill him multiple times. She will definitely be a problem in the future. Red Butterfly clenched her teeth. As the lance arrived, she raised her hand and used the white jade bracelet to block it. Ding! Wang Lin's lance collapsed again, turning back into restriction gas. It wasn't able to condense again. A powerful domain washed over Wang Lin, causing his mind to become confused. However, Wang Lin's determination was very powerful. Although his talent was average, his mental fortitude was not normal. During his youth, when he didn't know any techniques and was climbing the mountain back in the Hengyu sect, his mental strength was already enough to shock people. After 400 years of experience, it was now as firm as steel. Despite the domain affecting him, his body didn't stop. He flipped his right hand, and 9 wood carvings appeared before him. Time. The 9 carvings suddenly became 9 puppets with blood veins moving within them. A wave of the time domain descended. Red Butterfly flew backwards after using the white jade bracelet to block the lance, and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding area started to collapse even faster. The void had already started devouring some areas. Ceng Niu, I'm a core disciple of Suzaku. If you kill me, you will die a terrible death. Red Butterfly was scared. This time, she was truly scared. The moment her body backed up, the time domain spread out from the 9 wood carvings. She shouted, Time domain. This time domain came from Qing Song of the 4-sect alliance. He was at the mid-stage of soul formation, so his domain already contained the ability to attack. Wang Lin's 2 fingers slashed down like a sharp knife, ready to carve. Under the effect of the time domain, Red Butterfly's body couldn't help but slow down a bit. Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with hatred as she raised her right hand and recited some strange chant. Suddenly, the white jade bracelet released a bright light. Under this light, the time domain instantly collapsed, and Wang Lin felt waves of pain coming from his finger. This feeling was the same as when he touched that celestial sword. Chapter 317. Those who seek Tao are willing to die at sunset if they could gain the right path in the morning. The bracelet released a large amount of white light that gathered together to form a black hole behind Red Butterfly. The black hole revealed an altar-like place. This place was in Suzaku. Ceng Niu, I'll remember you. Yes, you. It is you who forced me to give up one level of cultivation to use this bracelet. I'll remember this. The hate in Red Butterfly's voice was intense as she quickly backed up and flew toward the black hole. The open peace bracelet, aside from its normal ability, had one extra ability, which was to open up a portal from the celestial realm back to Suzaku and allow the user to return safely. This bracelet was originally obtained by Suzaku from the celestial realm, so how it had this ability was not a mystery. It was also because of this that Red Butterfly wasn't really that afraid of anything. However, the price for using it was too great. Once she returns to Suzaku, her cultivation level will no longer be late-stage soul formation, but mid-stage soul formation. Wang Lin was starting to lose control of the ruthless domain inside his body. Seeing that Red Butterfly was about to leave, he felt very frustrated. If it wasn't for that bracelet, she would have surely died today. Once she returns to Suzaku, it will be very hard to find an opportunity as good as this one to kill her. Wang Lin shouted, "Red Butterfly, look at what this is." Wang Lin raised his right hand. Suddenly, a fan with only 2 feathers appeared in his hand. Red Butterfly's eyes suddenly locked onto the fan and expressed shock. Her feet unconsciously paused for a moment. Senior sister's fan. What Wang Lin wanted was this pause. He endured the ruthless domain in his body as he threw the fan forward, and then his origin soul flew out. His origin soul flew out, grabbed the fan, and pulled off one of the feathers. The feather began to burn and turned into a shadow shaped like Wang Lin. However, the shadow had no features, just darkness. The moment the shadow appeared, Wang Lin's origin soul shouted, "Explode!" Boom. The shadow exploded and the destructive force charged toward Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly's face changed again, and she quickly backed up. She was now inside the black hole, but at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul arrived. "Stay!" Wang Lin's right hand reached out and viciously grabbed toward Red Butterfly. Just as Red Butterfly was about to resist, the shock wave from the shadow's explosion arrived, causing her to let out a painful groan and cough out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Wang Lin's hand arrived. Wang Lin was giving it his all. He was completely ignoring the chance that his body would be damaged due to his origin soul leaving it. This attack contained the intent to kill. Red Butterfly raised her right hand to block the attack. A ray of white light shone from her body. This light was very dangerous to origin souls. Wang Lin could feel his origin soul weakening at a very fast pace. Rip! Wang Lin clawed down, and with a flash of Red Butterfly's right arm was torn off by Wang Lin. Wang Lin saw Red Butterfly without a right arm fall into the hole with her eyes closed. The hole then quickly folded upon itself and closed. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He grabbed the other feather with his origin soul and quickly returned to his body. After the black hole was closed, he returned to his body. Late-stage soul formation cultivators are too hard to kill. Wang Lin held the remaining feather and the right arm and quickly charged toward the entrance. He had used everything he had. He even picked the moment when her life-saving treasure was used up and she was at her weakest, but he was still unable to kill her. Although I haven't killed her, with this arm, I can use countless curses to ensure that she will forever remain at the soul formation stage. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he revealed an evil expression. My cultivation is still not enough. If I was at the mid-stage of soul formation, the result of today's battle would be different. Wang Lin sighed again. His battle with Red Butterfly wasn't long. It only lasted a few breaths. Madman. He really is a madman. The corpse sect old man who had thrown the corpse down cursed as he flew toward the entrance. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds came from the entrance, and it collapsed. The old man stared dumbfoundedly at the entrance with a bitter expression on his face. Not only him, but even Qi, who was startled. When Wang Lin saw that the entrance had collapsed, he immediately turned around and rushed toward the ground. This fragment had many overlapping layers. Since he could no longer go up, he had to go down instead. While Zhou Yi and the old man were fighting, he used his divine sense to secretly search the area. Now that he had a target, he arrived next to a hole on the ground that hadn't collapsed yet in almost an instant. Without any hesitation, he charged in. The old man from the corpse sect turned around, spread out his divine sense, and charged toward the hole Wang Lin went down into. Qi, who touched his bag of holding. Inside it was the star compass, but it was too damaged to use, and he didn't know how to repair it. Helpless, he followed behind the old man. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. Tianhou, look. The person that stole you is escaping. I said it before. Anyone that dares to steal you must die. Let me use the last of my life to kill this person, then we can disappear together in this void. How about that? Strange. Why do I feel like I don't know you that well? It feels like I'm remembering something. It feels like I'm remembering something. Tianhou. Zhou Yi hugged the woman with deep passion in his eyes, but this passion soon changed into confusion. He kissed the woman's lips and frowned before chasing after the old man from the corpse sect with confusion in his eyes. Wang Lin entered the tunnel and quickly descended. The sounds of the third layer collapsing gradually faded. Although all of the layers were going to collapse eventually, the fourth layer was the safest spot at the moment. As Wang Lin descended, he secretly thought, the only way to leave this place is with Tianhou's star compass. He continued to descend for a long time before he saw a light at the end. However, he didn't charge out but hugged the wall of the tunnel. A few breaths later, a figure quickly flew through the tunnels. The moment this person passed Wang Lin, he paused for a moment and snorted before flying toward the light. Shortly after, Tianhou also came down and was startled by Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately flew out and sent a voice transmission saying, Tianhou, our cultivation levels are the lowest here. We need to be careful of that old man from the corpse sect. Tianhou nodded. The two of them came out of the tunnel at the same time. The moment they came out, both of them were startled. What appeared before them was a very majestic group of palaces. The palaces went on for as far as the eye could see, and all of them were made of spirit stones. The central palace was the most majestic. Even from this distance, they could feel the pressure of the celestial spiritual energy. Tianhou sucked in a breath of cold air. Could the center palace be made of celestial jade? Wang Lin's divine sense was much more powerful than Tianhou's. After sweeping the area, he was shocked as well. However, he found out that the central palace wasn't made of pure celestial jade. It had spirit stones mixed in. But even so, it showed just how powerful the owner of this palace was. A celestial king's palace. A very happy voice came from the distance. His face showed that he was completely shocked before he let out a loud laugh. I don't know which celestial king's palace this is, but considering how well preserved it is, it must have the corpse of a celestial inside. The old man laughed as he charged forward to enter one of the palaces. Just at this moment, Zhou Yi appeared with the female corpse in his arms. Right after he appeared, he began to walk forward. Although it looked like he was going slowly, it only took him 3 steps to arrive before the old man from the corpse sect. Zhou Yi stared at the female corpse and passionately said, Tianhou, after I kill him, let us go into the void, okay? I can feel that I have began to weaken. However, I feel like I finally understand something. I seem to have remembered something from the past. I seem to remember who you are. The old man's expression immediately changed as he backed up. Zhou Yi raised his head, looked at the old man, and then suddenly slammed toward him. Being charged at by someone with the power of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator was a nightmare for anyone. The old man's expression changed again as he quickly dodged. The old man angrily shouted, Zhou Yi, you madman! I even returned the corpse to you. Why haven't you dissipated yet? This place must contain other corpses as well. Go find them if you want. Why are you still chasing me? Zhou Yi looked at the female corpse tenderly before kissing her forehead and closing his eyes. When he opened them, they were no longer filled with love, but with clarity. Eyes as clear as this should never appear on Zhou Yi. It was as clear as the distinction between black and white. He took one step forward, and suddenly there was a thunderous roar in the sky. During this thunderous roar, Zhou Yi turned into a burning meteor as he charged toward the old man. The surrounding sky began to roar as the collapse started again. However, it was much more noticeable in the sky this time around. Sounds of tearing echoed in the sky. It was as if there was an invisible hand tearing the sky open. My domain is Craze. My Dao heart is Tianhou. To die for Tianhou, I'm completely satisfied. Zhou Yi's voice came from the burning meteor. This meteor flew across the sky, creating sonic booms all the while. I, Zhou Yi, have reached the end of my life, but I have no regrets. The old man's expression changed again as he cursed and immediately backed up. He knew that Zhou Yi was about to die. If he could stall for just a bit longer, Zhou Yi would dissipate. I never thought that at the end of my life, thanks to my own origin soul burning, I would finally understand. Zhou Yi's voice contained a hint of resignation and a sliver of regret as he echoed across the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and a powerful pressure pressed down from the sky. Wang Lin's body didn't have any power to resist. He was pushed down from the sky and was rendered immobile on the ground. He looked at Tianhou, who was even worse off. Tianhou was unprepared for this pressure and was now pressed firmly on the ground without any power to resist it. Even the palaces on the ground were turned into rubble by this pressure, except for the central palace, but even that began to show cracks. Wang Lin's heart was terrified as he stared at the burning meteor in shock. Even with his mental strength, his body involuntarily trembled. So this is Tao. Unfortunately, this is the end of my life. Master once said that those who seek Tao are willing to die at sunset if they could gain the right path in the morning. So this is what he meant. Chapter 318, Two Gifts. A fist-sized red bead appeared on Zhou Yi's forehead, but it immediately crumbled and fused with the burning meteor. The flame around the meteor disappeared, revealing a figure of red light that stood between Earth and the heavens. His face revealed signs of deep regret as his left finger casually pointed at the old man. The old man was about to dodge, but he found out that he couldn't move his body. His face became pale as he stared at Zhou Yi with shock. He bitterly said, "Ascendant, when I came to the celestial realm for the first time, I met you. The crazed domain was something you forced onto me. I know your goal now and I understand it all, but I don't regret it. If I were given another chance, I would choose to meet you again." Zhou Yi didn't even look at the old man. He only stared at the female corpse in his arms. He was once a very talented disciple in the Five Elements sect and had much more determination than a normal person. He cultivated the five-element method and passed the rest of his fellow disciples one by one until he finally became the disciple of the only late-stage soul transformation elder in the sect, and his cultivation level continued to increase. When he reached the soul formation stage, his master gifted him the rain cauldron, but no one could have expected how much he would change. In the celestial realm, he entered one of its palaces and saw a female corpse. From that moment on, he was enchanted by her and left his old self behind. In his eyes, this female corpse was his everything. For this female corpse, he left his sect. His master wasn't willing to kill his own beloved disciple, so after letting out 3 long sighs, let him go. Corpse lover, madman, all kind of rumors spread across Suzaku. However, none of this affected him. He didn't regret any of it. Borrowing the crazed domain, his cultivation became even more powerful until he reached the soul transformation stage. His master failed to reach the ascendant stage and had reached the end of his lifespan. On the day his master died, Zhou Yi knelt before the Five Elements sect. He knelt for 7 days. After that, he acted 3 times to save the Five Elements sect, but he was no longer one of its disciples. At this moment, all of these things appeared in Zhou Yi's heart. The old man had already given up on struggling. He didn't have any chance against an ascendant cultivator. The difference in domains could destroy everything. Zhou Yi's eyes were filled with clarity. Although they no longer contained the same tenderness, they were now filled with a powerful domain. He lowered his head, gently kissed the female corpse's forehead, and turned his gaze to Wang Lin and Qihu. In the end, his eyes fell on Qihu and he calmly said, "Little brother, help me take care of my wife, okay?" Qihu's body was grabbed by a mysterious power. He looked at Zhou Yi with a terrified expression. "This?" Zhou Yi frowned. Qihu smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't want this corpse at all. If the elders in his clan were to find out about this, it would affect him too much. But right now, this was a request from a dying ascendant cultivator. No one would dare to refuse. Qihu took a deep breath and said, "Junior is willing." Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "You are the giant demon clan's young master, so it is natural that you would be afraid to follow in my footsteps. Forget it." With that, his gaze turned to Wang Lin and he gently asked, "Are you willing to help me?" Wang Lin immediately felt the pressure on his body lessen. When he got up, he heard Zhou Yi's words and began to ponder. Zhou Yi looked at Wang Lin and said, "My wife requires celestial jade to ensure that her body doesn't change. Every 1,000 years, you will need 1,000 pieces of celestial jade. It's a bit difficult, but not too difficult. Are you willing to help?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit and said, "I don't dare to promise that I can obtain that much celestial jade." Zhou Yi smiled as he looked into the sky and said, "Good little brother, I won't let you help me for thousands of years for nothing." Wang Lin stared at Zhou Yi but didn't say a word. Zhou Yi reached out and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, the palace on the ground that hadn't collapsed yet collapsed and pieces of celestial jade flew out of it. In the air, these celestial jades formed a pagoda. Zhou Yi looked at the female corpse one last time before throwing her toward the pagoda, and she disappeared inside. Zhou Yi pointed with his right hand, and the pagoda shrunk. The shrunken pagoda flew into Wang Lin's hand. The moment he touched the pagoda, a mysterious force entered his body. There was now an extra imprint in his origin soul. "This pagoda contains my domain. If you find a cold place and place this pagoda down, it will form a barrier 100 meters wide. Unless someone has a higher cultivation level than my current self, they won't be able to pass the barrier without your consent. Zhou Yi smiled at Wang Lin as he pointed at his own brow. A red jade the size of his fingernail appeared, and he flicked it toward Wang Lin. The moment this red jade appeared, the collapse of the fragment seemed to pause for a moment. This red jade seemed to release the power of the laws of the heavens. When Wang Lin saw this red jade, he felt the same feeling he had felt back when he was turning into a mortal and first touched the law of reincarnation. This jade contained a power similar to that, causing Wang Lin to take a deep breath. This is the first gift I give you, an ascendant crystal. This item is useless to you right now, but if one day you are about to reach the ascendant stage, then this item can help you. The old man stared at the crystal with a strong desire for it on his face. He knew far too well the worth of this item. Although this item has no abilities at all, it forms when a cultivator reaches the ascendant stage. It contains their perception of the heavens. If he could obtain this item, then his chance of reaching the ascendant stage would increase by 30%. The only purpose of this item was to allow the user to have a second chance during the life and death choices in the attempt to reach the ascendant stage. Once an ascendant cultivator loses their ascendant crystal, their cultivation will continue to drop until they die. This crystal is almost no different from their life. Even Zhou Yi had just formed his. Qian also stared dumbfoundedly at the ascendant crystal. He was the young master of the giant demon clan after all, so he knew more than most. He was able to recognize it at first glance and felt a deep sense of regret. Although he knew that Zhou Yi wouldn't ask someone to look after his wife for free, he didn't think that Zhou Yi would hand out a gift like this. If he knew this beforehand, he wouldn't have hesitated at all and agreed. Also, from what Zhou Yi had said before, this was only the first gift, meaning there was likely a second present, a third present. The regret in Qian's heart had reached its limit. The expression on those two's faces made Zhou Yi very proud. He pointed at the old man, and the old man's body flew up into Zhou Yi's hand. Zhou Yi calmly said, "My second gift to you is this person, the head elder of the corpse sect. I can spare your life, but you must become a slave for 1,000 years. Are you willing?" Before absolute power, the head elder of the corpse sect only had to choose, live or die. The old man bitterly said, "My life won't even last another 100 years, so how can I be a slave for 1,000 years? You might as well kill me. If you want to die, then I can help you. With my remaining strength, I can refine you into a puppet. Although your cultivation level will drop, it will be considered my second gift." With that, Zhou Yi pointed toward the old man's forehead. He only needed to point at the old man's forehead, and this corpse sect head elder would die. The finger slowly got closer. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat. The scent of death infinitely increased. Although he had less than 100 years left to live, if he could break through to the late stage of soul transformation, his lifespan would be extended. Also, with the corpse sect's methods, he had many ways to extend his life. The moment the finger came, he bitterly said, "I agree." Zhou Yi's right hand didn't stop, but moved faster until it touched the old man's forehead. His other hand pointed at Wang Lin, and Wang Lin's body involuntarily flew toward him. A mysterious light came out from the old man's forehead, traveled through Zhou Yi, and made its way into Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately felt like he could sense all of the corpse sect head elder's intentions, and with just a thought, he could destroy the old man's soul. The head elder of the corpse sect let out a sigh as he rather unnaturally turned toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "This old slave son Tai greets master." The bitterness in his heart couldn't be described. Qian stared at the scene before him. The regret in his heart had already reached a monstrous level. A soul transformation slave. This, if I were to return to my clan with this, then I would no longer be the young master, but the head of the clan. With this person in my hands, aside from inside the country of Suzaku, I would be able to freely walk the planet. I shouldn't have hesitated. Zhou Yi's body was reaching its end. It no longer looked solid. It seemed like he was ready to disappear. He looked around and eventually said to Wang Lin, "Take good care of her." Wang Lin took a deep breath and nodded. Everything had happened very quickly. Even now, he still couldn't believe what he had gained. Zhou Yi saw Wang Lin nod and smiled. At this moment, his body started to dissipate, starting from his feet. At the end, there was still a smile on his face. "Master, if there is an afterlife, I'm still your disciple." Just at this moment, the pagoda flew out of Wang Lin's hand and expanded. It released a white light, and the female corpse came out on its own and floated in the air. Chapter 319, Biting the Master. This scene shocked everyone except Zhou Yi, whose body had already half dissipated. He calmly looked at her. "Tianhou, don't mess around. Go back." A mysterious voice suddenly came out of the female corpse. You won't die. At this moment, a series of roars came from the sky. Thanks to the words of the female corpse, the fragment above them suddenly collapsed. An endless barrage of powerful winds descended from the sky and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The female corpse slowly opened her eyes. Bang! Bang! The moment she opened her eyes, the ground suddenly shattered. It wasn't just the ground below their feet this time. The two fragments below collapsed as well. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock. He backed up immediately. He wasn't the only one that was shocked. Qihu's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Only the old man's eyes lit up. Then he seemed to remember something, and then his expression turned into one of deep fear. First rain sword appear. A ray of golden light came from deep down below them. As the golden light got closer, Wang Lin felt a powerful sword intent coming toward them. That female corpse stepped forward and grabbed the light. Suddenly, a sword hymn that pierced through the entire celestial realm rang out. The female corpse held the golden light and pointed at Zhou Yi's burning origin soul. Zhou Yi's origin soul was sucked into the golden light. Having protected me for more than 2,000 years, you worked hard. I give you the soul of a celestial sword. In 10,000 years, you will become a celestial emperor. She turned around and coldly looked at Qihu and the old man. Finally, her gaze fell on Wang Lin. She looked at him carefully. Then she gently waved her hand, and the pagoda flew toward Wang Lin. Then the golden light in her hand turned into a giant, golden dragon that took her and left through the void. At this moment, every single cultivator, no matter which fragment they were on, was terrified after they heard this sword hymn. Even those in life and death fights couldn't help but stop. On one of the centermost fragments of the celestial realm, a green-robed scholar suddenly raised his head, revealing his shining eyes. He whispered, Rain Celestial Sword. That's right. Only the Rain Celestial Sword can let out such a sword hymn. Only, I don't know which one. A mysterious light appeared in his eyes as he jumped into the air. He closed his eyes for a bit, and then charged toward the origin of the sword hymn like lightning. On a fragment in the northwest of the celestial realm sat a purple-robed old man. He looked at the sky with a serious expression. After pondering for a bit, he took one step and flew toward the sword hymn. Is it the Rain Celestial Sword? If my Sword sect gets it, then our power will definitely increase several-fold. I have a celestial beast which I can use to take control of the celestial sword from the celestial sword spirit within the sword. He flew up, and suddenly a two-horned Qian appeared in the air. He stepped on top of the Qian's head, and the Qian shot 2 streams of hot air from its nose. The moment those 2 streams of hot air came out, the celestial fragment he was on collapsed. A large number of spatial rifts began to appear as the ground collapsed. The void began to devour the fragment, but none of it affected the old man. The Qian jumped into one of the rifts and disappeared. As for Wang Lin, both of the fragments above and below him had collapsed. Qihu was completely dumbfounded, and his face was filled with panic. Wang Lin shouted, Qihu, Star Compass. The spatial rifts were beginning to connect with each other, and the ground had completely disappeared into the void. The void kept on closing in on them. Qihu immediately woke up, and without a word took out the star compass. This compass was already badly damaged, and another crack was added the moment it appeared. However, they couldn't be too bothered with it. Qihu jumped to the center of the compass. Wang Lin landed on the compass almost at the same time as Qihu, and the location he picked was the eastern corner. As for Sun Tai, he looked at where the female corpse had disappeared, and in a flash sat down next to Wang Lin. Sun Tai calmly said, The Star Compass, one of the giant demon clan's prized treasures. Sadly, it is a defective product. Qihu bitterly smiled. He clenched his teeth as he controlled the compass to move toward the void. Sun Tai's eyes lit up as he said to Wang Lin, Ceng Niu, this void is very dangerous, and this compass is too damaged to move very far. If you agree to release the seal, I can promise to safely return you to Suzaku. How about it? The reason he called Wang Lin master was because Zhou Yi was there. He had to at least act like he agreed. Now that Zhou Yi was dead, how could he, a soul transformation cultivator, be willing to become a slave? Aside from death, this was the biggest disgrace he could face. He wished he could kill Wang Lin and refine him into a mummy. Sun Tai slowly said, You don't have to answer me now, and this old man won't let you release the seal for nothing. I'll gift you 2 late-stage soul formation puppets. With them around, your safety in the future is secured. I can also gift you cultivation methods. Just say what kind you want, and I'll find a way to get them for you. In addition, I have celestial pills and medication. As long as you agree, we can work it out. Wang Lin looked at Sun Tai and calmly said, With senior's cultivation, you of course won't agree to become someone's slave. This I understand. However, not to mention the fact that I don't even know how to release the seal. Even if I could, I wouldn't immediately release it. Sun Tai frowned and coldly said, "Little brat, do you really think you are my master?" Wang Lin calmly shook his head and said, "It is Senior Zhou Yi's will, not mine. Also, does Senior think I'm a child? I'm afraid that the first thing Senior will do after I release the seal is kill me." Sun Tai's face was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. After a while, he let out a laugh, but his laugh was filled with evil intent. "Speak. What would it take for you to release the seal?" Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. "I don't know the technique to release the seal, so how can I release it?" Sun Tai suddenly stood up as he stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Little brat, if you refuse the toast of victory, then you'll drink the bitter wine of defeat instead. I'm the head elder of the corpse sect of Suzaku, a soul transformation cultivator. I refuse to bow to anyone, especially a junior like you that I can kill with 2 fingers. Also, don't think that you can kill me with your command. I can tell you that I don't just have 3 souls, but a 4th one as well. This 4th soul is inside the body in the coffin. You can cause the soul in this body to shatter, but when it does, my 4th soul will kill you." Wang Lin smiled as he realized something and said, "For Senior to say all of this, you must have some other meaning behind it all, besides to tell me to release the seal. Senior must already know that this seal is not something I can release." Sun Tai stared at Wang Lin. After carefully looking at Wang Lin for a while, he said, "Good. No wonder you are someone who Zhou Yi chose. You are smarter than most. I'll naturally look for a method of breaking the seal myself, but before that, you must take a trip with me. I'm going to trap you somewhere. Only then can I relax. However, you don't have to worry. I swear that once the seal has been released, I'll compensate you." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Sun Tai, I wonder if I were to die, would your 3rd soul be affected?" "Don't worry, I won't let you die." Sun Tai sneered as he reached toward Wang Lin. "The slave seal isn't stable. Use the pagoda to protect yourself." This was the last phrase Zhou Yi said to him before he dissipated. Wang Lin remained calm as he stared at Sun Tai and watched his hand come closer. Just as Sun Tai was about to grab Wang Lin, a white light shined from Wang Lin's bag of holding and the pagoda appeared. This white light contained Zhou Yi's ascendant-level craze domain. Sun Tai let out a painful groan as he quickly backed up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Zhou Yi said that this pagoda could counter Sun Tai, but he didn't say anything about the 4th soul. He couldn't let Sun Tai know of this. Thinking of this, he held the pagoda in his hand and suddenly rushed out. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he sneered, "Sun Tai, the domain on his pagoda normally only pushes people out and has no harmful effect. However, it is harmful for you. This is something Senior Zhou Yi secretly did to counter you." Sun Tai's face became gloomy. That light from the pagoda was very harmful to him. He knew that this was due to the seal in his body. He continued to retreat. Wang Lin continued to move forward as he coldly shouted, "If it was any other sect, I wouldn't know much, but since it is the corpse sect, I know quite a bit. The corpse puppet inside that coffin can't contain your 4th soul. It is most likely someone else's soul. Even if it is your 4th soul, it is a broken soul." Sun Tai's face was very ugly. His voice was hoarse as he said, "If you don't believe me, you can try it." Wang Lin laughed as he stared at Sun Tai. He took a step forward and shouted, "Sun Tai, do you really think I won't dare to try? With Senior Zhou Yi's cultivation, do you really think he would leave behind such an unstable disaster like you? With only one thought, you will die for sure. Even if you do have a 4th soul, Senior Zhou Yi already considered it. Seeing how your cultivation level isn't easy to obtain, I didn't want to kill you, but seeing that you want a rebel, then you should die." Sun Tai's eyes lit up. While he showed none of it on the outside, he began to doubt himself. It was true, considering Zhou Yi's cultivation level. How could he leave behind any issues for this junior? Could it be that Zhou Yi somehow unknowingly factored in all of his abilities? Sun Tai's heart trembled. "Sun Tai, do you not remember that the female corpse flicked the pagoda at me? Could you not see the hidden meaning behind it?" Wang Lin's voice was even louder and was filled with a sense of majesty. He stepped forward with the pagoda in his hand, and at this moment, he looked unstoppable. Sun Tai was convinced by Wang Lin's words. He was now scared and continued to retreat. Chapter 320, Compass. What hidden meaning? Sun Tai's heart was in panic, but he didn't show any of it. Wang Lin let out a laugh and continued to move forward. "You should eventually figure out the hidden meaning yourself. If you still don't understand it by the end, then that will be the end of your life." Sun Tai continued to back up. He moved even faster this time and quickly got far away. "I won't lower myself to deal with a junior like you. If you dare to destroy my 3rd soul, You will see how I will retaliate. With that, he quickly flew off into the distance and no longer talked about trapping Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood in place as he coldly watched Sun Tai disappear into the distance. Only after he was gone did Wang Lin finally relax a bit. This Sun Tai's cultivation level was too high. This type of slave was something Wang Lin would never want. It seemed even Zhou Yi didn't realize that Sun Tai had a fourth soul. Wang Lin secretly thought, even if he has a fourth soul, if his third soul were to die, his cultivation level would drop greatly. It might even leave behind a hidden wound. If that happens, Sun Tai won't be scared away by just a few words from me. He turned and flew toward Tianhou and the compass. Wang Lin knew that what just happened was very dangerous. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would have been caught by Sun Tai. If I can destroy Sun Tai's fourth soul, then I can really take him as my slave. Wang Lin quickly returned to the star compass. Brother Ceng, that Sun Tai is the corpse sect's head elder. You have to be careful in the future. Qian saw what had just happened, and Wang Lin's status increased in his mind. As the giant demon clan's young master, instead of making enemies, he wanted to become friends with heroes. Throughout their journey, Wang Lin had shown both his wit and determination. His cultivation was also very amazing, which made Qian want to make Wang Lin his friend. Wang Lin smiled and said, "No need to worry." If Qian bitterly smiled, "Brother Ceng, the star compass is a very rare treasure. Even in all of Suzaku, there aren't many. Our giant demon sect only has one from back when we moved to this planet, but now it has been broken by me. When I get back, I'll be punished into closed-door cultivation for sure." Wang Lin calmly smiled and said, "Brother Qian, although we haven't known each other for long, we have been through life and death together. I won't lie to you. I can repair this star compass." Qian was startled. He was just thinking about what to do without the star compass. Not only would their speed slow down a lot, they also wouldn't have the map to guide them. It would take them a long time to leave this place by flying on their own, and there were countless dangerous creatures that lived in the void. If Brother Ceng can repair this star compass, then the two of us can definitely leave this place. Qian didn't ask how Wang Lin knew how to repair this very rare star compass. Everyone had their secrets, and if Wang Lin didn't speak, then it would only be rude to ask. Wang Lin silently smiled as he looked at Qian. Qian immediately understood and quickly said, "Brother Ceng, I won't ask you to repair this star compass for nothing. If there is anything you need, just ask." Wang Lin shook his head. The material to repair the star compass is too precious, and it also requires a large amount of spiritual energy. If I repair this star compass, it will need to belong to me. I hope Brother Qian can understand. Qian's expression didn't change. He remained silent. This star compass was an important treasure to his family. Although it was useless now, to simply give it away would make him feel very frustrated. Wang Lin gently smiled. "If it is too difficult for Brother Qian, I'm still willing to fix it for you as a token of my friendship." Qian raised his head. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Brother Ceng, is what you're saying true?" Wang Lin smiled. "It is true. However, I will need this star compass for something in the future, so when I need to borrow it, don't reject me." Qian stared at Wang Lin and secretly wondered if what he was saying was true or if he was lying. However, he suddenly laughed and gave up on thinking about it. No matter if what Wang Lin was saying was true or if it was a lie, the meaning was still the same. If Ceng Niu is trying to force me or trick me, then even if I were to give him the star compass, I would not be happy. If that happens and I make it out of here alive, I will definitely find a way to take revenge. However, the way he is speaking is filled with sincerity. He does indeed consider me a friend. And Ceng Niu's cultivation is very shocking. He also received the Ascendant Crystal from Zhou Yi, making him the person in my generation most likely to reach the Ascendant stage. If I make friends with him now, he might be able to help my clan in the future. Thinking about this, he regretfully said, "Brother Ceng, since you consider me a friend, how could I be stingy? If you were to try to borrow it in the future, with the temper of those old guys back at home, there is no way they would easily lend it to you. So today I might as well gift it to you." Wang Lin smiled. He clasped his hands and said, "Thanks." Without a word, Qian waved his hand, and the star compass returned to his hand. He wiped away his imprint on the compass and handed it Wang Lin. "Brother Ceng, this star compass is now yours." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "I will have to ask Brother Qian to protect me. I'm going to refine it now. You want me to protect you?" Qian stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Brother Ceng, I, Qian, really do consider you a friend, so please rest assured." Wang Lin didn't say anything as he sat down in the lotus position in the air. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the purple gold stone. After placing a few seals on it, He began to refine the purple gold stone. Without moving from the lotus position, Wang Lin released a large amount of wandering souls from his brow. Normal people couldn't see the wandering souls, but if Tianhou attempts to attack him, the wandering souls will protect Wang Lin. After 400+ years of killing, Wang Lin would not easily trust anyone. After a long time, the purple gold liquid floated before him. The mix of purple and gold light was very pretty. If there was no star compass and he had to make one from nothing, it would simply require too many materials. Although this star compass was heavily damaged, it was much easier to repair it than to make a new one. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the purple gold liquid and fused it with the star compass. Then his hand quickly formed seals from the ancient god's memories to quickly refine it. The complex symbols on the compass began to shine. As time passed, more and more symbols on the compass began to flash rapidly. Tianhou was still very alert with his divine sense spread out. He would notice anything happening within 100 meters of them. He didn't dare to spread it out too far, as there were far too many dangers lurking in this void. If he were to spread his divine sense out too far, it would only act as a light to guide those creatures that lived here. Tianhou didn't look at the seals and techniques Wang Lin was using at all. There was a 20-foot wide hole around Wang Lin that his divine sense was not touching. Since Ceng Niu has good intentions and trusts me, how could I, Tianhou, who stands proudly as an honorable man, allow him to feel nervous? Also, that ascendant crystal is a gift from Zhou Yi, so there must be restrictions on it. Even if I were to obtain it, it would bring a lot of trouble in the future. The Ceng family has a lot of powerful members, so I can't cause this kind of disaster for my clan. Also, even if I were to use my clan's secret treasure, I feel like I would only have a 50% chance of winning, so it is better not to act at this point. Sun Tai was observing them from a distance. He was outside of their detection range. This Ceng Niu even knows how to repair the star compass. He is not simple. If I act now, I'm 70% confident I can restrain him before he can do anything. However, if I act without 100% confidence, it could result in me losing something I can't afford to lose. Difficult. This slave seal is simply too powerful to be able to destroy my soul with just a thought. It makes it far too dangerous for me to risk it. His eyes revealed a look of hesitation. After a long time, he let out a sigh and gave up on this gamble. This third soul was his main soul. Unless he absolutely had to, it was not worth risking it. A few days later, the star compass before Wang Lin shined brightly. All of the strange symbols on it glowed brightly before dimming back down. Wang Lin opened his eyes. Tianhou immediately noticed and looked over. Brother Ceng, are you finished repairing it? Chapter 321, Swords Gone Mad. Unfortunately, I'm still lacking in materials and can only do some minor repairs. This star compass was originally incomplete and is missing a type of metal. Without this metal, this compass has no attack capability. No wonder it is considered a fake. In addition, the missing corner would require another type of material, but using it should be fine for now. Wang Lin secretly sighed. After hearing Tianhou's question, Wang Lin nodded and smiled. There should be no problems leaving this void. Tianhou let out a breath of relief. Over the past few days, he saw many strange creatures wandering around. Some of them completely ignored him, but some of them showed interest toward him. Although all of them were just scares in the end, and he hadn't faced any real danger, he didn't want to stay around here any longer. Wang Lin pointed at the compass and it immediately became larger. Its size was at least twice the size from before. Wang Lin sat down in the center of the compass. Tianhou's eyes lit up. He looked at it for a bit with interest before sitting down on the eastern corner. This compass contained a sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense, so when he sat down, the compass felt like it was part of his body and merged with him. With a thought, the compass began to move at a speed several times faster than before and disappeared. Tianhou sent out a message. Brother Ceng is really amazing. The compass is several times faster than before. Wang Lin replied. Brother Tianhou, now that this compass has been refined by me, it no longer needs someone to guide it, so you can rest and cultivate. The star compass flashed by like a ghostly light as it quickly flew past various strange creatures. Whenever they encountered dangerous creatures, Wang Lin immediately flew around them. Wang Lin initially felt a bit strange controlling the compass, but after flying for a while, he had completely mastered it. Controlling the compass was not much different from controlling his own body right now. This speed was something Wang Lin could never achieve when flying with just his body. Only by constantly using teleportation could he compare to this star compass. Wang Lin secretly thought, this is indeed a rare treasure. With this speed, it would be hard for even soul transformation cultivators to catch up. This trip to the celestial realm was not a waste. The harvest was beyond his imagination. Star compass, celestial jade, and the war god Chariots. If he also considered that pagoda, then his harvest was really too amazing. In addition, there was also a rebellious soul transformation slave in a certain location on one of the various celestial fragments. The fragment here wasn't as badly damaged. One could see a hint of what the celestial realm was like before. The green grass covering the ground and the cloud floating at the peak of the mountains showed a hint of what this place originally looked like. A very beautiful woman in white silently appeared. Under her feet was a golden dragon that released waves of sword energy. However, at the brow of this golden dragon, there was a mass of purple that would sometimes reveal Zhou Yi's helpless face. If the celestial realm were still intact, all I would have needed to do is throw you into the celestial purification pond to help you recover. However, now that that's gone, just one rain celestial sword is too slow. A helpless voice coming from the purple mass on the dragon's forehead said, Tianhou, why are you doing all of this? Do you want to waste all of the celestial spiritual energy I have gathered for you? The white-robed woman calmly said, You are a celestial emperor crowned by me, Feng. If I refuse let you die, you can't die. Also, I'm not called Tianhou. Zhou Yi revealed a painful expression. After a long time, he whispered, That is correct, you are not called Tianhou. I have already remembered everything. Since you are not Tianhou, then let me leave. I'm already dead. The white-robed woman began to ponder. After a while she said, However, this name, Tianhou, I like it very much. Zhou Yi was startled. His eyes revealed signs of joy as he said, Tianhou. The white-robed woman pondered for a bit before responding. She pressed her hand against the celestial fragment below her and recited a few crisp chants. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble and countless cracks appeared. Rays of golden light peered out from underground. Shortly after, all of the golden lights gathered in one place, and the ground there began to break. A crisp sword hymn that spread across the entire celestial realm rang out as the celestial sword appeared. The golden dragon under the white-robed woman let out a roar due to the sword hymn, and then a roar came back from under the ground as well. Second rain celestial sword appear. Bang! The ground broke as a golden dragon charged up from below. As it moved, the surrounding earth began to collapse into the void. After it appeared, it intertwined with the golden dragon under the white zero-robed woman's feet. The two dragons began to let out joyous roars as if two old friends were meeting. At this moment, far away in the void, the Delusect old man who was sitting on top of a Qian suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a powerful creature of the void let out a miserable groan and ran away in panic. Another rain celestial sword. There are a total of 5 rain celestial swords. One shattered back then, so 4 remain. 2 out of the 4 have appeared, but I just don't know if that is enough to awaken the sword spirit. If the sword spirit awakens, then every single sword spirit in the celestial realm will respond. The old man let out a smile of anticipation as he touched the Qian under him and said, If the celestials are still alive, they will be impossible to obtain with my current cultivation. His eyes sparkled as the Qian under his feet began to move even faster. After a while, a joyous expression appeared on his face. They reacted. The 2 golden dragons below the white-robed woman continued to roar as they intertwined with each other. The woman's hand formed the shape of a jade bottle as she said, Back then, the celestial realm encountered a catastrophe, and the rain celestial sword spirit was shattered into countless pieces. They fused into countless celestial sword and became broken sword spirits. Today, Zhou Yi, I crown you as the new sword spirit. Sword spirit, gather. The moment she finished speaking, every single celestial realm fragment, whether they had people on them or not, began to tremble. This shaking of the earth was not because it was collapsing, and the shaking of the sky was not caused by spatial rifts. One by one, celestial swords flew out from the fragments, and one by one the celestial swords reformed in the air. Sword hymns echoed from one celestial sword to the next, from one fragment to the next. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sword hymns were coming from every part of the celestial realm. At this moment, there was only one sound in the celestial realm. That was the sound of a sword. A disciple of the Delu sword sect was currently fighting someone to steal their treasure. When he saw the panic on his opponent's face, he sneered as he swung down his sword. However, the sneer disappeared very quickly and was replaced with confusion. Waves of sword hymns were coming in from all directions. His ears were being filled with the sword hymns. Just as he swung down his treasured sword, there was a series of crackling sounds as cracks appeared on his sword. In almost the blink of an eye, his treasured sword shattered. On the other celestial fragment, the flying swords under some cultivators' feet immediately shattered as they were flying. A woman who had just entered the vortex and landed on a fragment suddenly heard the sword him. She thought that something had happened, so she reactively took out a rainbow-colored flying sword from her bag of holding. This flying sword was her sect's important treasure, but the moment it appeared, cracks appeared on it as it shattered. In this moment, no matter where in the celestial realm they were, and no matter what their cultivation level was, if a cultivator had a sword out, that sword would shatter. The sword shatters due to shame. The sword shatters to feed the soul. The sword shatters for the sword crazed. The Rain Celestial Sword had a new soul, and that new soul was Zhou. The Rain Celestial Sword spirit has returned. 10,000 swords shattered, 10,000 swords returned, 10,000 swords fused into one. All of the celestial swords in the celestial realm flew toward one direction. Anyone who dared to block them was killed. If a person blocked them, they would kill that person. If land blocked them, they would destroy the land. If the sky blocked them, they would shatter the sky. And if a beast blocked them, they would kill the beast. At this moment in the void, a middle-aged scholar was walking about. Whenever a strange creature saw him, it would avoid him. None of them dared to get close to him. He was walking through the void when he heard the sword him. This caused his expression to change. They were attracted. At the same time, many swords closed in from the distance. Even with the middle-aged man's cultivation, he didn't dare to block them, so he decided to dodge. His body suddenly disappeared. After the swords passed by, his eyes lit up as he quickly chased after them. As long as I follow the swords, I can find the Rain Celestial Sword. He wasn't the only cultivator with this idea. Right now, almost every single cultivator was leaving their celestial fragment and following the swords. They all wanted to see what exactly could cause all these swords to go crazy. Wang Lin was on the compass when he heard the sword him. He suddenly stopped. Qihu's face sank as he said, "Brother Ceng, I'm afraid that something big has happened." Before he finished speaking, he saw rows of swords in the distance. They were all emitting powerful sword energy as they were flying his way. Qihu took a closer look and shouted, These are all celestial swords." Those celestial swords were very fast, so they quickly closed in. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air as he quickly controlled the compass to dodge to the side. The celestial swords flew past him. Wang Lin was shocked. What exactly happened? Qihu's face was filled with terror as he pointed at something. "Look, Brother Ceng, there are more celestial swords there." They saw countless celestial swords appear over there. They were heading in the same direction as the ones from earlier. Chapter 322, Future Senior Apprentice Brother. Somewhere in the void, the old man on top of the Qian also heard the sword him as a group of swords closed in from behind him. The old man struggled. All these swords were celestial swords. If he were to take them and give one to each of his disciples, then it would make his Delu sword sect the #1 sect on Tianhou. This would allow him to one-up that Tianhou. After struggling for a long time, he let out a sigh. He decided not to block the celestial swords and moved out of the way. These celestial swords were flying due to their worship of the sword spirit. If he were to stop them, he would likely be attacked by other celestial swords nearby. Although he was powerful enough to survive an attack from all these swords, he would be forced to flee back to planet Tianhou if they all decided to pile on him. As a result, he would completely lose the chance to obtain the Rain Celestial Sword. After the celestial swords passed, the old man quickly followed behind them. Normally, the void was very dangerous, but with the waves of swords flying through the void, all of the creatures avoided them. As a result, the void suddenly became very safe. Unless one was very unlucky, then as long as they followed the celestial swords, the chances of meeting danger were not high. Thus, a large number of cultivators that were originally cautious when they followed the swords into the void began to relax and follow much more closely behind them. Aside from the strange creatures that lived there, there was another danger, finding one's way. However, with the swords leading the way, there was no need as one only had to follow the swords. However, the celestial sword's speed was very fast, so not everyone could follow. As a result, the cultivators in the void were spread out based on their abilities. Some of the cultivators were knowledgeable enough. When they first saw the celestial swords, they got greedy and attempted to take one or two. None of them lived to tell the tale. However, even though people had died, there were still people who didn't believe it and tried to take the swords by force. Right now there were 8 cultivators spread out in the void, each one of them activating their own technique. In the distance, they could see a group of celestial swords flying toward them. Among these cultivators there were a few with some powerful techniques. However, when the celestial swords arrived, there were 5 bangs and 5 of them were instantly killed by swords piercing their hearts. The remaining cultivators were able to restrain 3 of the celestial swords that fell behind. Those people's foreheads were covered in cold sweat as the three trapped celestial swords that released powerful sword energy and struggled like crazy. An old man, whose face was pale, said, "Hold steady. According to my calculations, as long as we can hold them here long enough, they will be ours." The others were all secretly complaining in their hearts, but they both revealed excited expressions. Just at this moment, another group of celestial swords flew by. Because they weren't close to them, the three cultivators only took a look and no longer paid any attention to them. However, those three celestial swords released powerful sword hymns. The group of celestial swords that were passing by suddenly stopped, turned around, and headed toward them. Their expressions suddenly changed, and the old man suddenly abandoned trying to restrain the sword anymore and ran. The already unstable restriction suddenly collapsed. As the swords passed by, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Shortly after the swords left, those remaining cultivators, even the old man who tried escaped early, all died. A dim light flashed by. The two bags of holding that weren't destroyed by the swords disappeared. In the distance, the dim light turned into the star compass with Qian holding two bags of holding. He set them to the side and said, "Brother Ceng, this is our 37th bag. Our harvest along the way is pretty good." Wang Lin smiled. Along the way, the two of them saw many people try to stop the swords, but none of them succeeded. Some of the bags were destroyed by the swords, but those that remained intact landed in their hands. The speed of their star compass was very quick, and they had no problems with keeping up with the celestial swords. After Wang Lin noticed the abnormality, he wasn't willing to let it go. Using their speed, they were able to stay ahead and scavenge some treasures along the way, which made Qian very excited. Wang Lin controlled the compass while Qian grabbed bags of holding. It could be said that their teamwork was very fluid. In addition to this, some cultivators recognized the star compass under them and attempted to steal it from them. Everyone that tried to steal their star compass died by the hands of Wang Lin and Qian. They turned back into a dim light as they quickly caught up to the group of celestial swords before them and followed them from a distance. Just at this moment, there was a gloomy-faced middle-aged man standing on top of a disc while chasing after the celestial swords. He followed as closely as he could, not wanting to lose sight of them. Suddenly, he saw Wang Lin and Qian in the distance and noticed the star compass beneath them. His eyes immediately lit up. After he took a step, the disc disappeared as he jumped toward Wang Lin and Qian. "Fellow cultivators, do you have room for me?" Although he spoke courteously, his step was very aggressive. Qian's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Late-stage soul formation." Wang Lin remained calm and said, "Brother Qian can decide if we should run or fight." Wang Lin wasn't using the compass's full speed. If he were to go at full speed, he could easily shake off a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Qian let out a laugh, stood up, cracked his knuckles, and said, "Brother Ceng dared to fight Red Butterfly, who's at the early stage of soul formation. I, Qian, at the mid-stage of soul formation, also want to fight a late-stage soul formation cultivator. After I finish fighting, we can run." He stepped off the compass and shouted, "If you want to ride the compass, then let me see your strength." The middle-aged man's face was still gloomy as he revealed a hint of disdain. Not only did he not stop, but he moved even faster and said, "So it is someone from the giant demon clan. Scram." With that, he casually pointed with his finger. See. A gray gas turned into a sword that charged toward Qian. The moment the gray gas appeared, killing intent filled the air. Killing domain. With one look, Wang Lin was able to recognize what domain the man was using. Wang Lin hadn't seen killing intent as powerful as his original bodies. Killing domain. Qian let out a roar as he made a fist and hit his chest. A sudden surge of pride began to emit from Qian as his body began to crackle. His body suddenly expanded several times into a giant dozens of feet tall. The axe on his forehead was flashing rapidly. This axe was a very important treasure of his clan. It was very different from the star compass, which didn't have many uses. This was not a solid object, so even though it was shattered when Zhou Yi used it to battle against Red Butterfly, it could be reformed again. However, every time it shattered, it would weaken a bit. When the axe appeared, Qian grabbed like a demon god and chopped down on the gray gas. Bang! The gray gas collapsed and the axe in Qian's hand trembled, so he backed up a few steps. The amount of power put into that chop made the vein on his arm bulge out. He laughed and said, "That was fun." Again, the middle-aged man stopped. He sneered as he slapped his bag of holding and a golden rock flew out. His pointed at the golden rock and it suddenly turned into a liquid. He squeezed his hand, causing it to turn into a diamond shape, before he threw it out and shouted, "Try touching this." The moment he saw the golden stone, his heart turned cold. All sorts of urges to kill messed with his mind, causing his heart to become startled. Wang Lin's eyes locked onto the golden rock, and he said, "Qihu, let's go." Qihu laughed. Without a word, he turned and walked onto the compass as he said, "I can't beat you, so I'm not going to play anymore." The middle-aged man sneered as he pointed again, causing the diamond-shaped golden rock to fly even faster toward the star compass. Wang Lin controlled the star compass to quickly fly into the distance. Although that golden rock was fast, it was not faster than the compass. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed as he quickly caught the golden rock and chased after them. After a long time, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He stopped and stared at where the star compass disappeared, and he snorted. Master calculated that the Rain Celestial Sword would awaken and that the De Lu Sword sect would try to take it. He told me to stop them to prevent the balance of power on Tianhou from breaking. Too bad. I really want to play with those two juniors. Humph. Although the De Lu Sword sect is the same rank as my Tianhou sect, as long as Master moves, there is no need worry about them. This person coldly looked into the distance and then left. The junior sitting in the middle of the compass seemed to recognize the metal. It seems he is somewhat knowledgeable. Who sat in the lotus position on the compass and asked, "Brother Ceng, what was that diamond-shaped golden rock? Why did you not want me to fight?" Although that person was at the late stage of soul formation, my giant demon clan is special. Although I can't beat him, I'm not scared either. As Wang Lin controlled the star compass, he said, "When one person kills too much, it will turn a murderous aura into killing intent. Then, when you kill even more, it will condense into a liquid. And then, when it gets even thicker, it will turn into a crystal. That is the killing intent blood crystal. Unless you also cultivate the killing domain, it will damage your origin soul the moment you touch it." Qihu began to ponder. He recalled his own emotions when he saw the rock appear and nodded. Wang Lin secretly thought, that middle-aged man's cultivation is a bit stronger than Red Butterfly's, especially his killing domain. Even Red Butterfly would have to spend quite the effort to block it. I just don't know if my original body would be able to take an attack from it. I wonder how much more spiritual energy my original body needs in order to go through the third transformation. After I return to Suzaku, I wonder if the original body's cultivation will increase with these celestial jades. The star compass was very fast. It circled around and followed the celestial swords again. In the distance, a celestial realm fragment came into view. They saw an endless amount of sword energy shining on the fragment. This light made everyone feel like they were being stabbed before they even got close. Countless celestial swords arrived. This was where the Rain Celestial Sword Spirit was. Chapter 323, Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. The celestial swords sped by an array of light. Wang Lin closely followed the swords through the void, and in the blink of an eye entered the celestial fragment. It's him. The first thing Wang Lin saw was a white-robed woman with long hair flowing in the air. Before her were two golden dragons. Qihu also noticed the white-robed woman. He was shocked and silently pondered. After arriving here, Wang Lin put away the compass. He revealed a shocked expression as he began to silently ponder as well. Those two golden dragons roared like crazy, and all of the celestial swords that came from all over the celestial realm charged toward them. Gradually, as more and more celestial swords arrived, they intertwined together and formed another golden dragon. The three golden dragons circled around the white-robed woman. Her cold gaze would occasionally sweep the surrounding area. There were still waves of celestial swords flying toward here. It didn't take much time. As waves of celestial swords arrived, more than 100 others had gathered in this fragment. These were the fast ones that had managed to follow the celestial swords. As the celestial swords endlessly arrived, so did more and more cultivators. Almost all of them revealed hints of greed as they stared at the golden dragons around the white-robed woman. Anyone who could enter the celestial realm was an elite of their respective cultivation planet. While they all were greedy, they all managed to control themselves. They were waiting to see who would be the first one to act. Ting, please stop. There are already 3 Rain Celestial Swords. That is enough, a soft voice in the forehead of one of the golden dragons said. The white-robed woman calmly said, "It's not enough. Just wait a bit, and the 4th Rain Celestial Sword will take form." Just as she finished speaking, the celestial swords began to take the shape of the 4th dragon. As more and more celestial swords arrived, the speed at which it was forming increased. Just at this moment, a powerful roar suddenly came from the east. This roar was filled with provocation. All 3 golden dragons turned their gazes toward the east. A giant ball of fire flew in from that direction. The heat wave already arrived before the fireball got close. Some of the nearby cultivators' expressions changed greatly. They quickly backed up and made a path for it. Just as they got out of the way, The ball of fire charged through the void and exploded in the sky above the fragment. The ball of fire scattered into countless smaller meteors that shot out in all directions. In the middle of the ball of fire was a Qian surrounded by green flames. It blew 2 white streams of steam out of its nose as it stared at the 3 golden dragons. This is Celestial Qian, the Delu Sword Sect's guardian beast. This beast belongs to Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. That old master is here. What kind of treasure could make Senior Lin Tianhou come personally? A few of the more knowledgeable cultivators were shocked. They began to guess why Lin Tianhou was here. A few of the cultivators with weaker wills backed up and exclaimed out loud. Wang Lin calmly looked toward the large celestial Qian. On its very large head sat one person. This person was wearing a green robe, and his white hair moved without any wind. Although he looked skinny, the aura he gave off was very oppressive. This was especially true for the 4 illusionary swords behind his back. Every time they flashed, Wang Lin would feel a bang on his chest. Bang! Bang! After 2 bangs, Wang Lin's face became pale and a stream of blood came out from the corner of his mouth, causing him to withdraw his gaze. Qihu coughed out a mouthful of blood with a terrifying expression on his face. No, just the 2 of them, but many people had blood streaming from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were filled with shock and terror. A few people, the ones who recognized the Qian, quickly lowered their heads and sneered in their hearts. Humph, the Delu Sword Sect's Sword Saint is not someone we can compete with. That person's cultivation level is higher than the heavens, and those 4 swords are his life treasures that he created from his cultivation. They never disappear and can be turned into thousands of swords. If your cultivation level isn't high enough, then just taking a look at them will injure you. If you try to force yourself to look at them, you may even die. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. The flag turned into black fog and quickly surrounded him. He ate some pills and began to cultivate, which allowed a sliver of red to return to his face. After that Qian appeared, it snorted 2 hot streams of air before charging forward. At this moment, the old man sitting on the Qian opened his eyes. He stared at the white-robed woman with a serious expression on his face. The old man's face was gloomy as he slowly asked, "Are you a celestial?" The moment those words came out, all of the surrounding cultivators panicked, but then all of them quickly became silent as they looked toward the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman calmly looked at the old man and said, "Stand down." The old man's eyes lit up. He was filled with anger. As the number 1 or 2 person on planet Tianhou, it had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him like this. Haha, the celestial realm is already broken. If you really are a surviving celestial, then this old man wants to try killing a celestial. The moment the old man said those words, the Qian under him roared. The white-robed woman remained calm. Her eyes were filled with melancholy as she looked at the Qian rather than the old man and said, "You evil creature, even your ancestors back then didn't dare to act like this before me. Could you have even lost your inherited memory after the celestial realm collapsed?" A hint of confusion appeared in the Qian's eyes. The old man's face became sullen as black smoke appeared on his hand. He made the smoke go into the Qian's head. The Qian was terrified, causing the trace of confusion to disappear and be replaced by a vicious expression. The white-robed woman shook her head and said, "So it is a fake beast that never received an inheritance." With that, she raised her hand and pointed at the Qian. The Qian immediately retreated. The vicious expression on its face disappeared and revealed a hint of fear. The Qian shook the old man off its head as it groveled on the ground, its entire body trembling. The old man floated in the air, his face very unsettled. "You remember? Forget it. The celestial realm is not here, so there is no point in me punishing you." The white-robed woman let out a sigh. She didn't put her hand away but pointed at the old man. With one point, the heavens and earth shook. The old man's face immediately became pale as he quickly backed up. At the same time, he pointed multiple times, causing the 4 illusionary swords behind him to come forward and block for him. Bang! Bang! After 2 bangs, 2 of the swords immediately shattered. The old man's expression changed greatly as he turned around and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already far away in the void. The 4th dragon next to the white-robed woman became more and more solid. It was nearly completed. She is not a normal celestial. The way she refers to herself, could she be a celestial king? The old man was terrified. With just 2 points, she was able to destroy 2 of his swords. Not even Tianhou could do this. How could he not be shocked? Forget it. At the most I just won't get the celestial sword today. As something is not right. The old man suddenly stopped as he began to ponder and look at the fragment. If she really is a celestial king and I offended her, then according to celestial law, It is a crime that would destroy my origin soul. However, she didn't kill me. I understand now. It is not that she doesn't want to kill me. She wants to scare me away. The old man turned around without any hesitation and charged toward the fragment again. This time, the 2 remaining swords appeared in front of him. They turned from 2 to 4 and 4 to 8. In the blink of an eye, there were over 100 swords in front of him as he galloped forward. In an instant, he was back on the fragment. On the fragment, all of the cultivators fled in panic after seeing the sword saint be defeated by the white-robed woman with only 1 point of her finger. Everyone knew that they couldn't obtain the celestial swords, so they all secretly backed up, ready to leave this troublesome place. But at this moment, the old man came back. The white-robed woman remained calm. She turned and looked at the purple mass on the dragon's forehead. She let out a sigh as she stepped forward and faced the old man. "Celestial King, I want to see just how powerful a celestial is," the old man shouted as he charged toward her. The white-robed woman waved her hand. A series of loud bangs rang out like the heavens were splitting apart. Those more than 100 swords seemed to have slammed into an unbreakable metal wall and all shattered. That old man's expression changed greatly as he quickly retreated. His hand continued to make seals when backed up. Rays of defensive light screens appeared before him, but as soon as one appeared, it was shattered. The old man continued to back up. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his hand moved even faster. Bang, 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 bang. It wasn't until the 300th light screen that it only shook instead of shattering. The old man's face was pale. There was no panic in his eyes, only excitement. Because he could clearly see that woman's body shake, a sliver of death aura appeared on his face. A celestial is only this much. He laughed as he clapped his hands together before his chest. When he brought them apart, lightning appeared between them. The lightning took the shape of a sword. Under the control of the old man, it flew toward the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman's expression remained calm as she let out a sigh and waved her hand. However, this time, after she waved her hand, the death aura on her body increased greatly. A low voice came from the head of one of the golden dragons. "Ting, let me out of here. If you use up the celestial spiritual energy I have gathered in the past 2,000 years, you might have a chance to awaken again." Chapter 324. The celestial spell can't hide your thousands of years of obsession. The white-robed woman whispered. "You can't come out before the 4th sword takes shape." She waved her hand, and the lightning sword immediately collapsed. The old man backed up and created only 200 swords this time. He charged toward her with even more excitement in his eyes than before. Right now, the last wave of swords arrived. A thunderous roar came out of the collection of swords, and the 4th dragon took shape. The white-robed woman's eyes were calm as she moved her hand. The 4 golden dragons coiled around her. She pointed at one with her finger, and it immediately collapsed, revealing a simple celestial sword. This point with her finger caused the death aura to spread to her face. The 2,000 years of celestial energy had almost all been used up. If it wasn't for the fact that she needed a large amount of celestial energy to transfer Zhou Yi's soul, she could have killed that old man with one finger. Second Rain Celestial Sword, Sword Spirit, appear. The celestial sword released a golden light, then a golden orb came out of its blade. The death aura on the woman spread even more. She quickly grabbed the golden orb and threw it toward the dragon that had a purple mass on its forehead. After losing the golden orb, the celestial sword lost its sheen and fell from the sky. When the sword fell, all of the surrounding cultivators' eyes focused on it. The old man charged forward again. This time, he formed seals and 10 swords appeared before him. He let out a roar and quickly charged forward. Just at this moment, someone suddenly charged out from the crowd. This person was the middle-aged man that had fought with Wang Lin and Tianhou. The moment he charged out, 3 blood-colored crystals appeared around him. Under his control, they charged toward the old man. The old man looked toward the person and waved his hand at him without a word. The middle-aged man shouted, "Killing intent blood crystal, explode." Bang, bang, bang. The blood crystals exploded with 3 loud bangs, and in the middle of the explosions a black vortex appeared. A giant hand poked out from the vortex and reached toward the old man. The old man's face changed when he saw the hand. He shouted, "Tianhou, if you keep me from taking the celestial sword, our 2 sects will have a bloodbath for 1,000 years when I get back." Right after saying that, he dodged to the side and quickly charged toward the white-robed woman. The hand quickly chased after him. A very ancient voice came from the vortex. "Ling Tianhou, the celestial sword belongs to those who are fated to have it. If you can have it, then you are fated." Tianhou. Wang Lin's body trembled. He stared at the vortex with a mysterious light in his eyes, and silently pondered. The old man's face was gloomy. He moved as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye appeared before the white-robed woman. He quickly reached out toward the simple celestial sword that was forming. However, just as he was about to grab hold of the sword, another person charged out of the crowd even faster than the last. He grabbed the celestial sword before the old man could, and quickly escaped. Haha, Ling Tianhou. I, Tian Mozi, am not greedy. Of the 4 celestial swords, I'll only take one goodbye. This person was that middle-aged scholar. He arrived before the old man and hid inside the crowd. When he acted, he was able to steal the celestial sword in one move. Tian Mozi, you dare to steal from me? Just you wait. Your planet, Tianhou, will be wiped out by my Delu sword sect. Haha, Ling Tian, it would be hard to avoid a fight between the two of us. I'm willing to accompany you at any time. That middle-aged scholar laughed at the old man's threat. He moved even faster when he reached the void. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared and he went into it. This vortex led to his planet. Such speed. He is even faster than my star compass. Wang Lin took a deep breath. All he could see were afterimages. The white-robed woman didn't even blink. She pointed at another golden dragon. The dragon let out a roar and turned into a curved sword. The old man's eyes lit up and he reached out for the sword, but Tian Yunzi's hand was even closer. The white-robed woman's eyes became cold as she pointed at the old man. The old man shouted and the clothes on his chest were ripped apart as a black fingerprint appeared on his chest. The old man coughed out blood, but his hand didn't slow down as it reached for the celestial sword. The death aura had reached its peak. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she whispered, "If you want this sword, you can have it, but the sword spirit is mine." The moment the old man grabbed the sword, a golden orb appeared and flew toward the woman. She threw it toward the forehead of a golden dragon. "This sword belongs to me." The old man laughed while enduring the pain on his chest. He held onto the sword and quickly backed up. The hand behind him suddenly stopped and dodged to the side. It was no longer chasing him. Instead, it grabbed hold of the middle-aged man who fought with Wang Lin and Qian and pulled him back into the vortex. The man and the hand quickly disappeared. The moment he disappeared, Tian Yunzi's ancient voice appeared again. "Ling Tianhou, you receiving a celestial sword is the will of the heavens, so I won't stop you. But know your own limit." The old man laughed. His eyes landed on the white-robed woman, to whom he grimly said, "Your attack is a lot weaker than before. This celestial fingerprint wasn't even able to kill me. Seeing that you are a celestial, I won't kill you, but for the last 2 celestial swords, you can't take their sword spirits." After a celestial sword loses its sword spirit, although it's still an unstoppable sword, it won't have any of its spells anymore. It also requires a new spirit. The sadness in the white-robed woman's eyes increased. She let out a sigh while pointing at one of the gold dragons. The gold dragon collapsed, turning into a large sword that simply floated there. The old man let out a snort while his left hand reached toward the sword. The white-robed woman let out a sigh and pointed at her brow. The last of the celestial spiritual energy in her body was used to create a shield around her to force the old man away. The old man let out an angry roar and viciously waved the celestial sword in his hand at the shield. The shield trembled but didn't shatter. How could the old man be willing to let this happen? He wildly swung the celestial sword and even used spells on the shield. After using the last bit of celestial spiritual energy, the white-robed woman began to slowly close her eyes while the death aura surrounded her. "Zhou, I'm not the true soul of a celestial king. A celestial king doesn't have any emotions. I'm a broken soul that was somehow formed. I saw you protecting me for 2,000 years, and when you ignited your origin soul, I knew I was formed from your obsession. Thank you. If there is another life, I hope that I'm not a broken soul and that you will still be by my side." A sad cry came from the purple mass on the forehead of the last golden dragon. Ting air. The white-robed woman's body began to fall. She struggled to point at the last sword. A golden orb floated out of the sword and fused with the last golden dragon. After finishing all of this, she let out a smile of happiness for the first time. It was very beautiful. Thank the heavens. Thank the earth. Thank fate for letting us meet. The celestial spell can't hide your thousands of years of obsession. Thousands of years of protection allowed this miracle to occur. Your obsession shook the heavens. Your emotions shook the earth. For me, you gave up your life. For you, I'm also willing to give up my life. You and I will meet in our next life. When we meet again, don't forget. This life. No. A miserable roar came from the purple mass on the last golden dragon. A ray of purple sword energy charged out from the dragon and took the shape of Zhou. for golden orbs merged together on Zhou Yi's forehead. When they completely merged, an illusionary sword appeared on his forehead, and his entire body started emitting a golden light. However, this golden light didn't give off a gentle feeling but a deep sense of sadness. The moment Zhou Yi charged out, the golden dragon collapsed, revealing a short sword that would be used by females. It floated beside the big sword. This large sword and small sword were like a couple. The white-robed woman closed her eyes and her body fell. With her death, the shield disappeared. Why? Why must you be like this? If I was supposed to die, then I would die. Why must you do all this for me? You die, I live, you live, I die. Could our fate always be like this? No. Zhou Yi wanted to hug her, but when he touched her, his body became translucent and went right through her. The sorrow in his eyes could move the heavens. It could move the earth. The female corpse went through his body and fell down. With the shield gone, the two celestial swords seemed to follow some sort of attraction and fell with the female corpse. Looking at the female corpse falling, the sorrow in his eyes became even stronger. Ting Air. I'm not Ting Air. However, the name Ting Air, I like it a lot. I'm only a broken soul born from your obsession. The old man unleashed an angry roar as he charged toward the two celestial swords next to the female corpse. At the same time, his glance swept past Zhou Yi with some dread in his eyes. Wang Lin looked at all of this from a distance. A hint of sorrow appeared in his heart. Chapter 325, Breakthrough. He lives, she dies, she lives, he dies. This was another meaning of life and death. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly understood something. The words, "You can see a mountain as a mountain, see water as water," gained a new meaning to Wang Lin. Seeing life as life and seeing death as death was only the first layer of the life and death domain. Back in the Four-Sect Alliance, he saw the entire country be destroyed by Shuiyu. He saw the soul formation cultivator who gave him the feather dye and staining Shuiyu with his blood. His heart shook. There was a sign of a breakthrough. Life and death are separated by a thin line. Some are clearly dead, but they are now living in someone else's heart. Some are clearly alive, but they start dying if they don't change. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. Zhou Yi's death caused Ting Air to live, but Ting Air's death brought Zhou Yi life. Life and death really did mess with people. However, the life and death of those two hadn't ended. They now existed as a new life in the heart. See life not as life, and see death not as death. Wang Lin's eyes were clear. He understood. He seemed to have seen through the life and death domain. His understanding of the life and death domain rapidly increased. He took a deep breath. He knew that his cultivation was about to make a breakthrough. The mid-stage of soul formation was not far away. After reaching the soul formation stage, the understanding of one's domain becomes key. After one has a breakthrough in their domain, then the breakthrough in their cultivation level will come in less than 10 years. It is like how if a container is only the size of a fist, then it can only hold so much liquid. However, the breakthrough of domain is like increasing the size of the container. Although there is still only a fist-sized amount of liquid inside the container, that amount can now increase. When the amount of liquid reaches the limit of the container, then your cultivation will make a breakthrough. At this moment, Lin Tianhou quickly flew toward the woman. He reached out with his hand. His targets were the two celestial swords. Zhou Yi stared dumbfoundedly at the falling woman. His mind was completely blank. There were no thoughts going through his head. However, the old man's action was like pouring cold water on hot oil. This ignited his anger. His body charged out and began to release a golden light. The image of a sword appeared around him as he charged forward. The sky darkened when this image of a sword appeared, and the earth began to crack. The old man's expression changed. He no longer dared to go after the swords. He could feel that inside that image of a sword, there was a power that could destroy everything. Without any hesitation, the old man turned around and let out a roar. He closed his eyes and opened his hands. A sword appeared between them. He threw the sword toward Zhou Yi. Bang! The old man's sword shattered, and the fingerprint on his chest became bigger. This celestial fingerprint is too overbearing. I have been injured today, and I can't use my full power. I have already obtained a celestial sword, too. I'm leaving. The old man backed up and tore the space next to him. A large rift suddenly opened in the void. On the other side of the rift was the Delu sword sect. He was about to enter the rift. But just at this moment, the sword Zhou Yi turned into became even faster and rushed with full force toward the old man. The old man's expression changed greatly as he quickly entered the portal. While he entered, he waved his right hand, and the Qian that was still on the ground finally raised its head. It turned into a ray of light and returned to the old man. The rift quickly closed, but Zhou Yi was able to enter the rift just before it closed. Until he kills the old man, he won't return. With Zhou Yi chasing the old man, a disaster started for the Delu Sword sect. All of this happened in only a few breaths of time. After the rift disappeared, the 100 or so cultivators of varying cultivation levels all turned their eyes to the female corpse that was about to hit the ground. The two swords beside the female corpse caused everyone to breath heavily. However, just as the female corpse was about to hit the ground, her and the two swords suddenly turned and flew toward Wang Lin in a ray of white light. Wang Lin was startled. He clenched his teeth and took out the pagoda. The female corpse and the two celestial swords disappeared into the pagoda. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Wang Lin. Their eyes were filled with greed. Qihu's expression was very dark and unsettling. After a bit of deliberation, he took a few steps back. Wang Lin's expression was very sullen. He didn't expect that the female corpse and the two celestial sword would come to him. As a result, he became the target of attention. At this moment, a black-robed elder walked up and said, "Fellow cultivator, if you give me one of the celestial swords, the 8 of us from the Han Yuan sect will protect you." 7 people appeared behind him. Their eyes were filled with greed. They didn't stop their steps, but continued to walk forward. 3 late-stage soul formation, 8 mid-stage soul formation, and the rest are early-stage soul formation. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he looked around with a cold gaze. His heart sank. There were at least 100 cultivators around, and all of them were at least at the soul formation stage. This was not a situation he could handle. A blue-robed middle-aged man walked up. He looked at the Han Yuan sect with disdain and said, "Han Yuan sect, they're trash. Fellow cultivator, if you give me one sword, my Sky Devil sect will ensure your safety." The Han Yuan sect and Sky Devil sect are full of clowns. Those 2 celestial swords belong to my Everything Heaven and Earth sect. A loud laugh came from the middle of the crowd before a person charged out toward Wang Lin. The moment this person moved, it caused a chain reaction. More than 100 cultivators started charging toward Wang Lin at once. Wang Lin frowned. The first person was already right in front of him. This person was very old with white hair. The look in his eyes showed how much he wanted the swords. This person's cultivation level was mid-stage soul formation. As soon as the old man got close, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that he couldn't back down. If he were to back down now, then he would be in a lot of danger. He raised his hand and pointed at the old man. His life and death domain struck. Just as the old man got close, his eyes suddenly became serious. Wang Lin's movement caused no spiritual energy fluctuation, but a mysterious domain descended upon the old man. An early-stage soul formation cultivator dares to show off his domain before me. The old man had a hint of disdain on his face. Instead of stopping, he began to move even faster. The old man knew that attacking with their domain was a method only soul formation cultivators could use, but he also knew that there were a lot of dangers involved with it. Once it goes wrong, it will cause the user's mind to enter a state of confusion. However, attacking a mid-stage soul formation cultivator like himself with the domain of an early-stage soul formation cultivator was like throwing an egg at a rock. "You're courting death." The old man grinned. He activated his domain from his origin soul to completely wipe out Wang Lin's domain. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he softly asked, "What is life?" His eyes were completely clear at this moment, and in his heart he was thinking about the cultivator from the 4-sect alliance who attacked Shui Yu like a moth flying into a flame. The old man's face immediately changed. This domain was very strange. No matter how much he used his own domain, he couldn't stop it. Soon, he was unknowingly merged with the heaven's life and death cycle. He was terrified and wanted to retreat, but before he could even take a step, his face became deathly pale and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. He quickly sat down and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. Gray rings suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin and grew larger. A blurry painting appeared inside this ring. However, the ring and the image looked like they would disappear if the wind blew on them. This painting was in black and white, so it was very simple, but when everyone saw what the image was, they all stopped. Their eyes were filled with shock. What kind of domain is this? What kind of domain did this person use to reach the soul formation stage? Why does this black and white painting fill me with fear? Reincarnation. This is the life and death reincarnation cycle. Although black and white are simple, the black represents death and the white represents life. Wang Lin's figure before the black and white painting gave off the feeling of the reincarnation cycle of the heavens. He looked at the old man and asked, "What is death?" A series of images appeared behind the old man and quickly flashed by. Within the images, one could see 2 white-haired old men looking kindly at a middle-aged man who was kneeling before them. This middle-aged man was clearly the old man's younger self. They looked very similar. This person's domain was piety. However, this domain quickly collapsed, and what replaced it was that black and white painting. The old man's body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body weakened, his eyes dimmed, his domain was broken, and his Tao heart was forcibly wiped clean. His cultivation level quickly dropped. He was now a soul formation cultivator without a domain. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He walked forward and pointed at the old man's brow with his finger pointed. Bang! The old man's head suddenly exploded in a mess of blood and flesh. His body immediately fell over. My cultivation is at the early stage of soul formation, but just earlier my domain reached the mid-stage of soul formation. Now that my life and death domain has reached the second level, I would even dare to fight Red Butterfly. As for you, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with a mysterious light as he looked around. Just one gaze made everyone ponder, but their greed didn't lessen one bit. In their eyes, although Wang Lin's domain was strong, he was only one person, so he would die no matter what. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he softly asked, "You're still not going to come out?" Chapter 326, The New Star of Suzuka. The moment Wang Lin said those words, the sky rumbled and a huge purple coffin appeared above him. The coffin fell from the sky and landed about a dozen feet in front of Wang Lin. It created shockwaves that spread out in all directions. All of the cultivators backed up with uncertain expressions on their faces. An old man was sitting on top of the coffin. He calmly looked toward Wang Lin with a complicated expression. The old man slowly asked, "You knew I was here?" Wang Lin grinned and said, "Of course I knew. You followed me the entire way." The old man softly snorted. One of the cultivators realized who the old man was and shouted, "The corpse sect." The moment the words corpse sect came out, everyone's expression changed. Scram! The old man was very annoyed as he waved his hand. The two cultivators close to him both coughed out blood, and their bodies flew backwards as if they had been hit by a powerful force. Soul transformation. The surrounding cultivators all took a deep breaths and backed up. The old man from the corpse sect rolled his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. He suddenly smiled and said, "Little guy, how about we make a deal? I'll help you kill these guys, and you give me 1,000 years of freedom. In these 1,000 years, I won't look for you, and you won't crush my soul for no reason. How about it?" Wang Lin laughed. 1,000 years is too long. What if I die within 1,000 years? The old man was startled. He grabbed his hair and exclaimed, "Zhou-yi, I have been tricked by you. If he doesn't even live for 1,000 years, then one of my souls will go down with him." At this moment, the old man finally understood his situation. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, and the frustration building up inside him was about to drive him mad. He viciously stared at Wang Lin before jumping toward the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators backed up one by one, wanting to escape, but they didn't have the power to resist a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. It was a massacre. Qian stared dumbfoundedly at the scattering cultivators while they were killed. He was in deep shock. Wang Lin's expression still remained the same. He calmly looked around but didn't say a word. After a long time, the old man came back with a strong, murderous aura around him. His eyes were even redder than before, and he stared at Wang Lin with them. After a very long time, he threw a piece of jade that shot out like lightning. Wang Lin caught it. "In these 1,000 years, I'll protect you once. You better stay alive for me." After the old man finished speaking, he stepped onto the coffin and disappeared. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before slapping his bag of holding to take out the star compass. He jumped onto it, and then turned around to look at Qian. "Brother Qian, get on. Let us return to Suzaku." Qian took a deep breath before jumping onto the star compass. He opened his mouth to say something to Wang Lin, but he wasn't able to say a word in the end. He took a few steps back earlier, and with just those few steps, the relationship between them regressed. Wang Lin didn't say anymore. He controlled the compass toward the direction of the vortex. After a very long time, Qian said, "Thank you." Wang Lin faintly smiled. He didn't say a word, because he knew what Qian meant. Earlier, all he had to do was say one word, and Sun Tai would have killed Qian. Qian took a deep breath and said, "You can rest assured. I will not tell anyone about what happened today. I, Qian, swear upon my giant demon clan." Time slowly passed. Even with the star compass speed, it took some time to go around the fragments to reach the vortex. There were still some cultivators sitting on the platforms talking to each other about the celestial swords. However, everyone who went was killed by Sun Tai, so no one knew who got the celestial swords in the end. When they got close to the vortex, Wang Lin put away the star compass. He and Qian flew the rest of the way and arrived at the platform directly below the vortex after a short while. The two looked at each other. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Brother Qian, let us meet again back in Suzaku." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and the return cauldron appeared in his hand. Qian took a deep breath. He sincerely looked at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Ceng, you must come visit me so we can drink together." Wang Lin laughed and nodded. He activated the return furnace and a vortex appeared before him. He looked at the celestial realm one more time before stepping into the vortex and disappearing. Qian slapped his bag of holding and took out his return cauldron as well. He activated it and walked into the vortex just as Wang Lin did. Many things happened in these past few months, but the one thing that shocked everyone in rank 4 or higher cultivation countries was that the core disciple of Suzaku, Red Butterfly, had lost an arm to someone. With the destruction of the 4-sect alliance and Shuiyu becoming a rank 5 cultivation country, her fame had exploded within the planet. The rumors about her never ended, like how she had reached the late stage of soul formation in only 100 years, and how she was accepted as a core disciple of Suzaku. These things were still talked about by cultivators. Not many people knew that Red Butterfly had obtained a rain cauldron and had entered the celestial realm. However, 5 months ago, all of the rank 5 cultivation countries gathered at the Suzaku altar for the conference that was held every 100 years. This conference was halfway through when a vortex suddenly opened up in the sky and Red Butterfly fell out. She had lost an arm, and she only said one thing before passing out. Ceng Niu. This was the name Red Butterfly said while gritting her teeth before passing out. All of the messengers from the rank 5 cultivation countries were stunned. Soon, the news of Red Butterfly losing an arm and spitting out the name Ceng Niu quickly began spread. The name Ceng Niu suddenly became more famous than even Red Butterflies. It became the brightest star in the planet. Everyone was guessing what planet this Ceng Niu came from. At some point, Red Butterfly woke up and spoke of Ceng Niu's identity. This Ceng Niu is from Suzaku, and he's from the Ceng family. The moment this information came out, the entire planet was shocked. The first thing that happened was that Ceng family ancestors looked through their family registry. They really did find someone named Ceng Niu. However, this family member was not even 30 years old and was only at the foundation establishment stage. The ancestor took the family member and the family registry to Suzaku to prove their innocence. As a result, rumors about Ceng Niu became a popular topic among cultivators. There were even more cultivators looking around trying to find the true identity of this mysterious cultivator, but none of them succeeded in the end. The country of Suzaku reacted to all of this like nothing even happened, which was very rare. The person named Ceng Niu became the #1 youngster in Suzaku. Despite the Ceng family saying that this Ceng Niu might not really be named Ceng, few people believed them and many people came to visit. This caused the Ceng Niu from the Ceng family to be terrified, but also a bit proud. This matter suddenly surged again when the giant demon clan's young master returned 3 months ago. Qian's return caused many people to come visit, and Suzuka even sent someone to come to investigate the matter relating to Ceng Niu. Qian didn't say a word about Ceng Niu, and when he was pressured by the messenger from Suzaku, he only said one thing. "I don't know this person's true name. I only know that he is called Ceng Niu. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, and as for his grudge with Red Butterfly, I don't know the reason. However, from what I have seen, it was fellow cultivator Red Butterfly who continued to act against him. In the end, Ceng Niu was forced to act as well. If I have said any lies, then let my soul dissipate." After Qian said all of this, he immediately entered closed-door cultivation and refused to see visitors. This statement was somehow leaked and spread like wildfire. This made the name Ceng Niu resurge everywhere and made it even more famous. Subsequently, once Red Butterfly had recovered, she sent out a message through Suzaku saying, "Ceng Niu, our battle is not over. I'm waiting for you to find me." "Ceng Niu, who the hell are you?" This question wasn't only in the hearts of Qian and Red Butterfly, but in everyone's minds. Who really was this Ceng Niu? Although Red Butterfly had recorded a portrait of Ceng Niu, Suzaku never released it. No one knew what Suzaku was thinking. In a small sect in some rank 4 cultivation country, a middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Ceng Niu, that is my dad's name." His name was Ceng Niu. Clouds covered the sky in the area where Wang Lin entered the celestial realm. Lightning flashed across the sky, and rain fell endlessly. This storm had already lasted more than a month. Very few cultivators would come outside in this rain, and even fewer mortals. One day, 2 swords flew across the sky. There was a gentle light that blocked out the rain, and inside the light there was an old man and a young woman. Half of the old man's hair was white, and wrinkles had begun to appear on his face. The young girl was about 17 or 18 years old and was quite beautiful. The girl laughed. Teacher, traveling in this rain consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so it is a good training method. The old man laughed. Correct. If you remain this diligent, you will be able to reach the core formation stage within 10 years. The girl suddenly asked, Teacher, what cultivation level do you think Ceng Niu have reached to be able to take an arm from Red Butterfly? Could he have reached the legendary soul transformation stage? Ceng Niu is a senior far above us. How can someone like me judge him? However, my guess is that this person is a late-stage soul formation cultivator instead of soul transformation, or else Red Butterfly wouldn't have just lost an arm. She would have died. A thunderous roar rang in their ears right when Old Man finished speaking. There was suddenly a lot more lightning in the sky, and within the lightning a giant vortex appeared. Chapter 327, Return. Countless bolts of lightning emerged from the vortex like silver snakes rushing out in all directions. Not good. The old man's expression greatly changed. He grabbed his disciple and quickly backed up. At the same time, his other hand formed a seal and an octagonal mirror appeared before him. The mirror then began to spin rapidly. With a series of crackling sounds, countless cracks filled the mirror and it quickly shattered. The old man didn't have time to feel sad for the loss. He used the explosion from the mirror breaking to back up even more. However, the vicious lightning was rushing toward them. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. He bit his lips and pushed the girl away. Go. Your teacher will block for you, go. Teacher. The girl's eyes reddened, and she was about to say something. However, just at this moment, the lightning that was rushing toward them suddenly stopped and shrank back into an orb. At the same time, the orb of lightning let out a bright flash, and a young man wearing white walked out from the light. The old man and his disciple stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. They weren't able to speak for a very long time. The young man was calm when he walked out of the orb of lightning. He took a deep breath and looked around. In the end, his gaze fell on the old man and his disciple. This young man in white was Wang Lin. Planet Suzaku, I'm back, Wang Lin muttered to himself. He then looked toward the old man and young woman as if they had been waiting here to welcome him. He let out a gentle smile and asked, Fellow cultivator, has anything major happened in Suzuka lately? Wang Lin calculated that when Red Butterfly, who had lost an arm, returned to Suzaku, it would cause some disturbance. The old man stood before the girl. He was very cautious and respectfully said, Senior, many things have occurred in Suzuka lately. I wonder which thing Senior is referring to. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, Tell me everything that has happened. Before the old man could speak, the girl behind him immediately said, The biggest thing is, of course, the person named Ceng Niu. Ceng Niu. Wang Lin was startled. He rubbed his nose and immediately realized what it meant. The girl ignored her master's gaze and quickly said, That is correct. The biggest thing in Suzaku right now is Ceng Niu. Red Butterfly lost an arm because of him. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before letting out a faint smile. He had already expected this, so he wasn't shocked when he heard it. Instead, he casually asked, What does this Ceng Niu look like? Is he wanted by Suzaku? The girl was about to speak when her master stopped him. The old man carefully looked at Wang Lin and said, Senior, Suzuka didn't send out any order to capture Ceng Niu. Wang Lin chuckled. He looked past the old man and toward the girl. He then took out a bottle of pills from his bag, threw it forward, and smiled. Little girl is honest and smart. Not bad. Much better than your teacher. This bottle of pills will help you reach the core formation stage. It's my gift to you. With that, Wang Lin disappeared. The vortex of lightning slowly dissipated with Wang Lin's disappearance, and rain continued to fall. The old man took a deep breath. Even now his heart was still unstable. Although that senior was smiling the entire time, he felt like he was before God. All the young man had to do was raise his hand, and the old man would have died. The girl held the pill in her hand and curiously asked, Teacher, what kind of pill is this? The old man took the bottle and looked inside. Then his expression immediately changed when he saw the pills. He quickly poured out one pill and sniffed it. His body quivered. He quickly put the pill back into the bottle and put the bottle into his bag of holding. He dragged the young girl and quickly left this place. The young girl felt frustrated. When they were more than 10 kilometers away, she finally couldn't hold it any longer and asked again. The old man took a deep breath. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Disciple, unless he took out the wrong pills, then he must be a very powerful person. These pills are called Shattered Earth pills. They are very powerful pills for core formation cultivators. There are 3 pills in this bottle. 3 pills are reason enough to cause a catastrophe in our country of crass water. The girl was dumbfounded. These two didn't know that most of these Shattered Earth pills had been devoured by Wang Lin's mosquito beast. Wang Lin was currently traveling toward the country of Chu near the Sea of Devils. He had gotten his revenge and then went to the Celestial Realm. It was time for him to go home. Wang Lin secretly thought, if it wasn't for the fact that the return cauldron had a little problem, I would have already returned a while ago. I didn't expect to get sent to a completely desolate planet. He should have returned a few days ago, but during the transfer back, there was some sort of issue that changed the location of where he was transferred to. He ended up getting sent to a planet without any life. This planet wasn't very far from Suzaku. It was dark right now, so when Wang Lin raised his head, he could see that planet. This moon is in fact also a planet, but much smaller. Wang Lin quickly flew through the sky, leaving a trail of light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he thought, it is a shame I was only on the moon for a moment before the transfer started again. Although there was no spiritual energy there, I felt a mysterious force deep under the ground. When my cultivation is strong enough, I need to go check it out. Wang Lin didn't make any stops along the way. However, Chu was simply too far away, so he had to use a few ancient transfer arrays to close the distance. As for the star compass, Wang Lin found that it could only be used in the void or among the stars. He found that he wasn't able to open it in Suzaku. The star compass is missing a corner and is still missing a material. I wonder if I will be able to use it in Suzuka if I have those. If I could, I would even be able to run away from soul transformation cultivators. Also, why hasn't Suzuka put a bounty on my head yet? While Wang Lin flew, he took out the straw hat and put it on his head. There are many restrictions and formations in this straw hat that I can't activate. This time, when I return to Chu, I must spend some time to study it. Also, with the treasure swords I got from the Delu Sword Sect disciples, I will be able to add a lot more restrictions to my restriction flag. Unfortunately, I only picked up 3 of those treasure swords. Wang Lin got one of the treasure swords when he killed the Delu Sword Sect disciple. As for the other 2, he found them with Qian while they were collecting bags of holding in the void. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. Go into closed-door cultivation to reach the mid-stage of soul formation, find the missing materials for the star compass, study the straw hat, and add more restrictions to the restriction flag. There are simply too many things to do. Wang Lin secretly thought, there is also Ta's son from the land of the ancient god. It has been many years, and I don't know how far he has cultivated. I must have the power to protect myself before he can leave there. Thinking about Ta's son, Wang Lin couldn't help but think of Tianhou. I never would have thought that I would meet my future teacher on this trip to the Celestial Realm. Senior Tianhou is the Delu Sword Sect's enemy. The person who fought with Qian and could use the killing intent crystal is also in Tianhou's sect. I just don't know if he is Senior's disciple. I wonder if he will hold a grudge against me when I go there. Wang Lin frowned. The old man from the Delu Sword Sect is too strong. Could he be an ascendant cultivator? Unfortunately, I have never seen an ascendant cultivator, so I can't speculate. However, from his words, he seems to be a bit weaker than Tianhou. So what exactly is the cultivation level of this senior who is going to take me as his honorary disciple for 100 years? I wonder if Senior Tianhou noticed me there. The harvest is very good for this trip to the Celestial Realm. Only the pagoda with the female corpse is going to be a bit difficult. Since I have already agreed to Senior Zhou Yi's request, I can't go back on my word, most because I don't know what the result was after Senior Zhou Yi chased that old man. As Wang Lin flew, many thoughts went through his head. Rain Celestial Sword, once I return to Chu, I have to see if I can take it out. Wang Lin took a deep breath before stopping and descending to the ground. Below him was an ancient transfer array. His heart ached as he took out a top-quality spirit stone and placed it in the array. The array opened up, and he disappeared into it. Millions of kilometers away, Wang Lin appeared. He rubbed his bag of holding and thought, there aren't many top-quality spirit stones left. Luckily, there were some in the bags we found, but after splitting them with Qian, there are only around 20 left. It is best to use them sparingly from now on. They will definitely have use in the future. Wang Lin didn't make any stops. He quickly teleported and continued rushing home. Time slowly passed by. 1 month later, Wang Lin stood before another ancient transfer array and touched his bag of holding. He was about to take out another top-quality spirit stone when he suddenly stopped. He spread out his divine sense to check if anyone was around. Once he confirmed that he was alone, he carefully took out a celestial jade. Celestial jades are higher quality than top-quality spirit stones. I wonder if I can use it to open the ancient transfer array. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before placing the celestial jade into the transfer array. The moment the celestial jade was placed in the transfer array, it released a light brighter than any transfer array ever had before. The transfer array shook and countless fine cracks appeared on it. At the same time, a faint image of a map appeared before Wang Lin. There were a total of 8 dots lit up, and one of them had rings of light around it. Wang Lin was stunned. Seeing that the cracks on the formation were getting worse, he didn't have time to think. He glanced at the map, and then pointed at one of the points that lit up. With a boom, the formation suddenly collapsed. The moment the transfer array collapsed, the celestial jade popped out and was caught by Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin was surrounded by a mysterious power from the array and disappeared. After Wang Lin disappeared, with only a gentle blow of the wind, the ancient transfer array turned to dust, leaving behind an imprint. Chapter 328, Heart Trembles. This transfer gave Wang Lin the same feeling he had when he was transferred to the celestial realm. However, this feeling only lasted for a short period of time. Wang Lin appeared in an ancient transfer array countless kilometers away. He spread out his divine sense. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. This place was only 800,000 kilometers away from the Sea of Devils. One transfer, and he went past several ancient transfer arrays. Wang Lin calculated that he must have moved millions of kilometers. The journey that would have normally taken a month passed by in the blink of an eye. This truly stunned Wang Lin. He looked down at the celestial jade in his hand. It was no longer pure white. There was a bit of gray inside it. It was now missing about 10% of the celestial spiritual energy that was inside. Recalling the map that appeared when he activated the transfer array, Wang Lin suddenly understood something. Perhaps this was the real method of using the ancient transfer arrays, and top-quality spirit stones could only open one location. By using a celestial jade, one could open up all of the connecting transfer arrays. However, one transfer took 10%. Although I have quite a bit of celestial jade, I can't waste it like this. This isn't transfer, but wasting celestial spiritual energy. There aren't many people that can use celestial jades to transfer in Situ. Wang Lin mocked himself before jumping into the air and flying forward. The truth was very similar to what Wang Lin had thought. Although there were people who could open transfer arrays with celestial jade, there were simply too few of them. Only the 4 ascendant cultivators of Suzaku would not feel their hearts ache when using a celestial jade to transfer. While Wang Lin flew, he touched the beast trap on his right wrist. During the second fight with Red Butterfly, the Thunder Toad sustained a very grave injury that brought it to the edge of death. Although it was still trapped inside the beast trap, it went from taking spiritual energy every few days to every few months. Wang Lin understood that if it wasn't for him continuing to send spiritual energy into the beast trap, the Thunder Toad would have died. I don't know if Wan Air will be able to cure the Thunder Toad after I return to Chu. Alas, this beast is only in this condition because of me, so I, Wang Lin, can't just abandon it. While he was thinking about this, a gentle wave came from his wrist as if it was responding to him. At this moment, in the cloud sky sect of Chu, Muwan sat in the eastern court with a zither. Her jade-like fingers moved across the zither, creating a beautiful melody. The gentle sound waves seemed like they were reminiscing about something. These past 100+ years seemed to have gone by in an instant for Wang Lin, but for Muwan, it had been far too long. The current her looked different from before. There were signs of aging on her face. With her age, she should have turned into a pile of white bones if not for the dew from the heaven-defying bead. In these past 100 years, I'm still stuck at the late stage of core formation. The dew you have given me no longer has any effect. I can feel that my body is weakening day by day. If I still can't reach the nascent soul stage within 10 years, Muwan forcibly controlled herself to not let her tears fall. However, the sound of the zither revealed her inner feelings. It was filled with sadness and helplessness. Anyone who heard it would feel their heart become heavy. Wang Lin, where exactly are you? The sadness in Muwan's eyes became even stronger. Her heart was in a lot of pain. Her time with Wang Lin echoed in her mind. This was the only thing she had to live for. If she didn't have these memories, then even if her body was fine, her heart would have already died. Wang Lin, maybe when you are back, we will be separated by life and death. Muwan finally wasn't able to hold back her tears. 2 streams fell down her cheeks. At this moment, 2 people stood outside the courtyard. Both of them had heads full of white hair. One of the old men shook his head and said, Sect Master's zither play contains a hint of death, alas. Lu Fei, in these past 100 years, Sect Master has failed to break into the nascent soul stage 3 times even though she took many pills. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to see that person one more time, then she would have died 30 years ago when she failed to break through again. Song Qing, the person you are referring to, you think he is still alive? A cold figure appeared in Lu Fei's mind. causing his body to quiver. Even after 100 years, he couldn't forget what had happened. Songqing pondered for a bit and sighed. 100 years ago, he was at the early stage of nascent soul. How could he be dead? My guess is that now he has reached the late stage of nascent soul. His fear was much deeper than Lu Fei's. The scene from back then often woke him in his sleep. That scene had become his inner demon. Alas, even if he has reached the late stage of nascent soul, he won't be able to save the Sky Cloud sect. Lu Fei's face was filled with bitterness. Songqing pondered for a long time before letting out a bitter smile. That foreign cultivator wiped out the Blue Sky sect 3 days ago. I wonder who will be next. Lu Fei bitterly said. Even the Lord Messenger was scared away by this person's techniques. My Cloud Sky sect's fate has already been set. Of the 4 late-stage nascent soul senior elders, Elder Lu Chong died 30 years ago when he failed to reach the soul formation stage, and now whether Elder Gong's son will live or die is unknown. Just at this moment, the zither music stopped, and from within the courtyard came Li Muwan's gentle voice. 2 seniors, please come in to talk. Wan Er is not feeling well, so I won't be coming out. Lu Fei and Songqing quickly replied. They then looked at each other before quickly entering the courtyard. Li Muwan stared at the zither. She shook head, and then looked toward the 2. Lu Fei had a complex expression on his face as he said, Sect Master, your health is important. Playing the zither is a strain on your mind. Li Muwan let out a sigh, and then smiled. My body is already too weak. Even if I don't play the zither, I won't live for more than 10 years. Lu Fei secretly sighed. Li Muwan calmly said, Any news on Elder Gong's son? Elder Gong's son went to find that foreign cultivator 7 days ago and still hasn't returned. I'm afraid. Songqing's eyes were filled with sadness. He didn't continue speaking. Li Muwan pondered for a bit. After a long time, she let out a sad smile and said, Have you guys found any information about where that cultivator is from? Lu Fei whispered. We only know that this person doesn't look that old and uses various poisonous insects. He is also covered in a bloodthirsty aura. 1 month ago, he suddenly appeared inside Chu. He destroyed 3 sects within 7 days, and 3 days ago the Blue Sky sect was destroyed. Only a few outer disciples who were out visiting their families are left. Li Muwan stared out the window. After a long time, she was about to speak, but her face suddenly became red. Her body started trembling, and she began to cough violently. Lu Fei and Songqing quickly revealed concerned looks. Li Muwan covered her mouth with her right hand. Only after coughing for a while did she finally stop. She looked at the shocking red blood in her hand. She wiped it away and said, In a few days, when I'm feeling better, I'll return your soul essence bloods. All of you should run away afterward. Sect Master. Lu Fei and Songqing both spoke at the same time. Their eyes were filled with sadness. Although both of their soul essence bloods were in Li Muwan's hands, she had never used them against them. Instead, she always treated them like her seniors. Neither of them were made of wood, and the sliver of discontent they had with her had long disappeared. Sect Master. Ouyangzi's life extension pill has already been in research for several years. Once he succeeds, you will be able to live longer. Li Muwan shook her head and said, There is no way. Even if it could help, it would only extend my life by a few years. I could feel my body aging in these past 10 years. Maybe in a few years all of my hair will have turned white. Moreover, this disaster is something the Cloud Sky sect won't be able to escape from. Songqing bitterly said, Sect Master, we can get help from the Giant Demon sect. This foreign cultivator scared away the Giant Demon sect's messenger, so they have to act. All we have to do is hold out until then. Giant Demon Clan, Li Muwan gently whispered. She shook her head. The Giant Demon Clan only see us as a tools for alchemy. Also, the matter between Ceng Niu and the Giant Demon Clan's young master has them in a bind, so they probably won't have time to bother with us. Lu Fei said, Ceng Niu, alas, if it wasn't for this person, then the Giant Demon Clan wouldn't have just abandoned us. Songqing mockingly said, If only Ceng Niu could come to my country, then this disaster would be resolved. Songqing only said it to mock himself. He didn't even think that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance it could happen. Lu Fei bitterly smiled. Ceng Niu, that is a senior that could even take an arm off Red Butterfly. I'm afraid he probably hasn't even heard of Chu. Li Muwan whispered. You guys can leave and pass on my intent to the 2 Grand Elders in closed-door cultivation. Once I have returned your soul essence bloods, all of you should escape this place. Lu Fei asked, Sect Master, what about you? How about you come with us? Li Muwan revealed deep sadness in her eyes. At this moment, there was no fear in her heart. Even if the Cloud Sky sect was doomed, she wasn't willing to leave. Even if she dies, she must die here. This was her agreement with Wang Lin. She didn't speak, but gently shook her head. She looked out toward the blue sky outside, and Wang Lin's image appeared in her mind. Big Brother Wang. A fist-sized creature flew from Li Muwan's brow. It hovered around for a bit before landing on the zither. Li Muwan's hand rubbed the small creature's head as she whispered, "Little Ling, where is your master?" Wang Lin didn't stop at all during this 800,000-kilometer trip. He stood on the edge of the Sea of Devils looking toward Chu, and for some reason his heart trembled slightly. He had never felt trembling like this before. This was the first time it ever happened. Inner demon? Not possible. With my cultivation, a normal inner demon could never enter my origin soul. While Wang Lin thought about it, he walked into the Sea of Devils. I haven't seen one air in many years. I should buy something for her. Wang Lin let out a faint smile. Chapter 329, I am Wang Lin 1. He quickly charged toward the Sea of Devils. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't slow down at all. After passing through several transfer arrays, he appeared 10,000 kilometers from a city. This city was called Devil Rebel. It was one of the 10 main cities of the Sea of Devils. This one was ranked third among the 10 main cities. It was countless times larger than any city Wang Lin had seen before. There were some descriptions of the city on the map Wang Lin possessed, but all this information was from before the Sea of Devils was invaded. There were many new powers mixed in, so Wang Lin didn't know the exact political situation here. However, his purpose wasn't to cause trouble, but to simply buy some gifts for Li Muwan. After paying a few low-quality spirit stones, Wang Lin entered Devil Rebel City. There were many cultivators inside the city, making the place very lively. With the straw hat on his head, Wang Lin looked around and let out a smile. There was a very eye-catching 5-story building a bit into the distance with the 3 words, Treasure Refining Pavilion on it. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before walking toward this pavilion. After entering the pavilion, he immediately went up to the 2nd floor. Nothing on the 2nd floor caught his eye, so he went to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor sat a middle-aged man who was reading an ancient scroll and enjoying himself. When he saw Wang Lin, he put down the scroll and smiled. "Hello, customer. What would you like to buy?" Wang Lin looked around and said, "A pill recipe." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Our treasure refining pavilion has many pill recipes. I wonder what kind does customer want?" Wang Lin sat on a chair next to the middle-aged man and said, "Rank 5 or higher." The middle-aged man's eyes became serious. He quickly stood up and poured Wang Lin a cup of tea. Then he said, "Rank 5 pill recipes are very expensive. Our treasure refining pavilion here only has 3. Please wait while I get them for you." With that, the man quickly went up some stairs. Not long after, he quickly came back down with 3 boxes. Along with him was an old man with a very serious expression who was emitting waves of spiritual energy. The old man calmly looked at Wang Lin and silently pondered. Wang Lin casually looked at the old man before moving his gaze toward the boxes in the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man put the boxes down and smiled. Of the 3 rank 5 pill recipes, 2 of them are from Chu's Cloud Sky sect, and the other is from Demo's End of the World sect. This is the jade containing the effect of the pills. Please look at it, customer. With that, he turned his hand, and 3 jades appeared. He placed them on top of the boxes. Wang Lin picked up each jade one by one. They only contained the effect of the pills, but not the recipes. The recipes were inside the boxes. Back before Wang Lin left the Cloud Sky sect, he had already seen all of the rank 5 pill recipes from the Cloud Sky sect. So after casually looking through those 2 jades, he turned his attention to the one from the End of the World sect. After a long time, Wang Lin put down the jade and said, "I want this return to origin pill recipe from the End of the World sect. Does your treasure refining pavilion have any rank 6 pill recipes?" The middle-aged man hesitated and looked toward the old man. The old man nodded. The middle-aged man then quickly smiled and said, "A rank 6 pill is priceless. My treasure refining pavilion only has 1, and it will be sold at the Sea of Devils auction that happens every 10 years. If customer wants it, how about waiting 2 months? 2 months from now is when the auction will start." Wang Lin frowned. "Never mind. How much for this rank 5 pill recipe?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Customer, do you want to exchange an item for it, or will you buy it with spirit stones?" Wang Lin responded, "Spirit stones." The middle-aged revealed a complex expression and said, "This. Most items that have reached a certain value are not sold for spirit stones." Wang Lin frowned. He stood up, slapped his bag of holding, and threw out 1 item. Then he took the box containing the jade and started climbing down the stairs. The old man was startled and subconsciously took a step forward, but he was stopped by a cold aura that came out of Wang Lin's straw hat. The old man was suddenly startled, and his nascent soul was almost destroyed. He stumbled backwards and no longer dared to try to stop Wang Lin. The middle-aged man caught the item Wang Lin had tossed. He only took one look before his body began to tremble. He revealed a look of disbelief. This is half of a top-quality spirit stone. To Wang Lin's understanding, half of a top-quality spirit stone was enough for a rank 5 pill recipe. Also, Wang Lin didn't even give half. It was more like January 4th th. In these past few days, someone wearing a straw hat went to many shops in many cities buying pill recipes. In the beginning, most of the stores gave a fair price, but the price for each new store became higher and higher. Then there was one store that gave out a sky-high price, and when the sale failed, they tried to use force. However, they were only met with destruction. After that, a rumor saying that the cultivator with the straw hat was a soul formation cultivator spread. This was good for Wang Lin because at least it made it much easier to buy pill recipes than before. In 10 days' time, Wang Lin arrived at the border of Chu in the Sea of Devils with the help of ancient transfer arrays. During this time, he managed to obtain a total of 8 rank 5 cultivation pill recipes. When Wan Er sees these recipes, she will definitely happy. Wang Lin let out a smile. After he entered Chu, he took off the straw hat and no longer hid himself. However, just as Wang Lin entered Chu, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes became cold as he looked into the distance toward the Cloud Sky sect and lightly said, "He is courting death." Then he disappeared from the spot. Zhangbai was a name, and this name in the rank 5 country of Puli meant bloody murder. The genius was from Puli's insect demon sect, and he was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Then for some reason, he stole the sacred text of the insect demon sect and betrayed his sect. The insect demon sect chased after him, but he always managed to slip away. Although they managed to seriously injure him, many disciples were killed along the way. Eventually, under the pursuit of a soul formation cultivator, Zhangbai escaped into the 9-ghost desolate valley. After escaping from the soul formation cultivator, he lived there for 100 years. No one knew how he had lived through those 100 years, but by the time he came out, he had reached the soul formation stage. What was even scarier was that he had tamed countless poisonous insects. The moment he appeared, he killed his way to the insect demon clan. Surrounded by his mass of insects, even soul formation cultivators died to him. Even knowing that there were mid-stage and late-stage soul formation cultivators in the insect demon sect, he still came. It was very obvious how arrogant this person was. Eventually, this person was being hunted again, but by a mid-stage soul formation cultivator this time. He lured his senior of his former sect into the 9-ghost desolate valley, and then both of them disappeared. 30 years later, Zhangbai came out of the 9-ghost desolate valley again. Although he was still at the early stage of soul formation, his senior was nowhere to be found. This person seemed to have given up on getting revenge on his sect and left his home country. He traveled around, committing many vile acts wherever he went. It could be said that countless cultivators died by his hand. Even mid-stage soul formation cultivators had a headache when dealing with him. This was because he seemed to have cultivated some technique that made him impossible to kill. Every time they thought they killed him, it was just one of his insect clones. Eventually, this person obtained a rain cauldron and became one of the people to enter the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, he traveled unopposed until he messed with someone he couldn't mess with and failed to frame Wang Lin. In the end, he lost several clones before being forced to return using the return cauldron. It could be said that he was the first person from Suzaku to return. When he came back, he also met the same problem Wang Lin had, and was set off course. He was luckier than Wang Lin, though. He landed directly in Suzaku. However, he landed in the Sea of Devils. Because he had lost too many insects in the celestial realm, he began killing again when he was inside the Sea of Devils. Almost every cultivator he met was killed by him. After absorbing the essence of all those cultivators, his insects began to reproduce, and he traveled to Chu. The reason he had wiped out so many sects was of course to feed his insects. The flesh of mortals wasn't enough for his insects, which was why Chu had to deal with this calamity now. When the messenger from the giant demon clan saw Zhangbai come to Chu, he secretly complained. Although he was also a soul formation cultivator, he didn't break through from his own understanding but absorbed another's understanding. In terms of power, he could bully nascent soul cultivators, but compared to someone powerful like Zhangbai, he could only run. Zhangbai was currently standing on top of a mountain, surrounded by countless insects. He looked with bloodshot eyes toward a sect in the distance. The Cloud Sky sect. This is the #1 sect in this country of Chu, and it is good at alchemy. After today, all of those pills will belong to me. From what I heard from the other sects, the sect master is a beauty. I want to see if she will still be beautiful after she has been invaded by my insects. Zhangbai flew toward the sect. The howling of insects was very intimidating. Several days ago, I fed on a late-stage nascent soul junior from the Cloud Sky sect. That junior said that Wang Lin wouldn't forgive me when he died. Who is this Wang Lin, and why have I never heard of him? Also, Chu is a mere rank 3 cultivation country. There is no way for a soul formation cultivator to exist. This Wang Lin is only a slightly above average late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and I kill them as I see them. I have even killed quite a few soul formation cultivators. Zhanbai sneered. After wiping out this country of Chu, I'll kill my way back to the 9-ghost desolate valley. This time, I must let the Insect King be born. Once the Insect King has entered my body, I'll be able to reach the mid-stage of soul formation. Ceng Niu, I want to see if you can still beat me then. Chapter 330, I am Wang Lin too. In Zhanbai's eyes, the trip to the celestial realm was his disgrace. Ceng Niu was a nobody who dared to ignore him. If that Ceng Niu had helped him, they would have easily killed the person chasing him. I didn't think that Ceng Niu could take an arm from Red Butterfly. Now that person is famous throughout Suzaku. That fame should have been mine. Just you wait, Ceng Niu, one day we will have our fight. Zhanbai sneered, but soon he frowned and muttered, Ceng Niu's Thunder Toad is a natural enemy to my insects, so it will be a bit difficult. His eyes lit up, and he made up his mind. This time, he had to go deeper into the 9-ghost desolate valley and get the king insect. With the Insect King, even the Thunder Toad will lose its effect. It is smarter if I don't anger Ceng Niu before that happens. If that person was able to take an arm off Red Butterfly, then his cultivation level must not really be early-stage soul formation like he shows on the surface. However, Suzaku is very large. Even if I want to mess with him, it will be hard to locate him. Zhanbai snorted. After just the blink of an eye, he arrived outside of the Cloud Sky sect. The Cloud Sky sect was surrounded by white clouds. These clouds were not natural, but a sect protection formation. Not only did this formation protect the sect, it also had the ability to hide spiritual energy fluctuations from within. Zhanbai floated in the sky and looked at the clouds for a bit. He let out a smile of contempt and shouted, Juniors of the Cloud Sky sect, listen well. Open up the sect protection formation, bring out all your pills, and your sect master is to come out to greet me personally. The Cloud Sky sect was completely silent. After a while, a weak and gentle voice came of the Cloud Sky sect. However, the voice was filled with determination. Senior is a soul formation cultivator. Why make it difficult on a small sect like ours? If there is any need for pills, then please ask us. My Cloud Sky sect will do its best to fulfill your needs. Zhanbai revealed a mocking expression and said, Oh, I guess you are the Cloud Sky sect's sect master. Junior is the Cloud Sky sect's sect master. Senior, please don't make it difficult for a small sect like ours. Ling Muwan's voice continued. It was still as alluring as it was in the past, and was filled with gentleness. Zhanbai snorted and said, I have to see just what kind of beauty this sect master of the Cloud Sky sect is. With that, he reached toward the white clouds and made a grabbing motion. With a series of crackling sounds, the white clouds quickly collapsed. But they quickly formed again. What is this? This formation is mysterious. It wasn't placed by your Cloud Sky sect. Zhanbai's eyes lit up. Li Muwan let out a sigh and said, Senior, this formation was placed by the Giant Demon Clan to protect my Cloud Sky sect. Consider giving Giant Demon Clan some face and not make it difficult for us. Giant Demon Clan. Zhanbai pondered for a bit before waving his hand. All of the insects around him attacked the clouds. A wave of munching sounds came from the white clouds. This sound eventually got so loud that it covered up the humming of the insects. What about the Giant Demon Clan? Even if Qian himself comes, he won't get angry with me over a mere Cloud Sky sect. Zhanbai smiled and reached out again. Bang! With a loud bang, the one of the white clouds collapsed, causing all of the other clouds to disappear as well. A shock wave spread out, and within the shockwave a ray of light disappeared. As the white cloud disappeared, a series of buildings made of spirit stone appeared before Zhanbai. Looking at the endless rows of buildings made of spirit stone that didn't seem to end, Zhanbai's eyes bulged out. He looked for a very long time before letting out a laugh and said, This Cloud Sky sect is simply too rich. It is made of spirit stones. Although this scale can't match the celestial realm, there aren't many places like this in Suzaku. Haha, from today onward, this place is mine. The sect protection formation was easily destroyed. The people inside the Cloud Sky sect were filled with despair. Zhanbai took one step and entered the Cloud Sky sect. He was surrounded by a 100-foot thick wall of insects. Some of the female disciples with lower cultivation levels were so scared that they started crying. Zhanbai reached out. A few of the Cloud Sky sect disciples were caught by an invisible force. A group of insects broke off from the horde and jumped onto the disciples. Miserable screams quickly echoed as the disciples were covered by the insects. The insects were crawling all over them, and some of them had even entered their bodies. Shrill screams landed in the ears of the Cloud Sky sect's disciples. These screams almost tore their hearts apart. Stop! Muwan jumped up into the air. Around her stood several people. They all stared at Bai with ugly expressions. Bai let out a mischievous smile. He waved his hand, and the shrill scream from the disciples became even louder. A few seconds later, the insects came out of their bodies. The disciples suddenly became very weak and fell from the sky. Muwan's face went pale. She could only stare dumbfoundedly at the disciples. Blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. Her body trembled, and her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Bai. With her personality, it was very rare for her to look at someone like that. Bai's gaze landed on Muwan. He said, "Not bad. You really are a beauty. What is your name?" Muwan remained silent. "Oh, not going to speak? That's too bad." Bai let out a smile and waved his hand. The insects around him spread out and covered the entire Cloud Sky sect. Bai only needed to wave his hand, and the insects would jump on any living thing and devour it. Although these insects were only the size of a thumb, they were extremely bloodthirsty. If one looked closely, they would see that Bai's eyes were almost exactly the same as these insects. "Stop. My name is Muwan." A wave of shame filled Muwan. She had no choice. She couldn't just watch the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect die. A few days ago, she started sending disciples away, but there were still thousands that decided to stay. The reason these people stayed was because they saw the Cloud Sky sect as their home. They were willing to fight for their home. Even if they died, they wouldn't regret it. Even Lu Fei and Song Qing, the two late-stage nascent soul head elders, decided to stay. A white-haired old man took a step forward, blocking Muwan, and said to Bai, "Senior, if you have any request, please speak." Bai's eyes lit up. He stared at the old man and said, with contempt, "My demands? My demand is very simple. I'm going to kill all of you, take all the pills, and seal this place to be my personal palace. As for you, your name is Muwan? You are very pretty and have a certain grace to you. You can be my maid." One of the nascent soul cultivators, who was an old woman, shouted, "You go too far." She was able to reach the nascent soul stage because of Muwan. When Bai spoke those words, she lost herself in anger, forgetting the difference in cultivation levels, so she shouted out loud. Bai's expression darkened. His eyes became bloodshot as he said, "It looks like I was too kind. Okay, I'll destroy the Cloud Sky sect." With that, he waved his right hand, and the surrounding insects started to attack everyone. As for the old woman, when Bai waved his hand, many insects attacked her. She let out miserable screams. Even her nascent soul was devoured. This scene shook everyone's hearts. Miserable screams filled the Cloud Sky sect. Muwan let out a sad smile. She then coughed out a mouthful of blood and bit her lower lip. Even the elders around her were attacked by countless insects. Each of them tried their best to resist, but even the two late-stage nascent soul elders were having a lot of trouble. These insects were very strange. No treasures or spells seemed to have any effect on them. At this moment, aside from Muwan, everyone in the Cloud Sky sect was fighting with the insects. Muwan bit her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with despair. Bai looked at Muwan with interest. He rubbed his chin and said, "To be honest, I have wiped out many sects, and you are the fourth female sect master. Although your cultivation isn't very good, you would make a good host for my parasites." With that, he pointed at her, and a drop of blood suddenly flew out of his finger. The drop of blood turned into a vicious insect that jumped toward Muwan. However, as soon as the insect leapt at her, a black mass appeared on her forehead. The black mass turned into the shape of the small creature which devoured the blood insect. The blood insect was screaming miserably at first, but that sound slowly faded. The small creature floated around Muwan and stared viciously at Bai. Bai was shocked. He looked at the small creature and whispered, "Soul beast." Muwan pondered. She looked toward the distance and whispered, "Big Brother Wang. Let us meet in the next life." Big Brother Wang? Haha, could it be that Wang? What was it, Lin? Bai let out a laugh. After arriving in Chu, he had heard the name Wang Lin from quite a few people. He even heard it from members of the other sects as they died. Your country of Chu is very strange. This Wang Lin seems to be very famous. Who exactly is he? Bai let out a loud laugh. His laugh was filled with arrogance. His eyes lit up and he said, with contempt, "I'm now really curious about who this Wang Lin really is. I'm also curious about how you managed to make all of these nascent soul cultivators willing to die with you with your cultivation level. Because she is my woman. I am Wang Lin, a cold voice spoke from behind Zhanbai. Chapter 331, Reckless? At the same time as the voice appeared, countless black wandering souls arrived like demons descending from the sky and charged toward the insects. Several insects had already drilled into Lu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with despair when a cold wind blew over him. The insects inside his body came out and ran like they had just met their natural predator. Lu Fei was startled. His gaze fell on a not-so-large figure behind Zhanbai. It is him. Song Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He had used up almost all of his spiritual energy, but the insects kept coming wave after wave. He let out a sad smile. He was almost out of spiritual energy, and he didn't even have time to take out pills. After pausing for just a moment, the insects covered his body. The pain was driving him mad. He let out a pitiful smile and was about to explode his nascent soul when a cold wind blew by. His body trembled. The insects inside and outside of his body all screamed and quickly fled. Song Qing was startled. He looked at the 70% foreign but 30% familiar figure behind Zhanbai. It is him. At this moment, the two remaining late-stage nascent soul-head elders also felt the cold wind. They were also startled, and then they saw that figure. It is him. All of the Cloud Sky sect disciples that were still alive felt a cold wind enter their bodies, and then the insects all screamed while they escaped. It is him. Almost all of the disciples raised their heads and saw that person. Muwan stared at the person behind Zhanbai. She couldn't stop the tears in her eyes. Although Wang Lin's figure was a bit different from 100 years ago, she was able to immediately recognize him. Wang Lin. Zhanbai quivered ever so slightly. Up until now, he didn't notice that person at all, meaning that his cultivation level was higher than his. He suddenly turned and saw Wang Lin. His face was filled with disbelief. He subconsciously took a few steps back and shouted, "Yo, Ceng Niu." The entire Cloud Sky sect was about to reach a boiling point when Zhanbai shouted the name Ceng Niu. Ceng Niu. Very few in the Cloud Sky sect didn't know this name. The most famous person in Suzaku right now was Ceng Niu. Ceng Niu. Some of the lower-ranked disciples were filled with shock. Ceng Niu. Lu Fei was completely stunned. Ceng Niu. Song Qing felt his mind shaking. The two late-stage nascent soul-head elders' eyes glowed like they had never glowed before. Wang Lin's eyes became very cold. This coldness had only ever appeared when he was killing the Tang family. This coldness meant that Wang Lin's anger had reached its peak, and he was about to kill. It is you who wants to wipe out the Cloud Sky sect. Wang Lin's voice was as cold as the cold winds of the underworld. This cold wind landed on Zhanbai's body. To him, it felt colder than any wind he had ever experienced before. Wang Lin, who was able to take Red Butterfly's arm, appeared behind Zhanbai without being noticed. This shocked Zhanbai greatly. Before the battle even started, he already had thoughts of retreating. Zhanbai said, Ceng Niu, I didn't know you were from the Cloud Sky sect. This time I was reckless. Reckless. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly charged forward. The restriction flag came out of his bag of holding and turned into a black fog that charged toward Zhanbai. Zhanbai's expression changed. He immediately backed up. Reckless. Wang Lin let out a mad laugh. His hand formed a seal and then pointed forward. Dragons made of the restriction fog came out from the black fog and gathered before Wang Lin, condensing into a lance. This lance was able to even shock Red Butterfly. She had to use her life treasure to defend against it. The moment the lance appeared, the sky darkened. Black fog covered the sky, and all of the insects let out sharp shrills as if they had met their natural enemy. Zhanbai's expression changed greatly. He continued to back up. Wang Lin grabbed the lance and chased after Zhanbai. Time. Wang Lin let out a shout and 9 carvings immediately flew out. They each grew into the size of a real person in the air and spread out. Zhanbai's retreating body suddenly slowed down. Reckless. During this pause, Wang Lin's lance lunged forward with a thunderous roar. Zhanbai let out a roar. His hand formed a seal, and the image of a centipede suddenly appeared on his forehead. Countless legs appeared all over Zhanbai's body, forming a cocoon around him. The power of the lance could move the heavens and earth. Bang! With a bang, the lance landed upon the flesh cocoon. The restriction fog drilled into the cocoon viciously. The flesh cocoon immediately collapsed, and at that moment, Zhanbai quickly backed out from the cocoon. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood. There were countless maggots squirming inside this blood. It would make anyone's skin crawl. Ceng Niu, don't push me too far. Zhanbai's eyes were completely bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse. He was completely shaken. The domain inside Wang Lin's lance made his injuries even worse. If it wasn't for his domain being so special, he would have been heavily wounded by Wang Lin already. Bully? Then today I'm going to bully you. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. His right hand suddenly pointed forward, and a very ordinary-looking ray of spiritual energy shot toward Zhanbai. Domain attack. His expression was very ugly. Without any hesitation, he turned around with the intention to escape. How could Wang Lin let him escape? He quickly chased after Zhanbai and pointed at him. The surrounding wandering souls immediately came from all directions to stop him from retreating. Zhanbai's face was ashen. He was about to escape with teleportation when Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He swiped his hand down and, with a loud tearing sound, a spatial rift appeared. The spatial rift appeared right as Zhanbai was about to teleport. If he really did teleport, then he would be torn in half by the spatial rift. Madman! Zhanbai was terrified. He quickly stopped his teleportation. As cold winds blew out from the rift, the ground began to crack, and the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked into it. Zhanbai had seen crazy people, and he had killed soul formation cultivators before, but he was terrified of Wang Lin right now. Wang Lin had the most combat experience out of all the people he had faced. Just tearing open a rift was something all soul formation cultivators could do. However, it was the first time Zhanbai had seen it used to prevent teleportation. Opening such a big rift would cause Chu to lose its spiritual energy, meaning that this was simply too crazy. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. As he continued to move toward, he pointed at the sky. Rings of light suddenly appeared behind him, forming a giant black and white scroll. You are lucky. You are going to be the second offering to the life and death domain. Wang Lin's voice was cold. His right hand pointed at Zhanbai as he said, changes of life and death. The scroll behind him seemed to be disturbed by a giant hand and was opened. The scroll covered more than 10 kilometers and looked very majestic. Even the spatial rift closed before the power of the scroll. Slivers of gray mist spread out from the scroll. This was the first time he had used his domain at full power. He used all he had learned and understood about life and death and the heavenly reincarnation cycle in this attack. Zhanbai secretly complained, but he was a proud person. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he slapped his bag of holding, causing a swarm of red insects to appear. Zhanbai shouted, Ceng Niu, there is no death grudge between us. Why must you go so far? I only killed a few disciples of your Cloud Sky sect. Now there is. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pointed at Zhanbai. A thunderous roar came from the scroll and a vortex appeared. The vortex was surrounded by thick, gray fog. If one looked closely, they would see people's faces within the vortex. All of them were people who had died by Wang Lin's hand. This was Wang Lin's life and death domain. It was another heavenly reincarnation cycle, his own cycle. Unless Zhanbai's domain had also reached the mid-stage of soul formation, then resistance was futile. The bugs beside Zhanbai all let out miserable screams before dropping toward the ground. Every single bug was caught by a mass of gray gas and absorbed into the vortex. Zhanbai's bloodshot eyes revealed a hint of his very well-hidden fear. He let out a roar and pointed at his forehead. The centipede appeared again, and a rainbow-colored gas appeared on his forehead. This gas in almost an instant turned in a 100-meter-long centipede. What was most scary about this centipede was that there was another head under its head, and that head looked just like Zhanbai. This was his origin soul. Back when he was in the Nine-Ghost Desolate Valley, he fused with the soul of this beast to reach the soul formation stage. The domain he comprehended was the way of the insect beast. He used the body of a beast to use the power of the heavens. The heavens were cruel. Humans could kill beasts, so beasts could kill humans. Humans could eat beasts, so beasts could eat humans. If humans could become immortals, then that meant that beasts could also become immortals. Why would humans be the root of it all? Zhanbai's Tao was to use the soul of a beast as the root. The moment his origin soul appeared, he let out a roar and left his body. It flew up into the air, opened its mouth, and charged toward the vortex. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he said, arrogant. With a boom, the vortex suddenly expanded and devoured Zhanbai's origin soul like the ruthless heavens. Waves of miserable screams came from within, but they soon faded. The scroll disappeared, and everything returned back to normal like nothing had ever happened. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and Zhanbai's body collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. There were maggots everywhere inside his body, releasing a very foul smell. Chapter 332, Seclusion. With a frown on his face, Wang Lin pointed at the corpse. He created a ball of fire from thin air and launched it at the body. There was a series of sizzling sounds, which were followed by the noise of maggots shrilling before they turned to dust. There was only a bag of holding left on the ground. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he picked up the bag. He made a strange expression after scanning the bag. There were no items inside the bag. It was filled with insects. He pondered for a bit before placing a restriction on the bag. After putting the bag away, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the cloud sky sect. He then slowly descended. Muwan stared at Wang Lin. Her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Just as she was about to speak, she started coughing violently and fell over. Wang Lin quickly arrived beside Muwan and hugged her. After quickly tapping at a few spots on her body, his expression changed. His face darkened and he shouted, "Lu Fei, Song Qing, seal the sect. No one is allowed to leave before I come out." Wang Lin quickly flew toward the eastern courtyard with Muwan in his arms. Lu Fei and Song Qing quickly responded and went to do what they were told. A huge curtain of light covered the cloud sky sect, and the sect became hidden from prying eyes once again. The lucky disciples that survived all received orders to not go outside. They were all happy to follow that order. Because they couldn't go anywhere, they were all talking amongst themselves. Their topics basically all revolved around the name Ceng Niu. After Lu Fei and Song Qing finished talking, they looked at each other. Both could see the excitement and fear in each other's eyes. The excitement was because the Cloud Sky sect had been saved, and that Wang Lin was the famous Ceng Niu. The fear was from Wang Lin's return. After all, even now they couldn't forget the bloody scene they had witnessed back then. The two of them flew toward the eastern courtyard, but didn't dare to get too close. The two head elders who had much higher statuses than them had already arrived, and were sitting outside waiting for Wang Lin. Inside the loft, Wang Lin sat cross-legged before Muwan. The current Muwan's face was very pale, her body was very weak, and she was surrounded by a deathly aura. Wang Lin stared at Muwan with a very serious expression. After a while, he clenched his teeth and took out several top-quality spirit stones and placed them around her. Then he started to send spiritual energy into Muwan. Time quickly passed, and 3 days later, Wang Lin was still frowning. He had been channeling spiritual energy into Muwan nonstop for 3 days. If it was before he had reached the soul formation stage, he would have exhausted his spiritual energy by now. However, to a soul formation cultivator, this was not a big deal. At some point, Muwan started to regain some color on her face. On the night of the 3rd day, she opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw Wang Lin before her and revealed a happy smile. Muwan whispered, "Big brother Wang." Wang Lin secretly sighed and smiled. "It is not a big deal. I'm just sending spiritual energy into your body. Once your body is better, I'll help you reach the nascent soul stage." Muwan smiled. Her smile was filled with happiness. She shook her head and asked, "Are you still going to leave?" Wang Lin solemnly said, "I'm not going anywhere for now." Muwan's eyes lit up as she whispered, "Really?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "Really? Wan, you just got a bit better, so rest." Muwan gradually fell asleep while leaning on Wang Lin's shoulder. Even after she fell asleep, the smile never left her face. That smile had never appeared on her face in the past 100 years. After a long time, Wang Lin gently carried Muwan to her bed. He placed her on the bed, covered her up, and walked out of the loft. When he was outside, his expression immediately darkened. There was a total of 7 people sitting outside waiting for him. Aside from the 2 late-stage nascent soul head elders, Lu Fei and Song Qing, there was Ouyang Zi and 2 other nascent soul elders who had reached the nascent soul stage in the last 100 years. The moment Wang Lin walked out, the 7 of them opened their eyes and stood up. None of them dared to breath. Memories of what Wang Lin did in the past still haunted them, and now he had appeared before them even more powerful than before. To them, Wang Lin was a terrifying person. Why is Wan's body like this? When I left 100 years ago, she was still fine. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but to the ears of these 7, it was terrifying. The 2 new nascent soul elders were so scared that they took a few steps back. Their faces were filled with fear. Even Lu Fei and them were completely shocked. Their nascent souls trembled. Only the 2 late-stage nascent soul head elders were able to keep calm before Wang Lin's voice. One of the head elders let out a sigh and said, "The sect master, Lady Wan, tried to reach the nascent soul stage 3 times in the past 100 years, and she failed every time. Her body can't handle it anymore, especially since the last try 30 years ago when she almost died." This person was the one who stood in front of Muwan to protect her from Zhanbai. Wang Lin looked at the person and said, "If I remember correctly, your surname is Lu?" The old man was very happy. He respectfully said, "Sect master still remembers me. I am Lu Fei." After Lu Fei knew that Wang Lin was Ceng Niu, he decided to follow Wang Lin with hopes of reaching the soul formation stage himself. Those like him, who had been stuck at the late stage of nascent soul for this long, were very practical people. They were willing to give up anything to reach the soul formation stage. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before saying, "Even pills were useless." Lu Fei secretly sighed. Song Qing, who was next to him, said, Sect Master, Lady Wan Air has already taken a lot of pills, only. Wang Lin raised his head. In his heart, he already had a guess. His eyes were filled with confusion as he whispered, Continue speaking. Song Qing clenched his teeth and said, Only, Lady Wan Air has lived a lot longer than a normal core formation cultivator should. Even with heaven-defying techniques, it will be hard to save her unless she is able to reach the nascent soul stage. Wang Lin pondered. When he was healing Wan Air's body, he noticed that her body was filled with a deathly aura. It was like an almost empty lamp. There was nothing that can be done about it because it was a sign that the person's life was reaching its end. You guys can go. He turned around and returned to the loft. Before he entered, he suddenly stopped and said, No rumors about the name Ceng Niu are to get to the outside. You guys find some way to deal with the disciples. They all quickly agreed. After Wang Lin went in, head elder Lu Fei's eyes lit up. He stared at everyone with a cold gaze and said, with a serious tone, Everyone, if the sect master's identity is revealed, Suzaku's red butterfly will definitely come. We can't be careless about this matter. The other head elder, Tai Yan's, eyes lit up and he let out a smile. He was able to immediately see through Lu Fei's inner thoughts. His idea was the same. He quickly said, That is correct. For those low-ranked disciples, all of you personally go and wipe out their memories. In addition, if any of you leak out the news, remember that Chu is your home. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Fei and Song Qing would naturally not expose it to the outside. Their eyes turned to the two new nascent soul elders who had just joined in the last 100 years. Their gaze was not kind. As for Ouyangzi, no one would consider him betraying them. This person only thought about alchemy. It could be said that he had given up on caring about these matters long ago. The two new nascent soul elders' faces were pale. One of them immediately swore upon the heavens. The other one quickly realized what was going on and swore as well. Lu Fei's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. He looked at Tai Yin and Tai Tan and saw them faintly nodding back at him. Lu Fei let out a laugh and nodded. That is very good. The two of you follow me. I have some tips for nascent soul cultivators. I hope it will be of some use to the two of you. The two of them were very happy and quickly followed. However, one of them paused for a moment. His eyes revealed a hint of worry. Lu Fei let out a smile and took 2 steps forward. The person who was hesitating clenched his teeth and followed Lu Fei to the western courtyard. These two new nascent soul elders were never seen again after that day. There were only 2 new puppets surrounded by black mist following Lu Fei now. Wang Lin entered the loft and sat down next to Ling Muwan's bed. He watched her sleeping face, and after a long time he whispered, I only have to help you reach the nascent soul stage to extend your lifespan. This will not be hard. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. In this month, all of the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect had their memories wiped, so they all became curious about why the sect master had decided to go into closed-door cultivation. Lu Fei and Song Qing once again began to manage the Cloud Sky sect. The Cloud Sky sect gradually returned to its former glory. Also, because many sects in Chu were destroyed, the Cloud Sky sect took this opportunity to act and increase their influence several-fold. As for Wang Lin, on the second day after Ling Muwan became better, he took her and left the Cloud Sky sect. Following them were Lu Fei and Tai Yin. The two of them had given up their places as the head elders of the Cloud Sky sect to follow Wang Lin in order to reach the soul formation stage. Wang Lin and Ling Muwan traveled across much of Chu. They talked and laughed with each other all along the way. Ling Muwan felt happiness she had never felt before and was very satisfied. She was also always around Wang Lin during this trip, just like a little wife. In the end, they stopped deep in the mountains in an area of Chu. This place was completely deserted. The closest village was more than 10,000 kilometers away. In one of the valleys, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a pagoda appeared. This place was one of the Yin energy gathering spots in Chu. Wang Lin remembered that he said that this pagoda could only be placed in a place with Yin energy. The pagoda made of celestial jade immediately expanded in the air until it was 1,000 feet tall. With a bang, it landed in the valley, and then a ring of light suddenly expanded around it. Zhou Yi's ascendant-level domain covered the area. Chapter 333, New Home. Lu Fei and Tai Yan's expressions suddenly changed when they saw the ring expanding. They felt like they were facing the power of the heavens. The nascent souls in their bodies were being compressed by this pressure and showed signs of collapsing. However, after Wang Lin waved his hand, the pressure disappeared. The two of them let out sighs of relief. Their gazes toward Wang Lin became even more respectful. What is this? Ling Muwan looked at the pagoda with eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Lin smiled. Inside the tower is a female corpse. She is the wife of a senior who asked me to look after her before his death. Then Wang Lin told Li Muwan Zhou Yi and Ting Er's story. Li Muwan was a very emotional girl, so she was completely moved by the story. Li Muwan whispered, I wonder how Senior Zhou Yi is after he turned into a sword spirit and went to the Delu sword sect. Wang Lin pondered. After a long time, he shook his head and said, no matter what the result, that was his choice. I hope he can get his wish. Li Muwan nodded. Her gaze toward the pagoda changed. Wang Lin decided to build a few stone houses beside the pagoda using the stones from the mountain. Li Muwan was happily helping. When Wang Lin looked at Li Muwan, he let out a faint smile. Li Muwan wiped the sweat off her forehead, placed down the last piece of stone, and said to Wang Lin, in a crisp voice, from today onward, this is our new home. Wang Lin nodded. Seeing the fatigue on her face made Wang Lin's heart ache for some reason. With his power, there was no need for her to help, but she insisted on helping. This kind of determination was very rare from her. Li Muwan had always been gentle, even a bit weak. However, within that weakness, there was a very powerful determination. Because she insisted, Wang Lin couldn't refuse her and agreed to let her help. He could see that Li Muwan was very happy. Whenever she looked at him, her eyes were filled with tenderness and a hint of sadness. Aside from that hint of sadness, this was the same gaze that his mother looked at his father with. It was the same as Zhou Yi's gaze toward Ting Er when he awakened. After doing some maintenance Li Muwan's body with spiritual energy, and seeing that she had fallen asleep, Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked out of the stone room. It was currently dark outside, and the moon was high in the sky. Lu Fei and Tai Yin were cultivating outside. When they saw Wang Lin, they both stood up. Sect Master. Wang Lin looked at the two and said, with a deep voice, how long have the two of you stayed at the late stage of nascent soul? Lu Fei and Tai Yin were extremely happy. The reason they followed Wang Lin was because they were hoping he would help them reach the soul formation stage. However, Wang Lin never talked about this matter in this entire month. The two of them didn't dare to ask, so they could only silently wait. Lu Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Junior has already been at the late stage of nascent soul for 143 years. Tai Yin took a deep breath and respectfully said, Junior has been here for 172 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his gaze scanned the two of them. He shook his head and said, the two of you have walked the wrong path. Lu Fei and Tai Yin silently pondered. After a long time, Tai Yin let out a bitter smile and said, Sect Master, Chu never had a soul formation cultivator before. We have asked the messenger before, but he gave us no answer. In fact, many years ago, I guessed that this kind of bitter closed-door cultivation wouldn't help us break into the soul formation stage at all, but I don't know what the key points are. Junior Bother Lu and I have studied this for a long time, and came to the conclusion that it must depend on our own understanding. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He looked back at the stone room behind him and said, every soul formation cultivator must have their own understanding. The heavens are ruthless, and we are trying to understand the heavens. However, you need a hint of emotion to move you along, at least enough to move yourself. The spiritual energy inside the two of you is too much of a mess, and the area 50 kilometers from this pagoda is the best place for you two to train. Go out 50 kilometers away from it. When you can get within 1,500 meters of the pagoda using your own cultivation, come back here. The two of them were shocked, but they seemed to have understood something. One went east, and the other went south. Both of them sat down 50 kilometers away and began to comprehend what Wang Lin had just said. After the two of them left, Zhou Yi's domain reappeared and covered the surrounding 50 kilometers. Time quickly passed by. On this day, Wang Lin was doing maintenance Li Muwan's body. Li Muwan wiped the sweat off of Wang Lin's forehead and whispered, I can tell that my body is no longer able to go on. It is fine. Wang Lin shook his head. He only had to do maintenance on her body once a day 1 month ago, but now he had to do it 3 times in 2 days. This meant that Li Muwan's body would continue to deteriorate. Wang Lin solemnly said, You will not die. Li Muwan gently nodded and let out a beautiful smile. She quietly looked at Wang Lin like she could never see enough of him. Wang Lin rubbed her nose and smiled. I kept forgetting to give you these. They are the gifts that I got for you. With that, he took a few jades out of his bag of holding. Li Muwan let out a smile. When she received them, she was very surprised. Rank 5 pill recipes. These are all very valuable items. Wang Lin smiled. Since you brought your pill furnace along, you can try them out when you have free time. Li Muwan's eyes lit up. The current her looked very attractive. Li Muwan looked at Wang Lin with her beautiful eyes and smiled. I wanted to ask about why your appearance changed again. Also, how did you become Ceng Niu? Wang Lin told Li Muwan in detail what happened to him in the past 100 years. This made Li Muan's eyes bulge out. Li Muan said, with worry, "If that red butterfly finds out that you are Ceng Niu, she will definitely come for you." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He calmly said, "With my current cultivation, I only need a few more years to reach the mid-stage of soul formation. I'm 70% confident that I can defeat her again at that time." Li Muan looked at Wang Lin and suddenly said, "Do you still remember the cave in the Sea of Devils?" "Wang Lin, I want to go see it. I also want to see Ho Fun." Wang Lin said, "Okay, the treasure refining pavilion is going to auction a rank 6 pill recipe soon. I'll go and buy it for you." Li Muan revealed a happy smile. Looking at Li Muan's smile, Wang Lin's heart ached once more. He looked at Li Muan, never taking his eyes off her. Li Muan's pretty little face gradually grew red. Wang Lin said, word for word, "I won't let you die. I won't let it happen." Li Muan gently nodded. At night, after Li Muan went to sleep, Wang Lin went outside and looked up at the moon with sadness in his eyes. Li Muan's body was getting a bit better with the help of spiritual energy, but the cycle of the heavens was not something an individual could change. The deathly aura on her was even thicker than before. Only by reaching the nascent soul stage can her lifespan be extended. However, with how weak her body is, it's impossible for her to form her nascent soul. Wan Er has already reached the end of her lifespan, so even if I remove her soul, she can't possess a body. Unlike Wang Zhua, who had already reached the nascent soul stage and was strong enough to avoid the law of the heavens. He had to obtain the recipe for that rank 6 cultivation pill. The rank 6 pill could help Wan Er's body recover a bit. As long as her body recovers, I can help her reach the nascent soul stage. I owe her too much for all these years I've been gone. Wang Lin stared into the sky. His figure seemed to grow larger as a sense of loneliness washed over him. He let out a sigh, then he revealed a determined expression before sitting down. He pondered for a long time before touching the beast trap on his wrist. He threw the bracelet out, and it turned into the Thunder Toad before landing on the ground. The Thunder Toad's breathing was very weak, and its body was covered in injuries. It had the energy to exhale, but not to inhale. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a bottle of pills appeared in his palm. He placed one pill in the toad's mouth, and used his spiritual energy to help the toad digest it. For several days, he fed the toad one pill every single day. This pill was made by Ouyangzi especially for Li Muan, but after having taken so many pills, they didn't have much effect anymore. After all, Li Muan's illness came from her lifespan reaching its limit, not from injuries. After the Thunder Toad absorbed the pills and looked healthier, Wang Lin put it back into the beast trap. If Wang Lin were to remove the beast trap seal on the Thunder Toad right now, then it would die, so he never removed it. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the stone house before taking out a treasure sword from one of the Delu Sword sect disciples to study. The restrictions on the treasure sword were very different from the ones Wang Lin had learned. He had been studying them for a while now and finally found some clues. The night slowly passed by and the moonlight slowly dimmed. Then, as the sun appeared in the east, the moon slowly faded away. On this night, Wang Lin mastered 9 restrictions, all of which he added to the restriction flag. Now there were 145 groups of restrictions on the restriction flag, still very far from the goal of 999 groups. 3 days later, Wang Lin and Li Muan left the valley. Tai Yan and Lu Fei followed them. Wang Lin didn't take the pagoda, but left it there. Unless an ascendant cultivator came, no one on Suzaku could take it away. At the edge of Chu, Wang Lin opened an ancient transfer array and disappeared with Li Muan, Lu Fei, and Tai Yan. Lu Fei and Tai Yan once again felt Wang Lin's power. They had lived for a long time, but this was the first time they were able to experience an ancient transfer array. Inside the Sea of Devils, near the border of Ho Fun, a transfer array suddenly lit up and 4 people walked out. There were 3 males and 1 female. The male and female walking in front were clearly a cultivation pair, and the 2 behind them were their guards. Li Muan sighed and said, "I haven't come back here in many years. Wang Lin, let us go back to see that Battle Dragon formation. I wonder how many people from back then are still alive." Battle Dragon formation. Wang Lin remembered that Li Muan had gifted him a jade back then, which contained that formation. Chapter 334, Lifting a Mountain. The 4 of them slowly flew across the outer part of the Sea of Devils until they arrived at the Fighting Evil sect near Nendo City. Before them was a giant mountain. The top of the mountain had been carved into the head of a dragon by someone. From above, it looked like a giant dragon coiling around the mountain. However, the dragon was a mess right now. Not only were there parts of the dragon missing, but the head of the dragon had been split in half by someone. Li Muan looked at the dragon from the distance and silently pondered. Wang Lin secretly sighed. When he scanned the area before, he found that the fighting evil sect was no more. There were no longer any cultivators remaining. Instead, it was filled with some low-ranking demonic beasts. Muwan whispered, "Wang Lin, do you still remember back then when you brought me all the way here?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "Time passes and people change." Muwan turned toward where the cave they once lived in used to be and said, "I wonder if the cave from back then still exists." Wang Lin let out a faint smile and wrapped his arm around Muwan's waist. Both of them disappeared in a ray of light. Lu Fei and Tianhou quickly followed them with their divine senses spread out. After all, this was the Sea of Devils, not Chu. Far behind Wang Lin and Muwan, Lu Fei sighed. It seems the rumor that elderly lived in the Sea of Devils for a while was true. Tianhou replied, "Maybe this is how Sect Master and Elderly met." "Brother Lu, it seems like your cultivation has improved a bit." Lu Fei smiled. "I can only get about 1,000 feet closer to the pagoda. I'm still very far." Tianhou remained silent. He had only gone 500 feet closer. He decided that after returning, he would work even harder. Wang Lin flew at supersonic speeds while holding Muwan. The sonic booms he created traveled very far, shocking all the cultivators that heard it. Not long after, Wang Lin and Muwan arrived at where the cave was. However, the mountain the cave was in had completely disappeared. Time passes, people change. Muwan's eyes dimmed. In only a few hundred years, the dragon formation was destroyed, the cave disappeared, the memories of the past faded with time. The deathly aura around Muwan suddenly became stronger. She bit her lower lip and said, "I don't want to go to Hofen anymore. After we buy the pill recipes, let us go home." Lu Fei and Tianhou stood behind them. They both secretly sighed and remained silent. Wang Lin stared at Muwan and whispered, "The cave didn't disappear." With that, he waved his right hand, and the power of a soul formation cultivator spread out. Thunderous roars echoed in the sky, and the ground suddenly cracked open. Shortly after, a powerful force rose from underground, causing the ground to crack even more. A bump appeared on the ground, and it grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a mountain appeared. This mountain looked exactly the same as the one they lived in back then. The creation of this mountain made the ground shake violently. Everyone within 10,000 kilometers felt this shaking, alerting every cultivator in the area. Some of the self-proclaimed powerful cultivators all flew toward the center of the shaking. More and more cultivators gradually arrived, only they didn't dare to get close. They stared at it from 10,000 feet away in terror. Wang Lin pointed at the mountain, and a cave suddenly appeared in its center. After a bit of manipulation by Wang Lin, the cave was exactly the same as the one from back then. The cave didn't disappear. Wang Lin turned around and looked at Muwan. Muwan stared at the cave and let out a smile. This smile made the deathly aura around her regress a bit. Inside the cave, Muwan was like a happy little girl looking here and there. She would often grab Wang Lin and speak of the past. Muwan laughed. "I waited for you for 3 years back then. I didn't expect there to be a group of people chasing you when you returned. Also, back then when you returned, you were carrying a dragon with you." "A dragon? I have always wanted to ask how you got it, but back then you were so cold that I was too scared to ask." Muwan tenderly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin rubbed his nose. He silently smiled. After staying in the cave for 3 days, Muwan reluctantly left. Wang Lin took Muwan and they flew toward Devil Rebel City. This trip to the Sea of Devils made Wang Lin happy. The deathly aura on Muwan had definitely regressed. Using the ancient transfer arrays, they appeared before Devil Rebel City after 8 days of travel. After paying a few spirit stones to enter, Lu Fei quickly found an inn for the 4 of them. Tianhou had traveled through the Sea of Devils when he was young, so he was much more experienced than Lu Fei. Wang Lin ordered Tianhou to go to the treasure refining pavilion, and he returned with an invitation. "Sect Master, the auction is in 7 days. This is the invitation." Tianhou respectfully handed the invitation to Wang Lin. Wang Lin and Muwan explored Devil Rebel City throughout these 7 days. Muwan felt very happy in those few days. In fact, aside from back during the worry-free days when she was still at the Luhi sect, this was the happiest she had ever been. After 7 days, the auction that was held every 10 years by the treasure refining pavilion started. Inside the largest 3-story pagoda in Devil Rebel City, countless cultivators sat in the first floor. When Wang Lin's group arrived, 2 Foundation establishment disciples of the treasure refining pavilion accepted the invitation and lead them inside to the Great Hall. The middle-aged man who previously sold the recipe to Wang Lin was also in the Great Hall. He was casually talking to a few cultivators he was familiar with, but his expression slightly changed when he spotted Wang Lin. He quickly said goodbye to his friends and walked toward Wang Lin. He stopped 3 feet before Wang Lin, bowed, and respectfully said, "I'm honored that Senior would come. Senior, this place is messy. Let us go to the 3rd floor." The surrounding cultivators that knew the middle-aged man were shocked. This person had a very high position in the treasure refining pavilion and a bright future ahead of him. He almost never talked like this to anyone, making this a rare sight. Everyone's gazes turned toward Wang Lin. Everyone was shocked when they inspected Wang Lin. In their eyes, Wang Lin looked like a mortal without any spiritual energy. But how could he be immortal if he could come here? As for Muwan, who was next to Wang Lin, she was a late-stage core formation cultivator with a weak body. What shocked everyone the most were Lu Fei and Tianhou, late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Even inside the Sea of Devils, late-stage nascent soul cultivators were rare. In the Great Hall right now, less than 5 people had reached this cultivation level. No matter where in the Sea of Devils, these were the kinds of people that could cause an earthquake with just a simple stomp of their feet. The appearance of these two normally wouldn't be such a big deal, but from where they stood, it seemed like they were the servants of a mortal. How could everyone not be shocked by this? Adding on the respectful attitude of the middle-aged man, this person's status skyrocketed in people's hearts. Under the middle-aged man's careful guidance, Wang Lin's group went up to the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor only had 3 rooms, and each of them was very luxurious. 2 of them were already occupied. Wang Lin's group entered the room on the right. The middle-aged man accompanied them for a while, but after seeing a trace of impatience on Wang Lin's face, he quickly left. When he walked out of the room, his back was covered in sweat. He took a deep breath and then quickly left. After Wang Lin left the treasure refining pavilion that day, he asked the old man about Wang Lin. That old man was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but he cowered after just one look from Wang Lin. A cultivator like this had to have reached the legendary soul formation stage. The middle-aged man couldn't think of another reason the old would cower like that. Soul formation cultivators were an existence that no one dared to mess with in the Sea of Devils. The reason the treasure refining pavilion was able to take root and grow in the Sea of Devils was because they had a soul formation cultivator. This was why when he saw Wang Lin today, he was willing to act humbly. After all, his status meant nothing before someone like this. He quickly went downstairs and stopped outside a room on the 2nd floor. He said, in a low voice, "Disciple Su Luo has an urgent message to pass on to Ancestor." A feminine and charming voice said, from inside the room, "Come inside." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and quickly walked inside. After a very long time, the middle-aged man walked out. His expression had returned to normal, and he returned downstairs to talk with the cultivators he was familiar with again. All of those people kept on trying to get information on Wang Lin, but the middle-aged man just dodged the questions. At this moment, 10,000 kilometers outside of Devil Rebel City, in an underground cave, sat an old man. This old man was busy cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed at the air. An image formed before him, and a very beautiful girl appeared in the image. This girl was extremely beautiful. There was a hint of a very special kind of beauty to her, and her eyes were very charming. The girl respectfully said a few things before saying her goodbyes and disappearing. A suspicious soul formation cultivator? The old man's eyes lit up, and then he suddenly disappeared. This person was the one that Wang Lin met when he was only a core formation cultivator, and also the same person he met when he went to the chaotic broken stars the 2nd time. It was the cultivator with the turtle. Chapter 335, Soul Formation Cultivator of the Treasure Refining Pavilion. Disciples of the Treasure Refining Pavilion brought fruit especially produced in the Sea of Devils to the room on the 3rd floor, but no one touched them. When sitting in this room, one only needed to look down to see the giant stage where the auction will take place. Wang Lin and Muwan quietly chatted with each other. Muwan would occasionally smile, revealing a look of tenderness and satisfaction. Lu Fei and Tai Tan sat cross-legged at the door, both cultivating. At some point, Wang Lin gave the 2 of them some pointers, inspiring them to cultivate even more enthusiastically. They had been cultivating almost the entire time they had been here. According to Wang Lin, only after sorting out all the chaos in their spiritual energy could they start comprehending the soul formation stage. Although the 2 of them had been late-stage nascent soul cultivators for a long time, they still hadn't reached the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. Unless they gained some special understanding, the only way was to reach peak of late-stage nascent soul step by step, and then try to break through to the soul formation stage. Ever since they started following Wang Lin, they felt extremely confident about reaching the soul formation stage. Although the 2 of them had lived longer than Muwan, it was not by much. If they couldn't reach the soul formation stage in 100 years, they would die. This was one of the main reasons why they were determined to follow Wang Lin. Just at this moment, a divine sense came from the room to the left. Lu Fei and Tianhou suddenly opened their eyes. Lu Fei spread out his divine sense to slam into the incoming divine sense. A miserable scream came from the room to the left, and the divine sense quickly dissipated. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to this at all. He continued to talk with Ling Muwan. This was because he had barely ever spent any time with her. Even more so than tenderness, Wang Lin felt like he owed her too much. A divine sense came from the room to the left again, but this time it was multiple divine senses intertwined together. Tianhu's eyes lit up, and along with Lu Fei, they both spread out their divine senses and slammed into the incoming divine sense. So bold. I want to see who dares to be this arrogant, a cold voice from the room to the left said. Lu Fei and Tianhu's divine senses lost, but they weren't injured. Instead, they sneered. Sectmaster, this person isn't a soul formation cultivator. He only has been in the late stage of nascent soul longer than the two of us. He must be at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. The moment Lu Fei finished speaking, a person walked out of the room to the left. This person was wearing purple and had a head of white hair. He made his way toward Wang Lin's room. He was very angry. Originally, his disciple was just curious because he saw the treasure refining pavilion's Su Luo personally lead someone in and wanted to see who they were. However, he didn't expect that person to shatter his disciple's divine sense and injure him, so he angrily walked out. After arriving outside the room, the old man opened the curtain and looked inside. However, all he was met with Wang Lin's cold stare. The old man's eyes met Wang Lin's, and then he suddenly took several steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his nascent soul was almost shattered. He immediately realized that the young man must have been a soul formation cultivator. The old man secretly complained. He didn't want to cause trouble with a soul formation cultivator, but he was too afraid to move. He could only let out a bitter smile and say, Junior didn't know that Senior was here. I was rash and hope Senior can forgive me. Wang Lin began to ponder. When he laid his eyes on this old man in purple, he felt a sense of familiarity. It must have been someone he knew. However, it had been too long, and he couldn't remember right away. At this moment, a laugh suddenly came from outside as the old man from the treasure refining pavilion walked up to the third floor. He didn't even look at the purple-robed old man when he arrived outside the door. With a smile on his face, he said, I, Cultivator who, heard that there was a fellow soul formation cultivator at the auction this time. I came to see, but I didn't expect to meet someone I knew. As he spoke, the curtain to the room opened on its own, and the old man walked in. Lu Fei and Tianhu's expressions changed. They quickly backed up and stood behind Wang Lin. Sit. Wang Lin faintly smiled. The old man looked at Ling Muwan and smiled. Looks like fellow cultivator made it. I wonder how many flame threads you managed to obtain. Wang Lin was shocked. When they met back then, he was wearing the straw hat and didn't allow the old man to see his true identity. The old man must have had his own special method to be able to recognize Wang Lin at a glance. Wang Lin smiled and said, The hole was too small, so I didn't get many. The old man nodded before saying, I was also limited by the hole and didn't get many. However, when I went there a few years ago, I found an ancestral thread that had grown quite a bit. After he finished speaking, he looked toward Wang Lin. He was very wary of Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact he cultivated a secret technique that allowed him to identify someone by their physical body, he wouldn't have known that Wang Lin was that soul formation cultivator with the straw hat. At this moment, the purple-robed old man was in an awkward position. He didn't dare to leave, so he only stood there. While the white-haired old man and Wang Lin talked, the auction downstairs started. In the beginning, there were only some treasures and pills that were very popular. Ling Muwan quietly sat beside Wang Lin. She would sometimes look down at the auction with a smile on her face. The old man's eyes lit up, and he said, Fellow cultivator, you look very familiar. Aside from that time outside the chaotic broken stars, we must have met before. When he first entered the room and recognized Wang Lin as the cultivator from outside the chaotic broken stars, he was confused. When he looked at Wang Lin, he felt a sense of familiarity, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. This was very rare for a soul formation cultivator. The white-haired old man believed that if he had seen someone before, he wouldn't forget them. Wang Lin faintly smiled and didn't respond. He then waved at the purple-robed old man outside. The purple-robed old man secretly let out a sigh of relief. He walked up and said, Junior Chio, Siping greet Senior. With that, he turned toward the white-haired old man and said the same thing. The white-haired old man gently replied, but he clearly revealed a hint of dissatisfaction when he did. He thought that it was fine if Wang Lin didn't want to answer his question, because they were both soul formation cultivators, but why call in this nascent soul junior? Wang Lin smiled. Fellow cultivator Chio, We haven't met in many years. I hope you are well. Xiao Siping was startled. Even the white-haired old man's eyes lit up as he looked toward Xiao Siping. Xiao Siping carefully looked at Wang Lin. The more he looked, the more familiar Wang Lin seemed, but he couldn't remember anything. He carefully asked, Senior knows Junior? Wang Lin smiled. It has been a very long time. I'm afraid you have forgotten. If I hadn't heard your name, I would have forgotten too. Back then, we split the two nascent souls, one each, and also the map. Do you remember now? Xiao Siping revealed a look of disbelief. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted, Wang Lin, you reached the soul formation stage. Wang Lin nodded. Then he looked at the white-haired old man and smiled. Did fellow cultivator who remember anything? The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at Wang Lin for a very long time before letting out a wry smile. He said, I remember. I can't believe the core formation cultivator from back then has reached the soul formation stage. He remembered now. Back then, he ran into Wang Lin and Xiao Siping and was able to immediately notice a strange power within Wang Lin. It looked like the legendary Ji realm, so he became greedy. He wanted to accept Wang Lin as a disciple by force and see if he could extract the Ji realm. However, he never thought that after hundreds of years, that person would have reached the soul formation stage, the same cultivation level as him. The idea he had from back then immediately dissolved. Xiao Siping was completely startled as he recalled memories of his past. Wang Lin was still ahead above him. During the core formation stage, he couldn't beat Wang Lin. After he reached the nascent soul stage, he still couldn't beat Wang Lin. Now he had reached the peak of the late stage of nascent soul, but when he saw Wang Lin again, Wang Lin had already reached the soul formation stage. The white-haired old man laughed and said, I was reckless back then. I hope fellow cultivator Wang won't hold it against me. Then he suddenly changed the topic and asked, I wonder what kind of treasure fellow cultivator Wang is here for. Wang Lin smiled. A rank 6 pill recipe. The old man revealed complex expression and said, if it was anything else, I would be able to help you. But this rank 6 pill recipe is something someone else asked us to sell. Wang Lin shook his head. No problem. If I can't win it, then I'll just steal it and make a copy. The white-haired old man laughed and then no longer spoke. The first floor had already sold a lot of pills and treasures. Shortly after, Su Luo walked up on stage and shouted, the next item is a very valuable treasure. I'm sure everyone here already knows that it is a rank 6 pill recipe. This recipe has never been opened since it arrived at our treasure refining pavilion. It still has the seal placed by the owner, as everyone can see. Rank 6 pills are things only Suzaku can produce, but you can too if you have the recipe. Everyone understands the value of the recipe, so I won't say more. There is also a change in the rules. Offers must be made with high-quality spirit stones, but we will take any treasures as well. My treasure refining pavilion will evaluate the price. All 3 floors immediately became silent. Many people had come for this recipe. Soon, people started shouting offers. Muwan was a bit nervous. Wang Lin gently patted her hand. His expression didn't change as he looked down at the first floor. Xiao Siping revealed a bitter smile. He came this time for the pill recipe as well, and he was well prepared. However, he didn't dare to bid on it at all. Soon, the price was raised up to 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. This price could be considered a very big deal. Chapter 336, Rank 6 Pill Recipe. More than 10,000 spirit stones. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't have more than 10,000 high-quality spirit stones with him, but he did have several top-quality spirit stones. Just one of them was priceless, and it could beat all other offers. However, it seemed like one wouldn't be enough. He would require several. In the end, although he could obtain it, he would have to pay quite a bit. Of course, he could trade celestial jade for it as well. However, due to Wang Lin's personality, although he had to have it, he wouldn't buy it himself if its price became too high. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He slapped his bag of holding, and a wooden carving appeared in his hand. It was one of the defective statues containing the domain of time he had made. There were traces of the domain of a soul formation cultivator on it, but it contained the power of a peak late-stage nascent soul cultivator. There were also several blood veins inside it, so this wooden carving was like a puppet. There was no limit in the number of times it could be used. This kind of treasure would be very important to the cultivators of the Sea of Devils. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up when he glanced at the wood carving. He was moved by it. What he cared about wasn't the wood carving but the method in which the wooden carving was made. The treasure refining pavilion became famous for refining treasures. This old man was very skilled at refining treasures, so he was able to instantly notice the abnormality of the wooden carving. Whether it was the faint domain of a soul formation cultivator or the blood veins inside, both were very intricate. However, The blood veins felt very familiar to him for some reason. Wang Lin took out the wooden carving, threw it down to the stage, and said, "I offer this item." Su Luo had always been paying attention to the third floor. When he saw the wooden carving being thrown down, he immediately caught it. Then he handed it over to several treasure appraisers. The moment the appraisers saw this wooden carving, their expressions changed, and they began to quietly debate. The white-haired old man pondered for a bit. Then his eyes suddenly became serious, and he asked Wang Lin, "Fellow cultivator, could the blood veins inside the wooden carving be Shui Yu's puppet creating technique?" Wang Lin looked at the white-haired old man. He was shocked that he was able to recognize it. However, after thinking about it, this old man must have lived for a very long time, and, being the head of the treasure refining pavilion, he must have seen a lot. Wang Lin nodded. Just at this moment, the appraisers raised their heads. One of them said, "I have never seen anything like this before, but we are sure that the effect is as powerful as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. We price it at 5,000 high-quality spirit stones." The moment everyone heard this, the people on the first floor all looked at the wooden carving and then at the third floor. Wang Lin frowned. The value of this object was definitely not just 5,000 high-quality spirit stones. The old man also frowned. He let out a snort like he was sending a voice transmission. Those appraisers didn't know anything. With his cultivation, he could tell that with just the blood veins inside the object, the price would be several times higher, and that's not even considering the sliver of domain inside it. These 5,000 high-quality spirit stones weren't even enough for the pill recipe, which was already priced at 10,000 spirit stones. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, and he didn't speak. Instead, he looked toward the door of the room. Shortly after, a very beautiful girl came up from the second floor. She greeted Wang Lin, placed down a purple jade, and left. The white-haired old man said, "Fellow cultivator, I'll buy that puppet of yours. This purple jade can be traded for 20,000 high-quality spirit stones at any treasure refining pavilion." Wang Lin smiled. He didn't even look at the jade before shouting, "I offer 20,000 high-quality spirit stones." This caused everyone to be in shock, but then a voice came from the center room of the third floor. A girl's voice said, 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. Wang Lin frowned. Qiu Siping clenched his teeth and said, "Brother Wang, I have 40,000 high-quality spirit stones." "No need." Wang Lin's voice was calm. Even in Suzaku, 30,000 high-quality spirit stones was a high price. No one offered any more for a long time, and in the end, the rank 6 pill recipe was obtained by the person in the center room. Although rank 6 pill recipes were rare, the materials required to make the pill itself were mostly extinct, so 30,000 high-quality spirit stones was already a sky-high price. Of course, if it was an already made rank 6 pill, it would be a different story. The white-haired old man shook his head and left. He didn't take the purple jade with him. "Let's go." Wang Lin stood up and put the jade away. Although he looked calm, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He and Li Muwan went downstairs and returned to their inn. In their room, Li Muwan whispered, "Wang Lin, that rank 6 pill recipe doesn't matter. We don't even know what kind of recipe it was." Wang Lin smiled. "You wait for me here. I must have that recipe." Li Muwan hesitated for a bit before gently nodding. Wang Lin's gaze landed on Lu Fei and Tai Yin, and he said, "The two of you stay here and guard her." Lu Fei and Tai Yin immediately nodded. Wang Lin's body disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already outside of Devil Rebel City. He spread out his divine sense, and his body disappeared again. When he reappeared this time, he was on a mountain 3,000 kilometers away. He saw a girl wearing a green dress there. He couldn't see her face because there was a white veil covering it. Beside her stood an old man. The old man's eyes remained calm. There didn't seem to be any spiritual energy within him. When Wang Lin appeared, the old man's eyes lit up. Junior Zhou Yanhong greets Senior. Her voice was very charming, and her expression was as calm as water. "If you can't give me a good reason for luring me here, don't blame me for being ruthless," said Wang Lin. His expression remained the same. The green-robed girl's eyes lit up. She then said, "Senior is very cunning. This little girl admires you." This girl was on the third floor, so she knew about everything that had happened. She knew that Wang Lin was a soul formation cultivator, but after seeing him offer 20,000 spirit stones, she raised the price by another 10,000. There had to be some reason for doing so. And after leaving the treasure refining pavilion, they didn't immediately leave, but waited here for him. Wang Lin was instantly able to see through her. "Don't waste time speaking about useless things." Wang Lin's voice was cold. The old man behind the green-robed girl snorted and took a step forward. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He gazed at the old man and said, "You have just reached the soul formation stage. Your cultivation isn't stable, and you had to comprehend someone else's domain. Stand down. The old man's face darkened, but his heart was shocked. However, he clenched his teeth and stood firm. Wang Lin looked at the old man and flicked his finger. A ray of spiritual energy shot out. The old man's expression immediately changed as he quickly took out an umbrella treasure. He opened the umbrella, and it released rainbow-colored light. Wang Lin snorted. You overestimate yourself. Bang! The ray of spiritual energy landed on the umbrella, causing many cracks to appear on it, and its light dimmed. The old man was sent flying like he was hit by a powerful force. He was forced to back up several steps, and his face turned red. It took a very long time for him to return to normal. Wang Lin didn't want to kill him. His gaze fell on the girl. The green-robed girl's eyes revealed a hint of dread. She took out a sealed box and offered it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin reached out, and the box flew to him. He broke open the box, scanned it with his divine sense, made a copy, threw the jade back at the girl, and asked, Speak. Why did you lure me here? The green-robed girl caught the jade. She took deep breath and said, Senior, Junior was rude, but I was forced to. Please consider the value of this rank 6 pill recipe and help Junior once. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. The green-robed girl clenched her teeth and said, Junior is from the Faint Mist sect of Zhou. My father is the sect master of our sect. 20 years ago, my dad entered the immortal graveyard and still hasn't returned. This immortal graveyard is one of the 2 most dangerous places in Suzaku, on par with the 9-ghost desolate valley. Junior's cultivation isn't strong enough, so I was hoping Senior could accompany me there to retrieve my father's remains. With that, the green-robed girl revealed a look of sadness. She bit her lower lip and waited for Wang Lin's response. Wang Lin calmly said, I don't have time. He took out the purple jade from his bag of holding and threw it at her. This jade is worth 20,000 high-quality spirit stones. Consider it the payment for making this copy. With that, he disappeared in a ray of rainbow-colored light. The green-robed girl looked toward where Wang Lin disappeared and revealed a look of despair. She originally had given up hope, but when she saw Wang Lin on the 3rd floor, the old man next to her told her that Wang Lin was a soul formation cultivator. After hearing this, it ignited the hope in her heart. Then she saw the old man from the treasure refining pavilion and was even more confident. This was why she bought the recipe. Her goal was to lure Wang Lin. Wang Lin indeed didn't have time. The recipe was for the rank 6 return to origin pill, something even people in rank 1 and 2 cultivation countries could refine. However, the ones they refined were rank 1 and 2 return to origin pills. The return to origin pill only had one use, and that was to increase the speed at which someone could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth by several-fold. The rank 6 return to origin pill did the same. Only the speed of spiritual energy absorption was terrifying. However, there was a limit to this pill. A person could only take one every 100 years. If one were to take more than that, that person's body would be turned into crystal by the excessive spiritual energy. As a result, that person would become a human-shaped crystal with their soul sealed inside. After being refined for a very long time, the human-shaped crystal would become smaller and smaller. There was a chance for it to become a fake, top-quality spirit stone. In ancient times, there was no way to get top-quality spirit stones beside letting them form naturally, so there weren't many of them around. As a result, they created high-ranking return-to-origin pills. In fact, even though the success rate of creating them wasn't high, most top-quality spirit stones back then were these fake ones. Chapter 337, Not Giving Up. This kind of top-quality spirit stone was called a fake top-quality spirit stone. After seeing the description of this pill recipe, even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he was shocked. This pill recipe was too vicious. It said that all fake top-quality spirit stones had a thread of blood inside them, but they could only be seen by the origin soul of a soul formation or above cultivator. He took out his top-quality spirit stones and carefully looked at them one by one. I didn't think that all of them would have a thread of blood except for one. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before disappearing. 10 days later, Wang Lin's group appeared in an ancient transfer array at the edge of Chu. This time, when using the ancient transfer array, Wang Lin wasn't sure if he was hallucinating or not, but he heard a faint sigh of relief. This sound came from the top-quality spirit stone. They returned to the valley in Chu. This place hadn't changed at all since they left it. Lu Fei and Tai Yin went to where each of them were before and continued to cultivate to condense the spiritual energy in their bodies so that they could reach the peak of the late stage of nascent soul sooner. Wang Lin's life calmed down again. He continued to treat Li Muwan's body while Li Muwan studied the rank 6 pill recipe. Many of the ingredients were already extinct, so her job was to find replacements. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she didn't want to leave Wang Lin. In order to stay with Wang Lin, she put all of her effort into studying this pill recipe. Sometimes she would raise her head and see Wang Lin cultivating nearby. Her eyes would be filled with tenderness, and inside that tenderness there was sadness and love. Muwan sighed in her heart. After a month of trying to find replacement ingredients, Ouyangzi was also called over by Wang Lin. Unfortunately, the other rank 5 alchemist, Tianhou, died when he tried to reach the nascent soul stage years ago. With the 3 of them studying the recipe, the process would be a lot faster. Ouyangzi was crazy about alchemy. It was as if he was born to do alchemy. When he saw the rank 6 pill recipe, it was as if he had come across his purpose in life. He immediately became like a madman and began to study the substitutions and combinations of the 138 ingredients. Whenever they found a replacement, Lu Fei and Song Qing would search around and send over the ingredient. If it was something the Cloud Sky sect didn't have, they would buy it at a high price from sects of other countries. If that was still not possible, they would find information about the location of the ingredient and have Lu Fei and Tai Yin gather them. Time quickly passed by. 2 years later, of the 138 ingredients, only 3 were left. Sadly, they still hadn't found replacements for these 3. In these 2 years, Ouyangzi had forgotten about everything else. He was completely focused on the rank 6 pill recipe. As for Muwan, in these 2 years, she slowly aged. Her skin was no longer snow white. It was now starting to show a bit of gray. 2 years of endless body maintenance done by injecting spiritual energy into her body wasn't able to stop the life and death cycle of the heavens. The reluctance in Muwan's eyes became even stronger. On this night, it began to rain inside the valley. After Muwan fell asleep, Wang Lin stood in the rain by himself while looking at the mountain in the distance. The pain in his heart became even stronger. Wan Er's body is becoming weaker and weaker. If she tries to reach the nascent soul stage by force, her body will not be able to handle it. It will be destroyed. At that moment, the incomplete nascent soul will only dissipate. I won't even be able to extract her soul. Wang Lin stared into the distance and let out a sigh. He looked very sad as he took out a wine gourd and took a big gulp. He sat down and leaned against the stone house. This wine was the fruit wine. There wasn't much of it left in Wang Lin's bag. Every time he drank this, he would think of Tianhou bringing him wine. Uncle Wang, you came to the capital to make a lot of money, so you can go back home to marry your wife, right? After Uncle has made a lot of money, he is going to go home to get married. This scene from the past appeared in his mind. He finished drinking all the wine in a few gulps. Then he raised his head and looked up at the sky. Just at this moment, a scream of excitement came from Ouyangzi's room. Shortly after, Ouyangzi came running out from the room. He was startled to find Wang Lin out in the rain. He quickly walked up and said, "Sect Master, I found the substitute ingredients for the last 3 ingredients." Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he looked at Ouyangzi. Ouyangzi quickly took out a jade. He handed it to Wang Lin and said, "Those 3 ingredients are extinct, but I found a combination of 37 other ingredients that will have the same effect. Although the effect will be weaker, it shouldn't deviate too much from the original." Wang Lin accepted the jade, scanned it with his divine sense, and instantly memorized it. Ouyangzi said, "These ingredients are quite rare. The Cloud Sky sect only has 4 of them. We will have to go to a rank 4 cultivation country to get the rest." Wang Lin stood up. With the jade in hand, he disappeared. The moment he left, Muwan opened her eyes and revealed a trace of sadness. "You can never see me during my loneliest hours because I'm only lonely when you're not around." 2 streams of tears rolled down from Muwan's eyes. Thin lines had appeared on her forehead. She looked like she had aged 10 years in the past 2 years. Wang Lin didn't waste too much time. 7 months later, he came back with a tired expression. During these 7 months, Wang Lin didn't rest at all. He had gone to most rank 4 cultivation countries, and even some rank 5 cultivation countries. He finally managed to get all of the ingredients by either buying, trading, or stealing. In these 7 months, he experienced a lot of danger. The most dangerous time was in a rank 5 cultivation country against a mid-stage soul formation cultivator with a very special domain. The domain was Forget. Wang Lin was able to win in the end, but it was very close. The Forget domain really scared Wang Lin. The other occasion was with a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Although his domain was pretty normal, he was about to reach the peak of late-stage soul formation. His domain was ever-changing under his command. In hindsight, Wang Lin calculated that this person's power was slightly above red butterflies. In the end, Wang Lin fought to a standstill against this person. In these 7 months, Wang Lin realized that among soul formation cultivators, red butterfly wasn't the strongest. Although these people hadn't reached the soul transformation stage, they were very powerful. Especially those with special domains, they had abnormal strength. After returning to Chu, Wang Lin quickly moved toward the valley. Inside the valley, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that both Tai Yin and Lu Fei were both 500 meters closer to the pagoda than before. Both of their cultivation levels had raised a bit. Wang Lin appeared outside the stone house. He opened the door and his body shook. What he saw was someone's back. This figure had a head of long hair, but half of the hair was white. Wang Lin's heart ached. He walked up and stood beside Ling Muwan. He looked at her beautiful face that was now even older. Wang Lin whispered, "Wan Er, I'm back. I have gathered the ingredients." Ling Muwan faintly smiled. She didn't say anything as she looked at Wang Lin. She whispered, "Don't leave anymore. Just spend more time with me. I don't have much time left." Wang Lin looked at Ling Muwan and once again said, with a serious expression, "You won't die." Ling Muwan bit her lower lip and gently nodded. She leaned against Wang Lin and closed her eyes. Wang Lin's return caused Ouyang Zi to become devoted in refining the rank 6 pill. His life's dream was to refine a rank 6 pill. It was like his soul had been ignited. Almost all of the substitute ingredients were things he chose after researching for a very long time. He used more than 1,000 ingredients to replace these 138 ingredients. This calculation included the effect of each ingredient and how long it would take to refine each of them. If he didn't have the alchemy experience to back it up, there would be no way for him to refine it. Even Ouyang Zi couldn't be careless about this. He didn't care about Ling Muwan at all. This was just for himself. He was about to fulfill his life's dream. He told himself countless times that he could fail as many times as he needed in his life, but he couldn't fail this time. As the refining process continued, Ouyang Zi's temper became even worse. Sometimes he would even become impatient toward Wang Lin when he came to ask about the progress. It was not because he wasn't afraid of Wang Lin, but due to his personality. He had forgotten about the world. In his mind, only the pill mattered. Wang Lin didn't mind Ouyang Zi's temper. In fact, he thought that among all the people in the Cloud Sky sect, Ouyang Zi was the one to most likely reach the soul formation stage. Because he was obsessed with alchemy, it was likely that he would be able to comprehend the heavens and gain a domain. However, his cultivation was still stuck at the mid-stage of nascent soul. If he could reach the peak of the late stage, then reaching the soul formation stage was only a matter of time. The days slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Ouyang Zi's refining was still going. It seemed like he was stuck at some kind of barrier, so his temper became even worse. One could occasionally hear him shouting in rage. After Wang Lin's return, he had spent every second at Ling Muwan's side. Her hair was now completely white. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had been transferring spiritual energy into her nonstop for the last 3 years, her beauty would have long been dried up as time brought change. 3 more years had passed when Ouyang had a breakthrough in his alchemy. Although he hadn't finished the pill, it wasn't far away. The heavy smell of medication came from his stone house. Ling Muwan's body had become extremely weak. She could no longer move. She could only lie in the bed and look at Wang Lin. The reluctance in her eyes became even stronger. Chapter 338, Ling Muwan. I can't fight the life and death cycle, and time won't wait for me. When will you come to take me away? In my left hand is the brief karma from the Sea of Devils, and in my right hand is more than 100 years of loneliness. Ling Muwan was quietly lying on her bed wearing a white dress. Although her face had aged, her eyes were still bright as she stared at the man before her. She wanted to carve the person's image into her memory. She didn't know if what she felt for the man before her was true love, but she knew that in those 100 years, whenever she played music, his image would appear in her mind. Wang Lin grabbed Ling Muwan's hand with a gentle smile on his face, while his heart felt like it was being cut apart. Ling Muwan moved her gaze to outside the window and whispered, Wang Lin, last night, I had a dream. I saw my big brother smiling at me, and there were 2 elders behind him. They looked like my parents. Ling Muwan's parents died when she was very young. It was her big brother that raised her. Wang Lin's heart hurt even more. At night, Wang Lin stood outside the stone room, looking toward Zhao. His heart called out to it. In Zhao, deep under Hengyu Mountain, a red-haired young man with a face as cold as never-melting ice suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the entire country of Zhao shook. It was as if some kind of demon was awakening, shocking every cultivator in Zhao. His original body's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. On his forehead were 2 spinning, purple stars, and around his body was purple lightning. He slightly turned his head. His gaze seemed like it could pierce the earth as he looked toward Chu. He ripped open the ground and walked toward Chu underground. 6 months quickly went by. Ling Muwan's body was even weaker now. and her soul was on the verge of collapsing. The life and death cycle was constantly pulling her, as if it wanted to completely take her away from Wang Lin. On this day, Ouyang came over with a bright, red pill. There was hint of excitement he couldn't hide as he gave it to Wang Lin. Ouyang completed a rank 6 pill. After he finished speaking, his eyes dimmed, and he fell down. He didn't die, but he was very weak. Holding the pill, Wang Lin looked at Muwan, who was on her deathbed. Her hair was all white, and her once young and beautiful face had been affected by the passage of time. In these several years, Wang Lin personally saw her slowly age and her beauty drying up. Endless sorrow filled the sea in his heart. However, the sea was too deep and too large. In the end, the sea turned into 2 streams of tears. He walked the path that defied the heavens and cultivated the domain of life and death. His life was filled with twists and turns, and while his heart was tired, he still believed. However, at this moment, although his expression didn't change, his heart aged as the girl before him aged. In his eyes, the age of this girl was but an illusion. In his eyes, the girl will forever remain how she looked back in the Sea of Devils, back when she was playing the zither in her loft, back when she stood there watching him leave. Wang Lin gently touched Muwan's face as he slowly put the pill in his hand into her mouth. The pill immediately melted in her mouth, and her face became red. In an instant, an endless amount of spiritual energy surged from all over Chu and entered Muwan's body. The stone house couldn't withstand this powerful spiritual energy, so cracks began to appear all over it. With a blow of the wind, the stone house turned to dust and disappeared. Lu Fei and Tai Yin were awakened from their cultivation. The expressions on their faces immediately changed. At this moment, Ouyang's body was pushed away by a gentle force and landed before Lu Fei and Tai Yin. Wang Lin's voice drifted toward them saying, "Take Ouyang and wait for me in the Cloud Sky sect." Tai Yin didn't say anything. He quickly grabbed Ouyang and left with Lu Fei. It wasn't until they were more than 50 kilometers away that they turned around and looked back. Although the stone house was destroyed, Muwan's body was still floating in the air. Boundless amounts of spiritual energy surged into her body, causing her face to become more red. Slowly, a golden core formed in her body. The moment the golden core appeared, it caused all of the spiritual energy to rush into it. Wang Lin formed many seals that landed on the golden core. His expression was extremely serious, and he started making the seals even faster until a crack appeared on the golden core. The rank 6 return to origin pill's purpose was to make the person who consumes it absorb spiritual energy much faster to break through a bottleneck. However, Muwan's body was too weak. With her life almost over, it was hard to withstand this. Wang Lin flew into the sky. He wasn't looking at Muwan. Instead, he raised his head toward the sky with a determined expression on his face. His greatest enemy was the heavens, the life and death cycle. Muwan's golden core began to crack even more as it absorbed more spiritual energy. Golden light was leaking through the cracks. However, the light wasn't blinding. Instead, it emitted a gentle feeling. However, just at this moment, gray gas appeared around her body. The amount of gray gas quickly increased and completely covered her body. Wang Lin's life and death domain had already covered Muwan's entire body, but compared to this gray veil, it was trivial. Mortals couldn't see this gray veil. Even most cultivators couldn't see it. Only Wang Lin, who cultivated the life and death domain, could. Only he understood what it was. This gray veil was the law of the heavens. It was the life and death cycle. It was the sign that someone was about to die. Muwan's eyes showed a deep sense of reluctance. She looked at Wang Lin with a nostalgic gaze, and then looked around before slowly closing her eyes. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. The teardrop slowly fell down, creating a weak sound when it landed on the ground. This sound entered Wang Lin's ears. It made him feel like past was collapsing. No one knew if where that tear fell will create a field of memories and sorrow by next year. The moment she closed her eyes, her golden core immediately dimmed and then shattered soon after. A small person who looked exactly like the Muwan of the past appeared. Her eyes were pure, but they quickly closed due to Muwan's death. Wang Lin, I'm willing to give up everything. Even if the stars fall, as long as you are willing to accompany me. Your heart is the brightest light. Wang Lin, I'm willing to give up everything. Even if all my past lives are destroyed, it won't extinguish my reluctance to leave you. Wang Lin, I'm willing to give up everything. Even if my life ends, even if time passes on, I hope the flower of memories never wilt. Wang Lin, this is the karma between us. This is the choice of the heavens. In the we are ink and water struggling under the heavens. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll steal you back. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. He suddenly raised his head, and, with a determined gaze, his life and death domain surged forth. In the sky above the valley, that black and white scroll appeared once more and slowly opened up. It was as if there was a giant hand moving across the scroll, creating waves of ripples on as it went by. The moment the scroll appeared, a thunderous roar spread throughout Chu. Ling Muwan's body quickly decayed and turned to dust as it fell to the ground. Her nascent soul was also quickly dissipating. However, as Wang Lin's life and death scroll covered the sky, the speed at which her nascent soul was dissipating slowed down. Wang Lin then charged forth and appeared in the sky. He reached out toward the scroll and pulled down. The scroll quickly surrounded Ling Muwan's nascent soul. Now that the scroll was gone, a very strange scene unfolded. Red clouds covered the sky, and two shocking lights appeared within the rolling red clouds. They seemed to be looking at Wang Lin. This unfamiliar yet familiar gaze caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. However, he still stared at the sky with a determined look. Behind him was Ling Muwan's nascent soul wrapped up in the scroll. Wang Lin was using his own life and death domain to prevent Ling Muwan's nascent soul from dissipating. He was going to fight against the heavens. Even if the heavens want you dead, I'll still steal you back. This was a promise, as well as Wang Lin's declaration of war against the heavens. The two rays of light in the sky slowly disappeared. However, shortly after, countless red clouds condensed into a giant hand and reached toward Ling Muwan's nascent soul. Wang Lin let out a shout. He quickly grabbed the scroll and then flew into the distance. The giant hand seemed to be able to bypass distance and reach toward the scroll in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his head and clashed with the giant hand. Bang! Wang Lin's origin soul shook violently. It was knocked out of his body. However, he quickly returned to his body, and his divine sense spread out. He was looking for something. The giant hand was retracted, and the two eyes inside the red clouds appeared again and looked at the scroll in Wang Lin's hand. Then the giant hand descended again. Wang Lin roared, "Original body." Chapter 339, To Be Reincarnated. The moment the giant hand got close, the ground began to shake. A cold-faced young man with red hair charged out from the ground and slammed into the hand. Bang! The hand was bounced back several meters. The pair of eyes in the clouds locked onto the red-haired man. The original body's expression remained the same. It was as if that hand earlier was just a gentle breath. However, the two purple stars on its forehead were rapidly spinning. It stood before Wang Lin and coldly stared at the sky. The eyes in the red clouds disappeared again, and the amount of red clouds increased. This time, a large amount of red clouds entered the hand. The previously illusionary hand became more solid, and 5 deadly fingers formed. It attacked once again. This time, as the hand got closer, 5 spatial rifts were opened by its 5 fingers as they chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar. He slapped his bag and took out the restriction flag. A lance quickly formed, and he threw it at the hand. At the same time, the spinning of the purple stars on the original body suddenly paused, and crackling sounds came from all over the body. It turned into a 30-foot-tall giant with a hint of purple light under its skin. The body emitted a grim aura. The original body was starting to look like an ancient god. The original body's eyes were filled with battle intent. It quickly stepped toward the hand and grabbed the lance. With a bang, it lunged toward the hand. However, with a boom like the heavens were collapsing, the lance shattered and turned back into restriction gas. The original body was hit with a powerful force and crashed down into the ground. When it landed on the ground, many cracks appeared around it. The original body kept sinking and only stopped when it was 1,500 kilometers underground. A stream of blood came out from the corner of the original body's mouth. Its will to battle increased even more, causing its blood to boil as it charged out once more. Wang Lin hadn't stopped moving. He was rapidly flying away with his divine sense spread out. Then he suddenly locked onto a mountain village 5,000 kilometers away. The giant hand chased after Wang Lin after knocking his original body away. The eyes inside the red cloud didn't show any sign of changing. The moment it arrived, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. He focused all of his spiritual energy into his finger and touched the palm of the hand with it. Bang! Wang Lin was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the scroll and disappeared into it. Ling Muwan's nascent soul, which was almost dead, suddenly gained a hint of life. He was fighting against the heavens' reincarnation cycle for this woman. The giant hand reached out once more. The original body charged out of the ground and let out a roar. It stopped before Wang Lin and slammed into the giant hand with its right fist. Bang! The original body spat out a mouthful of blood and began to laugh maniacally. The giant hand had been knocked back several meters. The original body let out a loud laugh as it walked forward and continued to punch the giant hand. Bang, bang, bang. With each impact, his original body would bleed more from the corner of its mouth, but its will to fight kept on increasing. I'm an ancient god, so I'm naturally a heaven-defying existence. If you wish to take her, you will have to walk over my dead body. A figure suddenly appeared behind the original body. Its feet were on the ground, but its head was in the sky. The figure was not standing, but kneeling with one leg on the ground. Its head was down like it was asleep. The original body laughed like a madman as it continued to throw out punches, knocking the giant hand back. As the original body kept attacking, the figure behind him gradually raised its head. The eyes inside the red clouds were still calm. These eyes belonged to the messenger of the heavens. He had no emotions. His only goal was to follow the rules of the heavens and pull anyone who wished to escape the cycle of life and death back in. The original body's strength was far beyond any cultivators. Wang Lin quickly left with the scroll in his arms. The giant hand was eventually pushed back into the red clouds and disappeared. But in the blink of an eye, the hand charged out of the red clouds again. This time, the hand was almost completely solid, and it was several times more powerful than before. The hand wasn't open anymore. It was a fist that collided with the original body. With a bang, countless parts of the original body were damaged as it fell from the sky. The figure behind the original body seemed to have woken up. As it raised its head, a powerful force surged out of its body. The original body suddenly stopped falling, then it flew up to the forehead of the figure. The giant hand ignored the figure and smashed toward Wang Lin, who had already flown far away. Wang Lin had been keeping track of everything that was happening behind him. He clenched his teeth and teleported. The 5,000-kilometer distance was crossed in one teleport. Below his feet was a paradise-like village. The children were playing as if the earth-shattering battle 5,000 kilometers away couldn't be heard. They actually couldn't hear it, though. No one but Wang Lin and his original body could see and feel the power from the heavens. The only thing that others could see and hear was the hole the original body had made. But by the time the sound from that impact traveled this far, it was too weak to be noticed. In this village of less than 100 people, a woman was currently cooking porridge. She would occasionally raise her head to look at the children playing outside while touching her stomach. Floating in the air above the village, Wang Lin shook the scroll. Li Muwan's nascent soul came out of the scroll and immediately began to dissipate. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of tenderness as he pointed at Li Muwan's nascent soul. Her nascent soul flew like a meteor toward the village. At this moment, the giant fist arrived. It suddenly came down from the sky, smashing toward Li Muwan's nascent soul. Wang Lin quickly blocked the fist. Bang! Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot right now. He then quickly took out 9 wooden carvings with the domain of time. The giant fist descended once more and shattered 6 of the wooden carvings. The fist passed through the remaining wooden carvings, went around Wang Lin, and once more chased after Li Muwan's nascent soul. Wang Lin let out a roar and once again arrived in front of the fist. He didn't have any time to use any techniques, so he blocked it with his body. Bang! Wang Lin was bleeding from his orifices, but he began to laugh. He continued to laugh. Eventually, the laughter sounded like it was filled with madness. You want to wipe out Wan Air to force her back into the reincarnation cycle? I, Wang Lin, won't let you. The cold eyes in the red clouds looked at Wang Lin and the fist descended again. Wang Lin blocked it once more. This time, many parts of his body shattered and blood spewed out of his mouth and nose. However, his expression was now even more mad as he looked at the eyes in the clouds and laughed. I cultivated the domain of life and death. One day, I'll make the heavens' reincarnation cycle mine. Then I'll make the reincarnation cycle follow my commands and make you, an illusion created by the reincarnation cycle, bow before me. The gaze in the red clouds was still calm, as if it were looking at a sad mortal spouting nonsense. Li Muwan's nascent soul had already entered the village and silently fused with the flesh inside that woman's stomach. The eyes looked at the village before turning back to Wang Lin. Then the giant fist fell once more. This time, there was a suction force coming from the fist, and it was covered in lightning. This punch was punishment for obstructing the will of the heavens. The moment the fist started moving, the original body arrived. A ray of blood-red light charged in from the distance and fused together with Wang Lin. Wang Lin and his original body suddenly disappeared. They were replaced by a 10-foot-tall person with long hair. This person's left eye was like the moon, and his right eye was like the sun. This person was covered in an aura composed of a mix of the ancient god's power and the life and death domain. The current Wang Lin was no longer a cultivator or an ancient god, but a never-before-seen combination. His body was as powerful as an ancient god's, but he had the origin soul of a cultivator. This was a combination of inner and outer cultivation methods. Wang Lin raised his head. Behind him was the figure with its head raised. If one looked closely, they would see an origin soul the size of a person in the figure's chest. There were vein-like things that extended from the origin soul to the entire body of the figure. That original soul was like the heart of the ancient god. Without waiting for the fist to land, Wang Lin stepped forth and flew toward the fist. Bang! 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 Wang Lin's body was sent flying, and he kept on coughing out blood. However, he laughed the entire time. His laugh was filled with arrogance. Now that she has been reincarnated with her nascent soul, her life has been extended. This falls in line with the laws of the heavens. As long as she doesn't cultivate, she will be able to escape the eyes of the heavens. 19 years from now, when her nascent soul reforms, you will come back, but I'll stop you again. The eyes in the red cloud calmly looked at Wang Lin for a while before disappearing. Even the giant fist disappeared. The red cloud scattered. Chapter 340, Messenger of Suzaku. Wang Lin flew to where the pagoda was and landed next to it. His original body separated from him, coughed out some blood, and sat down to cultivate. After a very long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He quickly sat down, took out some pills, and started to manage the spiritual energy in his body. 3 days later, he and his original body both opened their eyes at the same time. My injury is too serious this time. I must go into closed-door cultivation to recover. Wang Lin secretly thought that the messenger of the heavens had no intent on killing him until that very last blow. The messenger had no emotions. It did everything by the rules. With how much of one heir's nascent soul dissipated, it will take her 19 years to recover and awaken. Once she awakens, the heavens will come again to wipe out anyone who dares to try to escape the heavens' law. Wang Lin stared at the sky. Wang Lin stood up. At the same time, his original body silently flew away toward the giant hole that was created during the battle. It landed in the hole and sank down. As it sank, the dirt around the hole followed it in. Soon, the hole was filled. It was like it was never there. Thousands of kilometers underground, the original body sat there cultivating. The 2 purple stars on its forehead spun rapidly. A faint, purple light came out of its body, forming a small ball of light beside him. The injury the original body suffered was much heavier than Wang Lin's, especially on that last attack, where the original body took 70% of the damage. However, with the strength of the original body's body, it was not life-threatening, but it had to go into closed-door cultivation as well. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He then slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade. After leaving a message inside, he threw it into the sky and it disappeared, leaving a streak of light. After doing all of this, Wang Lin sat down next to the pagoda and activated the sliver of Zhou Yi's domain. Unless an ascendant cultivator comes, no one else will be able to approach him. Just like this, Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently healed his injuries. During the day, the rays from the sun landed on Wang Lin, giving him a hint of warmth. At night, the moonlight quietly arrived, bringing with it the cold of the night. On rainy days, the rain fell down from the sky and landed on Wang Lin, completely soaking him almost instantly. On snowy days, the snow slowly fell from the sky, covering everything. No matter where one looked, everything was covered in white. There was even a snowman next to the pagoda. Whether it was day or night, rainy or snowy, Wang Lin's body still wouldn't move. He was like an old, dead monk. There was no vitality coming from his body. 6 months after the battle, spring came again. In the old Zhou's home in Apricot Village, a baby was born. Her name was Zhou Ru. This baby girl was born crying like other babies, but no one knew that this cry was different than a normal baby's cry. The baby girl's body was very weak. Luckily, old Zhou was respected in Apricot Village. He also owned a store, so his life was better than most people's. There was a cave in the mountain 50 kilometers away from the Apricot Village. Tianhou had been cultivating there for more than 6 months. 6 months ago, Tianhou and Lu Fei received Wang Lin's message ordering one of them to come and guard Muwan. After the two talked about it, Tianhou came. His divine sense was locked onto the village at all times as he silently guarded it. Wang Lin's healing continued. The snow outside the pagoda had already turned to water and was absorbed by the earth. The original body was thousands of kilometers underground. During these 6 months, it had gone deeper 3 times. Each time it did so, it sank several thousand kilometers. The original body had already traveled 1/5 of the way to the planet's core. It was not a lie that the ancient gods grew in battle. After this fierce battle, the original body was showing signs of breaking through. Although it was slow, he had already reached the peak of the 2-star stage. The third transformation was not far away. In the blink of an eye, a year passed by. Zhou was now 1 year old. Most children at this age would start making sounds even if they couldn't speak, but Zhou remained silent. Thus, the people of the village began a rumor stating that this girl was a mute. On this day, a group of people walked out of a normal transfer array on the edge of Chu. Among them was a woman wearing a veil. There was a hint of fatigue in her eyes, but they still shined like the stars and would mesmerize almost anyone. Following behind her was an old man. The old man was wearing an old, black coat, and his eyes were dim. It was like he was going through a severe illness. If Wang Lin saw them, he would recognize them as the two that had bought the rank 6-pill recipe. Beside the two of them stood a white-haired, old man. He was the soul formation cultivator from the treasure refining pavilion, named Hu. Behind him were 3 people. One of them was someone Wang Lin knew well, Qiu Siping. The other 2 were Su Luo and a very beautiful woman. This woman was the person who delivered the purple jade. After the 6 of them exited the transfer array, the old man looked toward the north and said, "Although Chu isn't the quickest way to enter the immortal graveyard, it is easier than going through Zhou." The woman with the white veil nodded and said, "What Senior said is correct. Although going through Chu takes longer, there is no checkpoint to pass through like there is in Zhou, so it is much easier." The old man, named Hu, flew forward. Everyone else quickly followed. Qiu Siping secretly sighed. After Wang Lin left, he decided to follow Old Man Hu in hopes of reaching the soul formation stage one day. Although his cultivation level had risen in the last 10 years, it was still too far away from the soul formation stage. He believed that if he were able to obtain that object in the immortal graveyard, then reaching the soul formation stage would no longer be a dream. The woman secretly sighed. During these 10 years, she had reached out to many soul formation cultivators. In the end, she remembered that the treasure refining pavilion had a soul formation cultivator. After she revealed some secrets she hadn't told Wang Lin, she was able to convince the old man to help. The 6 of them flew north. They passed by many sects, but no one dared to stop them. Old Man Hu was surprised. "I haven't come to Chu in over 100 years. There seems to be many changes." Behind him, Su Luo respectfully said, "Ancestor, in these recent years, the Cloud Sky sect has devoured several other sects and officially became the #1 sect in Chu." Old Man Hu nodded and said, "The Cloud Sky sect focuses on alchemy, so they must have a lot of nascent soul cultivators. When we return from the immortal graveyard, remind me to take a trip to the Cloud Sky sect to ask for some pills." Su Luo faintly smiled. He was sure that the Cloud Sky sect would immediately hand over pills for their own safety. As the 6 of them flew, a pillar of light shot into the sky. From where they were, the pillar was only as thick as a baby's fist, but if they were closer, the pillar would be countless times larger. Old Man Hu suddenly turned toward the pillar of light. Even with his experience, he was shocked. The eyes of the old man who was behind the woman suddenly lit up as he looked toward the pillar of light. He was also shocked. This pillar of light was coming from the center of Chu, where the Heavens Tower was. This is a messenger from an upper cultivation country descending. But a messenger from a rank 4 cultivation country wouldn't cause this big of a commotion. The more the old man looked, the more shocked he became. Then, several golden dragons appeared around the pillar of light, and soon, a white-robed young man slowly walked out. The moment he walked out, the golden dragons let out roars. Even with how far the 6 of them were, they were able to clearly hear the roars. Shortly after, the golden dragons all charged at young man in white. Right as they were about to collide, they turned into countless golden threads and became embroidered onto the young man's clothes. A messenger from Suzaku. The old man revealed an aghast expression. He realized that something big was about to happen in Chu. Why else would a messenger from Suzaku come to a mere rank 3 cultivation country? The woman's face revealed a trace of panic. The old man took a step forward and stood in front of her. The panic on the woman's face quickly disappeared, but her clenched fist was covered in sweat. Qiu Siping, Su Luo, and the beautiful woman were all shocked. Qiu Siping was especially shocked. He looked at the light and muttered, "This is the first time I've seen someone from Suzaku." Suzaku. The beautiful woman took a deep breath and softly asked, "Ancestor, why did a messenger from Suzaku came to Chu?" "Fellow cultivator Gong's son, what do you think?" Old Man Hu looked toward the old man wearing the old, black coat. The old man slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Hu, I have just entered the soul formation stage, so I don't know many things about Suzaku. However, I believe that something big is about to happen. I don't know what it is, but why else would a messenger from Suzaku come to Chu?" Old man who secretly thought, rubbish. His gaze turned toward the pillar of light. Just at this moment, the pillar of light started to fade. The young man in white flew toward the 6 of them like a meteor. The woman with the white veil's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with extreme fear. This scene was noticed by Old Man Hu. He didn't show any reaction on his face, but a hint of doubt appeared in his heart. Chapter 341, 3 Message from Mount Suzaku. That messenger was very fast, so he soon arrived before the 6. The messenger slightly paused for a moment. His green eyes swept across the 6 of them. Aside from Old Man Hu and the old man in the black cloak, everyone's hearts trembled and they lowered their heads. There are 2 soul formation cultivators here. The light disappeared, revealing the handsome-looking young man. Although the woman who came with Old Man Hu had her head lowered, her cheeks still turned slightly red. This man was the most handsome person she had ever met. Where are you guys going? The young man's voice was calm, but it didn't hide the condescending aura. The old man was immediately able to tell that this young man's cultivation was at the peak of the early stage of soul formation. He sneered in his heart, but revealed nothing on the surface as he said, "We are going to the immortal graveyard." The young man's gaze landed on the woman with the white veil, and he said, "Take off your veil." The old man with the black cloak stepped forward and said, "Lord Messenger, my lady has orders from the head of the house that she can't easily reveal her face. I hope that Lord Messenger can understand." The young man's gaze lit up. After pondering for a bit, he waved his sleeves and flew away. The 6 of them pondered for a while. Old Man whose eyes lit up, and then he followed the young man. He wanted to see why this Suzuka messenger had come to Chu. After he moved, Chiu Siping, Su Luo, and the woman quickly followed. The white-veiled woman looked at the old man, clenched her teeth, and followed them. The old man let out a sigh and followed her. Everyone followed the young man, but from a distance. They saw him flying north. It seemed like his destination was also the immortal graveyard. Old Man who secretly thought, could some kind of treasure have appeared in the immortal graveyard? But just as that thought went through his head, his expression suddenly changed when he saw the young man flying over a valley. The young man seemed to have met some kind of powerful force and was pushed back more than 100 feet. The young man revealed a shocked expression. Old Man who landed on a nearby mountain. Everyone else followed him and looked at the young man. The young man frowned. He took out a jade and checked it. The instructions inside the jade led to this place. He pondered for a bit before taking a few steps forward. Then he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, so his expression changed, and he quickly backed up. Old Man who was curious. He looked toward the valley and saw a pagoda. Below the pagoda sat a person, but there was no life coming from that person. It looked like a mummified body. The young man tried a few times, but couldn't go more than 5 kilometers deep into the barrier. His expression was unsettled, and in the end he clasped his hands and said, "I'm Feng Yushan of Suzaku. I wish to greet fellow cultivator, Ceng Niu." Ceng Niu. Old Man whose eyes became serious. He was shocked. His eyes unconsciously landed on the mummified body below the pagoda. It was no surprise that he was this shocked. The name Ceng Niu had become very famous in the Sea of Devils. Stories about Ceng Niu almost never ended. There was a rumor that he had been secretly trained by Suzaku, and would be the person to inherit the title of Suzaku. Otherwise, how else would Suzaku not respond with their usual overbearing style after he took an arm from Red Butterfly? There was also a rumor that he was a disciple of some secret power, and that his talent was far beyond Red Butterfly's. The rumors also stated that within this secret power, there were many cultivators far more powerful than Ceng Niu, which was why Suzuka didn't dare to move against him. In addition, there's some even more ridiculous rumors saying that Ceng Niu hadn't even cultivated for more than 60 years, making him even more valuable to Suzaku than Red Butterfly. There were numerous stories and rumors like this. Ceng Niu. The white-veiled woman's eyes lit up and her breathing became rough. She thought that if Ceng Niu would help her, then everything would be all right. The old man beside her revealed a hint of respect in his eyes. "I never thought that the famous Ceng Niu would be here." Chiu Siping took a deep breath. No wonder a messenger from Suzaku would come to Chu. Su Luo revealed a look of disbelief. The beautiful woman softly said, "I wonder what relationship this Ceng Niu has with Chu." The moment she said this, Old Man who pondered for a bit and then said, "Cancel the order to send someone to the Cloud Sky sect." Su Luo was startled, but he quickly agreed. The young man waited for a bit. After hearing no response, he frowned and said, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, I'm not here about you injuring Red Butterfly, but to deliver her challenge letter. I hope you can come out to meet me." The moment he said this, the 6 people all had various expressions on their faces. Old Man whose eyes lit up, and he looked toward the valley. After a long time, there was still no response from the valley. Feng Yushan was very angry. He was a disciple of Suzaku, so he was shown respect everywhere he went. Not even rank 5 cultivation countries dared to retreat him like this. Feng Yushan's eyes became gloomy and he slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, don't refuse our good will only to regret it later. No one dares to ignore the orders of Suzaku." The moment he finished speaking, a powerful force came from the valley. The power formed a giant hand which grabbed the young man. A series of crackling sounds came from within the hand. Feng Yushan's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. "I'm a messenger of Suzaku. Ceng Niu, don't be rash. I'm only here to deliver the challenge letter." A calm voice came from within the valley. "The date?" Feng Yushan quickly said, 3 months from now, on Mount Suzaku in the Western Heaven Temple. "How did you know I was here?" Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, there was a hint of killing intent within it. Feng Yushan didn't hesitate to respond. "I really don't know. This was sent from Mount Suzaku. If it wasn't for them, Red Butterfly's master would have already come looking for you. Your location was also sent down by them." At this moment, Old Man Hu's expression became strange. He felt like he was familiar with this voice. He turned around and looked at Qiu Siping to see that Qiu Siping was dumbfounded. It seemed like Qiu Siping had already guessed the same thing. After a pause, Wang Lin's voice came from the valley. "I don't have the time." The invisible hand around Feng Yushan disappeared, allowing him to regain his freedom. His back was covered in cold sweat at this point. Now he finally understood the terror of Ceng Niu. He originally thought that Ceng Niu was only able to take senior apprentice Sister Red Butterfly's arm, because he used some tricks. Now he no longer thought like that. Wang Lin's response put him in a difficult situation. He pondered a bit, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, it is by the order of Mount Suzaku that you battle with Red Butterfly. They rarely ever send out any messages. In the past 100 years, they only sent out 3. The first time was to recruit Red Butterfly as a core disciple. The second time was to stop people from pursuing you. The third time was when they gave out your location and ordered you to fight Red Butterfly. I believe that you will receive great benefits if you win. After all, of the 3 messages, 2 of them were related to you." Wang Lin's voice came from inside the valley. "Tell Red Butterfly that even if she wants to battle, it will have to be in 10 years. Feng Yushan pondered for a bit, let out a wry smile, and clasped his hands. He turned around and disappeared in a ray of light. "Old friends in the valley, please come in." With that, Zhou Yi's domain disappeared. Old Man Hu laughed and walked into the valley. Behind him, the white-veiled woman and her servant followed. Qiu Siping hesitated for a bit before quickly following in along with Su Luo and the woman. Inside the valley, the mummified body moved when the 6 of them arrived. After a series of crackling sounds, the mummified body's eyes opened. Wang Lin took a deep breath, stood up, and let out a smile. He waved his hand and surrounded himself in a thick, white fog. After the fog disappeared, Wang Li appeared before them wearing a white robe. Everything that had landed on his body during his time cultivating had disappeared. Wang Lin pointed at the ground, and suddenly a table made of stone appeared from the ground. Several stone chairs also appeared. "Please sit." Wang Lin sat down, waved his hand, and a tea set appeared on the table. Old Man Hu stared at Wang Lin and sat down across from him. The beautiful woman quickly greeted Wang Lin, walked up, and poured tea for everyone. Wang Lin looked at the black-cloaked old man next to the white-veiled woman and smiled. "Fellow cultivator, please sit." The old man took a long look at Wang Lin. He recognized that this was the same person from back then. A complex expression appeared on his face as he sat down. The others also sat down. Old Man Hu looked at Wang Lin and bitterly smiled. "I don't know if I should call you fellow cultivator Wang or fellow cultivator Ceng." Wang Lin picked up a cup, took a sip and smiled. "Names are just what we call each other. There is no need to worry too much about it." The white-veiled woman was still looking at Wang Lin. Her face showed a complex expression. She would never have guessed that the famous Ceng Niu was this person. Wang Lin looked at the woman and said, "Lady is still as beautiful as before. I believe that you are heading to the immortal graveyard to save your father since you are with fellow cultivator Hu." The white-veiled woman whispered, "Back then, this little girl didn't know Senior's identity. I hope Senior forgives my rudeness." The name Ceng Niu was very famous throughout Suzaku. Even Old Man Hu was shocked by it, much less her. Chapter 342, Remnant of the Savages. Wang Lin put down his cup and silently shook his head. He looked toward Qiu Siping and said, "Brother Qiu, if you give up everything and stay alone, you have a chance to comprehend the ways of the heavens." Qiu Siping wryly smiled. He knew that he wouldn't be able to keep the fact that he was now following Old Man Hu from Wang Lin. He said, "Reaching the soul formation stage is difficult." Old man who picked up the cup and took a sip. He was shocked by the flavor. Fellow cultivator Wang, this tea? Wang Lin smiled. This tea is not from Suzaku, but from another cultivation planet. I accidentally got this during my trip to the celestial realm many years ago. Old man who took a deep breath. He stared at Wang Lin with a trace of hesitation in his eyes before saying, Rumor has it that when Brother Wang went to the celestial realm, you took an arm from Red Butterfly. Was Brother Wang able to obtain celestial spiritual energy? The way he referred to Wang Lin unconsciously changed. Wang Lin looked at Old Man Hu and said, I have obtained some. Old Man Hu's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Lin and sincerely said, I am willing to pay any price for some celestial spiritual energy. I hope fellow cultivator Wang is willing to sell some. Wang Lin faintly smiled. This matter is not urgent. We can wait until it is time to break through to the soul transformation stage. I wonder, what is fellow cultivator Hu going to the immortal graveyard for? Old Man Hu secretly thought that although Wang Lin hadn't cultivated for long, he was an old fox who could easily change the subject. After hearing Wang Lin, he laughed and said, That is true. Then when this old man is about to reach the soul transformation stage, I'll have to come and ask you for some. As for the immortal graveyard, you will have to ask fellow cultivator Xin to explain. The white-veiled woman looked at Wang Lin and said, Senior, inside the immortal graveyard there is a reincarnation tree. Junior has a map that can lead us there. Wang Lin calmly took a sip of tea. The woman who came with Old Man Hu obediently poured another cup for Wang Lin. She would occasionally glance at Wang Lin. After Chiu Siping heard reincarnation tree, his eyes were filled with desire. Su Luo showed the same look. The white-veiled woman looked at Wang Lin and found that his expression hadn't changed at all after hearing about the reincarnation tree. His reaction was just like Old Man Hu's. She couldn't help but secretly sigh. Wang Lin was extremely mischievous, so she couldn't see through him at all. It looked like aside from strength, a soul formation cultivator's slyness was far above a nascent soul cultivator's. Old Man Hu looked toward Wang Lin and found that there was no change in Wang Lin's expression. Now he believed even more of the rumors about Ceng Niu. Sitting under the reincarnation tree allows a cultivator to experience an extra life cycle. This is very good for soul formation cultivators because it allows them to increase their understanding of their domain. The white-veiled woman looked at Wang Lin. She didn't believe that he wasn't tempted. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see any changes in Wang Lin's expression. Wang Lin let out a faint smile. He looked toward Old Man Hu and said, Ridiculous. The domain of a soul formation cultivator is something that they comprehend themselves. This reincarnation tree might have some effect on peak late-stage nascent soul cultivators or early-stage soul formation cultivators whose cultivation hasn't stabilized yet. I believe Old Man Hu has other goals for this trip. The white-veiled woman was startled. She looked toward the old man in the black cloak to see that he was also frowning. Old Man Hu laughed. He didn't try to hide it. He said, Brother Wang is really knowledgeable. I'm impressed. You are indeed correct. The white-veiled woman frowned and looked toward Old Man Hu. Old Man Hu laughed. Fellow cultivator Xin, don't blame me. If it was just for the reincarnation tree, I wouldn't follow you into the immortal graveyard. What I want is the reincarnation fruit. After he finished speaking, he looked toward Wang Lin and said, Without Brother Wang, I'm only 30% confident in succeeding, but if Brother Wang comes, I'll be 60% confident. Reincarnation fruit. Although Wang Lin's expression remained normal, his heart was moved. When he heard about the reincarnation tree, Wang Lin's mind began to work. Then, when he heard the words reincarnation fruit, he was even more sure. He pondered for a bit, and then said, Is this the fruit that is the size of a fist and changes colors every 2 hours? Old Man Hu's eyes lit up. He took a long look at Wang Lin and then said, Brother Wang really is very knowledgeable. That is the way to identify the fruit. For us soul formation cultivators, it is a great treasure. If it is eaten at the late stage of soul formation, it will increase one's chance of reaching the soul transformation stage by 30%. I have only seen it in some old text. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. From the memories of the ancient god, there were few fruits that were very good for a young ancient god. Due to the ancient god's bodies, most fruits were useless. Even celestial fruits could only increase their spiritual energy by a bit. Only a handful of spirit fruits could have any effect. While they wouldn't increase their cultivation level, if they smeared one of those fruits all over their body, it would strengthen their foundation. This was called body cleansing among the ancient gods. Normally, an adult ancient god finds a fruit and cleanses the body of a baby ancient god before they throw them into the core of a planet. An ancient god that has gone through body cleansing has their meridians completely hidden inside their body. As a result, the The speed at which the ancient god absorbs spiritual energy increases greatly. The meridians only reappear when the ancient god reaches adulthood, and at that point, the rate at which they absorb spiritual energy will already have reached a terrifying degree. In ancient times, every single ancient god was hunted by every living thing because wherever there was an ancient god, there would be no spiritual energy for anyone else. However, most things that try to kill an ancient god end up dying themselves. Only after going through body cleansing could Wang Lin's original body be considered a real ancient god. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before saying, "Immortal graveyard." Old man who said, "This immortal graveyard is very dangerous. After all, there is a power there that even Suzuka dreads. However, as long as we don't go in too deep, then there shouldn't be too many powerful savage people." Wang Lin didn't know much about the immortal graveyard. He only knew from the map that the immortal graveyard was very large, and that compared to its surface, the underground portion was even larger. No one besides Suzuka knew exactly how many layers the immortal graveyard had. Brother Wang should know that these savages were the natives of this planet. When Suzaku became a rank 6 cultivation country, they were gifted this planet by the Cultivation Alliance. They then had a large war with the savages. This originally lively planet was ravaged during the war and has now turned into a half-wasted planet. All of this was caused by the savages. During this war, 90% of the savages were killed. The survivors then escaped into the immortal graveyard. Every 100 years, Suzaku sends countless cultivators to kill them, but they still can't wipe them all out. The reincarnation tree grows underground and is considered holy by the savages. However, there are a total of 9 reincarnations trees, which give us a chance. As for the reincarnation fruit, as long as we can find a tree, I have a secret method for it to bear fruit within 3 hours. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He looked toward the white-veiled woman and asked, "Why did your father go to the immortal graveyard?" The white-veiled woman whispered, "To get me a piece of reincarnation wood." Wang Lin didn't ask further questions. He pondered for a bit before saying to Old Man Hu, "I can't make a decision right now." Old Man Hu nodded. "No problem. The immortal graveyard is indeed dangerous. I hesitated for a long time before making the decision as well. How about this? We will wait for you outside the immortal graveyard for 1 month. If you don't come, we will go on our own." Wang Lin nodded. Old Man Hu stood up and smiled. "Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll wait for you there." With that, he clasped his hands and left. Qiu Siping and company quickly stood up and said their goodbyes. The white-veiled woman stood up, hesitated, and whispered, "ZXN hopes to see Senior there." She then flew up and left. The old man behind her clasped his hands and followed her. After the 6 of them left, Wang Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip. His eyes were sparkling. The reincarnation fruit is very useful for the original body. If I can obtain it, the original body's power will increase by a lot. He pondered for a bit before slapping his bag of holding. 3 carvings appeared in his hand. 6 of these time domain carvings have been destroyed, leaving only 3, so the power of the time domain that they can display has greatly weakened. Sadly, there are no 100-year-old trees to make new ones with. After putting away the wooden carvings, Wang Lin checked his bag and took out an arm. This arm had remained in good condition. There was even a thin layer of ice covering it, releasing a cold aura. Suzuka didn't act to help Red Butterfly, but sent this challenge letter instead. It is indeed strange. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, but he couldn't think of why. It looks like a battle with Red Butterfly is inevitable, but as long as she hasn't reached the soul transformation stage, I'll have a chance to win. Wang Lin sneered. He then reached out, and a stone chair flew over and landed before him. The chair looked like it was going to melt, but it morphed into a basin. Wang Lin put Red Butterfly's arm inside it. Then he formed a seal, and black light appeared on his hand. Wang Lin pointed at the arm, and the black light entered the arm. Subsequently, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out several small bottles. These bottles were things that Wang Lin had obtained during these past few hundred years. They contained the poison from a spirit beast. He broke the bottles open and poured out the contents. Red, blood-like liquid came out and fused with the arm. Then Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He formed a seal that created a ghostly light. The ghostly light quickly took the shape of a skull and entered the arm. Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to create skulls until 99 more of them had entered the arm one by one. The color of the arm suddenly changed from the original snow white to black and red. It looked terrifying, and there was now also a stench coming from it. Chapter 343, Country of Suzaku. After doing all of this, Wang Lin clenched his hands, causing the basin to morph into a container. The arm was now sealed inside it. At this very moment, In a location in Suzaku that looked like a painting, Red Butterfly was cultivating on top of a lotus. The area was surrounded by clear, blue water and luscious greens. There were even spirit beasts nearby. Inside the water were some carps with very long whiskers. Their eyes showed life. They clearly had gained intelligence. Red Butterfly was wearing a red robe. Only the sleeve for her right arm was empty. Sitting on a lotus facing her was a very handsome, middle-aged man. He stared at Red Butterfly with tenderness in his eyes and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Red Butterfly, I have given you the spirit of the Eastern Sea that will regrow your arm. Why haven't you used it?" Red Butterfly opened her eyes and coldly responded, "Every time I look at my empty sleeve, my urge to kill Ceng Niu increases. Until I kill him, my arm will stay missing. Senior apprentice brother, don't try to change my mind." Ceng Niu. A hint of killing intent flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Ceng Niu wanted to destroy my Dao heart. However, because he took my arm, not only was my Dao heart not destroyed, it is now even more complete. I'm glad that Mount Suzaku wants him to fight me. Red Butterfly raised her head and looked into the distance. Humph, if it wasn't for Mount Suzaku, I would have already gone out and captured Ceng Niu for Junior Apprentice Sister to kill. The middle-aged man's eyes were sparkling. Red Butterfly was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. A black line with a sliver of red inside appeared in her forehead and quickly spread. Red Butterfly's left hand quickly pressed on her forehead. Her face constantly changed colors as she struggled. After a long time, the black line receded. There was a deep look of hatred on her face. Ceng Niu is trying to injure me by refining my lost arm. Red Butterfly's left hand formed multiple seals and sent them to her forehead. After a long time, she struggled to stand up before sitting down again. She had a gloomy expression on her face. "Junior apprentice sister, I'm going to kill Ceng Niu even if it is against Mount Suzaku's orders. At most, they will just punish me by making me go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. The middle-aged man's heart ached as he turned around to leave. Red Butterfly whispered, "Senior apprentice brother, if anyone is going to kill Ceng Niu, it will be me. Mount Suzaku sent out 2 messages about Ceng Niu. If you kill him, it won't be something as simple as 100 years of closed-door cultivation." The middle-aged man's expression was sullen as he sat back down again. However, he took out a piece of jade, recorded some information, and threw it out. "I won't go myself. I'll send out some cultivators from those lower-ranking cultivation countries. That way, Mount Suzaku can't do anything to me either." Red Butterfly didn't respond. She closed her eyes to focus her attention on sealing in the black line that had invaded her. East of Suzaku, there was a mountain shaped like a bird. This mountain became known as Mount Suzaku. Mount Suzaku was the holy land of Suzaku. Everything that happened in Suzaku had to receive their approval. On this day, a white-robed young man arrived at the foot of the mountain. He was in a difficult position. He paced around the foot of the mountain for a while before climbing up the steps. Outside a palace midway up the mountain, the young man knelt down on one leg and said, "Disciple Feng Yushan seeks an audience with Elder." After a long time, a voice came out from the palace. "What is it?" Disciple was ordered by Mount Suzaku to send a challenge letter to Ceng Niu. However, Ceng Niu didn't accept it and delayed it by 10 years. Feng Yushan didn't dare to lie at all. The voice in the palace gloomily said, "Humph, Ceng Niu really doesn't know his place. You can leave. Someone else will bring him here." Feng Yushan's forehead was covered in sweat as he quickly left. "Ziwu, go bring Ceng Niu here." As the voice echoed in the palace, a person covered in fog suddenly appeared. Ziwu lazily asked, "Dead or alive?" The voice from the palace answered, "However you like." "Okay." Ziwu turned around and was about to leave. However, just at that moment, a red light came down from the top of Mount Suzaku and entered the palace. The owner of the voice from the palace was surprised. He slowly said, "Wait." After a long time, a gentle snort came from the palace. "Forget it. You don't have to go. We will wait 10 years for him." Ziwu shrugged his shoulders and disappeared within Mount Suzaku. Inside the palace sat an old man whose hair and eyebrows were now all white. He stared at the red jade in his hand and muttered, "What kind of background does Ceng Niu have for him to interfere 3 times? At this moment, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged in the valley. Before him was a war chariot filled with spikes. Wang Lin stared at the war chariot with an unsettled expression. He tossed out the beast trap, and the thunder toad landed on the side with a thud. The thunder toad's injuries had already healed, and its gaze toward Wang Lin contained a hint of gratitude. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's help, he would have died to the injuries from before. Wang Lin whispered, "Thunder Toad, I'm going to take away the beast trap. If you wish to stay, then follow me. If you don't, then you may leave, okay?" The thunder toad nodded. Wang Lin formed several seals with both of his hands. The seals landed on the beast trap. A myriad of symbols began to spread out from the bracelet. In the end, a very strange thing happened before Wang Lin. The symbols formed rings with the largest one on the outside. Each ring was smaller than the previous one, and in the center was the beast trap. "Release!" Wang Lin shouted. Suddenly, the symbols began to spin. A sliver of green smoke came out from the beast trap. It moved through the symbols like it was escaping and entered the Thunder Toad. The Thunder Toad let out a roar, and its eyes sparkled. The symbols didn't disappear, but kept spinning. Wang Lin didn't look at the Thunder Toad. Instead, he looked at the war chariot. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the chariot. Black mist appeared on the chariot. A pair of eyes could be seen within the mist. A deafening roar came from the chariot, and the beast spirit of the chariot appeared. This was the smallest beast spirit among the 3 chariots. It had been sealed by Wang Lin, but now that it was released, it locked onto Wang Lin. Its head had 3 horns, the body of an ox, and the tail of a dragon. There was even a face on the tail. Wang Lin calmly looked at the beast before dripping a drop of blood on the beast trap. Then he pointed at the beast spirit of the chariot. The symbols from the beast trap suddenly shook and turned into a ray of light that began to spin around the beast spirit. The beast spirit let out many roars as it tried to struggle, but the black chains came out of the chariot and locked the beast down. The light formed by the symbols landed on the beast's body and released a golden glow. The roars from the beast became even more vicious. Some of the chains broke, but even more chains appeared to keep the beast completely locked down. In the end, all of the symbols landed on the beast's body and settled there. The beast was no longer struggling, but its eyes were even more vicious. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm. After those symbols were done settling, he whispered, "Return." The symbols on the beast shined brightly. The colors of the symbols changed from golden to black as it flew into the beast trap. When the last symbol disappeared onto the beast trap, a new beast appeared on the bracelet. This beast looked exactly the same as the beast spirit of the war chariot. At the same time, the war chariot turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the beast trap. Wang Lin took a deep breath before slapping his bag of holding and placing 8 top-quality spirit stones around him. The beast trap quickly flew toward him and wrapped around his right wrist. A force countless times stronger than the one he experienced with the Thunder Toad suddenly started consuming his spiritual energy. Wang Lin's body immediately began to shrink, and he started to turn into a mummy. However, his eyes were still clear. The 8 top-quality spirit stones around him shined brightly. A crazy amount of spiritual energy entered his body and went into the beast trap. This process lasted 3 days. 3 days later, the force slowly started to disappear. Wang Lin's body slowly recovered as well. One of the 8 top-quality spirit stones shattered and turned to dust. Wang Lin opened his eyes with a hint of worry. When he looked at the beast trap on his right wrist, his eyes became cold. The suction was powerful enough to use up a top-quality spirit stone. God-slaying war chariot. I'll have to find the time to see if you are fitting of that name. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He didn't put the 7 top-quality spirit stones away, but kept them on him. From what he knew of the beast trap, it would likely suck spiritual energy from him after every use. It would be best to keep the spirit stones on him, just in case. Wang Lin touched the beast trap. Then he stood up and looked at the Thunder Toad. Throughout these 3 days, the Thunder Toad hadn't moved at all. It had guarded Wang Lin the entire time. When he saw Wang Lin standing up, the Thunder Toad picked Wang Lin up with its head, so Wang Lin was now riding on its back. Wang Lin smiled. "Do you want to follow me?" The Thunder Toad's stomach expanded, and it let out a roar as a reply. "Good. From today onward, I'll treat you the same as the mosquito beast." He slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast came out. He hadn't seen the mosquito beast in many years. It seemed to have grown. Its body was now the size of a small hill. T/Endnote. Suzaku is a type of bird, so the mountain shaped like a bird really says it's shaped like a Suzaku. This will get a bit complicated later on because the person who's the strongest cultivator in the planet has the title of Suzaku. Chapter 344, Do you still remember wealth? Its giant proboscis looked very threatening. The mosquito beast was very wary of the Thunder Toad, so it kept on letting out sounds. The Thunder Toad looked at the mosquito beast with a provoking expression. Wang Lin faintly smiled and jumped down from the Thunder Toad. He ignored the 2 beasts staring at each other and walked toward the pagoda. Standing in front of it, he clasped his hands, took a deep breath, and said, "Senior." Junior was asked by Senior Zhou to look after you for 1,000 years. The immortal graveyard will be very dangerous, so I would like to ask Senior to lend me a celestial sword. With that, Wang Lin bowed and walked into the pagoda. At the top floor, Wang Lin saw the white-robed female corpse. The female corpse was lying on a bed of celestial jade. There was no movement at all. Beside her were two celestial swords, one big and one small, releasing waves of celestial spiritual energy. Looking at the two celestial swords, Wang Lin began to ponder. His gaze locked onto the larger sword more than the smaller one. Wang Lin felt like this large sword looked familiar when he first saw it. However, it was too dangerous to really think about it back then. After he came back, he was with Ling Muwan the whole time, so he didn't have time to think about anything else. Now that he was looking at it after everything was over, that feeling of familiarity was even stronger. I must have seen this sword somewhere before. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before reaching out to the sword. There wasn't any discomfort as he held the large celestial sword in his hand. This sword could no longer be considered a sword but a rectangular sign. Wang Lin was startled and began to ponder. After a long time, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Wealth." It was wealth. When Wang Lin was in the Hung Yu sect, he was given a token from his master to pick out a flying sword. The one he picked was the most ridiculous flying sword in the Hung Yu sect, wealth. Wang Lin walked down the pagoda, filled with confusion. He stood outside the pagoda, staring at the large sword. Memories from more than 400 years ago played in his mind. Thinking back to the moment when he first saw wealth, he felt very regretful. He could still recall the full golden body sword. However, it didn't shine because of the quality of the sword. It was due to the layer of gold coating the surface. The gold wasn't even used to hide a valuable sword. What was under the gold was the most common kind of iron. Holding the sword in his hand, Wang Lin remembered two giant gems on the hilt of wealth. However, the two gems had no spiritual energy at all. They were only there for looks. Even the tassels of wealth were made from pieces of gold. Wealth disappeared within the void when Wang Lin's bag of holding was destroyed. If it wasn't for this celestial sword, Wang Lin wouldn't have remembered wealth. However, looking at it now, besides the two giant gems and the gold tassels, the two swords were shockingly similar. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. He didn't believe that this was a coincidence. Could it be that the creator of wealth once saw this celestial sword? But that made no sense either. That senior from Zhao must have only been a nascent soul cultivator at most. How could he have gone to the celestial realm and seen the sword that was hidden until the white-robed woman called for it? Wang Lin began to ponder. He began to recall the life of that senior that was recorded on the sign next to wealth. That person was originally useless in the Hung Yu sect, but was able to save the Hung Yu sect from a disaster once. Then he died and left behind this large sword for future disciples. A completely useless person was able to save the Hung Yu sect. I didn't think about it too much back then, but thinking about it now, that senior must have had some secret. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He once again looked at the celestial sword in his hand. This celestial sword has already lost its soul, so it's a lot weaker. If I want to use it at its full power, I need a sword soul for it. Thinking about this, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. "Come out, Su Ligua." A pillar of gray smoke shot out from the bag and turned into Su Ligua. After he came out, he pounded his chest. He had a very excited look in his eyes. Su Ligua roared a few times. "I'm finally out, huh?" At this moment, the thunder toad and the mosquito beast that were staring at each other turned around and looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua quickly became quiet when he saw the two beasts. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed Su Ligua. Su Ligua let out a scream as Wang Lin threw him into the celestial sword. The sword suddenly trembled and the golden color on it dimmed. Wang Lin frowned and pointed at his brow. Wandering souls came out one by one and entered the celestial sword. The sword's color darkened again. Soon, it became black. Wang Lin pressed his right hand on the sword. After pondering for a while, he muttered to himself, "Using wandering souls as the sword spirit can only activate a part of the sword's power. If I use a soul devourer, then I should be able to use more of its power. Sadly, I don't have enough time, but I must go capture a soul devourer in the future." Wang Lin stood up and put the sword away. He then touched the pagoda, causing it to immediately shrink. He put it away inside his bag of holding. Then Wang Lin took a breath, put away the thunder toad and mosquito beast, and then disappeared. In the old Zhou's house at the apricot flower village, a woman was looking at a baby girl with a tender gaze. "Ru'er, your dad want to get you some ginseng to help nourish your body. I don't know what is wrong with this child for her body to be so weak." The woman was holding the baby while singing a song from their village. The baby girl's breathing was steady. It seemed she had already fallen asleep. After making sure that the baby had completely fallen asleep, the woman put the baby down and kissed her on the forehead before going to the kitchen to prepare food. Just as the woman left, another person appeared in the room. Wang Lin stared at the baby girl with tenderness in his eyes. His hand trembled as he gently touched the baby and whispered, "Wan Air." I forgot what day, month, and year it was that we met outside the Sea of Devils, but I remember your smiling yet sad expression toward me. The baby girl's eyelashes trembled as her clear eyes opened and silently stared at Wang Lin. Because her nascent soul was asleep, the body was too weak to hold any of her memories. Although even though she couldn't remember his name, his voice, or his appearance, the feeling of him was something forever engraved in her. The baby girl's gaze toward Wang Lin was no longer clear, but filled with confusion. Even she didn't notice the tear that fell from eye. Wang Lin's heart ached as he stared at the baby girl. You gave me one teardrop, and I was able to see everything in your heart. Wang Lin looked at the baby girl for a very long time. Time passed by, but she was still holding her gaze. I'll come to pick you up, Wang Lin softly whispered before leaving. Just as he left, water filled the baby girl's eyes, and she began to cry. The woman who was cooking in the other room quickly came into the room, picked up the baby girl, and started to comfort her. The baby girl's cry soon stopped, but she was still looking toward outside the room. Her eyes are filled with confusion. Tianhou sat down cross-legged in the cave while he guarded the baby girl. He had gotten used to being in half-closed-door cultivation for the last year. Half a year ago, Feng messaged him to switch, but he rejected the offer. After Tianhou entered the cultivation world, he hadn't experienced anything like what he had experienced in this last year. He had his divine sense spread out across the whole village every day. He knew every household and every person in the village. This feeling was very mysterious. In fact, Tianhou had recently given up cultivating and had immersed himself in the mortal world. Wang Lin walked into the cave. When he saw Tianhou, his eyes suddenly became focused. Tianhou quickly stood up to greet Wang Lin. Wang Lin said, "Not bad compared to Lu Fei. All you have to do is keep this up, and you can reach the soul formation stage. However, remember that you have to reach the peak of the late stage of nascent soul first." Tianhou was startled. He quickly nodded. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before taking out a time domain carving. He said, "I'm giving this to you. Study it well." Tianhou quietly stared at the wooden carving. Wang Lin sat on top of the mosquito beast and flew toward the immortal graveyard. At this moment, inside the Sea of Devils, there was something stirring within the chaotic broken stars. In the Sea of Blood inside the land of the ancient god, the Sea of Blood looked very different from before. Most of the pillars were gone. Only the one Ta Sun was sitting on was left. There were less than 100 cultivators inside the Sea of Blood. Each of them had a red splinter on their forehead. All of them were silently cultivating. Among these people, there were a lot of people that Wang Lin was familiar with, such as Ancient Emperor. Each of them were releasing a demonic aura that smelled like blood. As they cultivated, the blood in the blood sea slowly entered their bodies. On the pillar that Ta Sun was sitting on sat a man with long, red hair. His head was down. On the ground below him, there were countless words carved by his fingernails. It was just one word carved over and over again. Wang Lin. This red-haired man was Ta Sun, the one who obtained the inheritance of strength from the ancient god. His hair covered his face, but his eyes filled with hatred were visible. Wang Lin, the lifespan of the ancient god's body, is reaching its limit. Once that happens, I will be able to escape from here. Wang Lin, you better not die. Continue keeping that inheritance of knowledge safe for me. Chapter 345, Savages. The immortal graveyard was a mountain range surrounded by thick, black fog. It was very quiet inside the mountain range, and there were no signs of life. This kind of silence was too scary. Deep inside the mountain range was a giant hole. Old man whose group of 6 sat outside this hole. Compared to the hole, they looked very insignificant. Old man who sat cross-legged. He had been waiting here for almost 1 month. Although they had encountered no dangers along the way, something was making his skin crawl during the trip. As a soul formation cultivator, he didn't believe that this kind of feeling would occur for no reason. Now that he was near the hole, that feeling was even stronger. Old man who thought, adding fellow cultivator Wang, there will be 3 soul formation cultivators. As long as we don't go in too deep, there shouldn't be an issue. Many years ago, he came here and went to the 3rd floor. Although there were many dangers, he was able to obtain the thing he was looking for, and then he left. This was why he was willing to come here. However, old man who was starting to regret it right now. His expression gradually darkened as he looked at the hole before him. Old man who turned to the white-veiled woman next to him. Xian, are you sure the reincarnation tree is on the 3rd floor? The white-veiled woman nodded and whispered, I remember clearly that back when my father took me there, I saw a wilted reincarnation tree. However, his cultivation wasn't strong enough, so we left. Old man who pondered, the 3rd floor wasn't too dangerous. It should be safe as long as they don't go to the 4th floor. Also, the reincarnation tree had wilted, so there would probably be no savages guarding it. He didn't tell Wang Lin about any of these things in detail. Old Man Who turned and faced the hole. Just at this moment, a sonic boom came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. They saw a beast the size of a hill suddenly appear before them. On the back of the beast was a young man in white. This person was Wang Lin. Old Man Who revealed a happy expression as he said, "Since Brother Wang came, then our trip will succeed for sure." Wang Lin jumped off the mosquito. He smiled at everyone and said, "I made everyone wait. I encountered some small problems along the way." "Oh, really?" Old Man Whose eyes became focused. Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw a head on the ground. This head had very dark skin, like it was covered in dirt. The eyes were filled with rage, and there was a vine-like tattoo on his face. "Savages." Old Man Whose expression changed. Wang Lin said, "I found this person following me after I entered the immortal graveyard. He was trying to ambush me." Old Man Who stepped forth and pointed at the head's brow. The tattoo on the head began to slowly gather on its forehead until it formed the image of a half-leaf. Old Man Whose face was gloomy as he said, "He is not a savage but a cultivator who was refined by the savages." "Oh." Wang Lin looked at the head. Su Luo hesitated before asking, "Ancestor, how did you know? Could it be the leaf?" Not only him, but everyone else except the white-veiled woman revealed a look of confusion. Old Man Whose expression was serious as he pointed at the leaf on the head's forehead and said, "I haven't seen a real savage before, but I have read some ancient text that only someone with at least 3 leaves has blood pure enough to be a real savage. The rest are formed by refining cultivators. However, even these kinds of savages shouldn't appear here. They should only start appearing on the 2nd floor." An invisible pressure appeared in everyone's heart as they looked at the head on the ground. Old Man Who hesitated for a bit before his eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother Wang, we have to take risks to get riches. Let us go down." Wang Lin pondered for a bit, and then nodded. Old Man Who jumped into the hole first, followed by Wang Lin, and then everyone else. This hole was very deep. As Wang Lin fell, he could see vine-like vegetation growing on the walls. It didn't take long for them to land on the ground. This was a plain-like area, but the ground was black, the sky was black, and the surroundings were completely silent. Although it was very dim here, it didn't obstruct a cultivator's eyesight at all. Wang Lin crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt. The dirt here was very hard, like it was metal. Old Man Who said, "The 1st floor is normally safe, but since there were savages outside, we must be careful here." Wang Lin spread out his divine sense. This place was very large, so his divine sense couldn't cover it all. Old Man Who and Xian talked for a bit to confirm that the entrance to the next floor was to the east before they all headed east. Along the way, Xiao Siping and company flew closely together and were constantly on guard. Only Wang Lin, Old Man Who, and the black-robed old man were still calm. As for the white-veiled woman, she had been in a daze since she arrived here, as if she was recalling something. The 7 of them flew for a while before Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at something behind them. He saw a dark light chasing after them. When the light got close, it dissipated and turned into a savage with black hair. He was wearing a beast skin. There were some black streak marks on the savage's arms and legs. He reached out and tried to grab Su Luo. Su Luo's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. There was a flying sword inside that ray of light, and it lunged toward the savage. The savage made a strange movement and dodged the sword as his hand swiped down. Su Luo quickly backed up. 5 straight rips appeared on his clothes, revealing something shiny underneath them. He was wearing armor under the clothes. After finishing the attack, the savage quickly retreated. Old Man Who snorted, "Stay here." He didn't move, but reached out with his right hand. The savage let out a strange roar as the marks on his arms and legs began to move. Black smoke came out from the marks and entered his body. Then he swung his arm. The black smoke gathered on his fist, and then a punch was thrown out. Old Man Whose expression remained calm, but a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He clenched his fist, and the savage's right hand was crushed into a bloody pulp. The savage let out a miserable scream and quickly retreated. Old Man Whose right finger pointed at the savage and shot out a ray of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy landed on the savage's chest, causing the savage to fall over. Old Man Who stepped up and pointed at the savage's forehead. The marks on the savage's body gathered on his forehead, and a complete leaf appeared. Old Man Who said, "It looks like some changes we don't know of has occurred inside this immortal graveyard. These one-leaf savages didn't appear until the 2nd floor before." Su Luo touched his chest and revealed a hint of fear. To be able to dodge a flying sword, this savage was too fast. If he wasn't wearing this armor, the savage would have ripped his chest open. 3 days later, the 7 of them arrived at the entrance to the second floor. Along the way, they had encountered a total of 9 savages. These savages had appeared out of thin air. Even with their divine senses spread out, it was impossible to notice them until they had appeared. Of the 9 savages, they were all one-leaf savages besides the last one. The last savage appeared near the entrance to the second floor. This savage had more tattoos than the rest, especially on his right arm, which was covered in tattoos. These tattoos looked like runes to Wang Lin. After killing this savage, Wang Lin found 2 leaves on his forehead. This person's strength was like that of a late-stage core formation cultivators. The second floor of the Immortal Graveyard was not very different from the first floor. It was still very dark here. However, there was an aura that would make one feel very irritated. This aura had no effect on Wang Lin, but it had a big effect on Su Luo and company. Wang Lin was very confused as to why old man, who brought Su Luo and the woman here. They were only at the core formation stage, so any mistake could get them killed. Wang Lin didn't ask much about this. With his personality, unless it was pretty effortless to help, he wouldn't do anything risky to save them. On the second floor, they would occasionally spot beast bones, and even some rotting corpses of beasts. They were all very different from the ones in the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin didn't recognize any of them. Just as they entered the second floor, Wang Lin was startled because a dark light appeared 100 feet from them. The light didn't try to get any closer, but turned into a savage. This savage looked very different from the ones on the first floor. More than 1/4 of his body was covered in black, flowery tattoos. His eyes were also not red, but very clear. However, if one looked closely, they would see a mysterious light in them. This savage was not the same type as the ones from the first floor. The ones from the first floor, even the 2-leaf one, all had red eyes and were completely insane. They would attack them even when they knew the difference in strength. However, this person didn't get close, but gloomily looked at them from 100 feet away. He took a few extra looks at the white-veiled woman. The white-veiled woman suddenly said, "Savage. A real savage. The marks on his body have already reached the level of a 3-leaf, which is the same as a nascent soul cultivator." Chapter 346, Shaman. That savage stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He let out a scream, and soon, dozens of black lights appeared. They turned into savages with tattoos on their arms and legs. They all jumped at Wang Lin and company. The 3-leaf savage sneered as he coldly looked at the scene. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly went around those savages and charged toward the 3-leaf savage. The 3-leaf savage didn't panic at all. He rubbed the marks on his body, and a beast skin appeared in his hand. A complex chant came out of this person's mouth, and the beast skin suddenly turned into a ball of fire that smashed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was caught by the fire. Another beast skin appeared in the 3-leaf savage's hand. He bit the tip of his finger, drew a few lines of blood on the beast skin, and then threw it out again. The fire suddenly became fiercer. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin walked out of the ball of fire. The fire couldn't even get close to him. As Wang Lin walked out, the ball of fire grew smaller and smaller until it went out. The 3-leaf savage was stunned, so he quickly retreated by turning into a black light. How could Wang Lin let him escape? He quickly teleported to catch up. As for the rest of the savages that attacked them, they had all been killed by Old Man, who with just a wave of his sleeve. Wang Lin came back with the head of the 3-leaf savage and threw it on the ground. He coldly looked at the white-veiled woman and said, "Fellow cultivator ZXN, since you were able to recognize the rank of this savage, please tell us everything you know." The white-veiled woman nodded and said, "It is not that I didn't want to say it before, but after coming in here, I seem to have remembered some things. The savages here are different from us cultivators. They are split into 2 types, shamans and warriors. That person is a 3-leaf shaman. Their power comes from the black tattoos on their bodies. The more tattoos they have, the stronger they are. As for these tattoos, they are made from the blood of demonic beasts. Thus they obtain the power of these beasts." Just at this moment, a sonic boom came from the distance. A black light quickly arrived from the distance and turned into a giant face. The eyes of that face quickly locked onto the head on the ground. Then the face sucked, and the head began to move like it was alive. Soon, the head was sucked in by the face. Old Man who snorted. He was about to move up when his expression suddenly changed. Wang Lin's expression was also very ugly. In the distance, there were 5 black lights. They had also turned into giant faces that coldly stared at them. The white-veiled woman's voice trembled. "These are 5-leaf shamans. They're the same as soul formation cultivators. Everyone, split up and meet at the entrance to the 3rd floor. The entrance is at the northern end." Old Man who said this very quickly before grabbing Su Luo and the woman. He quickly escaped, and Xiao Siping quickly followed. Wang Lin didn't say anything as he turned and left. Seeing everyone leaving, the faces split up, chasing everyone. The one chasing Wang Lin was the one that arrived first. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. After flying for a while, he stopped and turned to face the face that was chasing him. He slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He waved the flag, and a large cloud of restriction gas surrounded his body. At the same time, the thunder toad flew out of the bag of holding with its stomach expanded. It opened its mouth toward the savage shaman, and a ball of lightning charged out with a sonic boom. The giant face's eyes revealed a mysterious light as dark mass gathered in front of him, forming a giant shield. The ball of lightning collided with the shield. Bang! The shield trembled and cracks appeared. More black mass quickly gathered on the shield. After the ball of light disappeared, the black mass condensed even more and a person walked out of it. This person was middle-aged with his hair casually hanging behind him. More than half of his body was covered in tattoos, but the tattoos weren't directly on his body. They were floating slightly above his skin. The tattoos looked very messy. It was clear that more than one layer of tattoos was laid down. His face was the same. Half of his face was covered in tattoos. The middle-aged man slowly said, "Invaders of this planet, you guys broke the agreement. 100 years haven't passed yet, so anyone who enters will die." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He couldn't find any spiritual energy in this person's body, but the tattoos gave him a sense of danger. The middle-aged man's right hand swiped the tattoos on his body. The tattoos flew off his body and began to rapidly spin around his right arm. The middle-aged man's left hand quickly moved and pointed at some of the tattoos on his right arm. The tattoos that were hit began to shine and quickly spread out. The tattoos encircled an area about 100 feet in diameter. Then the tattoos suddenly closed in and charged toward Wang Lin. The restriction gas around Wang Lin quickly turned into dragons and charged at the tattoos. Bang! 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 A series of explosions suddenly began. Every time the restriction gas and a tattoo collided, they would both disappear. "What's this?" The middle-aged man frowned. He grabbed a tattoo, turned it into a beast skin in his hand, and threw it out. This beast skin quickly began to burn, causing the speed of the flying tattoos to increase. After a series of explosions, Wang Lin had less restriction gas. Wang Lin was still calm. He was watching the tattoos. His eyes lit up, and he thought, so these savages use these tattoos to attack. Although there is no spiritual energy within the tattoos, there is some other mysterious power inside. After seeing the savage throw the beast skin, a hint of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He slapped his bag of holding, and a giant celestial sword appeared before him. He grabbed the celestial sword, let out a roar, and swung it down. A bang like the sky was splitting open could be heard, and a ray of black light swung down. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly as he quickly moved his hand. The tattoos returned to him, and quickly formed many shields. However, the moment the celestial sword swung down, the black light passed by and all of the shield shattered. The middle-aged man let out a scream. Without any hesitation, he turned into a black mass. The black mass turned into a face that quickly retreated. But the black light still reached the black mass. A miserable scream came from within it. It slowed down for a bit, but it quickly sped up again. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't chase. His gaze fell on the thunder toad. The power of the sword wasn't able to kill him. That swing was something most late-stage soul formation cultivators couldn't block without a good defensive treasure. That five-leaf savage is powerful. The thunder toad jumped into the air, and its stomach expanded. It then spat out a ball of lightning at the fleeing black mass. The ball of lightning shot out and entered the black mass. Bang! An earth-shattering roar came from the black mass. The black mass dissipated, and the face inside disappeared as well. Wang Lin landed along with the thunder toad. The smell of blood was spreading from where the explosion happened. The middle-aged man was killed by the ball of lightning. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before putting away the thunder toad. He flew north with his divine sense spread out. Several hours later, his expression suddenly changed as he looked to his right. Then he quickly moved like a meteor. There were two savages there. One of them had white hair, and 2/3 of its body was covered in tattoos. Beside him was a young man. The young man only had 1/4 of his body covered in tattoos. Before the two of them was a puddle of mud. Bubbles would occasionally appear and then pop. The two of them immediately noticed Wang Lin. The young man was startled. He looked at the old man beside him and didn't speak. The old man's eyes were clear. He took one look at Wang Lin and no longer bothered with him as he looked toward the mud puddle. Just at this moment, a dragon-like creature jumped out of the mud and charged toward the old man. The old man's expression remained calm as he slapped the tattoos on his body with his right hand. The tattoos on his body quickly moved and became a large knife in his right hand. Holding the large knife, the old man jumped forward and slashed at the dragon. The dragon moved its head, dodging the knife, and smashed into the old man. The moment the dragon hit the old man's body exploded into countless tattoos that spread out. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. All of the techniques he saw the savages use were very different from cultivators. The old man's body had become countless tattoos, and they all entered the dragon's body. The dragon roared in pain. Its large body charged out of the mud puddle and splashed around a large amount of mud. The young savage dodged the mud and looked at the dragon with a serious expression. Soon, the dragon became weak. Shortly after, countless tattoos came out of its body to form the old man again. It was as if the dragon had given birth to the old man. When the last tattoo returned to his body, he jumped down from the dragon and sliced its head. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the dragon's head. The young man cheered and ran forward. He covered himself in fresh blood, and his tattoos moved as if they were alive. Shortly after, the young man sat down to cultivate, and then began to draw tattoos according to the ones on his body. Soon, the old tattoos were replaced by new ones. Seeing this, Wang Lin suddenly thought of one person. Chapter 347, Forsaken Immortal Clan. He thought back to when he took Tung Li's foundation, when he saw that blue-skinned freak. The tattoos on the young man's body released a ghostly light and began to shine brighter. After a while, the light dimmed. The tattoos moved around and covered more of the young man's body. The young man's eyes were filled with excitement as he said something to the old man in a strange language. After hearing this strange language, Wang Lin was sure that that freak from back then was related to them, because his language was the same as this. The savage elder nodded. He rubbed the young man's head and then looked at Wang Lin. He then looked at the beast trap on Wang Lin's wrist. He put his hand over his chest, bowed, and said, "Hello, outsider. I'm Camel of the Forsaken Immortal Clan, Six-Leaf Shaman." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Lin, Soul Formation Cultivator." The old man looked at Wang Lin and said, "It is not yet time for the 100-year contract. Every cultivator who enters must die. However, since you didn't take this chance to attack us when my disciple was absorbing the blood, I won't make it hard on you. As long as you don't go to the 3rd floor and leave now, there is still a chance for you to live." "Oh really?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The old man said, "Even if your companions make it to the 3rd floor, they won't make it out alive. There are 7 leaf shamans from my tribe on the 3rd floor. They are the same as soul transformation cultivators." Wang Lin pondered and then said, "Many thanks." With that, he pointed at the young man and said, "He used the blood from the beast to make tattoos just now. Is that the secret technique of your Forsaken Immortal Clan?" The old man nodded and said, "That is correct. My Forsaken Immortal Clan uses the tattoos to absorb the powers from these beasts. The stronger the beast, the more power we gain." Wang Lin looked at the old man, clasped his hands, and disappeared. That young man stared at the direction where Wang Lin disappeared. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and then he said, "Master, why didn't you capture him and turn him into the chief?" The old man shook his head. "Your tattoo's power is still too weak to see the tattoo soul behind him. Someone who can kill a 5-leaf shaman without getting hurt is not someone I have confidence in capturing. Also, if we were to start fighting, you would be in danger." The killing intent in the young man's eyes became even stronger. "I'm not afraid of death. Death is only returning to the tattoos." The old man rubbed the young man's head with a gentle gaze in his eyes and said, "Our tribe is not strong enough. There are other more powerful tribes that will deal with him. I also felt a powerful soul force from the bronze bracelet on his wrist, so it is best to not mess with him." The young man nodded and said, "One day, we will kill our way out and kick these outsiders from this planet." The old man looked toward where Wang Lin had disappeared. He let out a sigh and didn't say anything else. Wang Lin flew through the 2nd floor. After pondering a bit, he flew toward the entrance to the 3rd floor instead of leaving. His goal this trip was the reincarnation fruit. If he were to just leave like this, he would feel very frustrated. Wang Lin flew very fast and arrived at the northern end of the 2nd floor. From far away, he was able to see the entrance to the next floor. This place was covered in bodies and smelled like blood. This was combined with an irritating aura that seemed like a killing intent-like aura. Old man who sat down cross-legged near the entrance. His eyes were closed and his face was filled with pain. Su Luo was behind him looking like a mess. There were cuts all over his armor, and some were even bleeding. The woman's hair was a mess, and there were 3 lines on her face. It was like she had been clawed by a beast. Qiu Siping was also among them. Although he was better than those two, his breathing was unstable. He was clearly injured. The three of them were carefully looking at Old Man Who with fear in their eyes. Beside them was a giant beast that looked like a black turtle. It was Old Man Who's mount. There were many wounds on this beast. It carefully observed its surroundings with its vicious eyes and would occasionally let out a few threatening growls. Wang Lin's arrival caught the attention of the beast. The beast turned its vicious gaze toward Wang Lin and growled in a threatening manner. Soon after, it stood up and roared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Qian Siping and company saw Wang Lin. They all revealed joyous expressions, but none of them dared to move. Wang Lin asked, "What is the matter?" Qian Siping looked at Old Man Who and said, "Brother Wang, along the way, Old Man Who killed 2 5-leaf shamans. Then he killed another one at the entrance. However, this one seemed to have used a technique on Old Man Who to make his mind unclear." Wang Lin frowned even harder and walked forward. The turtle immediately let out a roar and took a deep breath. A powerful suction force sucked in air from all directions, and a ball of air was formed before the turtle. The turtle shot the ball of air toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin snorted. He slapped his bag of holding, and the thunder toad and mosquito beast immediately flew out. Without the need for orders, the thunder toad spat out a ball of lightning that collided with the ball of air. With a bang, a shockwave spread out. The mosquito beast let out a roar, went around the shockwave, and lunged toward the turtle with its sharp mouth. After the collision, Old Man Who opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were tattoos covering the whites of his eyes. After he saw Wang Lin, he jumped on him like a mad beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. Restriction gas appeared and formed a cage that trapped Old Man Who. Old Man Who's eyes became even redder. He swiped his hand to try to break the cage. Wang Lin pointed forward and said, "Trap." More restriction gas quickly came out and reinforced the cage. Every time Old Man Who tore one layer off, more layers were added on. Wang Lin shouted, "Fellow cultivator Who, still not sober yet?" His voice was like thunder. It went through the restriction gas and entered Old Man Who's ears. Old Man Who's hand immediately stopped. But just at this moment, the tattoo in his eyes shined, causing Old Man Who's eyes to become red again. However, there was something mysterious about his eyes this time. "Brother Wang, the shaman I killed advanced to the 6-leaf stage right before his death and cast a curse on me to try to refine me into a puppet. This technique is very tyrannical. If we were in the Sea of Devils, I would only need a few years to remove this curse. However, with this irritating aura here, I'm unable to calm myself down. This curse will only break at the moment of a life or death crisis. So, Brother Wang, attack now." His body was trembling. It looked like he was struggling to keep control. Wang Lin's eyes became focused as he touched his bag of holding. The black celestial sword appeared in his hand. After having the wandering souls enter the sword, even people who had seen the sword before would have trouble recognizing it. With the celestial sword in his hand, he stared at Old Man Who trapped inside the restriction gas and sliced down. The celestial sword glowed black and seemed to have extended in length as it sliced down. The restriction gas quickly got out of the way as the black light passed by, leaving Old Man Who in the open. The tattoos in his eyes were flashing rapidly. In almost a blink of an eye, the tattoos in Old Man Who's eyes disappeared, and then a drop of blood came out of his forehead, went down his nose, and fell to the ground. The celestial sword stopped 3 inches above Old Man Who's head. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his hand, and the celestial sword disappeared. Without a word, Old Man Who took out a bottle of pills. After taking a few deep breaths, he sat down to cultivate. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance while he waited for Old Man Who to cultivate. The fear in Qian Siping and company's eyes had reached its limit, so none of them dared to move. Even the turtle was terrified and no longer dared to growl. The mosquito beast took this opportunity to poke into the turtle's neck to viciously suck out some blood. Only then was he satisfied enough to return to the thunder toad's side. Half an hour later, Old Man Who opened his eyes. His eyes were clear now. He got up, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Brother Wang." Chapter 348, Reincarnation Tree. After Old Man Who finished speaking, he grabbed Su Luo and teleported to the west. Qian Siping clenched his teeth and quickly followed with a teleport as well. The only one left was the beautiful Yunming. She walked up to Wang Lin and whispered, "Many thanks, Senior." Wang Lin remained calm. He grabbed her and felt her slim waist. He still remained calm and said, "Close your eyes." The woman quickly closed her eyes, but her face was slightly red. She had never been this close to a man before. Wang Lin's scent entered her nose, causing her face to become even redder. After grabbing her, Wang Lin took a step and disappeared. The woman felt the wind blowing by her ears like a knife along with waves of spiritual energy, but the wind soon disappeared. The woman's eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. She saw a gentle, blue light covering her body, protecting her from the raging wind. She secretly raised her head to look at Wang Lin. Although he wasn't handsome, there was a mysterious aura around him. This was a mysterious change that happened to all soul formation cultivators. This change depended on the domain they obtained. While flying, Wang Lin noticed the woman's gaze, but he didn't look down. His eyes were focused on Qiu Siping. The distance between him and old man who kept on widening. With Qiu Siping's cultivation, there was no way for him to keep up with a soul formation cultivator. There was a trace of anxiety in Qiu Siping's eyes. When he saw Wang Lin catching up, he quickly said, "Brother Wang, help me, help me. I'm willing to give you treasures in exchange." Wang Lin originally didn't want to bother with him. After all, they weren't that familiar with each other. However, when he heard treasures, he recalled back to when he followed Qiu Siping to that underground cave. That cave was filled with ancient texts, things a normal person wouldn't have. He slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast flew out. After Wang Lin gave it a command, the mosquito beast put Qiu Siping on its back. However, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in its eyes. It clearly didn't think Qiu Siping was worthy of sitting on its back. Qiu Siping let out a sigh of relief. Although the mosquito beast was slower than a soul formation cultivator, it was able to just barely keep up. He quickly took out a pair of bells from his bag of holding and said, "Brother Wang, I obtained this by accident. It was inside a beast. It should be a treasure from ancient times, but my cultivation level is too low to fully understand it. However, I swear that this treasure is not ordinary. I hope that Brother Wang allows me to cultivate under the reincarnation tree later." With that, he threw the bells toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the bells and found that there was a restriction on the bells. Until he breaks the restriction, he won't be able to get a better look. He didn't have time for this, so he put it away. Just at this moment, two rays of black light came from the distance. They turned into two giant faces. One went toward Old Man, while the other one went toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand, and the celestial sword quickly appeared in his grasp. He swung in the air, and a ray of sword energy quickly slashed down on the face. The swing didn't even make Wang Lin pause. Instead, he started moving even faster. A large amount of black gas gathered in front of the face to form a big tattoo to block against the sword energy. The tattoo collided with the sword energy with a bang. The tattoo shattered, and the sword energy dissipated. A person walked out of the resulting smoke. His hair was white, his eyes were gloomy, and on his right eye there was a fresh wound that was bleeding. He touched his wound, licked his finger, and then chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. He was only injured and didn't die? That means he must be a six-leaf savage, which is about as powerful as a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Old Man who was ahead of him, was in a sorry state. He had to stop and start exchanging moves with the old woman that came out of the face. He had to protect Su Luo while fighting her, but he was only at the mid-stage of soul formation, so he was constantly being pushed back and was met with many dangers. Turtle Beast. After Old Man who shouted, the giant turtle suddenly appeared and started fighting the old woman along with Old Man who. The moment the old woman saw the turtle beast, her eyes lit up. She gave up on fighting Old Man who and charged toward the turtle beast instead. The white-haired old man that was chasing Wang Lin also looked toward the turtle beast with greed in his eyes. He looked at the old woman before ditching Wang Lin and charged toward the turtle beast. In his eyes, compared to chasing after an outsider, it was better to go after that beast's blood to make his tattoos even stronger. As for the mosquito beast, it was ignored by both of them. To them, the mosquito beast had no value. Wang Lin quickly passed Old Man who and shouted, "Fellow cultivator who, don't hesitate. There won't just be two savages here. If we fight any longer, more will arrive. Let's go." Old Man who stared at the turtle beast being attacked by the two savages. His eyes were filled with reluctance. However, that reluctance was suppressed by him as he quickly flew away. He had no choice when he saw three more rays of black light quickly flying toward their location. Old Man who said, "West, the reincarnation tree is to the west." The third floor was a lot smaller than the first two floors. After they arrived at the western end, they spread out their divine senses. Old Man whose eyes suddenly became focused. "It's over there." Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and saw the already wilted tree Old Man who was talking about. This tree wasn't very large. It was only as thick as a person's arm. The tree was all by itself, and there were no leaves on it. It looked no different from any other tree. However, it was the only tree in the third floor. Old Man who stood under the tree and said, with a heavy voice, I have been here before and have never seen any tree on the 3rd floor. If it wasn't for Xian's jade, I really wouldn't have believed that there was a reincarnation tree here. Qiu Siping finally arrived as well. When they got close, the mosquito beast threw him to the ground and returned to Wang Lin's side. Qiu Siping didn't mind. He teleported next to the tree. He was very excited and was about to sit down to cultivate under the tree when Old Man Who looked at him and frowned. Qiu Siping's heart trembled, and then he quickly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin slowly said, "Let him cultivate. Cultivating is a heaven-defying act to begin with, and since he had the fate to arrive here, we shouldn't interfere." Old Man Who didn't speak, but looked towards Su Luo and Yun Meng. The two of them quickly went under the tree and sat down on either side of it. Qiu Siping looked at Wang Lin with gratitude in his eyes before quickly focusing on cultivating. He knew that time was short. Whether or not he would be able to reach the soul formation stage in the future all depended on the results of today. Old Man Who said, "Brother Wang, Su Luo and Yun Meng will need 3 hours to make the reincarnation tree bear fruit. We'll have to guard them during that time." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "I wonder how many reincarnation fruits will appear." Old Man Who looked at Wang Lin. He pondered for a bit and said, "There should be at least 2. If it is 2, we will each get 1, but if there are 3, then I'll have to take the extra 1. After all, it is my treasure refining pavilion's people who are giving up their lives. I hope Brother Wang understands." Wang Lin pointed at the reincarnation tree and said, "That is fine, but the branches of the reincarnation tree belong to me." Old Man Who laughed. "Haha, no problem." He secretly sneered. This reincarnation tree was already wilted. It will be useless after being forced to bear fruit, so there was no problem in giving it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded. He took a step forward and grabbed a branch. Old Man Whose expression changed as he shouted, "Fellow cultivator Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Lin looked at Old Man Who and said, "Since this branches belong to me, why does it matter if I take some now?" Old Man Who was startled. He was about to speak when Wang Lin broke off a large section. He put away the branch inside his bag of holding and sat down to cultivate. Old Man Who pondered a bit. Thinking about Wang Lin's fame and that sword, he didn't say anything. Instead, he sat down and smiled. "Brother Wang, please don't misunderstand. If you just take a part of it, that is fine, but it might result in fewer reincarnation fruits." Wang Lin looked at Old Man Who but didn't speak. His hands moved, causing restrictions to appear. The restrictions landed nearby. Wang Lin's hands gradually moved faster, creating more restrictions. Old Man Whose eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he took out 16 small flags and scattered them. After they landed, the flags emitted purple lights as if they were calling out to each other. The restrictions kept on coming out of Wang Lin's hand. After 99 restrictions were placed, he took out the restriction flag, which turned into a cloud of black fog. The fog quickly surrounded the area. Mysterious. Old Man Whose eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding. 5 black sickles appeared in front of him. There was a powerful smell of blood coming from the sickles. When the sickles appeared, the countless souls trapped inside them tried to escape. Old Man Who waved his hand, and the 5 black sickles sank into the black fog. Time slowly passed. The 3rd floor was completely quiet. There was a milky white aura going from Su Luo's and Yun Meng's heads into the reincarnation tree. Their faces changed between white and red. They seemed to be in some pain. As time passed, the milky white aura became even thicker above their heads. But the reincarnation tree didn't change at all. The white aura going into the reincarnation tree didn't seem to have done anything. Even when checking with one's divine sense, one wouldn't find where that white aura was going. Su Luo's appearance no longer remained young. He slowly aged. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and his black hair had turned gray. Young Meng was the same. Her cute and young face gradually turned into that of a grown woman's. However, her beauty not decrease. She gained the charm of a mature woman. Chapter 349, half an hour. Time slowly passed. Su Luo and Yun Meng became even older. Their skin lost their luster, and it looked like their lives were disappearing along with the white aura. 3 yellow dots eventually appeared at the top of the reincarnation tree. The 3 yellow dots became brighter and brighter, like they contained an endless supply of this mysterious power. Old Man Whose eyes lit up, and he said, 3 reincarnation fruits. Just at this moment, a blinding, yellow light appeared from the reincarnation tree. A pillar of yellow light shot into the sky. The yellow light broke through the clouds of the 3rd floor and created a yellow ring that spread out. The longer the pillar of light held up, the wider the ring expanded. The ring of yellow light was about 1,000 feet wide, so everyone on the 3rd floor would notice it. More rings of yellow light appeared. Lines extended from the rings, connecting them to each other until they reached the pillar. This made the pillar look like a giant tree trunk. Then, more lines extended off the rings, forming branches and leaves until there was a large tree that pierced into the sky. A giant reincarnation tree that looked like it was holding up the sky on the third floor suddenly appeared before everyone. This wasn't a real tree, but an illusion. However, the appearance of this illusion caused every savage in the area to stop what they were doing and look at the tree before madly rushing toward it. Wang Lin raised his head. His heart sank. This tree would definitely attract the attention of all the savages here. A big battle was coming. Should he leave now and not wait for the reincarnation fruit, or wait for the reincarnation fruit and fight? Wang Lin pondered for a bit, and then his eyes sparkled. Just at this moment, 8 rays of black light arrived in the horizon and turned into 8 old men. They quickly activated the power of their tattoos and charged toward the people under the tree. The outermost restrictions set by Wang Lin activated, forming a turtle shell-shaped shield that covered 300 feet of the tree. The power of the 8 old men smashed into the shield, causing a huge explosion. Bang! Bang! Under the continuous attacks, the restrictions were destroyed layer by layer. Old man who formed a seal and shot out a few rays of spiritual energy. The energy entered the 16 flags, and then 16 ghost-like things flew out of them. These 16 ghosts gathered together to form a black storm. Power surged through the storm and slammed into the 8 people attacking the formation, knocking them back several meters. Old man who took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and quickly activated the technique in his hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and then he pointed at the 8 of them. The remaining restrictions formed a giant hand that reached toward them. One of the 8 was immediately caught. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled and he whispered, "Explode." With a bang, the hand shattered along with the person inside into a shower of blood and flesh. Wang Lin pointed with his finger again, and the shattered hand reformed. These savages hadn't reached the 5-leaf stage. They only had 4 leaves, so they were like nascent soul cultivators. Just at this moment, another ray of black light came from the distance. There was a giant face within the black light, and it was covered with tattoos. "Brother Wang, protect them for me while I go outside and fight them." Old man who walked out of the layers of restrictions and began to fight with the savages. Half an hour later, old man who came back in with his face gloomy and 2 wounds on his body. He was a mess. After he came back in, he sat down and said, "I killed them, but 2 more came. I can't beat them." Wang Lin stood up and walked out. Just as he walked out of the restriction, he saw 2 old men holding a chain made of their tattoos. They were attacking the black storm created by the 16 flags. Every time the chain hit the storm, there was a series of crackling sounds. The moment Wang Lin appeared, one of the old men's eyes lit up. The tattoo chain he was holding shook and came toward Wang Lin like a long snake. A sonic boom came along with the tattoo chain. Wang Lin could also feel the soul of a dragon roaring inside the chain. Wang Lin remained calm and reached out. The surrounding black fog gathered to form a lance. Wang Lin grabbed the lance and jabbed it toward the tattoo chain. Bang! The lance collapsed and cracks appeared on the chain before it shattered into individual tattoos. The savage old man's eyes became serious. He let out a roar and took out a red beast skin. The beast skin caught on fire and turned into a large iron pan. The moment the iron pan appeared, the shattered tattoo quickly gathered in the iron pan. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and another lance appeared in his hand. Then he charged out like lightning. There was dread in the old man's eyes as he stood on top of the iron pan. He chanted a complicated spell, and then the iron pan suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain. The old man flew up with the iron pan and dodged Wang Lin's lance. Then the iron pan smashed down from the sky. Before Wang Lin could move away, countless cracks appeared under his feet. His body was being suppressed by an invisible force, causing him to slow down. At the same time, the other savage turned toward Wang Lin and let out a cruel smile. He waved his arm, and the tattoos flew off his hand, stacked together, and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm. He opened his arms and said, "Restriction wall, appear." Countless lances made out of restriction gas shot out from the fog toward the tattoos the savage had thrown out. At the same time, Wang Lin touched his bag of holding to take out the celestial sword. With both of his hands, he swung the sword toward the sky. A ray of sword energy shot out and collided with the iron pan. The iron pan trembled and countless cracks appeared on it. The old man standing on it coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with shock. However, he let out a ferocious roar right after. Then 5 leaves appeared on his head and quickly covered his whole body. The leaf went down his feet and into the iron pan, sealing up the cracks. The iron pan regained its shine and smashed down again. He was only 200 feet from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Without hesitation, he threw the celestial sword into the air. The celestial sword charged through the iron pan like it was cutting through paper. The old man was shocked as he was split in half. Blood splattered everywhere. The restriction on Wang Lin disappeared. He opened his mouth and a stamp flew out of it, smashing toward the other savage as he was fighting against the countless lances. That savage's expression changed, and suddenly a beast skin appeared in his hand. The beast skin formed a giant hand that smashed into the stamp. Wang Lin snorted. He moved forward, touched his bag of holding, and a bell appeared in his hand. He threw the golden bell at the savage. The savage was already going crazy as he was dealing with the lance and the stamp. Just as he was about to take out another beast's skin, he was swallowed by the bell. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the bell returned to him. He then quickly sealed the bell. As he put it away, he could still hear ringing from the bell. Wang Lin retrieved the celestial sword and black stamp before going back into the restriction. After he was back inside, the surroundings became quiet, leaving behind only the bloody remains of the battle. Inside the restriction, old man who sat under the reincarnation tree with dread in his eyes toward Wang Lin. After witnessing that battle, his dread toward Wang Lin became even stronger. How much more time? Wang Lin looked at the reincarnation tree. The 3 dots were now fist-sized. Old man who confidently said, "Soon, just half an hour more, and the fruits will be ready." Wang Lin said, "That's too long." Those were only 5-leaf shamans, not 6-leaf shamans, who are equivalent to soul formation cultivators. I can hold one of them back, but if 2 come, I won't be able to do much. There are also 7-leaf shamans here. They are the same as soul transformation cultivators. Old man whose expression became gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed greatly. Wang Lin let out a sigh and looked over. In the distance, 20 rays of black light were heading their way. 6 of those black lights contained giant faces. The 2 in the front were especially big. The black lights they gave off were like raging demonic flames. 6-leaf tattoos would constantly appear and disappear on their foreheads. After they arrived at the restriction, they all took human shape. The 2 6-leaf shamans at the front were the same 2 that chased Wang Lin and old man, who but were lured away by the turtle beast. There were a few more tattoos on the old woman, as well as traces of red on her body. The absorption process had clearly just finished. She let out a smile as her withered hand reached forward. The already weakened dark storm shattered. The 16 ghosts dissipated, and the 16 flags shattered. Chapter 350, Power of the God Slaying Chariot. After the black storm dissipated, there was a curtain of black fog. The old woman moved forward and was just about to enter the black fog when her expression suddenly changed, and she twisted her body backward at an impossible angle. A stickles flashed by her and disappeared back into the black fog. A wound appeared on the old woman's withered body. She let out a roar. Then tattoos suddenly appeared around her body and began to spin. After chanting a few curses, the tattoos around her turned into balls of fire, which shot out at the black fog. A large number of lances flew out of the black fog and collided with the balls of fire, creating heaven-shaking explosions. At the same time, 5 sickles flew out toward the old woman. A ray of purple light suddenly arrived next to the old woman. When the purple light faded, it revealed a middle-aged man. This person's body was very large. He caught one of the sickles in his hand and squeezed it. The sickle was destroyed. Then he grabbed another sickle and crushed it. The 3 remaining sickles quickly flew back into the black fog and disappeared. That large man was mostly covered in tattoos. However, his tattoos were slightly different from the others. Instead of floating above the skin, his tattoos were engraved into his skin. After this person appeared, the old woman snorted but didn't say anything. This burly man looked at the fog. He made a fist with his right hand and suddenly released a punch. The tattoos on his body moved in a mysterious way, and the muscles in his body condensed into his right arm. The black fog was pushed apart, and the remaining 3 sickles that were hiding inside it shattered. Old man whose face was sullen as he looked toward Su Luo and Yun Ming under the reincarnation tree. When his gaze fell on Su Luo, old man who clenched his teeth and sent out a ray of spiritual energy that entered Su Luo's body. Su Luo let out a painful scream, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. However, just before he fell, a large amount of milky white aura came out of his body and was absorbed by the reincarnation tree. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked at old man who. This old man who was really vicious. He didn't mind sacrificing his own sect disciple to increase the growth rate of the reincarnation fruit. However, this was an internal matter of old man whose sect. He had no right to interfere, and neither did he want to. After Su Luo's body hit the ground, the 3 yellow dots on the reincarnation tree glowed brightly and slowly took shape. Old Man Who knew that it wasn't enough and let out a sigh. He pointed at Yunming, causing her to cough out blood. She looked at Old Man Who with sadness in her eyes before slowly closing them. A large amount of milky white aura suddenly came out of her head and entered the reincarnation tree. In an instant, 3 reincarnation fruits formed. Wang Lin and Old Man Who rushed toward the reincarnation tree at the exact same time. With how close they were, they both arrived under the tree at the same time. Wang Lin quickly grabbed one fruit. As for Old Man Who, he grabbed a fruit with each hand and quickly backed up. His look toward Wang Lin was filled with caution. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin hit the reincarnation tree with his hand. The tree broke off at its base. Then Wang Lin grabbed it and held it over his shoulder. He then waved his hand, and the restriction flag came back to him. He quickly escaped afterward. Old Man Who was the same, but the directions the two of them chose were opposite. As for Qiu Siping, he had opened his eyes. He clenched his teeth and followed after Wang Lin. All of this occurred at the moment the black fog disappeared. At almost that exact moment, the 3 people charged out. The savages quickly went to stop them. The burly man's gaze locked onto Wang Lin. He quickly moved and blocked Wang Lin's path. As for the old woman, her gaze was locked onto Old Man Who as she quickly chased after him. The other 6 leaf shamans had their gazes on Qiu Siping. Qiu Siping felt like he was being locked onto by a vicious beast. Soon, a mysterious power covered his body, making it so he couldn't move at all. He saw the 6 leaf shamans grinning at him, and then his vision went black as he lost consciousness. On his forehead, a mysterious and constantly growing tattoo appeared. Facing the burly man that was blocking him, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He quickly took out the celestial sword and swung down. The burly man let out a laugh and met the sword with his hand. Bang! The burly man's hand was split open to the point where his bones were revealed. There were even tattoos on his bones. He was sent flying, but his eyes were filled with the urge to battle, so he quickly recovered and charged at Wang Lin again. Wang Lin could feel a shock wave coming from the celestial sword. He borrowed that force to move backward and was about to escape. He almost immediately guessed that this person was not a shaman but a warrior that hadn't appeared before. A shaman wouldn't be able to receive a blow from the celestial sword with just their fist. The moment Wang Lin backed up, he saw the tattoo on Qiu Siping's forehead. His expression sank. He reached out and grabbed Qiu Siping's bag of holding. Then he escaped without taking a single look back. The burly man let out a roar and chased after Wang Lin. At this moment, a few of the remaining shamans came to stop Wang Lin. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes, and he shouted, "Scram!" He swung the celestial sword horizontally and cut 2 of the savages in half. The other savages paused when they saw this, and Wang Lin used this pause to break through them. The burly man's expression was gloomy as he quickly chased after Wang Lin. The 2 of them were both very fast. In the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared over the horizon. As for the 6-leaf shaman who had just finished refining Qiu Siping, he withdrew his gaze from where Wang Lin went and turned toward Old Man Who was currently fighting the old woman. He licked his lips as he stared at Old Man Who's bag of holding. The bag was emitting a yellow light. This light was something not even a bag of holding could hide. Wang Lin carried the reincarnation tree on his shoulder. This tree was very strange. No matter what he did, he couldn't put it inside his bag of holding. The reincarnation fruit was inside his bag of holding, but he couldn't hide the eye-catching yellow light. The burly man behind him quickly chased after Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Lin's back, and the urge to battle filled his eyes. He said to Wang Lin, in a language that Wang Lin could understand, "Outsider, you won't be able to get away. How about you battle with me?" Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he touched the bracelet on his wrist. He swung the celestial sword at the burly man and said, "Fine, I'll have a battle with you." The burly man laughed. He didn't dodge, but instead placed both of his hands in front of his chest. He blocked the sword with his arms, causing a loud bang upon impact. His flesh was cut open, but the bones in his arms weren't damaged. The will to battle in his eyes increased, and he shouted, "Qi Mu, 6-leaf warrior." Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he said, "Wang Lin, soul formation cultivator." Qi Mu stepped forward, released a punch, and a sonic boom shot out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin swung the celestial sword, and an explosion occurred 30 feet in front of him. Wang Lin immediately felt his hand go numb. If my original body was here, I could definitely fight with this person. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand, and the beast trap flew out. With a bang, the god-slaying war chariot appeared before Wang Lin. The beast chained to the chariot coldly looked at Qi Mu and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Qi Mu was startled, and his expression paled. "God-slaying war chariot, let me see if you are worthy of your name." Wang Lin's eyes became cold. If he didn't kill this person now, he wouldn't be able to escape. The beast on the war chariot suddenly turned toward Wang Lin. After glaring at Wang Lin, the beast let out another roar. The spikes on the war chariot emitted a black light that slowly gathered on the beast's spirit. Qian felt a sense of danger he had never felt before. He didn't wait for the war chariot to completely activate. He immediately charged forth and swung down his fist. Wang Lin sneered. He moved and swung down the celestial sword. Another explosion occurred 30 feet away, knocking Qian's hand up. He forced himself to stop before charging toward the chariot again. Wang Lin swung down the celestial sword again. This time, he didn't stop after one swing and kept on swinging. He swung the celestial sword 10 times. Bang, bang, bang. Qian's body was knocked back and his chest had wounds deep enough to reveal the bones underneath. Some cracks even began to appear on the bones near his chest, but they quickly healed as the tattoos flashed. Su Ligua's cry came out from inside the celestial sword. Su Ligua and the wandering souls couldn't fully control the celestial sword. If it was used too much, they would disappear. After Wang Lin heard Su Ligua's cry, he stopped using the celestial sword. At this moment, the beast's spirit had finished absorbing the black light from the spikes. Its body had grown larger as a result. The chains suppressing the beast suddenly disappeared, and a heaven-destroying power came out from the chariot and entered the beast's spirit. The beast's spirit let out a roar and left the war chariot. It moved so fast that even Wang Lin wasn't able to see it clearly. It arrived before Qian. Qian was terrified and wanted to escape, but the difference in speed was too large. This beast's spirit's body was filled with destructive force as it charged through Qian. Wang Lin saw that after the beast had charged through Qian, there was a soul inside its large mouth. The soul looked like Qian. Cracks appeared on Qian's forehead and slowly extended to his whole body. Then his entire body turned to dust and disappeared. Chapter 351, Escape. The beast's spirit swallowed the soul and turned toward Wang Lin. Although the beast was being controlled by the beast trap, it was still very hostile. How could it be willing to be controlled by Wang Lin? Wang Lin remained very calm as the beast jumped toward him. He made a seal and sent it toward the war chariot. Chains immediately shot out from the war chariot and locked up the beast's spirit. The spirit beast began to struggle, unwilling to give up. However, the chains seemed to be filled with immense power. They slowly dragged the beast's spirit back into the war chariot. The beast's spirit continued to struggle in vain as it was dragged back toward the war chariot. When it was next to the war chariot, its body began to shrink until it disappeared into the war chariot. The war chariot turned back into the beast trap with a bang and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took out a top-quality spirit stone with one hand and held out his other hand to receive the beast trap. The moment it landed on his wrist, it started to suck away his spiritual energy. With the top-quality spirit stone in hand, Wang Lin quickly flew away. His speed wasn't fast. As he flew, he turned the suction force from the beast trap toward the top-quality spirit stone. This process lasted for a very long time before the suction slowly weakened. Wang Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead. When he relaxed his hand, the top-quality spirit stone turned to dust in his palm. The power of the god-slaying war chariot was beyond my imagination. It is really worthy of being called a celestial treasure. However, the beast spirit is too vicious. While the beast trap can control it for a short while, it might drain me completely someday. In addition, every time I use it, I will have to use a top-quality spirit stone to replenish the spiritual energy that I lost. The cost is simply too high. The sweat on Wang Lin's forehead disappeared when wind blew on his face. He began to silently ponder. His speed was very quick. He knew that the third floor was very dangerous and that he had to leave quickly. Also, the words from the savage on the second floor still echoed in his ears. A 7-leaf shaman, which was the same as a soul transformation cultivator, was something the current Wang Lin couldn't do anything against. I wonder if the god-slaying war chariot can kill a soul transformation cultivator. The difference between a soul formation cultivator and a soul transformation cultivator isn't something numbers can explain, it is a difference in quality. All of the spiritual energy inside a soul transformation cultivator has turned into celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin frowned. However, this is a bit strange. Why did no 7-leaf shamans appear when the commotion under the reincarnation tree occurred? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he flew even faster. He was very eye-catching while flying in the third floor with the reincarnation tree on his shoulder. He moved his hand over the tree and cut it into several pieces. The tree branch from before could be put into the bag, but the whole tree won't go in. I'll cut it into pieces and see if that works. Wang Lin cut off a piece and tried. Without any delay, A small piece of the reincarnation tree disappeared into the bag of holding. It worked. Wang Lin increased his speed and quickly placed the pieces of the tree into his bag of holding. This reincarnation tree is indeed mysterious. It can't be put into the bag of holding as a whole, but in pieces it can. Wang Lin looked at the bag of holding and quickly flew toward the exit of the third floor. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin could see the exit. He used a teleport and arrived at the tunnel, but just at this moment, a cough came from the distance. An old man who had tattoos covering 80% of his body slowly walked over with a hunched back. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He charged into the tunnel and went into the second floor. The white-haired old man was wearing a bracelet made of beast bones. He touched the bracelet with his hand and walked toward Wang Lin's direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared on the second floor. What is this? After the old man reappeared, he was immediately shocked. When he disappeared, he could clearly feel the outsider's location, but when he reappeared, the outsider's presence had completely vanished. The old man straightened his back and pointed at his brow. A 7-leaf plant slowly appeared on his forehead, and every corner of the second floor quickly appeared in the old man's mind. At the same time, a technique like a cultivator's divine sense swept across the second floor, but he found no trace of Wang Lin. As a result, the old man revealed a shocked expression. This outsider junior has some skill to be able to escape from my eyes. The old man pondered a bit and then disappeared. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Within that half-month of time, no one had left the immortal graveyard. Old man who risked damaging his origin soul and used his life-saving technique to get away. However, halfway through his escape, he was caught by the hunchbacked old man. There were no more news of old man who ever since. As for Su Luo's and Yun Meng's corpses, they were also taken by the forsaken immortal clan for other uses. Qiao Siping wasn't able to resist the refining of a 6-leaf shaman. After all, a 6-leaf shaman was like a soul formation cultivator. As a result, he became a puppet. Aside from the white-veiled woman and her servant, whose locations were unknown, Wang Lin was the only person from their group who still remained. On this day, at the entryway to the third floor from the second floor, a rainbow-colored light appeared and soon, a person appeared within the light. At almost the same instant Wang Lin appeared, he disappeared. Half a month ago, when he noticed the hunchback old man when he arrived at the second floor, he entered the heaven-defying bead without any hesitation. It had been a long time since he had to hide within the heaven-defying bead. Before a 7-leaf shaman, who was like a soul transformation cultivator, Wang Lin knew he stood no chance at all. Once he had been locked onto, the only road left for him would be death. After he appeared, his speed reached its limit. He didn't care about anything other than leaving, so he used spiritual energy to fly as fast as possible. If it wasn't for the fact that the star compass could only fly in the void, he would have already used it. He kept teleporting while holding a top-quality spirit stone in his hand. When he was about to enter the tunnel to the first floor, a golden tattoo appeared and sealed the tunnel. Outsider Junior, this old man has waited for you for a long time. With a cough, the old man with the hunched back appeared within the tattoo and casually looked at Wang Lin. With just one gaze, Wang Lin felt like he had been completely seen through. A cold feeling covered his body. Wang Lin didn't dare to back up. He could feel that if he took one step back, the old man would kill him. He coldly stared at the old man with his left hand touching the beast trap. The old man coughed and slowly said, "You killed Momo, Jia, Siegu, and Chimu. I can see a resentful spirit on your body. To kill these juniors of my clan with your mere, almost mid-stage soul formation cultivation, especially a 6-leaf warrior like Chimu, you must be well known in the cultivation world. What is your name?" Wang Lin calmly said, "Wang Lin." His left hand firmly pressed against the beast trap. The war chariot had a fatal flaw. It took too long to activate. Wang Lin wasn't confident he could stall the old man enough to open it. "The treasure that killed Chimu should be that bracelet of yours." The old man looked at the beast trap and said, "There is the scent of a beast spirit inside there." Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He stared at the old man and tried to slowly move backwards. The old man's eyes turned to Wang Lin again. Wang Lin paused and didn't continue to back up. The old man coughed. "I won't be too difficult on you. Tell me the method you used to hide your presence, and I'll keep your body whole and plant a tattoo in you myself. From then on, you will be my tattoo puppet. Someone of your cultivation level won't be able to run away." The old man reached out, and Wang Lin immediately felt the space around him beginning to close in. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. His right hand touched the bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared. It released many dragons made of restriction gas that charged toward the old man. At the same time, the celestial sword appeared in Wang Lin's hand, and he slashed at the old man. The old man raised his eyebrow and pointed forward. The tattoos on his body moved in a strange manner. Soon, a tattoo appeared at the tip of his finger and was sent flying with a flick. The moment the tattoo appeared, it split into smaller tattoos and flew toward the dragons. As for the sword energy, the old man made another tattoo that collided with the sword energy. Bang! The sword energy left a red mark on the old man's finger. He looked at it and said, "Not bad. That sword should also be a valuable treasure." Wang Lin felt his scalp go numb. The restriction flag was useless, the celestial sword was useless, and even the god-slaying war chariot was useless against the old man. His eyes became even colder as he took out another restriction flag from his bag. He created a restriction in his hand and stared at the old man. The old man stared at the restriction flag and shook his head. "You sure do have a lot of treasures. I'm sure you must be the direct disciple of some big sect up there. There is the presence of the heavens pressure on that item. I believe that once you place that last restriction on there, it will summon what you cultivators call divine retribution. If we were on the surface, it might hurt me, but this is the immortal graveyard, a different world. Divine retribution can't reach us here. You are free to try it." With that, the old man reached out again. He didn't move very fast this time, but he used more power than before. Crackling sounds could be heard all around Wang Lin, and even spatial rifts appeared. It was like this area was about to collapse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After he put away the restriction flag, one more object appeared in his hand. This object was a scroll. The moment the ordinary-looking scroll appeared in Wang Lin's hand, the old man, whose expression hadn't changed at all, suddenly became serious and his hand unconsciously paused. Chapter 352, Tattoo Puppet. With this pause, Wang Lin felt the power around him loosen. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and immediately teleported away. The old man's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and then he chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Although he had refined the scroll for a very long time, he still didn't know how to use it. Earlier, he really didn't have any other way to deal with the old man, which led him to take out the scroll to use, tear open, or throw away. However, that old man paused when he saw the scroll, which caused Wang Lin to change his plan. He used that pause to quickly escape. The tunnel to the first floor is blocked, so there is only one other path left. Although it is also very dangerous, it is better than waiting here to die. Wang Lin swung the celestial sword at the air. A spatial rift suddenly appeared where the celestial sword swung past. It was pitch black inside, like a man-eating mouth. The moment the spatial rift appeared, it began to shrink. Wang Lin quickly entered the rift. The moment he entered the rift, the old man arrived. The old man snorted and stepped into the rift to continue chasing Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin entered the rift, a powerful wind hit his body. There were countless small organisms within the wind, and when they hit his body, he felt pain all over. Even his origin soul flickered like a fire in the wind. Even though he knew the dangers of the spatial rifts, Wang Lin was shocked in his heart. However, the real danger was getting lost inside the void, unable to find the exit. Inside this void, there was a cold wind that could extinguish an origin soul. This place was completely dark. He was unable to see anything clearly. The cold wind became stronger and stronger. Wang Lin quickly slapped his bag of holding, and the star compass appeared. He sat down on the star compass and quickly flew away while using his spiritual energy to drive out the cold air that had entered his body. This was the reason why he entered the spatial rift. Only in the void could he use the star compass. This was his only method to move faster than the old man and escape his pursuit. The old man entered the rift. He waved his hand, and a tattoo appeared on the rift to stop it from closing. The old man muttered to himself, "That scroll is very similar to my clan's holy treasure on the 11th floor." That cold wind had no effect on him. When it hit his body, not only did he not feel any discomfort, it felt nice. The old man pondered a bit and continued to chase Wang Lin. Wang Lin was sitting on top of the compass and was completely focused on controlling it. He moved very fast and encountered nothing living at all in his path. It was like this place was just an endless, black void. This was clearly different from the void he was used to. The sense of danger from behind him was still there. The old man was clearly still chasing him. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he controlled the star compass to move at its limit. The old man walked through the void with his hand behind his back. He would cross a very large distance every step he took, but he still couldn't catch up to Wang Lin. He was very shocked and thought that this junior really had a lot of valuable treasures that were useful in different situations. He believed that Wang Lin was an important junior on the surface. His urge to make Wang Lin his tattoo puppet became even stronger. This void was very strange. The more Wang Lin flew, the stronger this feeling got. In the past few days of flying, he had not seen anything. There wasn't even a small amount of spiritual energy here. He couldn't just continue like this. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he threw out the beast trap. The war chariot appeared on the star compass. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He created a seal and sent it to the war chariot. The beast spirit suddenly appeared next to the war chariot. Because Wang Lin was very close, the beast spirit immediately tried to devour him. But Wang Lin was already prepared. He softly whispered something, and the chains from the war chariot dragged the beast spirit back. The beast spirit continued to roar while viciously glaring at Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the beast spirit and made another seal. Soon, the spikes on the war chariot began to emit a black light. Wang Lin turned around and focused on controlling the star compass. He knew that the war chariot needed time to activate. Based on his previous experience, it would take about the same amount time as a stick of incense would take to burn. Soon, the time passed, and the beast spirit finished absorbing the black light from the spikes. The beast grew larger. During this time, the beast tried to devour Wang Lin many times, but was held back by the chain. Finally, after the war chariot completely activated, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the star compass stopped. The old man noticed that Wang Lin had stopped moving and immediately sped up. At the same time, a powerful soul force spread out. When Wang Lin noticed the old man enter the range of his divine sense, he sent out a seal to the war chariot. The chains on the beast spirit suddenly disappeared, but the chain between it and Wang Lin still existed. This beast spirit viciously looked at old man with the hunched back. The beast wanted to devour everything. Only after doing so could it vent its anger. The old man's expression immediately changed, and he stopped. He quickly touched the tattoos on his body, and then they all suddenly flew off and hovered 3 inches above his skin. At this moment, the beast spirit arrived. It jumped at the old man and let out a roar, but it was stopped 3 inches away from the old man. What stopped it was various tattoos that were shining wildly. But the god-slaying war chariot was very powerful, so the old man was pushed back 1,000 feet. The old man's eyes became bloodshot as he let out a roar. The tattoos moved from 3 inches away from his body to 5 inches. The beast spirit roared while it was slowly pushed back. The old man's eyes became even more bloodshot as he was about to push the beast spirit away. However, Wang Lin sneered. He took out the celestial sword and swung down on the old man. While he is still, I want his life. Wang Lin was very used to doing these kind of things. As the sword swung down, a ray of black light was shot out. The sword energy suddenly appeared before the old man and landed on his body. The old man let out a roar, and the tattoos around him suddenly stopped before moving closer to his body again. He looked toward Wang Lin, and a 7-leaf plant immediately appeared on his forehead. The moment the plant appeared, the tattoos on his body moved like crazy. Killing intent filled the old man as he raised his hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately felt a cold energy enter his body and quickly enter his origin soul. The cold energy turned into a seed and quickly began to sprout. Wang Lin's face was pale as he coughed out blood. He let out a roar and swung down the celestial sword in his hand once more. Then he immediately changed directions and swung down again. Rays of sword energy smashed into the old man, causing the tattoos to be pushed back closer to his body. This made the beast spirit push even more viciously so that it could devour the old man that was blocking it. Seeing that the beast spirit was about to devour him, the old man's eyes emitted a mysterious light. The bracelet made of beast bone suddenly came off his wrist. The bracelet suddenly released waves of ghostly light, and a tattoo appeared. This tattoo was broken and incomplete. There are even parts clearly missing. However, this tattoo made Wang Lin's skin crawl. The moment the tattoo appeared, the surrounding void was suddenly bathed in a green light. The old man slowly said, "This is my enlightenment tattoo. It is by studying this tattoo that I was able to reach the 7-leaf stage. Now that Junior has seen this tattoo, you can die in peace." The tattoo shined once, causing the beast spirit to release green gas from all over its body. The beast spirit let out a roar and looked toward the tattoo with reluctance in its eyes. If it was at its prime, it would dare to fight against that tattoo, but now it had to retreat. The beast shook its body and broke free from the green light before disappearing into the void. Wang Lin immediately noticed that the moment that tattoo appeared, the sprouting seed in his origin soul suddenly began to grow at an alarming rate. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to return to the star compass and quickly flew away. The beast spirit reappeared next to the war chariot. This time, it didn't try to devour Wang Lin, but weakly disappeared back into the war chariot. The old man looked at where Wang Lin had disappeared to. He didn't chase after Wang Lin, but looked down at his chest. On his chest, there were 3 wounds deep enough to reveal his bones. Those 3 wounds were made by Wang Lin's celestial sword. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. He took a deep breath, bowed to the tattoos, and the tattoos gradually shrunk and returned to his body. The bone bracelet silently reappeared on his wrist. The old man stood up and continued to chase after Wang Lin. On the star compass, Wang Lin had his eyes closed. On his head was a plant slowly extending its roots. It had moved past his face, onto to his neck, and it still continued to spread. Waves of roars came out of Wang Lin's eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes, which had a hint of madness, but then quickly closed them and revealed a struggling expression. He was facing extreme pain, but even so, he was able to keep a part of his mind calm enough to control the star compass to continue his escape. Chapter 353, Wood Element. The plant on Wang Lin's forehead quickly grew and covered his body. There were even black lines on the back of his hand. These black lines formed various tattoos. These tattoos seemed to have taken root inside Wang Lin's flesh and were slowly spreading. The pain Wang Lin showed on his face increased. He suddenly opened his eyes and formed a seal. After a long time, although his eyes were still glowing red, there was a hint of clarity. However, an image of a tattoo would mysteriously appear and disappear in his eyes. This tattoo is simply too vicious. Wang Lin was very gloomy as he looked at the black lines on the back of his hand. The tattoo had already covered his entire origin soul like a net, trapping it. The tattoo that appeared on his skin was merely a reflection of what was happening to his origin soul. This tattoo seems to have life. I can only temporarily suppress it. Wang Lin pondered and managed his body to make his spiritual energy stable. He then touched the war chariot. It turned back into a bracelet and landed on his wrist. After using up a top-quality spirit stone to counteract the suction from the bracelet, he coldly looked at the void behind him. He could feel that the old man was still chasing him and was getting closer and closer. If it wasn't for the star compass's speed being beyond the old man's imagination, he would have already been caught. Wang Lin cursed. Damn old ghost won't give up. Wang Lin had been running for over a month now. He felt the same as he did back when he was being chased like a fugitive during his Foundation establishment days. If it wasn't for the fact that he had various things that could recover his spiritual energy, he would have already been exhausted and caught by the old man. However, no matter how many pills he had, they would all be used up eventually. When he runs out of things to recover his spiritual energy to operate the star compass, then the only outcome for him will be death. Run. He could only run. All of his treasure were useless against the old man other the scroll, which he didn't know how to use. Since the old man couldn't catch up, this had turned into a war of attrition to see who could last longer. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he controlled the star compass to continue flying. After deciding to go into a war of attrition, Wang Lin started to be very careful with every single pill he took. He didn't want to waste any of the spiritual energy within the pills. The old man continued to chase. The more he chased, the more shocked he became that the junior before him could keep flying at this speed for this long. Although Wang Lin was using some kind of treasure, a treasure would still use up spiritual energy. A junior that was able to control a treasure for this long, while having the tattoo seed in him, was very rare. This person must be a disciple of some big sect up there. Maybe even a disciple of Suzaku. I must refine him into my tattoo puppet. Then, when I send him back up, it will have great effect. The Forsaken Immortal clan couldn't go beyond the first floor due to a seal by Suzaku. The only ones that could leave were tattoo puppets. The one Wang Lin met outside before was a tattoo puppet, only it was a low-ranked one. This was why the Forsaken Immortal clan took the bodies of dead cultivators. Otherwise, the Sea of Devils and all surrounding countries would have been wiped out by the Forsaken Immortal clan. The Forsaken Immortal clan members would also not have to fight each other for beasts. The old man's eyes released a mysterious light as he continued to chase. The old man snorted. This junior must have a lot of pills, but no matter how many he has, he will run out. When he runs out, I'll refine him into a puppet. This void was extremely large. Wang Lin had flown in a straight line for over a month now and still hadn't seen the end. Right now everything looked exactly the same as where he entered. It was completely dark without any living or non-living things. On this day, Wang Lin was still steering the star compass to escape when the plant on his forehead suddenly started shining and all of the tattoos on his body began to move. Another attack. Wang Lin quickly began to multitask. One part of his mind was set to continue controlling the compass and the other to suppress the power of the tattoo. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The tattoo in his eyes was even more clear than before and his hands were covered in tattoos. If a cultivator were to see Wang Lin right now, they would think he was a member of the Forsaken Immortal clan. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he let out a breath. He could feel that the tattoo had dug into his origin soul and began to spread. Once the entire origin soul is covered by the tattoo, he will become what the old man called a tattoo puppet. After he entered the immortal graveyard, he saw a few tattoo puppets. Their eyes were all red, and they gave off an oppressive aura. They didn't look like humans or ghosts. Wang Lin felt very bitter. He knew that if this chase continued, his origin soul would be completely covered by the tattoo before he uses up all his pills. He touched his bag of holding. In his bag, there was a bag of holding that the head elder of the corpse sect had given him. However, he didn't even know where he was right now. So how could he call the head elder here? He pondered for a while, and his eyes became cold. In his 500 years of cultivation, Wang Lin had been through many life and death situations. These experiences made him very determined to survive. The more dangerous it was, the more calm he became. What is most important right now is removing the tattoo. Wang Lin calmed himself down and began to study the tattoo. Wang Lin pondered. This tattoo came from the plant between my eyebrows. All of the savages have a plant between their brows as well. Since it is a plant, then no matter what kind of power the tattoo has, it must be wood element. He encountered danger like this back when he was still at the foundation establishment stage. This was when he met the desolate beast fire spirit back in Feng. That fire spirit was devouring cultivators to help itself grow. At the last moment, the heaven-defying bead appeared to absorb the fire spirit and completed the fire element requirement. Thinking about this, Wang Lin decided to give it a try. He took a deep breath, pointed at his brow, and said, "Heaven-defying." A gray orb suddenly flew out from his forehead. There was an image of a few leaves on the bead, but other than that, nothing about this bead seemed abnormal. After seeing the leaves on the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin let out a roar. The spiritual energy within his body surged to make the star compass go even faster. Wang Lin immediately withdrew his spiritual energy. He knew that time was of the essence, and that the star compass would be able to glide for a while without his spiritual energy. Although this time would be very short, it was Wang Lin's only option. After withdrawing his spiritual energy, Wang Lin focused on his origin soul and forced the tattoo toward his brow. Soon, the demonic plant appeared between his eyebrows. Its small leaves were slowly growing. The old man immediately noticed that Wang Lin had slowed down. He snorted and chased after him. The black lines moved mysteriously on Wang Lin's body. Sometimes, they would retract toward his brow, and sometimes they would extend out more. Every time the tattoos moved, Wang Lin's body would tremble, and the painful expression on his face intensified. The plant between his eyebrows became even more clear. One leaf opened, and the second leaf was about to open too. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and the hint of clarity that was hidden in his eyes slowly disappeared. He let out a roar and stared at the heaven-defying bead. The clarity in his eyes slowly disappeared before suddenly returning. This cycle repeated, and soon, Wang Lin was soaked in sweat. He was betting that although the plant was created from the power of the tattoos, it contained a hint of wood element. As long as there was wood element, the heaven-defying bead could absorb it. If he lost, then he would immediately use all his power to suppress the tattoos. The old man seemed to notice something and let out a sneer as he continued to chase. He was confident that someone who wasn't at least one realm above him in cultivation couldn't remove the seed. Wang Lin stared at the heaven-defying bead. The struggle on his face became even more fierce. Then the heaven-defying bead suddenly released a green light. It was weak at first, but it gradually got brighter. Shortly after, the leaf that had just opened up trembled and was pulled out from Wang Lin and absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. The moment that leaf disappeared, the clarity in his eyes returned. Wang Lin was excited. He quickly pointed at the heaven-defying bead to make it disappear, and then turned his full attention to controlling the star compass to escape. He knew that time was of the essence, so he had no time for the heaven-defying bead to absorb more. Now that he knew that the heaven-defying bead could absorb the tattoo, he was no longer in a hurry to get rid of it, so he focused on escaping. The old man appeared right after Wang Lin disappeared. His face was gloomy as he stared into the distance with his eyebrows locked. Why does this junior have so many different treasures? He has something that can remove the tattoo seed. When the leaf was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead, the old man was able to detect it and was shocked. I must refine this person into my tattoo puppet. The old man's eyes became cold again, and he continued to chase. Wang Lin was very happy. He sat on the compass, touched his forehead, and muttered, "I didn't expect to find such good luck in this misfortune." The heaven-defying bead's water, fire, and earth elements are complete. There's no metal element at all, and the wood element is half complete. I wonder if the wood element will be complete after absorbing the tattoo in my body. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's sense of time was basically non-existent. He spent every moment focused on controlling the star compass to escape. He had already used more than half of the pills in his bag of holding. There were only several bottles left, but the danger behind him still hadn't disappeared. However, what made Wang Lin feel grateful was that the old man chasing him was gradually slowing down. If this kept up, it wouldn't take long for Wang Lin to completely lose the old man. After all the pills are used up, I still have top-quality spirit stones. With those, I can last until that old bag of bones is completely exhausted. Wang Lin looked back with a sneer. I have to thank that old bag of bones. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known that the star compass had a movement technique in it. Wang Lin touched the star compass. He really adored this treasure. Chapter 354, Cutting Your Escape Path. The old man was still frowning. He had been chasing Wang Lin for more than 4 months. There were several times where he almost caught up, but then the treasure Wang Lin was riding would release a white light and suddenly teleport away. This shocked him and made him feel even more angry. A grand, 7-leaf shaman couldn't even catch a junior. For him, this was a disgrace. However, he wasn't a cultivator. All of his power came from the tattoos on his body. He didn't expect that junior to be able to keep this speed up for 4 months. The old man's eyes flickered, and he began to ponder. He had already used up a lot of his power, so it was no longer viable for him to continue chasing. More importantly, he was a bit worried about how many treasures this junior hadn't used yet and how many pills he had left. After pondering for a bit, the old man revealed a hint of reluctance in his eyes before letting out a sigh and turning around to leave. Wang Lin suddenly felt the danger from behind him disappear, so he stopped the star compass. He looked back and began to ponder. No longer going to chase? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if the old man had given up or had some other schemes in mind. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin let out a sigh. If the old man was only at the late stage of soul formation, Wang Lin would have turned around and started chasing him instead. However, this old man was the same as a soul transformation cultivator, which made Wang Lin raise his guard. He pondered a bit, let out a snort, and instead of backing up, he went around toward the side of the old man. The old man noticed what Wang Lin was doing. His face sank, but he didn't do anything. After a few days, the old man was frowning very hard. Wang Lin had kept the same distance from him this whole time. He had endured it for this long, but he finally jerked back and shouted, "You really are reckless." He turned into a ray of light and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a laugh, and the star compass disappeared within the void. After chasing for a few more days, the old man had to give up because he could feel his tattoo's power getting weaker and weaker. He let out a cold snort before turning toward the exit again. Wang Lin immediately stopped. His eyes lit up, and, after pondering for a bit, he continued to harass the old man. The old man completely ignored Wang Lin and continued to fly. As time passed, Wang Lin was confident that this wasn't some kind of scheme. He figured out that the old man really couldn't continue chasing him. After confirming that, Wang Lin's eyes became very cold. He slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He quickly closed the distance, and, after reaching a certain distance from the old man, he swung the celestial sword in his hand. He swung 3 times before quickly leaving. The 3 rays of sword energy flew toward the old man. His face sank as he pointed at the sword energies. There were suddenly 3 bangs, but the old man's body didn't move at all. He gloomily looked toward Wang Lin's direction and shouted, "This time this old man will let you go, so scram. Or else don't blame me for taking your life." With that, the old man continued moving toward the exit while ignoring Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered. Instead of backing up, he closed in again and harassed the old man with more sword energy. After a month, the old man was very irritated. He wished he could just go and tear that junior into pieces. However, Wang Lin would escape without hesitation the moment the old man tried to attack, and if he wanted to leave, Wang Lin would harass him with sword energy. Although these sword energy attacks couldn't harm him, they had made his mood go from bad to worse. "Wang Lin, are you finished?" On this day, the old man finally had enough and shouted at the void behind him. The tattoos on his body shined like crazy, and heavy pressure came from them. Wang Lin was so far away that he wasn't afraid at all. He said, "Senior has chased me for several months. You must be reluctant to give up. Junior here doesn't have many more pills in my bag, so if you continue to chase me, you will definitely be able to catch up." The old man's eyes were very gloomy. He stared at the void in the distance and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he stared viciously at the white light that was released by the star compass when it teleported. His expression suddenly changed and he turned his head toward the exit. The direction Wang Lin had teleported to wasn't only away from the old man, it was also toward the exit. "Senior, Junior is going to destroy the exit so that we can stay here forever." Won't that be fun? Wang Lin's irritating voice entered the old man's ears. The old man let out a roar and suddenly charged out. His hatred for Wang Lin had reached its limit. If it wasn't for that treasure, how would he be stuck in a situation where it would be bad if he chased, and also bad if he didn't chase? Wang Lin indeed didn't have many pills left, but he still had top-quality spirit stones. With those, he was confident that he would be fine being chased by the old man. He would occasionally wave the celestial sword to bug the old man. This chase was a battle of attrition and a battle of the heart. The old man couldn't guess how many pills and spirit stones Wang Lin had left. These 4 months of chasing Wang Lin had made him doubt himself. He felt like Wang Lin had an endless supply of pills and spirit stones. This feeling was very weak at first, but when he gave up and Wang Lin instead turned around to chase him, this feeling became very strong. He was confident that Wang Lin still had a lot of pills and spirit stones left, so he wouldn't be able to catch up no matter what unless the treasure under Wang Lin suddenly broke. The old man thought of ways to attack the star compass, but not only was Wang Lin fast, he was also very cautious. Whenever he closed in to a certain distance, Wang Lin would teleport away. At this moment, because Wang Lin had changed directions, the chase began once more. Only compared to before, the person suffering was not Wang Lin, but the old man. A few months later, Wang Lin had used up all his pills, and he was currently relying on top-quality spirit stones to recover his spiritual energy. The more Wang Lin chased, the more impatient the old man became, so he attacked more. However, Wang Lin had the star compass, so all of those attacks missed. As long as one of the attack tattoos hit, then even if it didn't kill, it would mortally wound this junior. If it landed on the treasure, it would break it and allow him to kill this junior as he wished. Sadly, the speed of the star compass became even faster as Wang Lin got more familiar with it during these 8 months. In the end, Wang Lin created 4 sockets on the star compass and placed 4 top-quality spirit stones into them. He was powering the star compass purely with the spirit stones. After leaving a bit of his divine sense to control the compass, the rest of his energy was spent on attacking the old man. The lands from the restriction flag, his time domain carvings, the black stamp, and some ancient treasures were all used by Wang Lin. Although they were useless against the old man, Wang Lin's mastery over them became better and better. After all, ever since he had started cultivating, he had never been in a situation where he could use his treasures as he wished. The celestial sword was used many times until he could control it like a flying sword through Su Ligua, as long as it was within 30 feet of him. As a result, although the power of the celestial sword didn't increase, it was much more nimble. All of this was thanks to the old man. The old man's anger had reached its limit. A mere ant that he could crush between his fingers dared to mess with him like this. In these months of pursuit, Wang Lin had become someone that the old man absolutely had to kill. He even gave up on the idea of turning Wang Lin into a tattoo puppet. If given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate at all to tear Wang Lin into pieces. Even the 3 sword sheaths were taken out by Wang Lin and used one by one. Although Wang Lin's cultivation level hadn't increased, his mastery over his treasures was like heaven and earth compared to before. When he used a magic treasure now, it was even more powerful. On this day, Wang Lin saw the exit far away. At the exit was a giant, shining tattoo holding the rift open. Wang Lin was able to see the outside world through the rift. There were countless savages outside the exit staring at the rift. Wang Lin snorted. He had never considered leaving through this rift. He jumped off the star compass and swung the celestial sword. The sword energy hit the tattoos that were holding the rift open. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard and cracks appeared on the tattoos. No, the old man's tattoo power was almost dry after chasing Wang Lin for 8 months. When he saw the tattoo at the exit being attacked, he immediately shouted and a trace of panic appeared on his face. He teleported forward to get there as fast as he could, but what he saw when he got there was Wang Lin swinging down the celestial sword again. The tattoo was destroyed and the spatial rift closed. The old man's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly at the exit that had disappeared. Old bag of bones, since this little lord can't leave, you might as well stay too and continue to chase me. Wang Lin didn't stand still. After he destroyed the tattoo, he returned to the compass and continued to escape. His laugh slowly drifted in from the distance. Madman, you madman. Even if I die, I won't forgive you. The old man's eyes were bloodshot as he chased after Wang Lin. However, the tattoos on his body were dim. After chasing for a while, he stopped. He let out a roar and suddenly sat down in the lotus position. The 7-leaf plant appeared between his eyebrows and soon covered his whole body. When all 7 leaves completely opened, the old man was completely covered by the plant, leaving behind a lonely plant to grow in the void. I hope to borrow the clan's spirit to open a passage. The old man inside the plant slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 355, Remaining People. Wang Lin sensed the giant plant summoned by the old man as he stood on top of the star compass. His eyes lit up, but he didn't go harass the old man anymore. He left instead. He had been very careful this entire time. He only acted when he was sure of his own safety. Now that he had cut off the old man's retreat, he knew that the old man was furious. Although this was when the old man was at his weakest, Wang Lin also knew that his cultivation level was far too low. If it wasn't for the star compass speed, he would have already become the old man's puppet. No matter how weak a 7-leaf shaman, who was as powerful as a soul transformation cultivator, was, he would still have the ability to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't believe that he had the power to kill the old man. Shortly after he left, the old man suddenly opened his eyes inside the plant. Red light shot out from his eyes as he looked toward Wang Lin's direction. He could feel Wang Lin quickly leaving inside. Unfortunately, this brat is too cautious. If he had come, I would have been able to kill him for sure. He pondered a bit, and then used the ancestral spirit to slowly communicate with the outside. The most terrifying thing about this void was finding an exit. It was unlike a normal void where one could leave by just tearing open space. If there was no guidance from outside, one would be trapped here forever. After a long time, there was a hint of panic in the old man's eyes. He had long forgotten about Wang Lin. What he wanted the most now was to send a message to his clan on the outside so they could set a beacon to act as his guide. Wang Lin sat on the star compass and flew for a very long time. Although the sense of danger from behind him was gone, he was still very cautious, so he flew for several more days before finally stopping. As he looked at the void around him, his eyes were calm. There was no hint of panic at all in them. He pointed at his brow, and then the heaven-defying bead flew out. Then Wang Lin activated his spiritual energy, and the black lines appeared on his body again. However, there weren't as many this time, and they only extended to his neck. During these 8 months of flying, Wang Lin had used the heaven-defying bead multiple times to absorb the tattoo plant. He had already absorbed a majority of it at this point. Wang Lin let out a roar and revealed a painful expression. The black lines extending to his neck slowly receded. Soon, all of the black lines were gathered at his brow. That mysterious plant appeared again. The heaven-defying bead glowed green and began to absorb it. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked back and said, "This spell from the Forsaken Immortal sect is too strange. If I meet them again, I'll have to be more careful." He grabbed the heaven-defying bead and looked at it. 9 leaves had fully formed, and the 10th leaf was partially completed. A trace of happiness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The bead then touched his forehead and disappeared. The harvest this time is pretty good. The heaven-defying beads with element is almost complete. The most important thing to do right now is think of a way to leave this place. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He already had an idea when he decided to cut off the old man's escape route. This was why he was able to destroy the tattoo that was keeping the rift open without any hesitation. If there was no help from the outside, it was very difficult to leave this place. However, although he was trapped, his original body was still outside. He sat on the compass and slowly tried to sense the original body. Country of Chu, thousands of miles underground, there was a ball of purple light. Inside this purple light sat a very handsome young man. He had a head full of red hair. His skin was a healthy, bronze color, and there were tiny cracks all over his skin. There were 2 stars slowly spinning on this person's forehead. At this moment, the young man suddenly opened his eyes and started emitting killing intent from them. He pondered a bit before suddenly standing and then going above ground. He slapped his bag of holding and was immediately dressed in black. Right now he looked no different from any other cultivator. This person walked into the forest of the immortal graveyard. He stopped somewhere and punched the air, causing a round spatial rift to appear. After waiting for a bit, this person shook his head and walked away. Every 10 steps or so, this person would stop and punch the air, creating a spatial rift each time. As he continued, he became faster and faster as he walked deeper into the depths of the forest. This person continued doing this. After opening more than 10,000 spatial rifts, he arrived at the hole that led to the immortal graveyard. He looked into the hole and then turned toward another direction. Same as before, he would open a spatial rift every 10 steps. Time slowly passed. He didn't become impatient at all and continued. The northern part of the forest was covered in dead leaves. Whenever he stepped on them, they would rustle. Just as he was about to punch, he looked into the distance. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he disappeared. In the north of the forest of the immortal graveyard, there was suddenly a male and a female flying in the sky. The woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a white veil. The male was an old man wearing a black cloak. As the two of them flew, the old man's expression suddenly changed. He quickly grabbed the woman and backed up. With a bang, cracks appeared in the space where they just were. Inside the middle of cracks stood a young man. This person was very handsome and had a head full of red hair. This was Wang Lin's original body. His original body coldly stared at the two of them and punched with his right hand. The old man's expression changed greatly, and he slapped his bag of holding. A mountain-shaped treasure appeared and immediately grew to shield the old man. The original body's eyes were calm. His fist didn't slow down at all as it landed on the mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain shined brightly, but the light it gave off was useless as it was smashed into pieces. The force of the punch smashed toward the two along with the shattered pieces of the mountain. The old man's face was gloomy as he pulled the white-veiled woman to continue retreating. The original body took a step forward and shattered the space under his feet before sending out another punch. The old man spat out a ray of white light, which turned into a flying sword. The sword gave off a dangerous aura, and there was a trace of purple on it. That meant that this sword was very tough because it was forged with the very rare purple heart copper. The flying sword flew toward the original body's fist. The original body's eyes were still calm as he let out a snort, and his fist collided with the flying sword. The flying sword immediately cracked down the middle and completely shattered. At the same time, the domain of a soul formation cultivator came out of the sword and entered the original body. The original body's eyes lit up. As an ancient god, he didn't have a domain, but he did have a powerful killing intent. His red hair moved and a blood-red light glowed in his body. The old man's domain couldn't even withstand one hit and collapsed. The original body's fist arrived once more. There was a hint of panic in the old man's eyes as he grabbed the white-veiled woman to retreat once more. The original body continued to chase. "Fellow cultivator, we don't even know each other. Why must you act like this?" The old man's voice was strained. He was already terrified of this person's fist. Aside from the warrior from the Forsaken Immortal clan, he had never seen a cultivator like this. With just a punch, he could destroy magic treasures. With just a step, spatial rifts appeared. All of this terrified the old man. The original body snorted and became even more fierce. With one punch, a restriction-like spell suddenly appeared around the old man and white-veiled woman. The original body shouted, "Accept your death." The old man secretly cursed. He saw the despair in the white-veiled woman's eyes and said, "My lady, I'm going to borrow the magic saber." The white-veiled woman quickly slapped her bag of holding, and a ray of white light appeared. The old man quickly grabbed it. It was a broken saber. After grabbing the saber, the old man grabbed the white-veiled woman and bit his tongue to spit some blood on the broken saber. At this moment, the original body's fist arrived. Its target was the old man's head. The old man let out a roar as he panicked, and the saber flew out to block the blow. Bang! Countless cracks appeared on the broken saber, and a piece it even broke off. The old man clenched his teeth. His complexion was dark and filled with fear as he quickly pulled the white-veiled woman away. He was very quick, so he was able to pull her out of the restriction that was surrounding them. The white-veiled woman was terrified as she quickly said, "Senior, please stop. Even if you want to kill the two of us, at least give us a reason." The original body withdrew his fist and coldly stared at the two of them. The surroundings suddenly calmed down. Aside from the sound of clothes flapping in the wind, there was no other sound. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat as he stared at the red-haired young man before them. No matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't remember when they had offended him. The original body coldly asked, "Where did the two of you come from?" The white-veiled woman was startled. She didn't have time to think and said, "Junior is from Zhou and wants to go to Chu." "A bunch of nonsense. You are looking for death." The original body's eyes became cold. He looked at them as if he was looking at dead people. He didn't move forward, but sent out a kick with his right foot. A series of booms occurred. The old man wanted to dodge, but it was already too late, so he controlled the saber to block for him. Boom! The broken saber shattered. The old man's body fell from the sky like a meteor. "Senior, there is no hate between us. Why must you kill?" The white-veiled woman's voice cracked and tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. The original body coldly looked at the white-veiled woman. Chapter 356, Leaving. The original body's expression was still cold as he slowly asked, "Where did the two of you come from?" The white-veiled woman's body shook as she looked at the old man who might be dead. She was filled with despair and no longer dared to lie. "Junior just came from the immortal graveyard." The original body looked at the white-veiled woman and calmly said, "There were 7 of you when you entered the immortal graveyard. Why did only the 2 of you come out?" The white-veiled woman's body trembled again. She was shocked at this young man. The more she looked at him, the more familiar this red-haired young man became. but she was sure she had never met him before. The white-veiled woman bitterly said, "Junior has her own difficulties. Follow me." The original body looked at the white-veiled woman and then flew toward the forest below them. The white-veiled woman hesitated for a bit before following. As for the old man, the original body didn't even look at him. That old man was only at the early stage of soul formation, and he didn't have any treasures to protect himself with, so he was dead for sure. However, just at this moment, the original body looked at where the old man had landed. He saw a tattered figure stand up. This person was covered by a black fog. A 5-leaf plant appeared within the fog. The old man coughed out blood inside the fog and was struggling. However, his eyes were still clear. The original body only took one look and his face darkened. When he looked at the white-veiled woman, her expression was completely pale and terrified. So it was like that. The original body immediately understood how the two of them didn't die and were able to leave. The original body raised his hand and was about to kill the old man. At this moment, the white-veiled woman quickly put herself between the original body and the old man. Then she kneeled down and said, "Senior must have known one of those 5 people. Junior admits her mistake. If you have to kill someone, please kill me. Please don't make it difficult for him." The old man struggled to stand up. He looked at the original body and said, "If you are going to kill me, just kill me. I'm tired of living like someone else's puppet. I might as well die by Senior's hand. However, my lady has always been against this, so please let her go." The original body's eyes lit up. He looked at the two before grabbing them and taking them to the immortal graveyard. Along the way, the wound on the old man's body slowly healed and the black fog disappeared. However, the plant on his forehead would still occasionally shine. The white-veiled woman closed her eyes and began to ponder. Soon, the original body arrived at the entrance of the immortal graveyard. After landing, the original body punched the air toward the hole and a spatial rift opened up. He flicked out 2 drops of blood. One landed on the white-veiled woman and the other on the old man before throwing them into the spatial rift. "Go search for Wang Lin. If you can find him, I'll let you two live." The original body's voice echoed in their minds before the spatial rift closed. The original body sat cross-legged outside and began to ponder. He couldn't go inside because there would be no one to guide Wang Lin out if he did. However, if he didn't go inside, it would be too difficult to find himself. This was why he didn't kill the two of them but left imprints to make them search. Inside the void, Wang Lin sat on the star compass. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "So that's what happened." His eyes became cold as he stood up and controlled the compass to start moving. At the same time, he had his divine sense spread out looking for the two in the void. Time slowly passed. One day, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up and he started to fly even faster. Soon, he saw 2 people flying in the distance. It was that old man and the white-veiled woman. The two of them were a mess right now and their vitals were very weak. After the two of them saw Wang Lin, they revealed complex expressions. The white-veiled woman wanted to say something, but she only opened her mouth before closing it and letting out a sigh. Wang Lin coldly looked at the two and arrived before them. He waved his hand, and 2 drops of blood flew from their foreheads into Wang Lin's hand. The white-veiled woman hesitated for a bit and whispered, "Senior, I." Wang Lin didn't even bother with the two of them. After getting the 2 drops of blood, he put away the star compass. Just at this moment, the original body suddenly opened his eyes and punched the air, causing a round spatial rift to appear. The rift appeared right before Wang Lin. Wang Lin was not shocked by the appearance of the rift and entered it. From the beginning, he hadn't said a thing to the two of them. After Wang Lin entered the rift silently closed, leaving the two of them to fend for themselves inside the void. After coming out of the rift and feeling the sunlight on his skin, he took a deep breath. The feeling of making it out alive filled his body. He lowered his head and looked at the hole below him before disappearing. His original body disappeared along with him. Wang Lin left the immoral graveyard and arrived back at the valley. He took out the pagoda before sitting down to cultivate. The original body also sat down next to him to cultivate. One day later, Wang Lin and his original body both opened their eyes. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out the reincarnation fruit that was glowing yellow. After pondering for a bit, he came to the conclusion that this fruit was much more useful to his original body than the one he was currently using. Unfortunately, there is only one. Wang Lin tossed the fruit toward his original body. The original body crushed the fruit, causing a golden liquid to leak out. There wasn't much, but the liquid was absorbed when it touched the original body's skin. The liquid slowly moved through the cracks on the original body's skin. The current original body looked like it was covered by a golden net. The cracks on its skin originally weren't noticeable, but right now, the cracks were emitting a golden glow. The golden glow became brighter and brighter until it seeped into the original body's flesh and bones and disappeared. The original body's expression still remained the same, and then a hint of gold flashed across his eyes. The reincarnation fruit had been completely absorbed by the original body, so the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy increased countless fold. The current original body could finally be considered a real, ancient god. As for the reincarnation fruit, it had disappeared. The original body stood up and sank into the ground. Wang Lin took a deep breath, slapped his bag of holding, and pieces of the reincarnation tree appeared before him. He picked one up and started to create the time domain carvings. Time slowly passed by. Zhou was now 3 years old and very beautiful. However, she still hadn't said a word. Because of this, her parents had searched for many different doctors and she had eaten many pills, but she still never spoke. Little Zhou was a very quiet girl. Instead of playing with the other children in the village, she always silently looked at the sky from her backyard. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Zhou's father, a burly man with rough hands, looked at his daughter and let out a sigh. He had bought many different medicines for his daughter and looked for many doctors, but this kid still wouldn't speak. Is she really a mute? Zhou's dad let out a sigh. On this day, an old man wearing a cultivation robe entered the village. The village chief respectfully greeted him and told everyone to bring out all children 6 years old or younger. Shortly after, all 19 6-years-old and younger kids arrived at the center of the village along with their parents. Zhou's parents were among them. Zhou's clear eyes looked at her surroundings. She was kind of scared, so she was clenching the edge of her mother's dress. The woman crouched on the ground to comfort her. She then stood up, looked at her husband, and said, "Ru air is too little. Let's forget about this." Zhou's father shook his head and said, "Let her try. If she gets picked, then her future will be good." The woman bit her lower lip and didn't say anything. The old man wearing the robe had an air of arrogance about him. He was already a bit impatient because he had gone to countless villages and hadn't found anyone with a spirit root. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect had a rule stating that a disciple must go out to find a child with a spirit root every 6 years, he wouldn't have bothered to leave the sect. He came to this village 6 years ago and 12 years ago and didn't find a child with a spirit root either time. I was able to find a child with a spirit root 6 years ago at Lu Village. I wonder if I can find another one there this time. If I can find another one, then I can receive 3 medium-quality spirit stones. The old man looked at the children one by one. His eyebrows furrowed harder and harder, and the look of disappointment on his face became even stronger. His eyes suddenly became focused and locked on his Zhou. He quickly arrived before Zhou and pointed at her forehead. His face was filled with joy. This, naturally born with spiritual energy, all her meridians are opened, and a purple aura. Good. The old man stared at Zhou. What he saw wasn't the child, but a shining, high-quality spirit stone. His sect was very small, but they were a branch of the Cloud Sky sect, so they did have some wealth. Although the elders were usually stingy, they rewarded disciples who found good talents very generously. The old man laughed and said to the elders of the village, "This kid, I'll take it." Zhou's eyes were filled with panic as she held tightly to her mother's dress. Her face was pale. Chapter 357, Uncle. The woman revealed a sad expression as she hugged Zhou and looked at her husband for help. Zhou's father pondered a bit and said, "Dao Chong, this kid is a mute." "Mute? No problem." The old man flicked his finger, and the woman was forced back a few steps. He grabbed Zhou and smiled. "Okay, you come with me." Zhou's face was filled with fear. Her body trembled and tears started streaming down her cheeks. She was only a 3-year-old kid, so she was terrified right now. Zhou's father clenched his fists and was about to speak when the old man frowned. He looked over and coldly said, "To have your kid picked is your luck. Don't be noisy." At this moment, the elder of the village quickly went to calm Zhou's parents. The old man snorted and said, "I'm not here to steal your kid, but to give her a good future. You will still have chances to meet in the future." With that, he held Zhou and walked toward the village exit. Zhou panicked and began to cry. Her voice was filled with fear. "Father! Mother!" A tender voice suddenly came out of her mouth. The old man laughed. "So she isn't mute. That is even better." Ru. Tears flowed down the woman's cheeks. She was about to go chase after her daughter when her husband stopped her and said, "It is her luck to be chosen." After the old man left the village, the more he looked at Zhou, the happier he became. A high-quality spirit stone. Haha. With it, I can attempt to break through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Little girl, I won't mistreat you. Once you grow older, I'll take you as my disciple. He was just about to take out the flying sword to return to the sect, when when Zhou Ru bit his hand. However, how much strength could a 3-year-old have? This still made the old man frown. He snorted and said, "You really don't know what's good for you." With that, he raised his hand to slap Zhou Ru. He wanted to teach her a lesson so she wouldn't be crying the entire way as if he was stealing someone's kid. "You dare." The old man had just raised his hand when he felt his body turn cold and sweat covered his back. A white-robed youth mysteriously appeared in front of him. The old man quickly put down Zhou Ru and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the old man was blown away by a powerful wind. Wang Lin stared at Zhou Ru. 1 year ago, he told Tai Yin to return to the Cloud Sky sect, and that he would be personally watching over her. He originally wanted to act earlier, but decided to wait for the old man to take Zhou Ru away before appearing. Looking at Wang Lin, the fear in Zhou Ru's eyes disappeared and was replaced by confusion. Zhou Ru said, with her crisp voice, Uncle. Uncle." Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "Come with Uncle, okay?" The confusion became even stronger in Zhou Ru's eyes. She didn't know why, but she sensed a great deal of attachment toward the uncle before her, so she nodded. Wang Lin revealed a complex expression and picked up Zhou Ru. He covered her in spiritual energy as if he was afraid she would catch a cold from the cold air while flying. He jumped into the sky and slowly disappeared over the horizon with Zhou Ru in his arms. Wang Lin appeared under the pagoda with Zhou Ru and built a stone house, just like before. Wang Lin put down Zhou Ru and softly said, "We are home." Zhou Ru quietly nodded. Her large eyes looked all around, but she didn't touch anything. Instead, she stood next to Wang Lin. No matter where Wang Lin went, she would closely follow him. Even when Wang Lin was cultivating, she sat down next to him with a hint of confusion in her eyes. At night, after Zhou Ru had fallen asleep, Wang Lin stood beside the bed looking at Zhou Ru's small face and whispered, "Wan Er, right now your nascent soul is unstable, so your memories can't return. Once you turn 19, they will naturally return." He stared at Zhou Ru and memories of Ling Muwan flashed through his mind. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin tucked Zhou Ru in and left the room. Zhou Ru wasn't like him, who only needed to cultivate to nourish himself. For a 3-year-old, food was the best thing to nourish their body. Wang Lin built a kitchen and went out to buy a lot of food. Someone who hadn't cooked in 500 years was now cooking for Zhou Ru. When Zhou Ru woke up in the morning, the first thing she saw was Wang Lin silently cultivating. She rested her chin on her arm and watched Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes, rubbed Zhou Ru's head, and smiled. "Are you hungry?" Zhou Ru nodded. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a bowl of porridge appeared. After he finished feeding Zhou Ru, she asked him, "Uncle, why can this bowl fly?" Wang Lin faintly smiled. He didn't speak, but closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin became immersed in his life as he slowly watched Zhou Ru grow up. The feeling of when he turned into a mortal appeared in his heart once more. This was a very calm and peaceful feeling. One night, while Wang Lin was cultivating, a scream suddenly came from within the stone house. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged into the room. He saw that little Ru Er had kicked her covers away, and her hands were clenched together with a struggling expression on her face. "Uncle, save me, Uncle, Father, Mother." Wang Lin's right hand touched Zhou Ru's forehead, and he sent in some spiritual energy. Soon, Zhou Ru calmed down and opened her eyes. Her eyes were like the stars. After seeing Wang Lin, she began to cry and slowly told Wang Lin what happened. He let out a smile. It all turned out to be a dream. She dreamed that she was in a dark place and her father, mother, and even uncle left her, so she was all alone in the darkness. "Hold this. If something like that ever happens again, just ring this bell." With that, Wang Lin took out a bell and put it in her hand. This bell was the one Xiao Siping had given him. After studying it, Wang Lin realized that this bell seemed to have come from the same place as the bell the ancient cultivators gave him. After researching it, he was able to learn some ways of using the 3 bells. Wang Lin was very happy with their power. What was even more valuable was that these 3 bells had some mysterious connection to each other. As long as one holds one of the bells, no matter where the other ones are, the people holding them will feel something. Other than that, Wang Lin found another sword sheath inside Xiao Siping's bag. The moment Wang Lin saw the sword sheath, he immediately took out the 3 he already had. Comparing them, the 4 sword sheaths looked exactly the same, only the patterns on them were different. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed by. Zhou Ru was now 5 years old. Within these 2 years, Wang Lin didn't know when to laugh or cry. Zhou Ru had become less quiet and more playful. Whenever he was not around, she would take out the bell and play with it, causing Wang Lin to immediately appear. Wang Lin was helpless against this, and he didn't tell her to stop. However, Zhou was very smart. After a few times, she no longer rang it, and kept it close to her like a treasure. In these 2 years, he took her to see her parents once. But it was after they had fallen asleep. On this day, Wang Lin was cultivating. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou secretly walking out of the pagoda with a bowl of porridge in her hand. She stuck out her tongue at Wang Lin and ran up to him. Uncle, I saw the fairy elder sister again, but she still won't eat. When Zhou was 4 years old, she secretly went up the pagoda and saw the female corpse. After that, Zhou began to think about the female corpse and would occasionally go up there to check on her. One time, she even brought the porridge Wang Lin had made for her up there to try to feed the female corpse. Wang Lin really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't stop her. After all, she was still young, so he just let her do as she wished. However, he seriously explained the matter about trying to feed the female corpse, but Zhou still didn't understand why the white-dress elder sister only slept and didn't eat. Wang Lin helplessly said, "Your fairy elder sister doesn't eat, so don't bring porridge up there anymore." Wang Lin felt like this was a bit messy. Zhou called the female corpse elder sister, but called him uncle. If one day Zhou comes back and hears this, what kind of expression will he make? Won't she be hungry? If I don't eat for a day, I will be very hungry. Little Zhou looked at Wang Lin with her big eyes and said, "I'll leave the porridge next to her, and she can eat it when she wakes up. Uncle doesn't have to worry about me." Wang Lin bitterly smiled and was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He looked into the distance and said, "Little Ru'er, go inside the pagoda." "Okay, are the bad guys here again? They are so annoying." Zhou nodded and returned to the pagoda with the bowl of porridge. 1 year ago, many cultivators from other countries came here to challenge Ceng Niu. At the start, Wang Lin completely ignored them. With the domain of the pagoda, they couldn't even get close. However, they didn't stop but got more aggressive. They would spy on them from the mountains on the side and wave around their magic treasures. One night, Zhou was sleeping and was awoken by a magic treasure. She was so scared that she ran out crying. At that moment, Wang Lin went outside. When he returned, there were 7 bloody heads on the surrounding mountains. After that, no one dared to make any noise at night. However, the challengers never stopped coming. There were even famous soul formation cultivators among them. After he started killing, he didn't go easy on them. Every time a challenger came, he would kill them. People gradually stopped challenging him, but someone would occasionally show up. A cold voice came from the mountains. It said, "Ceng Niu, Shui's Liao Feng is here to ask for the feather fan back." Chapter 358, Situ Nan. Country of Shuiyu. Wang Lin calmly walked out of the valley and saw a young man wearing blue waiting outside. Although he wasn't handsome, his blue robe made him look very cold. This person's eyes were very bright, and his skin looked ice cold. Just him standing there seemed to cause a cold wind to blow by to take away all the warmth. After seeing Wang Lin come out, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. He clasped his hands and said, "Ceng Niu, hand over the feather fan." Wang Lin glanced at the young man. This person's cultivation level was mid-stage soul formation. Wang Lin took out the 2 feathers and tossed them to the side. The bottom parts of the feathers stuck into a mountain on the side. The top parts that were sticking out gently swayed with the wind. The young man immediately charged toward the mountain. Wang Lin touched the bag of holding with his right hand and took out 2 bells. The 2 bells let out a crisp ring, and a sound wave began to spread. Liao Fan snorted. His right hand formed a seal, and with a flash of white light, many blades made of ice suddenly appeared. Under his control, the ice blades flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin laughed. Instead of backing up, he charged forward and threw out the 2 bells. The bells immediately grew large and began to ring. Cracks immediately appeared on the ice blades, and they soon all shattered. As the bells rang, cracks even appeared on the mountains. Liao Fan's expression remained calm. He had already heard of how strong this Ceng Niu was. His mission here wasn't to retrieve some treasure, but to scout. Once he landed, his hands formed a seal, his eyes became cold, and he sent the seal forward. White light suddenly emitted from his body and formed an illusion before him. This illusion wasn't the normal Shuiyu cultivation image, but an old man sitting in the lotus position. After the old man's image was created, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he sent out a ray of spiritual energy toward the bells. The bells began to spin and collide with each other. This was one of this treasure's uses that Wang Lin had discovered after studying it for so long. As the bells spun and collided, their ringing got louder. Liao Fan was pushed back a few feet before staring at the bell and shouting, "Kill." The old man's image raised his hand and pointed at Wang Lin. His entire image suddenly turned into gas and charged toward Wang Lin. It was as fast as lightning. Wang Lin's body disappeared with a teleport and reappeared in the sky. The gas created by the image seemed to have a life of its own and followed him. Ceng Niu, if you are only this strong, then just die. Liao Fan stared at Wang Lin and sneered as he took out a bronze clock. There were 12 symbols on this clock. They represented the 12 months on Suzaku. There were countless smaller lines under them representing each day of the month. He hit the clock with his left hand, and it began to spin. The symbol representing August began to shine, and then one of the smaller lines began to shine as well. Today is August 9th. Ceng Niu, this is the day you die. As Liao Fan finished speaking, he threw the bronze clock into the air. 2 strange claws popped out from the block. Each claw had a source of golden light within them. Wang Lin's expression still remained calm. His hand formed a seal and pointed at the 2 bells. The 2 spinning bells suddenly collided and broke into pieces. Tons of debris began to spin around Wang Lin. He gently said, "Armor." The debris immediately surrounded Wang Lin to form a green, glowing armor. On the armor was the symbol of the 2 bells. Wang Lin didn't dodge the gas formed by the image of the old man. He let it hit his armor. Waves of ripples appeared on his armor, and the gas was weakened. More ripples occurred, and the gas disappeared. This sonic wave spirit armor is indeed useful. Wang Lin smiled and looked toward Liao Fan. The claws were now reaching toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin snorted, touched his bag of holding, and took out the celestial sword. With one swing, the claws were destroyed, and a crack appeared on the bronze clock. Liao Fan was also hit in the chest by this attack, causing him to cough out blood. He was forced back many steps, and his face was pale. However, his eyes revealed a hint of joy as he laughed. Ceng Niu, prepare to die. Wang Lin frowned. Just at this moment, a roar came from within the bronze clock. More cracks appeared on the clock, and then suddenly a withered arm appeared. After the arm shook once, the bronze clock turned to dust. There was a cloud of black gas moving like fire coming from the arm that was floating in the air. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and created a strange wind that blew the black gas back, revealing what was inside. There was a withered arm floating there, and the black gas came from the arm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he swung the celestial sword. The black gas immediately moved to block for the arm. However, the sword energy cut through the black gas and hit the arm. A wound appeared on the arm, and another roar came from within the arm. A large amount of black gas came out from the wound and took the shape of a person. This was a figure created by black gas. It had no facial features, but it had 2 ghostly orbs for eyes. Wang Lin's expression became serious. This Liao Fan was one of the few mid-stage soul formation cultivators with very powerful treasures. These people were very difficult to deal with. The figure created by the black gas opened its mouth and let out a roar. The figure moved very fast, and before it even got close, Wang Lin could already feel the cold aura it was emitting. A sense of danger appeared in Wang Lin's heart. The grass in the valley suddenly turned to ice only to quickly be shattered by the wind. Even the surrounding cliffs were covered by a layer of blue ice when they were hit by this wave of cold energy. This kind of cold was several times more powerful than ice or snow. This aura spread out like crazy and surrounded Wang Lin. The cold energy entered his body and almost froze his blood. After noticing this aura, Wang Lin's heart trembled and his eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this aura. It was exactly the same aura that came from cultivating the underworld ascension method. However, the cold energy emitted by this figure was countless times more powerful than the one he had cultivated. Only when Situ Nan had used his body did the cold energy match this figure's. He immediately backed up, then his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Then the blue flame created from cultivating the underworld ascension method that he hadn't used in a very long time suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. This was a ball of dark blue flame. Instead of releasing heat, it released cold energy. The moment the blue flame appeared, the cold energy that had just invaded Wang Lin disappeared. Even the surrounding cold energy was absorbed by the blue flame. The black figure suddenly stopped. His ghostly eyes were sparkling. He stared at the ice flame and said, with a husky voice, "Underworld ice flame. Even the underworld Tao that I left behind for my disciple can't cultivate an ice flame this pure. Where did you get the underworld ascension method?" Wang Lin's body quickly backed up. With a few steps, he was able to back up into the range of the pagoda and stopped. "Who are you?" After Wang Lin heard the voice, even with his 500 years of being a cultivator, he was shocked. This was the kind of shock that he had never heard of before. Wang Lin felt his scalp go numb. He was too familiar with this voice. "No matter where you got it, you must die? I'm Situ Nan." The figure quickly charged into the range of the pagoda and aimed for Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted, "Back off!" Zhou Yi's domain suddenly came out from the pagoda, and the figure was hit by a powerful force, stopping him just 3 feet before Wang Lin. The figure let out a reluctant roar, and its body was tossed out. The moment he was pushed out, the black gas disappeared, leaving only the arm. It grabbed the shocked Liao Fan and disappeared. Wang Lin stared at the retreating figure and muttered, "Situ Nan, impossible. How could it be like this?" He was confused as he retrieved the feathers and returned to the valley. Sitting under the pagoda, he stared at the sky, and memories of his time with Situ Nan appeared in his mind. Situ Nan. He called himself Situ Nan. Zhou Ru peeked out from the pagoda. After looking at Wang Lin, she walked out and sat before him. This was the first time she had seen this uncle like this. He seemed confused, but also seemed to be recalling some old memories. After sitting for a while, Zhou Ru sneakily went into the kitchen and came out with a big bowl of porridge. If uncle doesn't want me to feed fairy elder sister, then I'll go secretly feed her." She went around Wang Lin's back into the pagoda and let out a cheer. Chapter 359, No Title. Situ. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he pointed at his brow. A rainbow-colored light covered his body, and he disappeared. Inside the space of the heaven-defying bead, the orbs of light were still there. Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he moved forward. Shortly after, he arrived at where Situ Nan's soul was. Beside Situ Nan's giant soul were the souls of his parents. They emitted a gentle light, which calmed Wang Lin down a bit. He kowtowed toward his parents, and then, after staring at them for a long time, he turned towards Situ Nan's soul. Situ Nan sat there with his eyes closed. Although his body wasn't as dim as it was before, it wasn't much better. It could only be said that he recovered a little. Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan and muttered, "Situ Nan's soul is right here. Why did that person call himself Situ Nan? Could they have the same name? But then why did that person also know the underworld ascension method?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit before his expression suddenly turned serious. Situ once said that he fought with several cultivators from outside of Suzaku for the heaven-defying bead, and that his body was shattered. He had to give it up and hide his soul inside the heaven-defying bead to dodge that calamity. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter as he recalled the figure that was calling itself Situ Nan. It was formed by the black gas, and the black gas came from that arm. Could it be that Situ's body was taken and refined by someone, thus creating a fragment of a soul? Wang Lin boldly guessed in his heart, but couldn't confirm it. After pondering for a long time, he let out a sigh and bitterly smiled. "Senior Situ, if that arm is really yours, then I really believe what you said before about you being the #1 expert on Suzaku." Wang Lin shook his head. In the end, he still wasn't sure about Situ Nan's claim. This became more so the longer he cultivated. After all, the #1 person on Suzaku was the one with the title of Suzaku. Unless Situ Nan was the Suzaku back then, he couldn't be the #1 expert. Also, Situ Nan had been inside the heaven-defying bead for so many years that even if he came back now, he would probably be inadequate. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin sighed again before leaving the heaven-defying bead. Country of Shuiyu. Inside the Holy Ice Temple sat an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Before him was a dark red tea set. Beside him stood 2 people, one male and one female. They both had heads full of white hair. The middle-aged man picked up a bamboo container and poured some tea leaves into a teapot. Then he put a cube of ice into the teapot. With a point of his finger, the ice melted and the water boiled. A wave of bitterness came out from the tea and filled the entire hall. The middle-aged man poured out all the water and put in another cube of ice. He then made it melt and boil again. This time, an exotic fragrance came out from the tea. It immediately washed away the bitterness that had filled the hall. The hall was enveloped in this aroma. The aroma was strong even outside the hall. I will never get tired of the smell of the Tianhou feather, even if I were to smell it every day. Unfortunately, this tea is too rare. I can only get a bit of it every now and then from Suzaku. You two have very good luck. Come here and try it out. The middle-aged man picked up the teapot and poured 3 cups. There was none left inside the pot after 3 cups. The 2 people quickly went up, picked up the cups, and drank. However, the old woman clearly had her mind on something else. Not bothering about how hot it was, she drank it all in one go and said, "Sect Master, we have finished drinking tea, so please kill that Ceng Niu." The middle-aged man's heart ached as he watched the old woman waste the tea and said, "That Ceng Niu is a nobody. If it wasn't for the fact that Suzaku sent out a message telling people to not mess with him, someone would have already killed him." The old woman raised her head and said, "But he dared to take one of Red Butterfly's arms. Remember, Red Butterfly is the hope of Shuiyu. Sect Master, you were only able to reach the soul transformation stage because of her. As for the old man, he lowered his head and silently drank the tea. The middle-aged man's eyes became cold, and he slowly said to the old woman, "I didn't forget, and I don't need you to remind me." The old woman pondered for a long time and said, "I'm still going to ask Sect Master to act." The middle-aged man picked up the cup, took a sip, and said, "This Ceng Niu has a thunder toad, a pair of bells, a small flag that can create countless restrictions, and in addition to all that, Liao Fan was also able to confirm that Ceng Niu knows the underworld ascension cultivation method. These things aren't even that important. What's most important is that Ceng Niu has a small flag that contains an aura that can destroy everything." The old woman was shocked and said, "It seems Sect Master has been investigating this person." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "How could I not pay attention to someone who caught the eyes of Mount Suzaku and was ordered to fight Red Butterfly? The title of Suzaku must belong to Red Butterfly. How could I let someone else have it? I let Liao Fan go with my treasures and was able to learn a few things." The old woman respectfully lowered her head and no longer said anything. The middle-aged man took another sip and slowly said, "Right now is not the time to kill him. We will have to wait until after his battle with Red Butterfly. At that time, no matter if he wins or loses, I'll personally act to kill him. This person is also very good at escaping. I got news from my friends at the Giant Demon Clan that their star compass might be in his hands as well. With that compass, once he opens a spatial rift and enters the void, no one but late-stage soul transformation cultivators will be able to catch him." The old woman frowned. She raised her head and asked, "Sect Master means?" The middle-aged man blandly said, "If we want to kill him, we must succeed in one try. If I were to act, he would definitely run. So once the fight starts, I'll place down a formation to stop him from ripping open space, and also ask the Giant Demon Clan to help. With 2 soul transformation cultivators, no matter how powerful he is only a soul formation cultivator. If I am going to act, then I'll make sure I succeed." The respect on the old woman's face became even stronger. At this moment, the old man put down the cup and asked, "Aren't we overdoing it a bit for a mere mid-stage soul formation cultivator?" The middle-aged man faintly smiled and asked, "Do you know what his domain is?" "Oh." The old man raised his head. "According to Red Butterfly, this person's domain is life and death, the reincarnation cycle. Someone who can comprehend this kind of domain can't be underestimated, even if he is only at the soul formation stage." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of regret. The old woman began to ponder and let out a sigh. The reason she wanted to kill Ceng Niu was because back when Red Butterfly was young, she checked Red Butterfly's future. In her future, Red Butterfly would have to face a calamity. She was worried that this calamity was Ceng Niu. Time rolled by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Zhou was now 10 years old. The little girl had grown a lot, but her personality was much more wild now. She had already lost interest in feeding the elder sister on the pagoda long ago. Although she would occasionally think about it, she no longer tried to feed her. Her tracks covered almost all of the nearby mountain ranges. Although she was small, she was very bold. All of the tigers and wild beasts were often harassed by her. Of course, with her ability, it was impossible to scare tigers and wild beasts. Tianhou came over 4 years ago. He was on the edge of reaching the soul formation stage. However, he still couldn't cross that line in the Cloud Sky sect, so he decided to give up everything again to follow Wang Lin. With him accompanying her, little Zhou became very arrogant and had fun times playing around every day. Wang Lin spent the last 5 years solidifying his foundation and attempting to break through to the mid-stage of soul formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance. Wang Lin knew that he had reached a bottleneck. If he couldn't break through, then his cultivation would forever be stuck here. The amount challengers had decreased a lot within these 5 years, but the fame of Ceng Niu had only increased. He became a popular topic of conversation among a lot of cultivators. Today was the day of the 10-year appointment with Suzaku to fight with Red Butterfly. Half a year ago, a messenger from Suzaku came and set down a transfer array outside the valley. This transfer array could only be used once, but it could send him across the plant to the country of Suzaku. Feng Yushan respectfully stood outside the valley. He arrived 10 days ago to give Wang Lin the challenge letter according to the agreement 10 years ago. During these 10 days, Wang Lin was still pondering if he should go to this fight or not. Suzaku still hadn't held him accountable for what happened back then. Wang Lin felt like there had to be a catch here. He guessed that it was very possible that Suzaku wanted to accept him as a core disciple. Just like Red Butterfly back then. This was the reason for this battle. Not only would the old monsters of Suzaku see this, but all of Suzaku would know of it. After all, Red Butterfly was too famous. The 4-sect alliance was destroyed, and Shui was forcibly raised to rank 5 for her. This kind of thing had never happened before in Suzuka's history. As a result, most cultivators knew Red Butterfly's name. Ceng Niu suddenly appeared by stepping on Red Butterfly, making him even more famous. Now the battle between the two of them had become the center of attention for everyone on the planet. Whoever wins between the two will receive great fortune. This was known to almost everyone. How could Wang Lin not understand? He knew that those old masters in Suzaku wanted to see who would be the winner between the two of them. If he were at the soul transformation stage or the late stage of soul formation when he took Red Butterfly's arm, he would definitely have killed. But he just happened to be at the early stage of soul formation and caught the eye of some big shot. Thus he was given these years as a cushion. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. Chapter 360, The 10-Year Appointment. Zhou Ru was riding on top of a black tiger with a willow branch in her hand. While she was hitting the tiger's head with the branch, she was also secretly looking at Wang Lin. The tiger didn't dare to become angry as it walked around the mountain with his head lowered. "Little White, look up." Zhou Ru stared at the tiger. The tiger growled softly and obediently raised his head. "Bow." The tiger lowered its head. "Look up." She did this more than 10 times, but the tiger was completely used to it. He only hoped that the little ancestor on his back was happy and would one day release him like the black bear that was released a while ago. He didn't dare to resist, not to mention the young man. Even the old man was someone he couldn't mess with. He wasn't an ordinary tiger, but a demonic tiger who had cultivated for many years. The young man gave off no aura and felt like a mortal. However, he was even more scared of this young man because he saw cultivators far more powerful than the old man being respectful to this young man a few days ago. As a result, with his intelligence, he knew that he couldn't afford to anger this person. This was why he would do everything the little ancestor on his back asked. In truth, he felt very lucky. He had seen how miserably the bear had been bullied by the little ancestor. He had never seen a black bear that could walk on its hands or use chopsticks to eat, or a black bear that could use its claws to give massages. Every time he thought of this, he would shiver and be even more afraid of the little ancestor on his back. He was a noble, demonic tiger, so there was no way he would do those things, but simply raising and lowering his head were things he could still accept. Wang Lin sat under the pagoda looking at the bullied tiger and faintly smiled. This tiger had cultivated for 300 years, but only had the cultivation level of a foundation establishment cultivator. Once he was seen by Zhou Ru, she ordered Tianhou to capture him. She named him Little White. "Fellow cultivator Ceng Niu, the 10-year agreement is up. I'm here under orders from Mount Suzaku to give you the challenge letter." Feng Yushan's voice came in from outside the valley. Wang Lin's gaze shifted from Zhou Ru to outside the valley. After a while, he stood up. Tianhou awakened from his cultivation. He stood up and respectfully arrived before Wang Lin. Wang Lin said to Tianhou, "I need to go to Suzaku. I don't know for how long, but at most 8 years. During this time, take care of little Zhou Ru for me." Zhou Ru wasn't looking at Wang Lin, but her ears moved. She immediately grabbed the fur on Little White's head and said, "Bad uncle, bad uncle." Every time she said it, she would grab Little White's fur. Although a 10-year-old didn't have much strength, Little White still felt some pain when she grabbed his fur. After all, that fur was closest to his skin. He couldn't get angry though, so he could only let out some soft growls. Tianhou nodded. He hesitated for a bit and said, "Benefactor, Suzaku is the #1 country on the planet and is filled with countless experts. You have to be careful." When he started following Wang Lin after giving up everything again, he went from calling Wang Lin master to calling him benefactor. Wang Lin had helped him get on the path to the soul formation stage. To him, this was almost as valuable as his life. Wang Lin nodded and said, "I'll leave the pagoda here and open up the domain. No one but you and Zhou Run will be able to get within 50 kilometers of it. You have to take good care of little Ru'er during this time." Tianhou quickly nodded. "Benefactor can relax. I'll make sure Lady Ru'er is safe." Wang Lin pondered a bit and then slapped his bag of holding. A ray of white light came out and turned into the Thunder Toad. After Zhou Ru saw the Thunder Toad, her eyes immediately lit up. The tiger went soft and almost collapsed. He could feel a very powerful demonic aura coming from the toad. This aura immediately made his skin crawl and made him respect the people inside this valley even more. Even if he had to walk on his front legs, eat with chopsticks, or give the little ancestor a massage, he wouldn't dare to complain. Wang Lin squatted and softly said, "Little Ru'er, come here." Zhou Ru pouted and ignored Wang Lin, but after thinking for a bit, she hit the tiger's head and stuck her tongue out at Wang Lin. "Bad uncle, going out to play by yourself and not taking little Ru'er." Wang Lin smiled. Zhou Ru became most mischievous as she grew up, the complete opposite of Ling Muwan. If it wasn't for the fact that he could clearly feel Muwan inside her body, he would wonder if he had the wrong person. In these recent years, all of the powerful beasts in the nearby mountains had been bullied by her. However, she only bullied them but never hurt them. In fact, she would often beg Wang Lin to help some of the injured animals. Whenever Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru, his heart ached. To make her stay by his side, he took away her childhood of playing with other children at a young age. All she had were these wild beasts to play with. Was he too selfish? However, these thoughts only appeared for a moment before he discarded them. He wasn't a selfless person, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving Zhou Ru with others. Only by having her next to him could he feel like nothing would go wrong. Wang Lin smiled. Ru'er, be good. Uncle is only going out for a few days. When I come back, I'll catch an even bigger tiger for you. Zhou Ru was still a kid, so she immediately stopped being angry at Wang Lin after hearing this. She then curiously asked, how big? Bigger than Little White. Wang Lin nodded. Bigger than Little White. Zhou Ru cocked her head and thought for a moment. Then she nodded and said, okay, but you have to come back quickly. Wang Lin rubbed Zhou Ru's head and sincerely said, I'll return quickly. Little Ru'er, you have to be good when I'm not here. You can't be more than 50 kilometers from the pagoda. You understand? Zhou Ru nodded and said, don't forget about my big tiger. Wang Lin faintly smiled, stood up, looked at Tian, and began to ponder. It was not that he didn't trust Tian. Wang Lin understood Tian very well after all the time Tian had followed him. However, Zhou Ru was simply too important to him, so that simple trust just wasn't enough. This was why he left the Thunder Toad. With the toad here, it would stop Tian if anything abnormal happened. In truth, Wang Lin was being a bit too careful. In these years, Tian had given up everything. All he had left was the hope of reaching the soul formation stage. Since Wang Lin gave that to him, Wang Lin was his savior. In addition, he watched Zhou Ru grow up from a baby and had already become attached to her. Even if Wang Lin hadn't asked, he would ensure Zhou Ru's safety. Also, Muwan had made many pills that helped him a lot. Wang Lin told the Thunder Toad to protect Zhou Ru. The Thunder Toad expanded its belly as a response and began to bask in the sun. Wang Lin completely trusted the Thunder Toad. Sometimes life was just like this. Beasts are more trustworthy than people. On top of all of this, Wang Lin had one last line of defense, which was his original body. With his original body here, all dangers would be resolved. This was the real reason he felt safe leaving Zhou Ru. However, unless he had to, he didn't want to reveal his original body. This was his true ace. It was more well hidden than anything else he owned. After taking care of all these issues, Wang Lin walked out of the valley. He didn't know if what he was going to face next would be his rise or his fall. However, with 500 years of experience, his heart was very determined. He wouldn't be easily swayed. He will continue to walk down the path of cultivation forever. Zhou Ru raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. She grabbed Little White's fur. Little White was very smart and immediately began to run to catch up to Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around. Zhou Ru jumped off Little White and said, Uncle, squat down. Wang Lin smiled while squatting and said, are you reminding Uncle to not forget the big tiger? Zhou Ru shook her head and kissed Wang Lin's forehead. Uncle, you have to hurry back. Ru'er will miss you. Wang Lin stared at Zhou Ru. After a while, he nodded and said, Uncle will return very soon. With that, he took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the valley. Zhou Ru looked at Wang Lin's figure and said, Uncle left and won't play with me anymore. Little White, you will have to play with me every day. Understand? Little White's body quivered, and he secretly complained. He let out a soft growl as a response. Zhou Ru's eyes became watery, and tears flowed down her cheeks. In these past 7 years, she had never been apart from Wang Lin, so they had already developed deep bonds with each other. There was a warm feeling developing in her heart. This was the feeling of attachment and not wanting to lose him. There were a lot of coincidences in this world. Where Zhou Ru stood was exactly where that drop of tear from Muwan fell. That tear from back then might have created a field of sadness and sorrow, but right now that teardrop had brought about a field of love and attachment. Zhou Ru wiped away her tears and said to the tiger, Little White, handstand. The tiger immediately let out a sad growl. 1 month before Wang Lin and Red Butterfly's battle, a big event happened in the giant demon clan. One of the ancestors absorbed enough of the celestial jade brought back by Tianhou and reached the soul transformation stage, becoming the first soul transformation giant demon clan member. Chapter 361, Country of Suzaku. This was a big mark in the history of the giant demon clan. From this moment on, they were no longer a rank 4 cultivation country, but rank 5. Suzaku attached great importance to this. So one of the ascendants of Suzaku personally met the soul transformation ancestor of the giant demon clan. In truth, there had been rumors that the giant demon clan had a soul transformation cultivator, but no one could confirm it. However, the chances were high because the young master of the giant demon clan, Tianhou, had come back with a lot of celestial jade. When the ancestor used his soul transformation cultivation to apply for the right to become a rank 5 cultivation country, the rumor was confirmed. The giant demon clan wasn't native to Suzaku. They had moved here. Tianhou was able to battle a late-stage soul formation at the mid-stage of soul formation, so it was clear how powerful they were. The innate-born superpower of the giant demon clan undergoes a change when they reach the soul transformation stage. The fact that an ascendant from Suzaku personally came to increase their country's rank showed how powerful it was. It has to be said that Suzaku normally only sends out a late-stage soul transformation cultivator to manage this process. The promotion of the giant demon clan was like a drop of ink in water. There wouldn't be much change at first, but then it will begin to spread everywhere. None of this had anything to do with Wang Lin, though. He walked out of the valley and went into the formation with Feng Yushan and company. Right before he disappeared, he turned around to look at the valley. The country of Suzaku was on the largest continent on planet Suzaku. It was named the Suzaku continent. There were only 4 cultivation countries on this continent. The other 3 were all rank 5 cultivation countries, and they were the 3 most powerful rank 5 cultivation countries. The 3 countries were Green Dragon, Thousand Fantasy, and Pilu. In the middle of the continent, and taking up 2/3 of the continent, was where the country of Suzaku was located. Even mortals of Suzaku were higher ranked than regular mortals because they were people of Suzaku. There were a total of 3 sects in the country of Suzaku. They were the Heavenly Jade sect, the Earth Soul sect, and the Immortal's Path sect. Each of the sects had one ascendant cultivator. Combined with the late-stage ascendant cultivator at Mount Suzaku, who held the title of Suzaku, they were the main force of planet Suzaku. There were countless cultivation families under the 3 sections. They relied on the 3 sects for support and became a network that sent large amounts of disciples to the 3 sects. A beam suddenly fell from the sky onto an altar in Suzaku, causing waves of spiritual energy to spread out. Red Butterfly was sitting on a lotus leaf in the back mountain of the Heavenly Jade sect. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward the beam that had fallen from the sky. Red Butterfly's eyes became cold, and she whispered, "He came." Wang Lin slowly appeared on the altar, and Feng Yushan appeared after that. Feng Yushan let out a sigh of relief. Since Ceng Niu had come, he could go report it to Mount Suzaku. There was one more person on the altar beside Wang Lin and Feng Yushan. This person was wearing a purple dress with a picture of a purple butterfly on a lily. She was wearing a blue veil that was clear and transparent like magic. Her eyes gave people a feeling of elegance. Her nose was straight, and she had small, red lips. She quietly stood there with her gaze on Wang Lin. After Feng Yushan saw the woman, he quickly and respectfully said, "Greetings, 3rd elder apprentice sister." The woman gently nodded her pretty little head and asked, "Is this fellow cultivator, Ceng Niu?" Wang Lin looked at the woman. He wasn't affected by how beautiful she was. He clasped his hands and said, "I am Ceng Niu. Fellow cultivator Ceng, this little girl is a disciple of the Immortal's Path sect. My surname is White, and my name is Snow." The woman smiled. Her skin was as white as snow, and 2 strands of her 3 feet long black hair were draped over her chest. The remainder of her hair was coiled into a bun on the top of her head. "Teacher ordered me to wait for you here, and then bring you to him." Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He looked at the woman and asked, "Immortal's Path sect?" White Snow nodded and said, "Mount Suzaku has set the date for the battle between fellow cultivator Ceng and Red Butterfly. It will take place half a month from now. At that time, many messengers of the other cultivation countries will come to watch. Until then, my Immortal's Path sect is in charge of housing fellow cultivator." Wang Lin pondered a bit and then nodded. White Snow faintly smiled and jumped off the altar. A ray of white light flew over and held White Snow in the air. It was a pure white crane. After Wang Lin landed on the white crane, it let out a cry, flapped its wings, and flew into the distance. Sun Yushan looked enviously at the white crane before jumping off the altar and flying toward Mount Suzaku. White Snow would occasionally look at Wang Lin. Throughout these past several years, Ceng Niu's name had been very big. After seeing Wang Lin, she couldn't help but be disappointed. She was sure that this Ceng Niu would have peerless talent, but looking at him now, he looked extremely normal. After a long pause between the two, White Snow softly asked, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, how certain are you in the fight against Red Butterfly?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from looking at the country of Suzaku and shook his head. Not certain at all. White Snow was stunned, but she smiled. Fellow cultivator Ceng doesn't have to be modest. Wang Lin didn't bother with the woman and carefully looked what was below him. He carefully remembered the layout of the area. His map, Jade, only had a very vague description of Suzaku. Although Wang Lin secretly thought that Suzaku was trying to recruit him as a core disciple, he was still on guard. Wang Lin pondered a bit and asked, "Fellow cultivator White Snow, what sects are in Suzaku?" White Snow's voice was very alluring. After her explanation, Wang Lin had a rough understanding of Suzaku. Junior apprentice Sister Red Butterfly is a disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect. With that, White Snow let out a sigh and looked toward Ceng Niu. From what she heard from her teacher, it sounded like after the battle, Mount Suzaku wanted this person to join her sect. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, and he didn't speak. The speed of the white crane wasn't fast, but the ride was very smooth. As it passed by various mountains, Wang Lin secretly remembered them all. Suzaku was filled with spiritual energy. It was an aspect which other countries couldn't compare with at all. Along the way, Wang Lin had already passed by 10 spirit veins. It was because of these spirit veins that there was so much spiritual energy inside of Suzaku. While flying, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became serious as he looked into the distance. In the distance was a mountain that went into the clouds. It looked like a celestial mountain. The white crane didn't fly toward the mountain and instead went around it. Although his expression was calm, his heart was shocked. White Snow whispered, "That is where the Heavenly Jade sect is located. Because of the formation, you can't see it." Just at this moment, a red figure descended from the mountain and stood on a white cloud. That person was looking over at their direction. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the red figure, but he remained silent. The red figure slowly disappeared as the white crane flew away. Red Butterfly stood outside the Heavenly Jade sect as she looked at Wang Lin slowly disappearing. Her eyes became even colder as wind blew by and caused her empty sleeve to flutter. He indeed came. Red Butterfly turned around and disappeared back into the Heavenly Jade sect. Wang Lin stood upon the white crane and coldly looked at White Snow. This woman had especially picked this route. She must have had her own agenda. Not long after, the white crane flew into a mountain that looked like a very long dragon. The crane flew through layers of clouds and into the depths of the mountain. Wang Lin stepped off the crane. After landing, White Snow whispered, "Fellow cultivator Ceng, this is not the Immortal's Path sect, but my teacher's personal immortal cave. Teacher is currently cultivating. Pick any of the rooms from the northern 3 rows. Teacher will meet you once he is ready." With that, she clasped her hands at Wang Lin and disappeared among the houses. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't carelessly spread out his divine sense inside Suzaku, or else he would attract a lot of trouble. He followed White Snow's words and walked toward the northern buildings. Along the way, he encountered many servants. All of them had numb expressions. None of them even looked at Wang Lin as they quickly passed by. Not long after, Wang Lin arrived at the northern end and saw the 3 rows of extravagant rooms and picked one. The rooms had everything already prepared for him. Wang Lin sat down in the room and began to ponder. Ever since he entered Suzaku, he had this feeling of danger. Although it was very faint, it still existed. Wang Lin knew that with just his cultivation, there were many people in Suzaku who could kill him. Any soul transformation cultivator could kill him. Suzaku's attitude toward him was very weird to him. It was strange that someone was sent to receive him. It seemed that White Snow's teacher would greet him soon. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. At dusk, the room was very dim because there was no light inside. As time passed, it became even darker. In the dark, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He looked around at the foreign room, inside this foreign sect, and in this foreign country. He couldn't find any sense of belonging. Wang Lin let out a sigh and was just about to light a candle when he suddenly looked up at the door and knocking began to echo in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 362, Battle with Red Butterfly. Wang Lin said, "Come in." Without any sound, the door opened and a boy wearing black entered the room. He was carrying a tray of fruits in his hands. After entering, he didn't even look at Wang Lin as he placed down the tray and then turned to leave. Wang Lin said, "Wait a moment." The boy stopped, turned around, and looked at Wang Lin. Although the room was dim, he could still clearly make out what the boy looked like. The boy was very young, only about 13 or 14 years old. Without waiting for Wang Lin to ask, the boy opened his mouth and pointed at it. Inside his mouth, he only had half of his tongue. Wang Lin was stunned and didn't speak. The boy gently smiled at Wang Lin before turning around and leaving, gently closing the door on his way out. For some reason, Wang Lin had a creepy feeling about this immortal cave. Looking at the fruits on the tray, he pondered for a bit and before going back to cultivating. His right hand was still on his bag of holding, so he would have time to resist in case any danger showed up. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, only the boy ever came to his room. On the morning of the second day, he went outside but found that all of the servants were missing half of their tongues, making them unable to speak. In addition to this, most of the area was covered by powerful restrictions which sealed them from going too far. Wang Lin wouldn't be able to break any of them in a short period of time. There was something strange about this place. Wang Lin pondered for a bit until he just gave up on thinking about this. He focused on cultivating to keep himself at the best condition for the fight against Red Butterfly. 10 days passed without any distractions. On this day, while he was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged man sitting before him. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea and looked at Wang Lin. This person was good-looking but not extremely handsome. He didn't have a beard, but there was stubble on his face. His eyes were bright, but seemed to be somewhat covered in mist. Although he didn't speak, he emitted a sense of majesty. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He wasn't surprised by the fact that this person was able to enter without him knowing. There were many people with cultivation levels higher than Wang Lin's here. He wasn't a boy who had just started cultivating, so he wouldn't easily be shocked. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and gently tapped the table with his finger. He didn't say a word. Wang Lin also pondered and didn't speak. The room was completely silent. This was a very scary kind of silence. A sense of pressure began to build with each tap of the middle-aged man's finger. If Wang Lin hadn't reached the soul formation stage, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this. Even if he were still at the early stage of soul formation like he was before he entered the celestial realm, he would have had trouble. However, Wang Lin was very calm right now. After a very long time, the middle-aged man stood up and, without even looking at Wang Lin, left the room. He hadn't said a single word the entire time. After he left, Wang Lin stood up and walked over to where the middle-aged man previously was. There was some tea spilled on the table in the shape of 2 words. Lose, die. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He wiped the table with his hand, and the words disappeared. He looked at the darkness outside the window, and his eyes lit up. The middle-aged man must have been at least at the soul transformation stage. He was probably White Snow's master. The 2 words left by this person were very clear. If he loses the battle against Red Butterfly, the only road that would be left for him was death. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. A few days later, the day of the big battle arrived. It was very lively around the giant altar in Suzaku. All of the cultivators that had arrived were eagerly awaiting this big battle. Suzaku had announced this battle between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly 10 years ago. This battle caught the eyes of a lot of cultivators. Although the 2 people battling were only at the soul formation stage, there was a huge difference in their social statuses. Red Butterfly was the genius of Shuiyu and was the #1 genius in Suzaku. She was able to reach the late stage of soul formation in only 100 years and was the #1 candidate to reach the ascendant stage. Ceng Niu was of unknown origin, but was able to obtain a rain cauldron. Then he took an arm from Red Butterfly and instantly became famous. If that was just the case, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. But this Ceng Niu was only at the early stage of soul formation when he entered the celestial realm. He was able to fight against a late-stage soul formation cultivator when he was at the early stage and even took an arm from her. As a result, he became a legend. Now it was the second battle between the 2, which attracted the attention of everyone. Red Butterfly was standing on the right side of the altar. She was wearing a blue, court dress with a dark purple flower embroidered on the edge of the dress. It was very simple and clean. Her hair flowed down like a waterfall with only a ribbon tying it together. However, the gentle breeze that would cause her empty sleeve to flutter put a blemish on the almost painting-like Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly's beauty was like her talent. It was filled with arrogance and ruthlessness. Around the perimeter of the altar were rings of white light with chairs placed on them. There were already many people sitting there, men and women, young and old. All of them were various messengers of different cultivation countries. Although there weren't 100 people, it was very close. Although there were almost 100 people, there wasn't any noise. These people sat on the outer ring. On the inner ring, there were only 4 chairs, and there were 4 people sitting on them. These 4 people were all white-haired old men. At this moment, a white crane came from the distance. On the back of the crane stood a young man wearing white. He was standing up straight, his hair was tied with a purple ribbon, and although he looked average, he gave off a manly aura. Beside him stood a woman in purple. Her looks weren't at all inferior to Red Butterfly's. The crane arrived at the altar and let out a cry. The white-robed young man jumped off and landed on the altar. He was Wang Lin. Red Butterfly lowered her head to look at her empty sleeve before raising her head. Her eyes became cold. There was also a deep sense of hatred hidden in her eyes. As the heaven's chosen daughter, until she met Wang Lin, she had never lost. Not only was Wang Lin the first person to ever defeat her, he even took one of her arms. If Wang Lin had beaten her in a straight-up fight, although she would hate him, her hatred would not be this strong. But back then, Wang Lin acted when she was at her weakest and tried to destroy her Dao heart. In all these years, her cultivation level hadn't moved. This was all because of Wang Lin. Only by killing him could her Dao heart recover. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he calmly looked at Red Butterfly. One of the old men sitting in the inner 4 chairs coldly looked at Wang Lin and Red Butterfly and said, "I'm the elder of Mount Suzu, Gong Suanpa, and I'll be the judge for this fight." His right hand formed a seal and then pointed forth. A door of light suddenly appeared on the altar before them. "Go inside. That is where your battlefield will be." The old man closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Without a word, Red Butterfly walked into the door of light and disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he carefully looked at the door of light and walked inside. After the both of them entered the door of light, it immediately expanded to cover the entire altar. Inside the door was a deserted mountain range. People could see what was going on through the door of light. After Wang Lin entered the door of light, he was able to detect that this door of light was a transfer array. Where he appeared was a deserted mountain range. The surroundings were completely quiet, and there was no light coming from the sky. An aura that would make you feel irritated filled the air. Giant and ancient oak trees grew everywhere. 10 feet away, a giant, red python was coldly staring at Wang Lin and sticking its tongue out. A shout came from the sky. "Ceng Niu!" Wang Lin flew into the sky to see a ray of red light charging toward him. Before she even arrived, a cold aura had already spread out. This cold aura condensed into small ice particles that gathered 100 feet away from Wang Lin into a giant ice sculpture. This giant ice sculpture was over 100 feet tall and was shaped like a person. Its face was expressionless as it swung its giant fist at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he backed away. A flash of red light appeared on the head of the ice sculpture and Red Butterfly appeared. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Wang Lin and whispered something. A bright light appeared and turned into an ice rose before her. She made up her mind to not have a long fight with Ceng Niu. She would use the quickest method to kill this person. As the ice giant swung out its fist, Red Butterfly plucked a rose petal and sent it forth. The petals swayed back and forth like a boat on the rocky sea. Wang Lin snorted. He waved his right hand, and the restriction flag appeared in his grasp. Restriction gas came out in the shape of dragons. They intertwined and fused into a giant fist that met the fist of the ice giant. Bang! The shock wave caused many of the trees below them to fall over. Even the python was knocked onto the ground. It was squirming due to the many wounds on its body. All of the wounds were caused by the vibrations of the shock wave. The huge impact caused the ice giant to take a step back. Cracks had appeared on his fist, and pieces of ice were flying everywhere. Wang Lin's hand shook. The fist formed by the restriction shattered, and as the vibrations reached the restriction flag, it caused cracks to appear on it. This is a treasure that my country of Shuai has been refining for 500 years. Ice God. Ceng Niu, you will die for sure. Red Butterfly's eyes became even colder as her hand moved, and the floating rose petals suddenly began to change. Chapter 363, Soul Lasher. Thin lines flew off the petal and formed a giant net that flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved the restriction flag, causing a screen of black fog to appear. Then he took out the celestial sword and swung at the net. The sword energy went through the black fog and landed on the flower petal. Bang! Cracks immediately appeared on the petal, but it didn't shatter. Countless threads from the flower petal covered the sky as it arrived before Wang Lin. Red Butterfly's eyes became even colder as she plucked another flower petal. She threw it forward and formed a seal with left hand as it flew. Then she pointed at the petal, and it immediately grew many times larger. It was still heading toward Wang Lin. Red Butterfly didn't stop, but plucked another flower petal. She bit her tongue and spat out some blood. The blood fell on the petal, and 9 sword symbols made of blood appeared on the petal. 9 rays of sword energy appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. 3 flower petals. Ceng Niu, I want to see if you die or not. Red Butterfly slapped the ice giant under her. The ice giant let out a roar and swung its fist right behind the 9 rays of sword energy. For every step it took, there would be a giant hole left on the ground. Countless trees fell over, and the vibrations caused many cracks to appear on the ground. This could be considered one of the most dangerous battles in Wang Lin's life. He didn't want to use the war chariot unless he had to. After all, this was Suzaku. There was bound to be many people watching. Exposing too many of his secrets wouldn't be good for him. Facing the net coming at him, Wang Lin let out a roar and swung the celestial sword like crazy, forcibly creating an opening in the net. Wang Lin quickly charged out from opening and opened his mouth to spit out a black ray of light. It quickly changed into a giant black stamp that slammed into the giant petal. The black stamp trembled before it was wrapped by the petal and turned into a puddle of black water. Wang Lin's face was pale. He used the moment the black stamp stopped the petal to teleport away. Just at this moment, the 9 rays of sword energy silently arrived. They moved as fast as lightning. Wang Lin quickly touched his bag of holding and 2 bells appeared. They collided with the sword energy, creating a sound wave. The 9 rays of sword energy paused for a moment under the effect of the sound wave, but then continued toward Wang Lin. With that pause, the 2 bells shattered, and the pieces formed a suit of armor around Wang Lin. He let out a roar and teleported again. This time he was charging toward Red Butterfly. However, just when he reappeared, the ice giant's fist arrived before him. This punch was much faster than the one before. It landed on Wang Lin's body in almost an instant. Wang Lin's body was sent flying. The 9 rays of sword energy stabbed into his body as he flew through the air. Then the giant flower petal quickly wrapped around him, leaving no opening. Killing intent filled Red Butterfly's eyes, and she shouted, "Ceng Niu, accept your death." Her left hand formed a seal and pointed at the petal. Soon, sounds of explosions came from within the petal. However, just at this moment, a ray of black energy leaked out from the flower petal. Red Butterfly's expression changed when a huge ray of black sword energy that felt like it could destroy the world came out from within the petal. The petal was split in half, and Wang Lin slowly walked out. The ribbon that was tying his hair had broken. His hair flowed in the air without any wind, and his eyes were filled with intense coldness. He looked at Red Butterfly like he was looking at a dead person. There were many cracks on his armor, and behind him the 9 rays of sword energy all shattered. Wang Lin's voice was low as he slowly said, "Red Butterfly, the battle has just started. What happened just now was only a warm-up." Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin and pointed at the rose with 6 remaining petals. She was about to use a spell. "Red Butterfly, look at this." Wang Lin revealed an evil smile as he took out a cocoon-like stone that had many Dao symbols on it. Wang Lin's right hand hit it, and the symbols on it began to glow. Red Butterfly's face became pale as a small amount of black gas emerged from her forehead. She shouted, "Ceng Niu, what is that?" "It's just an arm." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he hit the stone. Pieces of rocks fell off, revealing a dark and withered arm. Holding the arm in his hand, he let out an evil smile. "Red Butterfly, is this arm familiar to you?" Red Butterfly's body trembled as she stared at the arm. She then suddenly turned toward Wang Lin. The coldness in her eyes had reached its limit. "Ceng Niu, you villain." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Then his eyes suddenly darkened and said, "I'm a villain?" Back in the celestial realm, there was no hatred between us. I had never messed with you. Yet you tried to kill me multiple times. Even now, I still don't know why you wanted to kill me. Why can't I resist if you tried to kill me? Red Butterfly's face was gloomy. Without any hesitation, she pointed at the rose and all 6 petals scattered. Wang Lin let out a snort. Without any hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding and a black flag appeared in his hand. This was the flag that was only missing one restriction to summon divine retribution lightning. His left hand moved before him. A restriction appeared, and he placed it on the flag. The restriction shook and a blinding light shined from the flag. Red Butterfly's expression changed. Her hand quickly formed seals, and she chanted a very complex spell. The 6 petals quickly flew out and turned into 6 women wearing red. However, a powerful force was being released from the restriction flag. This force pushed everything away. Wang Lin allowed himself to be pushed away and let the restriction flag float in the sky. As for the 6 petals that had turned into 6 women, they were also stopped in their tracks. They were unable to go forward. At this moment, rumbling sounds suddenly came from the sky. Red clouds covered the sky like the heavens were going to collapse. Everyone watching the fight from outside was shocked. The 4 old men sitting in the inner circle all suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes were locked onto the red clouds. Divine retribution. Gong Suimpa's eyes lit up. 6 returned to 1. Red Butterfly's expression changed as she quickly formed seals with her hand. The 6 women in red quickly fused with Red Butterfly. Behind her, 6 beautiful, red figures appeared. Red clouds covered the sky. Wang Lin sneered as he pointed at the restriction flag. The restriction flag quickly turned into waves of restrictions that shot toward Red Butterfly. Just at this moment, with a huge bang, all of the red clouds gathered and a ray of red lightning descended. Its target was exactly where the restrictions were at. Red Butterfly quickly backed up, but Wang Lin had been keeping an eye on her. The moment she moved, he waved the celestial sword and a ray of sword energy shot out at her. However, this sword energy wasn't for Red Butterfly. It collided with the descending red lightning. Bang! With a loud bang, the sword energy collapsed. The red lightning paused for a moment before it continued to descend. Using this pause, Wang Lin shouted, "Restriction flag, scatter!" The restriction flag suddenly shook as more restriction gas poured out of it. This continued until the restriction flag turned to dust and disappeared. However, the restriction gas that came out arrived before Red Butterfly in almost an instant and hovered around her. Much of the gas had already entered the ice giant's body as well. Although the gas couldn't do any damage, it could act as a beacon for the divine retribution lightning. The giant quickly stomped the ground. Every time it stomped, a lot of restriction gas would dissipate, but there was simply so much gas that it kept on entering the giant's body. Red Butterfly was about to teleport when her expression suddenly became ugly. The moment divine retribution arrives, all teleports are sealed. Red Butterfly, accept your death. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, the red lightning arrived. The moment the restriction gas touched the lightning, it dissipated. The red lightning descended upon Red Butterfly, who was surrounded by restriction gas. Although all of this took a while to explain, it happened in the blink of an eye. Red Butterfly's face was pale, and she clenched her teeth. The moment the red lightning arrived, the 6 figures behind her flew out. Explode. One of the red figures exploded the moment it touched the red lightning, but it was unable to stop the divine retribution lightning. Red Butterfly's voice cracked. Explode. Explode. Bang. 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 The divine retribution lightning pierced through them like they were paper. One figure collapsed, another figure collapsed, and soon all 6 figures had collapsed. However, the power of the red lightning lowered a bit in these series of explosions. Without a word, Red Butterfly sank into the ice giant. The moment she disappeared into it, the red lightning struck the ice giant. The giant suddenly raised its head and let out a painful roar as many cracks appeared on its body. There was a red line moving within the ice giant. It wasn't attacking the ice giant, but moving to the remaining restriction gas in its body. In addition, there was the ghostly image of a whip that would glow. Every time it glowed, the power of the red lighting would weaken a bit. A pity. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he swung the celestial sword at the giant. He let out a roar as he directed a large ray of sword energy toward the ice giant. The giant opened its mouth and shouted. However, the voice belonged to Red Butterfly. So Lasher. Just at this moment, the whip inside the ice giant glowed brightly, flew out from the chest of the giant, and struck Wang Lin. Fast. Too fast. Wang Lin wasn't able to dodge at all. He coughed out blood, and his body fell. However, his origin soul was knocked out of his body and flew far away. At this moment, the sword energy landed on the ice giant, and its aura weakened a lot. A wound as thick as an arm went through its body. Chapter 364, Fury of the Chariot. That whip was simply too fast. Wang Lin didn't have any time to react when his origin soul was whipped out of his body. As his soul flew backwards, he was shocked, and then pain started coming from all over his origin soul. This pain was like his heart was being pierced. This pain meant that his origin soul was about to be damaged. He didn't hesitate at all to use spiritual energy to stop himself. With one teleport, he went back into his body. Wang Lin opened eyes and quickly backed up. There was shock in his eyes. The attack from the giant just now was simply too strange. What kind of whip is that? Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he stared at the ice giant. Luckily, Wang Lin's sword energy had landed on the giant, and the divine retribution lightning was still inside the ice giant. Due to these two factors, the ice giant wasn't able to attack Wang Lin while his origin soul was knocked out of his body. The situation would have turned very ugly for Wang Lin otherwise. Just as the sword energy landed on the ice giant's waist, the divine retribution lightning destroyed the last of the restriction gas and suddenly disappeared. The red clouds left as quickly as they arrived, and the sky returned to normal as if the red clouds had never appeared. The ice giant shook its body. Pieces of ice fell off it and landed on the ground. The giant was now only half of its original size at 50 feet. The wound on its waist quickly closed and soon disappeared. However, the image of the whip was still at its chest, releasing a demonic light. Without a word, Wang Lin turned around and escaped. That whip was simply too dangerous. If his origin soul were to get knocked away again and his body got destroyed, then even if he won, he will still have lost. Red Butterfly appeared once more on the head of the ice giant and shouted, "Ceng Niu, I want to see what you can still do." The ice giant, that was now only half of its original size, became more nimble than before. It got up from the ground, causing the earth to shake, and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin continued to run. Luckily, the battleground was very large, and he hadn't reached the boundary yet. He quickly took out a pill and consumed it to adjust his body as he flew. As for the ice giant behind him, he completely ignored it. Red Butterfly's expression was as cold as ice. She hated the person before her down to her bones. If it wasn't for the ice giant, she would have been killed to red lightning. This Ceng Niu had a treasure to call down divine retribution lightning. However, I don't believe he has two of them, or else he could have just used both right away. Even with the soul lasher, the ice giant won't be able to withstand two divine retribution lightning strikes. Red Butterfly's eyes were gloomy. She gave a command, and the whip suddenly appeared in the ice giant's hand. Red Butterfly shouted, "Ceng Niu, accept your death." The giant swung the whip in his hand. It moved even faster than lightning toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed. Although the whip's speed was quick, he had been on guard this whole time. As the whip was coming toward him, he disappeared with a teleport. He reappeared 1,000 feet away and coughed out blood. When he was teleporting away, the whip touched him. Although it didn't knock his origin soul out, it injured him. What an amazing whip treasure. Wang Lin took a deep breath and continued to escape. He took out a large amount of pills and devoured them to recover as much spiritual energy as possible. Red Butterfly's eyes were cold as she controlled the ice giant to chase Wang Lin in a mad pursuit. As Red Butterfly chased Wang Lin, she insulted him. "Ceng Niu, you are now running away like a homeless dog. Where is your dominating aura from back then?" Wang Lin laughed and said, "Red Butterfly, you haven't resolved the curse from that arm yet. You're only suppressing it with your spiritual energy. This is true reason you used your most powerful treasure right at the start." Red Butterfly's expression became gloomy and she snorted. Every single time they met, she had never been able to beat Wang Lin in words, so she no longer spoke. She controlled the giant and whipped the air before them multiple times. After a while, Wang Lin recovered a bit of spiritual energy. His eyes lit up as he took out an item. It was Red Butterfly's arm. He chanted while his left hand formed seals and pointed at the arm. The arm glowed a demonic light as various symbols appeared on it. Wang Lin's left hand slapped the arm and he shouted, "Explode." A black line immediately appeared on Red Butterfly's forehead. Her body trembled and her face became pale. She shouted, "Ceng Niu, if I don't kill you, then I'm not called Red Butterfly." Wang Lin sneered and shouted, "Suppress it. I want to see how long you can suppress it. Explode, explode, explode." The black line on Red Butterfly's forehead suddenly began to spread and soon covered Red Butterfly's beautiful face. "You." Red Butterfly coughed out black blood. She was indeed worried about the curse on her arm, which was why she wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The battle went outside of her control. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he once more shouted, "Explode." The arm in his hand immediately exploded. There was no longer any blood left inside, so it exploded into a cloud of black dust which spread out in all directions. The explosion of the arm activated all of the curses inside Red Butterfly's body. She coughed out another mouthful of black blood and a dark aura covered her face. Wang Lin's body immediately stopped. He no longer ran. He used this moment to throw out the beast trap, and with a bang, the war chariot arrived. The beast spirit immediately came out with a roar. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Wang Lin and the giant. The current Wang Lin couldn't worry about exposing too much. The most important matter right now was winning. After the chariot appeared, it would take time to activate. Wang Lin held the celestial sword in his hand and swung down. The sword energy created a sonic boom as it flew out and smashed into the ice giant. Bang! The ice giant stumbled back several steps as a wound appeared on its body. Red Butterfly's eyes were closed. She was concentrating all her attention to suppress the curse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He went up and swung down again. Bang! After the bang, the ice giant backed up even more. Red Butterfly struggled to open her eyes and stared viciously at Wang Lin before spitting out a word. The ice giant's eyes released a demonic light. Red Butterfly had given up on controlling the ice giant and was using all her power to suppress the curse. The giant's body began to move. It swung its fist, and the image of the whip immediately appeared. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all, and they used Celestial's sword to block. With a bang, Wang Lin was pushed back more than 100 feet. Although the Celestial's sword wasn't damaged, Wang Lin coughed out blood from the force of the blow. Just at this moment, the ice giant landed before Wang Lin with one leap. It swung its fist down, and inside the fist was the image of the whip. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he quickly threw the celestial sword toward the fist. The moment the fist hit Wang Lin, the sword flashed by the right arm and cut the entire arm off. The celestial sword itself was very different from the sword energy. The celestial sword landed 1,000 feet away and stabbed deep into the ground. Blood sprayed out from all over Wang Lin's body, and many of his bones were broken. However, he laughed and said, "Red Butterfly, I took one of your arms and now I took one of this useless ice giant's arms. It is now more fitting for you." He waved his hand, and the ice giant's right arm appeared in his hand. A flash of blue light appeared, and the ice immediately fell from the arm until it shrank to half its size. Right now the many spikes on the war chariot released a black aura that was being absorbed by the spirit beast. The spirit beast grew larger, and its eyes revealed a vicious gaze. The ice giant let out a roar and rushed toward its broken arm. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he spat out a ray of white light that surrounded the arm. He was now using all of his energy to refine it. More cracks appeared on the arm, and it shrank again. The giant's speed was very quick. It arrived with one jump, and then it swung its left arm. Bang! Wang Lin backed up and then disappeared. Cracks immediately appeared on the ground where Wang Lin was just standing. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was next to the celestial sword and grabbed it. Wang Lin shouted again, "Break!" The arm coated in white light cracked again, and a large amount of ice fell off. Right now, this arm was the same size as a normal person's arm. The giant suddenly turned around and swung out another punch that was as fast as lightning. Wang Lin raised the celestial sword and swung down. Just at this moment, the whip suddenly appeared on the ice giant's chest. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he moved the celestial sword to block before him. However, the whip changed directions. It went around Wang Lin and hit his body. Bang! Wang Lin coughed out blood, and his body was knocked back 100 feet. His origin soul was once again whipped out of his body and flew out 1,000 feet. The ice giant's eyes released a ghostly light. It ignored Wang Lin's original soul and instead walked toward Wang Lin's body. War Chariot, activate. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. During the time he managed to delay the ice giant, the god-slaying chariot managed to activate. The beast spirit let out a roar and charged out. All of the chains on the beast spirit were gone. However, instead of charging at the ice giant, it charged toward Wang Lin. Disobedient beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hand formed a seal, and a chain flew out from the chariot. The chain locked the beast spirit in place. The beast spirit beast struggled vigorously and didn't change its direction. It clearly wanted to use whatever it took to devour Wang Lin. At this moment, the giant arrived next to Wang Lin's body and smiled as it smashed its fist down. Chapter 365, Power of Domains. Wang Lin's origin soul shouted, "Suligua!" The celestial sword let out a miserable scream as black gas appeared on the sword, and it blocked the fist. Bang! The giant's fist hit the celestial sword and was pushed back by the shockwave. However, Suligua let out a weak cry before the celestial sword fell to the ground. No more sounds came from it. The giant's eyes lit up as it ran up again. Just at this moment, even more chains flew out of the war chariot and dragged the beast spirit back. The beast spirit was filled with rage as it turned toward the ice giant and charged toward it. The giant immediately raised its head. It stopped its attack on Wang Lin's body and punched the incoming beast spirit. Bang! 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 The giant continued to attack and knocked the beast spirit away. This angered the beast spirit. Its mouth expanded greatly and devoured the ice giant. However, the moment it tried to devour the ice giant, the whip came out and hit the beast spirit. The beast spirit felt pain and immediately shrank a bit. Pa! Pa! The continuous whipping caused the beast spirit to be furious, but it ignored the whip to continue to devour. The beast spirit went through the ice giant's body. The giant's body shook and a large amount of cracks appeared on it. More ice fell off and the ice giant shrank once more. It was now only 20 feet tall, and the ice around its right shoulder began to melt. The beast spirit was about to turn around for another attack when Red Butterfly opened her eyes. The curse was suppressed back to the single black line on her forehead. Red Butterfly's rushed voice contained a hint of darkness as she said, "Soul Lasher, reveal your true form." This time, a pure white whip appeared in the ice giant's hand. This whip isn't illusionary like before, but solid. It whipped the beast spirit like crazy. The pain caused the beast spirit to become even more enraged. It was about to charge out again when it suddenly let out a painful cry and looked back at the war chariot. After all, he was only a spirit and was limited by the chariot. Also, Wang Lin was not using it properly for it to display its full power, so now it was feeling the call of the chariot. The beast spirit let out a reluctant roar into the sky as it changed into gas and returned to the war chariot. Wang Lin's origin soul had returned to his body during the fight between the beast spirit and the ice giant. He had also consumed pills to recover and sent spiritual energy into the celestial sword to awaken Su Ligua. With the celestial sword in his hand, he swung down. Wang Lin's sword energy quickly arrived. The ice giant let out a roar and punched the sword energy. It turned around, kicked the ground, causing the ground to crack, and quickly escaped. Chase! Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he raised his sword and chased after her. Red Butterfly's face was gloomy. The battle today was much harder than their battle back in the celestial realm. She never would have even dreamt that this Ceng Niu would have gained this much power in a mere decade. Thinking back to the celestial realm, when she used her full power to kill this person, Ceng Niu could only run and had no power to resist. Even later on, it was only because he had a treasure that could collapse a celestial fragment that she was suppressed. She never saw Wang Lin as anything. In her heart, this Ceng Niu was not someone at the same level as her. He was weak, an insect, a stepping stone that would obey the strong. She had killed many soul formation cultivators like Wang Lin during her battle against the Four-Sect Alliance. Even in Suzaku, she kept this mentality. This was her pride. However, this pride crumbled when Wang Lin took her arm. She couldn't stand the fact that a weak and insignificant cultivator dared to sneak attack her. Her hatred for Wang Lin had reached its limit. She resolved herself to kill Wang Lin in order to make her Dao heart complete again. She even took out Shui Yu's national treasure, the ice god, to kill this person. Even her senior apprentice brother secretly borrowed the Heavenly Jade sect's main treasure, the Soul Lasher, and let her borrow it to get on her good side. She originally didn't want to use the Soul Lasher. She thought that with the ice god and her life treasure, killing Ceng Niu would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. However, she had heard a lot of rumors about the Soul Lasher and was moved by them, so she didn't reject the offer. She hid it inside the ice god to use it as a secret weapon to win. But right now, after so many rounds, their battle had reached its boiling point. This Ceng Niu's treasures were endless, far more than she could have imagined. Especially that beast spirit, it was too fierce. If Ceng Niu had the power to control it and the beast spirit continued to attack, she was sure that without the Soul Lasher, she would have lost. Right now she could only escape. The ice god was extremely weak. From all the damage it took, it was now only 20 feet tall. If it shrank any more, it would collapse completely. She had only experienced this kind of escape twice in her entire life. The first time was when she was forced into a corner by Wang Lin, and the second time was right now. To be forced to escape like this twice by the same person was like a slap in the face for her. This made her feel very ashamed, and her hatred deepened. Wang Lin chased closely after her with a gloomy expression on his face. He looked at the figure constantly teleporting before him, and said, "Red Butterfly, where is your pride? Does the heavenly daughter of Suzaku have to run from me, a mere mid-stage soul formation cultivator? Ceng Niu, if I don't kill you, I'm not called Red Butterfly." Avatars. Even though Wang Lin was taunting her, her pride made it so that she had to fight him. A change suddenly occurred. She let out a scream, and the rose appeared before the ice giant. There were no flower petals, only 2 stamens. Red Butterfly didn't hesitate as her origin soul flew out and split in half. One half went into the stamens. The 2 stamens fused together to form a very beautiful figure. The figure quickly took form and revealed its appearance. An avatar that looked exactly like Red Butterfly appeared. Only this avatar had all of her limbs. Red Butterfly's avatar opened her eyes and looked very calm. The original Red Butterfly was very cold and ruthless, but this avatar showed no emotion and was extremely calm. Ceng Niu, I don't mind giving up my chance to reach the soul transformation stage anytime soon just to kill you. This avatar was something she had been cultivating to make it easier for her to reach the soul transformation stage. Unless it was absolutely needed, she wouldn't bring the avatar out. But now, in order to kill Wang Lin, she didn't care about the cost. This avatar had no spiritual energy inside, even though it contained some of her origin soul. This avatar was filled with her domain. She had been pouring her domain into the avatar for a while. Red Butterfly and her avatar both said, at the same time, "Ruthless domain." The avatar quickly flew forward and emitted a rainbow-colored light. Red Butterfly's avatar said, in a very alluring voice, to lure out all the emotions of the mortal world, and then using the blade of intelligence to cut it all away. This is the ruthless domain. Emotions come forth. The color of the sky suddenly changed, and a mysterious power covered the heavens and earth. 7 rainbow-colored orbs suddenly appeared next to Red Butterfly, and then flew toward Wang Lin. Familial love. Two balls of light shattered to form a man and woman. The man had trimmed white hair, and the woman had a loving gaze. Love. Li Muwan's figure appeared in the orb. She stared at Wang Lin with eyes filled with sadness. Hatred. Ceng Niu teared, opened the orb of light, and walked out. There were countless souls in his hand. The souls of the Wang family cried out in anguish. Appreciation. Ceng Niu's 3 generations walked out and stared at Wang Lin in confusion. He opened his mouth to talk, but couldn't say a word. Wang Lin's body stopped moving, and he sat cross-legged. His origin soul flew out and said, "Under the reincarnation cycle, life and death domain." The sky was suddenly torn open by a pair of giant hands, and a rift appeared. A giant, black and white painting came out of the rift. There were many large mountains and flowing rivers inside the scroll. Although they looked still, they were in fact moving. Under the life and death scroll, Wang Lin's origin soul was glowing. He revealed a complex expression as he looked at the people before him. Red Butterfly's avatar said, "Sword of Intelligence." A rainbow-colored sword appeared before Red Butterfly's avatar. Cut. Wang Lin's parents were killed by the sword. They were soon followed by Li Muwan. Dinyo's family was killed by Ceng Niu, and then he disappeared after a swing of the sword. Ruthless. Red Butterfly and her avatar looked very worn out. She then pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul shook and his eyes became dim. His right hand raised up and pointed at the life and death scroll in the sky. Wang Lin softly said, "Even a ruthless person can't escape the reincarnation cycle. How could the emotions in the world be so easily cut or discarded? Although the Sword of Intelligence is powerful, it can't cut through the cycle of reincarnation." Black and white gas appeared and fused together to make the gray gas of the reincarnation cycle. The gray gas suddenly came out of the scroll in the shape of a giant thumb and pressed down before Red Butterfly's avatar. Red Butterfly's avatar's body trembled. She shook her head, bitterly smiled, and said, "If I could have reached the soul transformation stage, even the reincarnation cycle would be suppressed by ruthlessness. If the heaven's reincarnation cycle wasn't ruthless, then it wouldn't be the heaven's reincarnation cycle anymore. Unfortunate." The avatar let out a sigh as it disappeared. Chapter 366. The Conspiracy Reveals Itself. Red Butterfly coughed out a mouthful blood. Her origin soul was damaged, but the hatred in her eyes were replaced by a hint of clarity. Wang Lin's origin soul returned to his body, and his face became very pale. Although the battle between domains looked calm, it was the most dangerous part of this fight. The moment Red Butterfly's Sword of Intelligence landed, his origin soul was damaged. If it wasn't for the fact that his life and death domain had evolved when he reached the mid-stage of soul formation, his origin soul would have been destroyed. Even right now, his life and death domain was only a bit more powerful than Red Butterfly's domain. This was because, as Red Butterfly said, the heavenly reincarnation cycle was originally ruthless. However, there was a very fine line between ruthless and emotionless. Because of this difference, Wang Lin barely won. In truth, domain battles between cultivators were them proving their own Dao paths to each other. I understand. Red Butterfly's eyes released a mysterious light as she looked toward Wang Lin. All of her hatred disappeared. She returned to the completely cold and emotionless gaze she had when she first met Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart sank. Red Butterfly was indeed a genius to be able to gain something from this domain battle. This woman must be killed, or else Wang Lin won't have a day of peace in the future. Wang Lin moved. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. Restriction gas flew out and formed into a black lance. As more restriction gas entered the lance, there were sounds of it expanding. The lance grew larger and gained a stronger aura. All of the restriction gas had gathered in the lance. This was the peak power of the restriction flag after reaching its first completion stage. Wang Lin quickly charged forward with the lance in one hand. With his other hand, he swung down the celestial sword. Boom! The ice giant let out a roar and jumped into the air to punch Wang Lin. However, the lance was longer, so it lunged toward Red Butterfly at the ice giant's forehead. The ice giant's hand grabbed the lance. However, the sword energy was right behind the lance, so it landed without any resistance. Bang! The giant let out a painful cry, and its left hand smashed down as restriction gas entered its body. However, the lance didn't hit Red Butterfly but stabbed the giant's neck. Boom! The giant's eyes dimmed, and it slowly fell to the ground. Red Butterfly took a deep breath and pointed at her brow. Then she came out of the ice giant and floated in the air. Her current body was very weak. Her life treasure was used up. Her domain avatar was destroyed. Her origin soul was heavily injured, and the ice giant was destroyed. Right now she was as weak as she was back in the celestial realm. But she seemed to have a feeling of enlightenment and no longer had the urge to fight. She felt that once she comprehended this feeling, then killing this Ceng Niu would be as simple as waving her hand. Countless cracks appeared on the giant as it fell and finally collapsed. All of the ice melted, revealing a pure white whip. Red Butterfly waved her hand, and the Soul Lasher flew toward her. How could Wang Lin let her succeed? This was something he had to obtain. The lance quickly turned into a black whip and wrapped around the Soul Lasher. Red Butterfly's expression changed, and she shouted, "You dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" Wang Lin laughed as he pulled the Soul Lasher toward him. He swung the celestial sword at Red Butterfly to prevent her from fighting him for it. Red Butterfly's face was gloomy. After pondering for a bit, she let go to dodge the sword energy and sneered at Wang Lin. "Ceng Niu, this Soul Lasher has a seal placed on it by the Heavenly Jade Sect. Even if you steal it, you won't be able to use it." As she spoke, the black line on Red Butterfly's forehead slowly faded away until it disappeared without a trace. Her domain avatar was destroyed during the domain battle, so her method to reach the soul transformation with relative ease was gone. But the enlightenment she gained made her confident that she would be able to break into the soul transformation stage on her own in a few decades. She took a deep breath and 4 rays of light suddenly appeared around her. When the lights disappeared, 4 figures appeared. Metal Spirit, Wood Spirit, Water Spirit, Fire Spirit. Aside from the Earth Spirit, the other elemental spirits all appeared. This was Red Butterfly's ultimate treasure. This was her root and where her talent came from. Wang Lin scanned the Soul Lasher with his divine sense. What he saw made his heart sink. There was a powerful seal on the Soul Lasher, so his divine sense couldn't get through it at all. Wang Lin snorted. He put the Soul Lasher into his bag of holding and then stared at the 4 elemental spirits. In today's battle, Wang Lin had been heavily injured. Aside from the various injuries on his body, his origin soul had also been damaged. This could be said to be a very bitter fight. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he thought, "For spirits, my heaven-defying bead will use these to reach completion today." As Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin, her hand formed a seal, and she said, "For spirits, killing formation." After that, she turned to leave. She wasn't in the mood to fight anymore, and was ready to leave this place. Wang Lin was about to chase when the 4 spirits suddenly moved and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He shook the restriction flag in his hand, and the lance reformed. He thrusted the lance toward the spirit in the front. The spirit increased its speed and collided with the lance. Wang Lin swung the celestial sword with his right hand, but the wood spirit went to block it as the water and metal spirits closed in on him. Wang Lin snorted. Back then, before he had reached the soul formation stage, he had to put in a lot of effort to win against one spirit. However, he was now at the mid of stage soul formation and had already planned on how to steal these elemental spirits from Red Butterfly. At this moment, his eyes were calm. He slapped his bag of holding, and 9 carvings appeared. These 9 wood carvings all contained the time domain. Aside from 2 of them, the remaining 7 were all made from the wood of the reincarnation tree. This material made it much easier to activate the time domain and was much more powerful. Wang Lin softly said, "Time." An invisible shockwave suddenly spread out, and the 4 elemental spirits paused for a moment. Wang Lin's speed was very quick. He immediately grabbed hold of the metal spirit and with one step suppressed the wood spirit. After that, he ignored the remaining 2 spirits and chased after Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly was more than 1,000 feet away when her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Ceng Niu would still have a powerful treasure left after this battle. She felt very bitter in her heart. No matter what, she had to kill this person today. Only by using all of her treasures, and using the fact that she had a bit more spiritual energy than him, could she kill him in one fell swoop. Her eyes darkened, and she said, "Metal Spirit, explode." The metal spirit being held by Wang Lin suddenly shook and began to release a destructive aura. Wang Lin let go of the metal spirit and teleported away. The wood spirit was still in Wang Lin's hands. Bang! The spirit exploded. Although Wang Lin teleported away, he was still hit by it. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and immediately weakened. His cultivation became unstable after all of these injuries, so it dropped to the early stage of soul formation. After landing, Wang Lin immediately took out pills from his bag and swallowed them. His eyes flashed as he teleported to Red Butterfly. He formed a seal with his hand and said, "Red Butterfly, accept your death." Red Butterfly's eyes lit up, and she said, "3 spirits, explode." The remaining 3 spirits trembled and 3 powerful, destructive auras began to spread. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. Red Butterfly's eyes were cold. There was no color in her eyes as she said, "If you kill me, we both die together." Wang Lin's eyes became even colder as he pressed down the seal in his hand without any hesitation. For the first time, panic entered Red Butterfly's face. But just at this moment, a gentle power descended from the sky and surrounded the three spirits. The destructive force disappeared, and the spirits were saved. A person silently appeared before Red Butterfly. This person was Suzaku's Gong Suanpa. He casually waved his right hand, and Wang Lin was knocked back 100 feet. Wang Lin glared at Gong Suanpa and silently pondered. This power was not something he could fight against, and let's not forget that he was heavily injured. Ceng Niu, you won. Go to Mount Suzaku to receive your order, and someone will arrange things for you. After that, you will be a disciple Suzaku invited from the outside. As one of these disciples, Suzaku can grant you one wish. Once you have decided on what you want, you can come to Mount Suzaku to state your wish. Gong Suanpa grabbed the three spirits and put them back inside Red Butterfly. However, when the wood spirit was flying over, Wang Lin clenched his teeth, swung the celestial sword, and cut it in half. He quickly molded half of the wood spirit into a crystal and put it inside his bag of holding. After he did this, he raised his head and looked at Gong Suanpa. You sure are bold. Looking at the fact that you won, I won't pursue this matter, but your wish is cancelled. Gong Suanpa coldly looked at Wang Lin. Then he pointed at the sky, and the spirit that had exploded reformed. The old man put it back inside Red Butterfly as well. Color returned to Red Butterfly's face, and she respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder." Gong Suanpa's gaze toward Red Butterfly wasn't kind. He reached out toward Wang Lin with his right hand and said, "Hand over the soul Lasher." Wang Lin stared at Gong Suanpa and pondered a bit. Seeing that Gong Suanpa was getting impatient, he secretly let out a sigh. In the cultivation world, strength was all that mattered. He took out the soul Lasher and bitterly handed it over. After Gong Suanpa grabbed the soul Lasher, his right hand pointed at the air and the door of light appeared. "Let's go." Gong Suanpa walked through the door. Red Butterfly quickly followed. She turned around to coldly stare at Wang Lin and whispered, "You will die for sure next time." The current Red Butterfly didn't know that she only had 3 days left to live. A secret plot began unfolding after an order was given out by someone at Mount Suzaku. Chapter 367, Lu Mei and Qian Feng. Wang Lin stepped into the door of light. When he reappeared on the altar, everyone was already gone like no one was ever there to begin with. After looking around, he found that he was the only person left. A piece of jade was floating in the air and releasing a gentle glow. Wang Lin waved his right hand and caught the jade. He checked the jade and found a map. The map led to Mount Suzaku. He pondered for a bit and sat down in the lotus position. He had sustained heavy injuries in his fight against Red Butterfly, and his cultivation was unstable. Even if he were to take pills, they would only help a bit, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. If he wanted to completely recover, he would have to enter closed-door cultivation. After a long time, the sky darkened, and Wang Lin stood up. He slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast appeared. He sat down on the mosquito, sent out a message to the mosquito, and continued to cultivate. The mosquito's flight became more smooth as it headed toward the direction Wang Lin instructed. The night was very quiet in Suzaku. The moon was high in the sky and moonlight covered the ground. 3 days later, a strange scene occurred in the back mountain of Mount Suzaku. Mount Suzaku was the holy land of Suzaku. In the front was the Suzaku's palace, and in the back was the back mountain of Suzaku where one would require the permission of the current Suzaku to enter. The back mountain wasn't very large, it was only a large cave. This cave was divided into 4 layers. At the moment, there were 2 deep pools on the second layer. Both pools were releasing white gas. However, the gases from the 2 pools acted differently when they reached the ceiling. The white gas from one of the pools would immediately turn into frost and spread out. The white gas from the other pool would immediately become red water droplets and disappear into the ceiling. One pool was cold and the other was hot. The cool pool contained 30,000-year-old cold water from the heavenly frost planet. Suzaku paid a huge price for it. The flame pool contained 30,000-year-old fire from the origin fire planet. The cost was the same as the cool pool. Around these 2 pools were 99 top-quality spirit stones that made up 2 different formations and released an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. At this moment, in the centers of each of the 2 pools, sat one male and one female. The man was sitting above the flame pool, and the female was sitting above the cold pool. Both of them were wearing very thin clothes and were cultivating. The male wasn't very handsome, but he emitted a slightly evil aura. However, this evil aura didn't irritate people. Instead, It made people feel a strange intimacy toward him. The female wasn't any less beautiful than Red Butterfly. She could be considered a national treasure. In addition, compared to Red Butterfly, this girl had a more charming atmosphere about her, making her even more alluring. If Wang Lin was here, he would feel that this woman was familiar. At this moment, an old man covered in a red glow entered the cave. This old man looked exactly like the dirty old man who gave Wang Lin the straw hat. However, their auras were very different. This was clearly a different person. After a long time, the old man slowly said, "Qian Feng." The male sitting inside the flame pool opened his eyes. The evil aura around him became even stronger. He remained calm after seeing the old man and said, "Qian Feng greets ancestor. Red Butterfly is inside the secret room. Go and devour her consciousness and domain." The old man's voice was filled with a sense of age. The man's eyes flashed, and he said, "Red Butterfly? But she is Shui Yu's heavenly daughter." When he said heavenly daughter, he licked his lips and made a face filled with disdain. The old man slowly said, "Her ruthless domain had a breakthrough in her battle with Ceng Niu, so it's about to reach its first completion, but she hasn't realized it yet. Once you devour her, you will have gained the ruthless domain. As a result, your chance of reaching the ascendant stage will increase a bit more. I have searched for a very long time for this girl." The male stood up. As he did this, white gas was released from his body. His eyes revealed an evil gaze as he muttered, "Ceng Niu. I don't know if he can take one hit using 10% of my cultivation with his cultivation level right now." The old man sighed. "It is a bit regrettable about Red Butterfly. This girl? I'm getting old and just can't bear to do certain things." "Forget it, you go." The male faintly smiled and said, "Ancestor, you always say regrettable, but the title of Suzaku won't be passed to an outsider. It will either be me or junior apprentice sister." With that, his body slowly faded until it disappeared. Inside a chamber, Red Butterfly was cultivating with her eyes closed to recover. She opened her eyes and said, "Ceng Niu, next time I'll definitely kill you." A gentle voice suddenly appeared inside the chamber. "I'll grant your wish for you." "Who?" Red Butterfly's eyes suddenly became serious. The evil-looking young man came out of the void and said to Red Butterfly, "I'm Qian Feng." Then he casually pointed with his finger. Red Butterfly's face changed. Her hand formed a seal and a red light started being emitted from her body. The young man shook his head and revealed a mocking smile. His finger shattered the red light and landed between Red Butterfly's eyebrows. Red Butterfly's body trembled. She wanted to struggle, but that finger was like a mountain. It made her unable to resist. "What are you doing?" Red Butterfly forced herself to calm down. Qian Feng's eyes looked extremely evil as he whispered in Red Butterfly's ear, "I want your domain and your 4 elemental spirits." Red Butterfly's master calculated that she would go through a calamity. However, her master got the wrong person. It wasn't Wang Lin, but this Qian Feng. Inside the cave, the old man sighed again. "Unfortunately, there can only be one Suzaku." The old man's gaze landed on the woman sitting in the cold pool as he said, "Lu Mei." The woman inside the cold pool opened her eyes. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the old man. This woman was the Xin Dao sect's Lu Mei. The old man said, "You made 1,000 avatars to go cultivate at various sects in different countries to comprehend the heaven's laws. One of the avatars went to the Xin Dao sect in Zhao. Remember Wang Lin? He was a disciple of the Heng Yu sect." Lu Mei pondered a bit and said, "Disciple has some memory, but it's not very clear. That Ceng Niu is Wang Lin." There was no shock in Lu Mei's eyes. She only nodded and didn't say a word. "The original person I prepared for you was Zhou Yi from the 5 Elements sect. He had the crazed domain. If you could have left your mark on his Dao heart, you could have devoured his crazed domain. Unfortunately, this person disappeared within the celestial realm." Lu Mei pondered. The old man looked at Lu Mei and said, "You are about to leave your closed-door cultivation. That Ceng Niu should arrive soon, so you should go greet him. Use whatever method you can to leave your mark on his Dao heart. Use this man as your furnace to help your domain reach its greater completion. Once you succeed, you will gain control of his life and death domain. As a result, you will have a higher chance than Feng heir to take the title of Suzaku." Lu Mei let out a sigh. She bit her lower lip and began to ponder. "Oh, you're not willing." The old man's eyes glowed red. They seemed reserved, yet dignified. Lu Mei whispered, "Disciple obeys." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the cave and into the distance where an old man was eating a drumstick in a rank 1 cultivation country. "Junior apprentice brother, of the 4 people you picked, Ceng Niu is the weakest, so I guess you won't mind. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. I hope that when I come out, You will have already succeeded. After a long time, the old man withdrew his gaze and disappeared in a flash of red light. Lu Mei stood up. Her thin clothes stuck to her body, revealing a perfectly curved and exquisite figure. She wore a pale pink inner dress, and then an outer white dress that revealed her alluring neck. The pleats of the skirt flowed lightly like splendid, white moonlight on the ground. 3,000 strands of her hair were tied up with a ribbon, with one strand hanging in front of her chest. Her skin was as white as snow, and the faint, red blush that appeared on her face created a very charming and delicate aura. She was like a beautiful butterfly floating in the wind, but at the same time as cold as ice. She was Lu Mei. Compared to when Wang Lin met her, she was even more alluring and beautiful. Wang Lin. Is it the young one with the large sword in the Hung Yu sect? Yes, he was the first person to regain his senses. I didn't think that he would enter the eyes of the ancestor in just 500 years. This person is not simple. Lu Mei let out a sigh and walked out of the cave. To leave my mark on his Dao heart will not be hard. However, is this the right way? Lu Mei revealed a look of confusion. At this moment, the evil-looking young man named Feng floated into the cave with someone behind him. The person was Red Butterfly. However, Red Butterfly's eyes were like black holes, and there was no sign of life on her body. She was like a puppet. Lu Mei calmly looked at Red Butterfly and didn't say a word. Feng stopped 3 feet away from Lu Mei. He let out a smile, revealing his white teeth, and said, "Junior apprentice sister, are you going to leave?" Lu Mei nodded and whispered, "Senior brother Feng, is the person behind you Red Butterfly?" Feng laughed. "Red Butterfly is already dead. She is my concubine Furnace. Let's just call her Heartless." Lu Mei carefully looked at Red Butterfly until she couldn't really bear to watch anymore. She knew that Red Butterfly had already lost her domain and life energy, and had become Feng's puppet. The fact that a top beauty of this generation had suffered such a fate made Lu Mei feel melancholy. This was the third person devoured by Feng so far. Every time he devoured someone, his cultivation level increased. The ancestor was getting desperate to raise the next Suzaku. Feng looked at Lu Mei's back with an evil gaze and muttered, "Junior apprentice sister, one day you will become my concubine." "Heartless, what do you think?" Red Butterfly stood motionlessly behind him. There was no light in her eyes. It was as if she was just a corpse.